Ashes of the Seal by Kixer. Chapter 1, Summer of Quiet Teeth. I carried the thing like a coin in the base of my palm, small, cold, weightless if I pretended it was nothing at all. When I let my hand hang at my side I could feel its shape as if it had a contour of its own, the hollow where promise and threat had been struck together until the metal sang. It was ridiculous to make metaphors about a sentence, composed of words more careful than any blade, yet that was what the prophecy had become for me. A small, smooth thing that could slip uselessly between fingers, or be used to open lock after lock. I had sworn an oath upon it under the stone ribs of the castle, in a room that had listened without blinking. I had sworn my mouth and my days to a necessity that belonged to no family portrait and no ledger of debts. That oath kept its teeth close to my throat. Summer had a way of showing the bones of families. At Malfoy Manor the servants thinned into ghosts who knew when to make themselves invisible. The gardens were perfectly prim, deftly manicured in a way that made me think of crocodiles. Lucius took to the drawing room like a general inspecting a flank, hosts and visitors assembled to hear him like the careful rustle of silk. He favored conversations that folded into themselves, phrases that meant more when left incomplete. I watched him profess loyalty to old allies while scanning the room for what might be traded or bartered. He rubbed at his chin in the new way he believed sophistication demanded and asked two smooth questions about the ministry's temper and certain families' willingness to bend. He loved to say, gently, that circumstances required flexibility. I had learned to answer with the pale smile that said nothing about the ashes under my tongue. Narcissa moved through both of them like a soft, hidden current. She could be as exacting as any frost and as subtle as any thaw. She had one practice I could not argue with. She would, at a moment's notice, rearrange reality so that my name was a straight, safe line. At dinner she would sit beside me and touch the back of my hand the way one presses a cooling ointment into fevered skin. It was the most blatant betrayal of the social pageant, that she would do for me what Lucius would never admit he wanted to. I suspected she would cut a spider in two to keep me whole if it tasted of necessity. I had reason to be restless. The misery of the manor's private politics was only a part of it. There were errands and half-formed rumors, first the kind that made goblets rattle at midnight and then the kind that, like real teeth, found a soft place and took hold. There were seals fraying in distant places, tales of grey smoke by an old altar, whispers curling through Death Eater gatherings like smoke through an ill-ventilated room. Nothing in those stories was precise, all of it suggested appetite and testing. It is different, being the thing someone else calls chosen, and being the boy in the drawing room who knows what that name contains. The weight is not the name itself, the weight is what the name attracts. So I came to Hogwarts. Not because I wanted escape. There is a particular kind of dread that clings to my spine, one that says safety is a place where the full measure of you is known and measured, and not because I sought glory. I had the lordly instinct of a Malfoy, to measure and be measured. The ostensible reason was a formal inspection, an old courtesy, a way to assure headmistress and staff that the castle's wards were accounted for and that a representative of our house had acknowledged the school's sovereign dignity. It was a good lie. It allowed me to move through the castle with a key that would otherwise have been denied me. It allowed me to listen. Hogwarts remembers things. People say that in a lighter way. Oh, the portraits remember, the staircases remember. Yet there is a factual accuracy to it that never lost its wonder. Memory in a place so old does not sulk in syllables, it curves under the skin of corridors, and if you move with a quiet enough step you find it stirs like a sleeping creature. I moved like that. I walked the corridors in the thin hours between afternoon and twilight when the portrait still had the politeness of people at a wake and the staircases were inclined to gossip only in half phrases. Portraits are not mere decoration. They are, each of them, a reserve of opinions and grudges. You can coax from them small histories, if you know how to wait. I lingered by hallways where frames leaned toward one another the way a pack might huddle against a draft. I let pictures unroll their memories in the echoing voice of the painted. A wretched old headmistress in crimson lectured me, patient and inevitable, about the proper upkeep of enchantments. A line of portraits in the north wing closed ranks when I asked after anything recent. They had the manners to keep secrets, but you could see in the way their eyes moved that the castle itself had been unsettled. There are footprints in walls if you care to look. The banisters where the moving staircases made their quiet, Clumsy conversation bore tiny marks, a scratch of ink, the faint stain of ash that did not belong to any fireplace I knew. Someone had leaned into the structure and left a trace. I felt that mark in the same way one feels a bruise spread, a small, insistent ache. Dull grey dust, residue like old storm smoke, gathered where the stone of the eastern tower met the iron of the spiral stairs. It was nothing dramatic. It was, however, something. I do not like being watched without purpose. Yet, in that half-day of inspection, I met two kinds of watchers, the official kind, with faces that were unreadable and questions that were polite without being precise, and the castle's kind, those who knew what it meant to be kept. Severus Snape, with his perpetually folded features and perfumed indifference, encountered me over a narrow stair and gave me the short, dry sentence that had been rehearsed for years. He said that remaining at Hogwarts in the summer was an unnecessary risk. I told him that unnecessary and risk had been reconciled in my mind long since, and that some risks were the point. He sniffed and told me, with a curtness that could have been affection if it were not for the care it took to sound anything but, that the castle kept its own counsel and that I would do well to listen more than I spoke. He left it there, but the look he gave me said he had lodged a coin of his own in my palm, a bargain that belonged to impossible things. Albus Dumbledore's presence in the grounds that afternoon was more like a pattern of warmth than a man. He found me by a window that leaked light in jagged strips, and we spoke as one might converse with the weather, about trends and temperatures rather than weather itself. His questions had the odor of truth softened into wool. He spoke about the long game, about the value of patience. He did not ask me whether I had sworn an oath. That would have been absurd. He did not have to ask. There are things the castle tells him as a matter of course and others it insists on keeping private. He tapped his finger against the sill as if hearing a tune and said, musingly, that some seals are like old parchments. You can press your thumb to them and say they are intact, but you never know whether the ink beneath has cracked. The remark pleased, and worried, me in equal measures. The room of requirement was, of course, the reason I had come. It answers need with the obstinacy of a creature that has been trained by habit, and yet you cannot always predict its manner of obedience. When I first walked past the stretch of wall that hides the doorway, I felt it like a hand finding the small of my back, the sensation of being recognized by something that had no need to flatter. I needed to know what the castle remembered of the place where the oath had been taken. I needed to be sure that whatever seal was cracking was not one I alone had seen. It took me 2 attempts to speak the right need. The first time the room offered me a tarnished study full of broken links and old tomes. Not helpful. The second time it opened its familiar folds and breathed out a space that smelled of leather and rain, the kind of place a conspirator would feel comfortable calling home. Shelves curved in a hush, a table sat as if waiting for some small, secret counsel. There were, in one corner, small tracts of grey ash. The room, in a mood of honesty that I found unhelpful and flattering in equal measure, had laid out the remnants of whatever ritual had been practiced there, smears on the floor, a circle of chalk badly smudged, the remains of a candle rotted to a stub. Whoever had used the room for such things did not always consider the cleanup. If one is to keep a secret that can topple governments, or whatever passes for bargaining currency now, one learns the arithmetic of averages. Small things, left alone, sum to evidence. A smudge grows into a pattern. A burnt stub is never merely a burnt stub if 2 such stubs are found in separate places and both smell of grey smoke. I pressed my fingers to that dust and felt the prickling of other hands that had been there, not many, but enough. Someone else had been testing the castle's edges. Someone had left a calling card, the same ash, the same hint of a word that dissolved when you tried to say it aloud. It tasted of ritual and arrogance. I was not alone in the room of requirement when I found the pattern. She slipped in the way a breeze finds the gap when a window has been left half ajar, without preamble, without fuss, sufficient to rearrange the air. Luna Lovegood moved through the doorway like an unexpected line in an otherwise careful poem. She was as unchanged as a small miracle. Her hair was as pale and potentially rebellious as always. She brought with her that calmness which has the annoying capacity to make correctness seem like a petty accusation. "Draco," she said without blinking, as if she had just been thinking about an item on her shopping list and my present was merely an addition. I had not expected her. I had not expected her to be the person who would make the weight in my hand lighter. Luna had the quiet of someone who habitually collects stray truths. She carried in her palm a small pile of torn paper, notes and newspaper clippings folded in ways that suggested no printer could collate them properly. She sat down as if she had all the time in the world, and, for a moment, I allowed myself the indulgence of watching her settle, the way her shoulders chose to trust whatever it was that held them. She had come because she had been following odd things, strange omens, as she called them, and because she liked that the castle remembered more than the ministry. That is what she said. She did not ask for the obvious thing. Luna never made questions of the kind that demanded spectacle. She asked instead about sounds. Had the portraits been quieter? Had the staircases been more curious? Her thatched eyelashes blinked at the ceiling like small shutters. There was a list, but also an unspoken catalogue. That is Luna for you, details gathered and stored in ways that made sense only to her and, it turned out, to me. I told her the small things. I showed her where the ash lay. I outlined, in the measure of my voice, which is practiced at saying almost nothing and yet being heard, the places where I had felt the castle breathe in the wrong tempo. She listened like someone taking in a music box and deciding whether the tune had been interfered with. She touched the smudged chalk and regarded the circle as if it were an interesting insect. Her fingers had ink on them from another list and a thin ring of dirt. There was no theatricality, no gasping. She wrote, on a scrap, 3 words in her narrow, patient hand and folded it with the care people give to good prayers. "We are looking," she said at last, which is not quite an answer and not quite a question. That phrase could mean anything and, more usefully, meant everything. I found myself telling her more than I ought. Luna has a way of making things small enough to be held and large enough to be true. She asked, in her straightforward manner, whether I had ever studied wards as a child, if I had, perhaps, been taught the mathematical patience of rooms, and I admitted that I had. There are curriculum points even proud families cannot avoid. I showed her a map I had kept folded in the lining of my robe, not a map of geography, but of the places I thought of as holding memory. The map had margin notes in a hand that had been trying to be casual and never quite succeeding. I had written, staircase B, ash, portraits in west wing, silent, dining hall, candles go out mid-meal. The list read like someone counting broken teeth, and I felt ridiculous for being so literal about it. Luna read it and smiled. She has an odd smile. It is not triumph. It is not pity. It is the expression of someone who has assembled an idea out of stray thread and found the sleeve it was meant to be. "They are poking the wrong seals," she said. She did not define they were wrong, and there was no need to pin down the words. She folded the scrap into her pocket and said that if I liked, she would like to keep looking with me. That sentence, casual as it was, held the smallest covenant I had had since my oath was sworn. It was neither legal nor promised on a ring. It was simply an acceptance. I had wanted to be trusted, and I had not realized how desperately I wanted someone to see the coin in my hand and not flinch. We left the room of requirement together. The castle obliged us by moving slightly beneath our feet, as if making room for 2 conspirators rather than 1. I showed Luna the corridor where the banisters bore the faint ink marks, and she crouched to examine them as if they were fossils. "These marks are like teeth," she observed, which is lunacy in miniature, only she meant it literally. "They show repeated use. It suggests someone has been testing the ward by biting at it." Her voice was flat and dry as toast. It should have made me laugh, but instead it made my stomach hollow. We walked past portraits that shifted their eyes with curiosity. The fat lady did not speak, she only narrowed her painted brow in a way that might have been scolding or might have been calculation. I could tell she was interested. The castle was being prodigious in its silence. That kind of silence tells you more than a blare of trumpets would. Silence is a thing that hides exactitude. At supper in the great hall that night there were fewer students than is usual for early summer, but the ones present fixed on one another like people who had already rehearsed their summer lids in detail. I sat with my elbow on the table and slept only with one eye open, the other watched for small movements. Luna sat at the far side, turning a bit of buttered bread between her fingers as if it were a compass. Her conversation beside me was a light that made the dark parts of my thoughts less sharp. She asked me, after a time, whether I ever considered the value of being believed. It was not a strange question for her, and it was not the one anybody else ever asked in the circles I had been accustomed to. Sometimes being believed is the same as being bound, I said. My voice was small in the candlelight. Sometimes being believed is, precisely, what opens the right door, she answered, and I was forced to think of the various doors I had not opened because belief had been withheld. Belief can be a prison. Belief can also be a key. It depends what you are willing to give up to use it. News trickled through the summer like a slow leak. Lucia sent letters back to those he meant to charm, thinly veiled threats wrapped in an etiquette that smelled of leather and violets. He wrote of alliances being tested, of friends who had suddenly become strangers. In his ornate script there was a line I could not bear: "It will be advantageous for the house to align with the coming." Advantageous. The word slipped off the pen like ice. When I read it aloud in my head, it sounded like a coin with teeth. Narcissa, when she found me folding up that same letter, pressed a hand to my shoulder and said nothing about shortcomings and everything about survival. She would, I think, go to any length to keep the family name intact, but she would always do it in a way that protected me first. That is both her virtue and my damned salvation. There was a party, small, private, attended by those who thought themselves necessary, at the manor. I was demanded of by aunts and uncles who specialized in asking questions with the smile of a court jester. They wanted to test me, as families do, to know whether the blade beneath one sleeve was genuine. I wore my pallor-like armor and carried a false complacency that makes people answer for themselves. I managed not to lie and not to overshare. That evening a guest let fall, almost like a cough, that seals our old superstition, best to leave them for the antiquarians. I thought of the chalk circle in the room of requirement. I thought of the ash. I thought of finger marks at banisters. I felt small, and I felt dangerous. And then, when I thought the night could hardly be stranger, I found a message slipped beneath my door in a note so careful it might as well have been carved in silver. The handwriting was not one I knew well, but the lines were neat in a peculiar way. It said simply, "Meet me at the stables at 2 by the moon." That time was, awkwardly, the hour most of Malfoy's friends used for dueling practice in the private schoolyard of our house memory. I almost did not go. Then I remembered that being chosen was an occupation, and I remembered the small coin in my hand. At the stables, however, the meeting was not of the sort I expected. It was not one of our usual infernal comparses with their polished threats. It was not, mercifully, a ministry official. It was 2 owls and a thin scrap of paper that smelled faintly of lemon. On the scrap was a single word, written in a hand I had come to recognize as both patient and precise: Luna. She had not telegraphed her arrival to the server court of our house. She came quietly on a strand of intuition and seems to have decided that the world, at least the small portion of it I had to do with, would be improved by her presence. I had thought such things were flattery. Instead, she had supplies: charcoal, tape, ink, and a knitted scarf for the season that she insisted I keep. "For the nights you are minded to listen," she said. There is a way she gives gifts: no ceremony, no performance, just the offering with the expectation that the other person will take and not be scandalized. When we moved back into the castle together, she observed a portrait on the stair and remarked that the painted woman looked as if she had once enjoyed a secret and had decided to keep it. "People pick secrets like brand new coats," Luna said, as if reciting a fact gleaned from a study. "They look good on the hanger until someone asks if they fit." I watched the woman in the frame. For the first time I thought how different my life would have been if someone had asked me whether I wanted the secret that had been put on me. No one had, of course. I was informed of the wait like a favorite after-school game. Our examination of the castle over the few days that followed was careful and, at times, deliciously ridiculous. There are places in Hogwarts that demand an absurdity of you before they will tell you anything useful. A supply closet would, for instance, begin to drip wax in the pattern of a rune if you chanted a wrong word, while a tapestry refuses to be useful until you tell it a true lie. Luna handled all such constraints with an air of unruffled curiosity. She was interested in how the moving staircases chose where to be. She was fascinated by which portraits remained stubbornly silent and which had the courage to gossip. You have to be a good liar to get the right answer, she said once, which is an oddly moral instruction from someone who places such value on truth. It is not, however, entirely wrong. The castle will permit very small dishonesties if it sees that the heart behind them holds a need. On the second night, as we traced the eastern wing with a small stolen lantern and a seriousness that made the portraits look up with surprise, we found a corridor that refused to be shunted onto by the staircases. It lay like an appendage no one wanted, a thin, grey throat of passage that seemed built to swallow the sound of footsteps. The air in it tasted like a closed book. Luna stopped in the middle and breathed in the way of a person checking for the smell of an old house. Someone sealed something here, once, she said into the dark. It doesn't belong to the current craftsman. The line is older. It wasn't put here by our wards. That small factual observation exploded in me the way one drops a stone into a still pond, ripples and consequences. If the line was older than our wards, it suggested a continuity, an older covenant, and if an older covenant could be tampered with, then someone had the audacity to work around protections that had been laid for centuries. We did what we could that night. We took a rubbing of the stone and threaded through the corridor with the sort of reverent caution one saves for funerals. I looked at Luna by the light of our lantern and thought, with a quick, private horror, how different this felt from walking the parade routes of the manor. There, a misstep is an etiquette mistake. Here, a misstep will break a seal. We slept little. The castle has small ways of telling you when to be careful. A portrait on guard will wake early no matter how late the hour is, a staircase will protest with a metallic groan, the very cups in the kitchens will gather at the rim with a sound like restrained breath. In the morning I found Lucius's letter, fresh from the ministry, still smug in its promise of leverage and of advantageous positioning. In the margins I had scrawled questions like a board examination candidate. I thought then, with a clarity that left a line of ice down my spine, about choices, to reveal, to confess, to lead publicly. Each path seemed to cost something that could not be counted in silver. Luna, for her part, was content to do the small, necessary work. She asked more questions than I had thought prudent. She wrote things down in a rhythm that suggested a mind that was sorting rather than collecting. There is courage in that sort of patience. It is unflashy, unglamorous. It is quieter than an oath sworn on velvet, but also harder to resist. At the end of one long day we sat in a Slytherin common room, the green light leaking like water through the windows, and for a moment I allowed myself to be the boy I used to be, flippant, safe, amused by my own cleverness. Luna disturbed the moment with a remark about the way portraits keep score. They whisper, she said. But they whisper in the grammar of the person who painted them. They keep small ledger entries when no one else is looking. You're saying our enemies keep minutes, I said. It was meant to be a joke. Not enemies, she corrected, and pinned me with that odd level gaze that might be called uncanny. People who are careless with secrets. Careless. The word struck hard because there are degrees of carelessness, and my father is, by profession, a connoisseur of the careful. It is not the obvious enemies who have worried me, it's the ones who, with a shrug, will admit a small fact at the wrong time. I thought of those who would see a prophecy as advantage and not as moral obligation. I thought of those who would wear belief like a garment and then forget it at dawn. She reached across the table and folded her fingers around my hand, in a movement as unremarkable as sliding a book into a shelf. It was a touch that suggested partnership rather than pity. We'll find which seals are weak, she said, and the certainty in her voice was not loud, but it was sturdy. It had the kind of force that could make a hut lean where it once stood square. I kept the coin in the base of my palm that night as I read a book snatched from the school's less decorative shelves. It was a manual of warding and counterrituals, the contents of which were the sort of thing that made most people fall asleep. Luna watched me with that quiet accuracy, and once more the weight in my hand felt less like a trap and more like an instrument, an unwieldy one, but one I could turn. There were things I had learned to hide about myself, an affection for the exactness of runes, the way certain botanical tinctures made harsh magic soften, the little habit I had of humming to myself when anxious. Underneath the pale smile and the Slytherin ease was someone who appreciated clarity, and who feared what indefinite things did to people. The prophecy had been given to me like an order in an army that had no clear command structure. Obey and you will survive. Question and you will be consumed. Luna, with a braided list and a scarf knitted for me, made my edges less serrated. The summer stretched and narrowed in the same breath. Lucius's expectations intensified. Parties came to the manor and passed like low tide, leaving behind scuttling things I would sooner not name. Snape came and offered bargains that had a familiar scent. He gave protection in return for small services, small secrets bartered like the kind of coin that is minted by compromise. He was careful in all the ways that matter. Dumbledore, sometimes absent and sometimes conspicuously near, continued to remind me that patience is a weapon and a virtue. McGonagall tightened the weave of Hogwarts' visible defenses, the obvious protections that make people sleep easier. But it's the things you don't see that make my blood run faster, the tiny cracks, the taste of smoke in rainwater, the marks not yet explained. Luna had a way of making my own situation less monstrous by refusing to make spectacles of it. She accepted that I wore secrets as other people wear coats and did not ask for more than I would give. Marching alongside the castle's underbelly with her was like being given a map and also the permission to look lost on it. She would sometimes hum when we walked. It was irritating and odd and, gradually, wholly necessary. On the last night before I was due to return to the manor for some unavoidable political theatre, we found something that made even me go very quiet. The portrait of a stern professor who had long irritated me leaned forward with a face I had not seen painted in him before. He nearly whispered, and portraits do not whisper without a reason. He said there had been a change in the argot of the castle, a new curse perhaps, or someone speaking in an older tongue. Luna's head tilted and she wrote 3 new items in her book. I traced my fingers across the dust on the frame and felt the taste of smoke. It was at that point that the coincidence I had long suspected became an accusation. The pattern repeated itself in 3 distinct places, not terribly far apart if one measured by the castle's own ways. The ash, the smudged symbols, a shallow, deliberate impression in stone that could be mistaken for wear. Someone had been testing old binding locks, and they had the temerity to speak in a grammar older than our wards. Someone was beginning to attempt access. We left the portrait and walked out into the pre-dawn that makes the castle look like a sleeping beast, breath low, dreams churning. Luna clasped my hand like a friend and then, mutely, like a compatriot. She did not take my coin into her hand nor ask me to show it. She did not need to. The ease of not speaking the worst things aloud is a peculiar luxury. We agreed, without ceremony, to stay. There are 100 ways one can begin a war, and an equal number of ways to begin salvation. I had sworn an oath beneath the castle's bones and in doing so had made myself an instrument of a necessity I neither fashioned nor wanted. Summer had been a season in which the edges of my life began to fray in a way that would not be mended with money or social maneuvering. It had been the time I realized that being chosen is less about being lifted up than about being held out like a line on which others choose to hang. I think they know your name, Luna said quietly as we watched the horizon untangle itself from night. Her hair was a pale comet against the dark. Names are like latchkeys in some circles. They fit some doors better than others. Her gaze was level, though there was distance in it as if she were seeing not only present danger but the shape of future risk. Names are dangerous, I said. And being believed is worse. You'll need to choose who believes you soon, she answered, and then, softer, or else choose who you believe. The castle breathed under our feet. Somewhere in its bowels something that had once been sealed shifted the smallest fraction, like a jaw adjusting to better bite. I felt the ripple through the stone, not a crack yet, but an intake of breath. It was not a noise you could call triumph or defeat. It was simply the sound of a world rearranging itself around a name. We went back downstairs. I folded my map into the small pocket of my robe as if to hide it from the summer's light. Luna tucked her notes away as well. The coin in my palm was warmer now, as if the castle had pressed against it and left its impression. If the castle remembered, and it always did, then it would, sooner or later, tell me whose hand had first found the seal and how wide their grin had been. I am not a man of public displays, and yet I find that my life wants one of 2 endings, a slow, private sacrifice or a reluctant step into a light that will burn me to the bone. I neither crave martyrdom nor deny the need. The truth is simpler and crueler. I have a promise to keep. I have someone who looks at me and will not let the dark become a costume. I have a castle that keeps score. We turned the last corner and the stair settled into its place. The painted woman in the frame smiled the smallest secret smile, as if to say she had been right to whisper. My palm closed around that coin, the oath, the name. I could have told Luna everything then, my selection, my fear, the shape of the hours I had promised, but the moment did not ask for confession. It only asked for readiness. Outside, in the east, the sky had begun to thin into a paler blue. The hairs at the nape of my neck prickled. I thought, with a dry amusement that has become a habit, how well I had learned to smile and how poorly I had learned to be believed. Luna squeezed my hand once, lightly, as if to set it straight. When the teeth show, she said, not joking, we will know who bit first. Her remark felt like an omen and also a promise. I should have been alone with the secret. Instead, I was not. The coin in my hand did not feel like a trap so much as a map to be read by someone who was willing to learn how to navigate the old languages. There was fear, of course. I had begun to understand fear not as a sudden thing but as a slow, patient presence, a creature that sat in the corner next to the portraits and knitted quietly until it had something to cover you with. All right, I said, because there is a point where folding your hands is the only weapon you can offer. Then let them bite. Luna smiled in that serene way and drew a list in the margin of her book with the care of someone who knows how to be precise. The castle listened, and for once I felt less like a boy with a coin and more like someone who might, in time, learn to spend it. The summer still had teeth. We would, apparently, discover who they belonged to. Chapter 2: Letters and Gateways. The owls had chosen a morning that made every shadow on the tapestries look like an accusation. They came in a steady, dignified procession, long-legged birds with tiny, important faces, and they left me with a sprawl of paper across my desk and a headache that had nothing to do with housework. There were ministry memoranda first, official, thin, and colored that peculiar beige which passes for severe. They said much in a little space. Keep watch. Report anything. Attend to curfew. The words were the sort that bloom compliance rather than comfort. They were paper handcuffs. Someone in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had decided that Malfoy needed watching in a way most students did not, and had produced the proper stationery to make it politely humiliating. Beneath them, a single, folded scrap in Snape's spidery hand. No flourish and no ink wasted on sentiment. Come by my office this evening, it said. The letters always read like patients' files typed out by a man who preferred not to use the word friend. There was a second, even shorter note tucked into the corner with a single line that felt like a blade in silken paper. Do not speak of this with your father. He underlined it twice. I read it 3 times more than that. And then, as if the castle itself had decided to oppose the ministry's broom handle efficiency, came a thin envelope, cream and very, very light. It slid out of my owl's beak like a secret trying to stay polite. Dumbledore's seal was not a seal at all but an economy of tiny stars. Inside, the handwriting was as neat as ever, a curve at the end of certain letters that made the words seem to tilt in curiosity. More guidance than comfort. A sentence that suggested safety measured in steps and hedged by warnings. He asked me to remember what obligations I had sworn, to keep certain doors closed, to practice the small kinds of courage. He offered a map in half sentences, places to avoid, people to greet, a suggestion of patience. The wizarding equivalent of a courtesy note, and yet every line carried weight. I folded it back up and smoothed the crease until the paper shivered. They should have been merely correspondences. Instead they were pebbles dropped into the pond of the term, each sent out a ring that met every other ring and messed the surface up. The ministry wanted visibility, Snape wanted secrecy, Dumbledore wanted discretion wrapped in oblique instructions. Between them, a pattern began to emerge that did not belong to any of them alone. It belonged to me. I spent the day assembling what passed for a public face. Prefect duties required the pale smile so precisely trained that it could have been a muscle, the cool lift of the chin, the calculated softness around the mouth, the measured dip of eyes. People surrendered to it. Younger boys bent their heads when I passed, and a few older ones closed around their own small, daily resentments as if mine were contagious. It is an odd thing to be watched politely while the thing you carry is illegal in a way no one will write down. I practiced the smile as though it were a spell. At breakfast, in the corridor between potions and transfiguration, and on the staircases when the castle decided to shift mood. It was a public instrument, designed to say, I am safe. I am inside the rules. I have not been reached. All the while, at the back of my mind, the place where O's live and loneliness takes its most particular form, I was tracing lines on a map that was no map at all. The sabotage reports had come in slowly at first, a tapestry stitched along its hem, a stair that stopped mid-rotation for half an hour and then remembered its manners, a portrait on the third-floor landing that suddenly refused to recall its subject's name. Nobody had been hurt. Nobody had yet died. The incidents were amusing to anyone with a talent for seeing the world as a place of small, categorical annoyances. They were also surgical. The castle is full of a very old kind of mischief. It has mood swings, a temper, an opinion about boys who drop their sleeves, and corridors that select whom they trust. But mischief and sabotage are different beasts. Mischief is a student with a rope and a grinning plan. Sabotage is a precise arrangement of intent, a careful loosening where a thing is meant to hold. The order of the occurrences suggested someone was rehearsing the castle's limits. Doors to rooms that hold Weasley sweaters were not being opened, walls around private places were being picked at, a thread at a time. Wherever the incidents clustered, the castle's defenses felt younger, as if they were remembering a time before they'd been taught to stand their ground. I made a list. I do lists when I am nervous. It is a family trait and a tactic. On one side, the names of those who would benefit from a story that painted the school as vulnerable. On the other, the locations, the northwestern stair, where the portraits of the third line were always half asleep, the tapestry of Lady Meridian, near the kitchens, a cloth that had held a ward since the 18th century, the portrait of an obscure counsellor who had been my grandfather's companion at a hunting party and who now mumbled his memories with slurred affection rather than caution. Each incident was a vocabulary word and, reading them together, they formed a sentence. Someone was practicing how to find a scene. I do not want to tell you that I knew exactly what that scene once bound, only that I had been born into a house with dinner plates heavy enough to conceal a difference between a story and a contract. Prophecies are not like the promises you make at the Yule Ball. They are not ornamentation. They are, at best, legal agreements with magic. At worst, they are instructions, and some people read instructions as permission. The ministry papers meant that official ears were being pricked. Snape's note meant that one of the few people who understood a kind of duplicity had read something he did not like. Dumbledore's line said, without saying much else, that the world was a chessboard where a few more squares were starting to glow. My private oath, the one that had sealed itself across my tongue in the quiet after midnight in a corridor lined with faces who slept like stones, felt like a stone too. It was a stone with something written on it that I could not afford to drop. So what did one do when being watched by officials and haunted by rooms? One conspired with a girl who refused to be reasonable. Luna caught me in the library before the end of the day, sitting between a pile of reports and a snack I had mislabeled breakfast. She was holding a book that had seen several previous owners and smelled faintly of dragon's eye and lemongrass. Her hair had been tamed into a style halfway between ordinary and assertion. She looked at me with the same gentle curiosity as the moon. "You look like you swallowed a ministry notice," she said. "It's the teeth of it," I replied. "They're paper, but they bite." She sat down. The library takes a view on conversations. It knows when they should be long and slow, and when they should be quick and like a dagger. The portraits leaned forward but did not eavesdrop. The books listened well when someone spoke in the right register. "You sound tired," Luna observed. "There are patterns if you look for them." "Being told that by the girl who believes in Raxperts is comforting," I said, which is to say I did not mean it as an insult. She smiled the kind of smile that had no need for defensive armor. "It's not about Raxperts," she said, opening the book between us. "It's about architecture. Castles keep lists. The walls know what's happened to them. If you ask them politely enough, they will show you the pages where things went wrong. You would ask a castle to produce its own marginalia, I said. You are remarkably dull at the ways other people are frightened. I'm not asking it to speak out loud, she answered. I'm asking it to let us read it quietly. Her finger smoothed the book's edge as if coaxing an old thing awake. There is a ritual. It is very small. It is not dangerous if you know how to do small things well. She had a way of making small things sound like treaties. Perhaps that is why she was so often dismissed. She did not need to shout in order to establish dominion. What sort of ritual? I asked. She tapped the page of a book I had not noticed. It was about the domestic magics of places, the spells woven into banisters, the promises carved beneath the mantelpiece, the polite acknowledgments a portrait once offered. The instructions were simple, like a recipe: walk a route that is meaningful to the room, bring a thing that the room will accept, leave something in repayment. She suggested ink of a certain grey that would dye a ward without alarming it, a ring of paper with questions folded inside, a walk that traced the castle like a finger following the seam of a tear. She folded her own voice into the list as if it were a map. And you think the castle will answer? I asked. I think it will tell the truth about where it has been hurt, she said. It hides truth in patterns. The stairs will tell you which way is tired. Portraits tell you which names they mistrust. The room of requirement remembers being required. I laughed then, a small sound, not unkind. The idea of asking the room that hides itself to perform a bit of ethnography for us was absurd enough to be brilliant. It smelled faintly of the sorts of plans I'd been coaxed into as a boy of 12, risky things with enough polish to please a father and just enough recklessness to make a mother angsty. It felt like lunacy. It felt like home. You want to proofread the castle, I said. She tilted her head. Exactly. You want to find the commas that have been pulled out. I can help you look. We made arrangements that were both reckless and charmingly precise. Luna spoke in lists, a quality I found disarmingly practical, and prepared supplies with the same careful insistence as if she were packing for an expedition. A length of silvered chalk that, when rubbed on a ward, would show you where it had been rubbed thin, slips of paper inscribed with questions in a neat hand that was her own, and a certain hush, harvested from the library's deepest stacks. She wanted me to wear something unobtrusive, not my usual sartorial armor, and to practice my public smile so that it would not be exhausted by the time we began. She was thinking about optics in a way I had not known to teach her. Before we began, there were other letters. A note from the headmistress of the house spirits, unsigned and as prickly as a winter plant, warned that house portraits were becoming capricious. Another memorandum, this one poured into me in the form of a thin line delivered by an owl that smelled faintly of smoke, suggested that the first broken seal's after effects might be blowing about the edges of the school like dust. The phrase grey smoke had stopped being only a metaphor in my head. It was a weather report. At dinner, Lucius spoke in measured silences. He did not ask directly about Dumbledore's envelope. He allowed questions to hover then drift away, the way a hawk hovers and lets the small animals keep their illusions. Narcissa paced delicately around the conversation with the same concern she brought for house guests. She asks how one sleeps because she wants to know whether one will wake to guard the family. I answered in safe, small things. The smile had work to do, and it did it with the efficiency of an excellent broom. And in the quiet of my room later, in the place where oaths go to be counted, I wrote down names. Not in the childish kind of list that reduces people to neat boxes, but in the more dangerous ledger that attempts to place knowledge along a spectrum, those who were likely to know a prophecy was being read for leverage, those who suspected and had neither the tools nor the will to act, those who had both the tools and the will to move in ways that might break more than tapestry. The Ministry's clinched memos put it on one column, Snape's terse request on another, Dumbledore's emboldening caution on the third. Lucius hovered at the edge like the conditional in a sentence that will not finish. I had the peculiar sensation of living inside a letter I could not yet send. The castle, mercifully, was better at not lying than people are. It hid things in the architecture the way elders hide their better stories in the fold of a sleeve. We were going to ask it, politely, to point out where it had been hurt. I slept poorly and woke the next day with the feel of belonging to two separate governments, the one that ruled Malfoy Manor and its particular anxieties, and the one that ruled the small, secret republic of the boy who had been given a fate he had not asked for. Luna waited for me by the statue of the tall woman who, in my childhood, used to wink at me when I passed. The statue did not wink that morning. It appeared to be tired. I found that oddly comforting. We took our boxes of supply between us and walked. The room of requirement did not look like itself when it admitted us. It opened in a way that suggested the castle, too, had been anticipating guests and had left some of its things unboxed. Books lay in a ring on the floor as if they had been read in a hurry. A chair sat with one arm broken, neatly set as if a person had leaned there and been called away. The room had the air of something that had once been asked a favor and had decided to give it. "How are you doing this?" I asked Luna, putting down the chalk and the slips. She grinned, as if we were about to play at being heroes in a book. "You ask the room for the measures of itself. You tell it you will keep the secrets it does not want to be told. You offer it repayment, a promise to put back what you disturb. We set to work with the patience of people who are, privately, furious." I moved through the castle with a stick of chalk that traced along the banisters. Luna read the portraits with her head cocked, listening for the hesitations between their words. The stairs moved politely out of our way sometimes, and other times insisted on making their own decisions and gave us a scolding turn that almost made me drop my chalk. The pattern we found was not dramatic. That is the worst sort of conspiracy, the one that does not arrive with drumbeats but with a hairline crack that widens when no one watches. The weakening was at the crossing of thresholds. Where a ward looped around a portrait who once had a family tie to a Malfoy ancestor, it was frayed. Where the stair threads crossed with the tapestry, there were missing stitches. The castle had been picked at in places that mattered to both house pride and to the old things that remember blood. "Someone is rehearsing access to the places that bind loyalty," I said, feeling the truth of it like a sharp breath. "They would not bother with that unless they planned something louder." Luna nodded and folded a slip of paper into the pocket at the back of the tapestry of Lady Meridian like one leaves a letter in a hollow tree. "They don't need to be loud to be fatal," she said. "A scene can become a doorway if you unpick enough carefully." We left small marks where the wards had been weakened, not to draw attention, but as a catalogue for ourselves. The chalk would fade, it was not intended to be permanent. We were proofreading the castle, not rewriting its sentences. When we returned to the room of requirement, the space greeted us with a sense of satisfaction. Something, in the architecture of the school, liked being noticed. We sat on the carpet and compared notes. Luna gave me a look that stripped away all my practiced ease and left the small thing under it naked, tired, and frightened, but trying. "You are doing this because of the oath," she said quietly. "Or because of the seal. Or because both are pressing like two thumbs crushing a paper into a shape." "All three," I admitted. "And a number of other small, disagreeable factors." She reached out and touched my sleeve with a kindness that did not ask anything but offered itself. "Then we keep proofreading," she said. "We keep a ledger of the seam stitching. We see who benefits. We let the castle tell us what it remembers." "It seems a gentle plan," I said, "which makes me suspicious." "It is gentle because violence will make it all worse," she replied. "Violence will make the castle speak the loudest language it knows, which is to break." There was a steadiness to her which made my own counting of my loyalty less like a ledger and more like a binding. The presence of someone who could say, simply, what needed to be done, and do it without theatricality, steadied me in a way that my father's cold directions never would. Narcissa could protect, and Lucius could maneuver, and Snape could threat, but Luna offered something else, a kind of providence that was better than any armor. It was not religion. It was attention. We made a pact then, the kind children make when they fear a thunderstorm, to keep each other's confidences, to maintain the ledger, and to bring any item we found suspicious to the room and test it. She insisted on bringing a small mirror with a strip of foxglove behind it, a device that would echo a ward if the ward had been touched by an outsider. I thought it fanciful and she thought me a careful mathematician in a dress. You will tell me if it tells you something about the prophecy? She asked after a pause. I almost lied. It would have been comfortable to put it in a ledger as an item for later, to say that the prophecy was a thing I would disclose at the appropriate moment. But Luna has a way of seeing people small and large at the same time, and her eyes disarm the parts that are used to being guarded. I will tell you what I can, I said instead. Not everything. There are things I cannot tell, not because I wish to, but because telling them aloud would make them real in a way that would be dangerous. She took that as an answer. She folded her hands around the mirror as if it were a bird. That is fair, she said. I will give you small answers, too, if you like. I have been listening to people. There are rumors. They are often wrong. But sometimes rumors are like crumbs, they can lead you to the right door. Outside, the castle breathed on and paid no mind to our plans, which is to say it moved and made 100 decisions in the space of a minute that would alternately help and hinder us. The portrait of the tall woman blinked and then, as if deciding our conversation was of little consequence, went back to its perpetual headdress. We left the room of requirement with a list in my head and a slate at the back of my mind that was cleaner than it had been. There was, I noticed then, a change in the way my stomach felt when I walked the corridors. Not the sharpness of constant dread, but a low, steady drum of work. It is remarkable what comfort a plan will offer to someone who has sworn an oath they did not ask for. The plan was modest, one ritual of inquiry at a time, a catalogue of scenes, and the slow, quiet pinning of facts down until the story around the school became a document I could present to someone who would understand both magic and its slyer cousins, tactics and politics. That evening, Severus Snape's office felt colder than usual. His room always smelled like parchment and bitter herbs. The man himself occupied the center of it like a storm cloud. He made me sit on the chair opposite his desk as if I were a student being examined for an essay and then proceeded to examine me for my conscience. He asked no direct questions about the ritual in the room of requirement. Instead, he spoke about vigilance and the consequences of certain promises. His words were less warm than Dumbledore's and had the clarity of a blade wrapped in velvet. You are not to be seen to be moving beyond your studies, he said at last. Do you understand? I understand, I replied. That was not entirely true. Understanding implies a sort of benign comprehension. What I felt was closer to a calculation, knowing the rules and then measuring how much of them I could bend without breaking. And if you are offered a way to avoid it, he did not finish the sentence, but it did not need finishing. There are bargains that are offered in the soft heat of familial loyalty, and there are those which are extorted by power. I will not be bullied into choices that endanger the school, I heard myself say. It was the truth in the way one keeps the windows closed in a storm. Snape studied me as if testing whether my voice was a weather vane. Then he pressed a small vial into my hand. For emergencies, he said. The vial was small and heavy with something that looked like a midnight captured. It was the kind of thing one thinks should taste of copper but instead tastes of resolve. It was a tool and a warning. I left his office with more than one thing, a sense of being watched, a measure of protection, and the small, uncomfortable knowledge that those who came to me with offers might not be offering me anything at all. On my desk at night, I set Dumbledore's thin envelope beside Snape's sharper instruments and the Ministry's beige warnings, and I thought of my list. There were lines I would not cross, names I would not say aloud. There were margins that had to be kept for future deliberation. And there was Luna, quiet and steady and ready to follow my scraps of courage into the castle's memory. We were proofreading an old book. We were mapping scenes. I had rehearsed my smile for 1,000 public deaths and now I practiced it for small, daily victories. The thing a boy named Malfoy had to learn was that sometimes your duty was not to be the loudest voice in the room but to be the one who kept the ledger. And sometimes, unexpectedly, your anchor would be someone who believes in the rather unromantic magic of lists and grey chalk. We left a note in the tapestry seam, tiny as a whisper. It said nothing and everything, in the way that a sentry's whistle on a summer's night tells you whether the river will rise. I pinned it with the care of someone consigning a thing to a safe place. Then Luna took my sleeve in a quick and showy squeeze and said, as if reading a line of the future I could not yet see, we will find the comma before it becomes a full stop. I folded my hands around the thin vial from Snape and around the paper from Dumbledore and tried to make a knot that would hold both with equal firmness. The castle hummed around us, patient and contemptuous, and the portraits with their small provincial dramas kept to their gossip. Outside, beyond the school, the world convened to its own loud negotiations. Inside, we would go on listening to the walls. When I turned out the light, I did not sleep easily. The oath is a thing that wakes the parts of you that prefer day. But somewhere between midnight and the hour before dawn, I dreamt of a scene that ran along the stairs and opened when I whispered my name. I woke with a certainty I had not expected, that if somebody wanted to undo our quiet, they would have to unpick the whole of the school, and that would take more people than any one faction could spare. In the morning, before we met again in the room of requirement, a final piece of mail arrived. It had been written in a different hand, one that tilted suddenly upward at the ends of sentences as if trying to smile. It said simply, "There are people who will not believe you. There are people who will. Start with those who keep the doors." I read it twice and then again, because it felt like a small mercy wrapped in a riddle. Luna met me at the tapestry once more, the mirror caught in her hand like a tiny, impatient son. She tucked her chin into her scarf and gave me the look that had taken the theatricality out of unbearable things. "Ready?" she asked. I tucked Dumbledore's note into my inside pocket, pressed Snape's vial to my palm and allowed myself to answer, finally, honestly. "Yes. But promise me something," I said. She blinked. "What?" "That when it becomes a question of who will believe a Slytherin, you will believe me." She smiled, full and unembarrassed. "I believe in lists," she said. "And you are on a very important one." We slipped through the corridor together, keeping to the places that had been noticed but not yet named. The stair hummed under our feet, like a throat clearing itself. The tapestry chewed its hem for a moment and then sighed. Somewhere, far above us, a portrait woke and told a story that did not mention our names. The castle, being a place that remembers its own history, was about to cough up the first of its marginal notes. I could feel the thinness of the future, like paper in a draft. I folded my hands and practiced the pale smile once more, because if one must be seen, one should be seen as one wishes to be. Then, with Luna at my side, I let the castle guide us toward the seam it had hidden and waited to see what words it would offer up when we began to read. Chapter 3, The Urn at Night. The Malfoy mausoleum looks deceptively like the sort of civility our name insists upon: ash-grey stone, an iron gate with the family crest worked into it, and a low, respectable angel with arms folded in a way that suggests disdain rather than comfort. At night it grows less respectable. Shadows edge into the arches with a kind of curiosity, and the air inside smells not of dust but of old arguments, a bitter, papery breath as if the house itself were perpetually clearing its throat to remind anyone who dared trespass that it has been listening for a very long time. Luna walked beside me, thin and steady and utterly unconcerned with the proprieties the rest of the world expected of us. She had a lantern, a soft pale thing that made her face seem smaller and stranger, and she held it like someone offering proof against the dark rather than trying to conquer it. That quality, her refusal to be frightful where fright existed, is what had first made me trust her with things I could not tell anyone else. She understands oddness with the same calm clerical patience she uses to sort out facts from nonsense. It was exhausting for the rest of us, and it made her indispensable to me. I had requested her company with a telegram that read, in my more discreet hand, "I need you." I had meant it to be modest, almost bureaucratic. The truth of the request felt like something much less tidy. Perhaps asking Luna was cowardice, or cunning, or both. I suppose it was also a concession that the sort of secrecy I bore needed an anchor. Luna is ballast. We passed through the iron gate quiet as a whispered political promise, and I noticed, as I always did with this place, how the estate rearranged itself at night. Hedges that were obedient by day developed opinions, pond surface reflections became misleading, like a portrait attempting to be frank but only managing to hint at what it knew. The mausoleum crouched under a small copse of yew, and the yew leaned in close as if listening to whatever indignities the dead might say to one another. It is an unpatriotic thing for a Malfoy to acknowledge sentiment about such things, but the U made a respectable sort of companion. The lock on the mausoleum was nothing. Ancient families keep theatrics, our family keeps deeper things secret. A barely audible click, a rent in the air that I do not know if charm or architecture had made, and the door yielded. Inside, the stonework smelled faintly of bone and of old ink. Portraits lining the walls did not hang but leaned, as if aged relatives had finally given up formalities and simply collapsed into perpetual disapproval. They watched us with the sort of attention that does not permit anonymity. One of them, an aunt perhaps, painted with a pastry on a plate and an expression that suggested she had lost at least 3 of her suitors to better opportunities, tracked my movement with an almost affectionate disdain which I resented. It matters, when you are used to the polished surfaces of public life, to see the way private secrets look up close. They are not impressive. They are small, they are petty, they smell of wrapped things that were kept for the sake of continuity rather than convenience. The urn we sought, the ancestor's urn, the family thing that is more supposed than useful, the object a dozen lawyers and an older cousin had argued over at the alchemist and then promptly forgotten, lay on a plinth at the far end of the room. It was half hidden under a faded tapestry embroidered with the kind of heraldic scene that ought to have looked noble but instead suggested some minor tragedy involving a hound and a misplaced scone. The urn itself was more impressive in the way a legal document is impressive: crisp edges, precise lines, bearing a workmanship meant to be lasting. The lid had been kicked off with more force than the world ought to use on things that belong to the dead. It occurred to me, as I always suspect in such moments, that whoever had removed the lid had been in a hurry or under duress. The stone beside the plinth bore scuffs that suggested someone, perhaps not delicate in the ways our house prized, had hauled the thing across the marble. There were fragments underneath, a spill of ceramic-like bones from a smashed collar, and in the way ruin often does, something oddly beautiful. A shard of urnglass lay half buried beneath the fallen silk, catching the lantern light and fracturing it into a constellation of small, sharp sparks. Luna crouched before it with that same calm interest she uses on creatures that are supposed to be nonsense. Glass almost always remembers what it saw, she said, as if that were the first fact of nature, and reached out. Her fingers did not tremble. When the shard touched her hand she made a small, satisfied noise, like someone who'd found an errant page in a book. I recognized the marking at the edge of the shard before she lifted it. It was not, strictly speaking, a symbol I could have named. Symbols do not often wear names. But the sigil carved into the glass, a looped figure, not simple enough to be heraldic, with small concentric threads like the growth rings of an argument, matched a mark I'd seen months ago, in a parchment that had smelled of lessons gone sour. Snape had shown me a part of his prophecy circle chart, or rather he had allowed me to glimpse one. He does not give freely, he leaks as a surgeon might let out a stitch, carefully, by necessity. When he flattened the paper against my palm that day, the ink had been dry and the sigils crisp, and he had said nothing because it was a private lesson of the sort that is meant to be understood without explanation. I had looked and not known. The sight now, under Luna's lantern, filled the ordinary air with the same silencing pressure I had felt in the dungeon that night. Snape's chart had been a map of how prophecy could be anchored, anchorings that were not place but pattern, and which often required a line of family to make sense. I had not understood then, not fully, what I had let myself think was practical, that knowledge could be useful. Now, cupping the shard between my fingers, with the sigil fresh under my skin, the practical became personal. The sigil is a binding mark. The ancestor's urn was not simply a receptacle for dead things, in some older way, it had been a device. We had used urns to keep relatives, to maintain wills, but also, less politely, to seal something to a lineage. My oath burned its way up my neck like a fever even at the memory. I had sworn in the school, in a place consecrated for sworn words, to keep the truth of the prophecy contained, to do whatever necessary to prevent the public harnessing of it by those who would use it as a banner. The oath had been a private thing, offered on the part of a frightened boy and accepted by an avuncular man whose eyes found the contradictions in everything. The words I had used then were both larger and smaller than they needed to be. I swore to bear, to bind, and to resist the use of my name. That oath, legal in a way no ministry office could parse, had become an iron in me. I could feel its heat when the shard lay against my palm. It flared because the shard, that fragment of family device, promised a method of making easy something that the oath had been sworn to prevent. Luna, for all her airy way, is good at the urgent questions. She knows how to weigh strange facts the way some people weigh eggs. She observed the sigil and then the set of my mouth. "There's a line," she said simply. "Not just in the pattern, but in the way it would be used. If they complete it, they could argue that the prophecy belongs to the family it was housed with." "Argue?" I said. The word sounded like a small, brittle thing. "Not just argue," Luna corrected. "Seal and call. Rituals can behave like legal forms. They require witnesses and anchors. The urn could be one. If it's integrated into a larger circle, if the sigil is part of a ring, then the person whose blood lines the vessel gains an unusual amount of leverage. Sometimes magic and law make similar noises. I had always suspected Luna could say after dinner what other people practiced in heated corridors. She can find patterns the rest of us prefer not to amuse, because to see them is to commit to action. That is, perhaps, why she has been one of the few people with whom I simply unhook the part of me that arranges smiles for the public. With Luna I could tell the truth the way a patient might tell it to a competent nurse, in pieces, with the expectation she would stitch them back together. "It's worse if they attempt to perform the ritual while I'm constrained publicly," I said. The words tasted of old fear and politics. Fear, because there are those among the Death Eater factions who would like nothing better than to place the Chosen One where he is visible and then bind him to their cause. Politics, because the same factions fracture into rival camps that would prefer to control the circumstance rather than the man. The urn sigil was a way to combine both ambitions. Luna nodded once. Her eyes shone in the lantern light with something like understanding and something like distant consternation. "Who would gain by claiming it?" she asked. "Those who wish to make a lineage into a law," I said. The phrase was simple, the implications were not. Lucius thinks in terms of leverage and status, and if anyone with his mind, or the same stomach for authority, found a way to convert a ritual into a public title, he would use it. But the deathly part of this is that others would too. Death Eaters split into factions not because they cannot agree on the rightness of things but because they cannot agree on who sits atop the rightness. Whoever anchors the prophecy to family stands to become the focus of every political rumor and every old grudge. Luna put a hand on my wrist. Her fingers were cool. "We should take it," she said. "If it's a piece, it's evidence. Evidence is never clean, but it's something you can show to someone who's owed your trust." We left the shard wrapped in my handkerchief. I have always treasured the handkerchief my mother gave me on my 8th birthday. She would have disapproved of its use for anything other than etiquette, but it smoothed the glass against the skin. There is a stubborn little part of me that believes in the symbolic value of ornaments. You keep a handkerchief because to carry it says you are prepared to be decent in public. The shard felt indecently, dangerously warm when I tucked it away. Exiting the mausoleum, the air felt altered, like a room that has had a secret pronounced in it and is not sure how to continue pretending it had been idle. The yew trees rustled with their usual malicious politeness, and the angel over the gate managed not to look embarrassed. Luna walked with her usual slight bounce in her step as if we'd gone for a stroll and not for an act that might unmake a family argument centuries old. She spoke of things she had found in lesser collections, a bird that had nested inside an urn's cavity at some point in the 19th century, and how the stain of feathers had made a map on the ceramic. She made me laugh at an improvised image of an ancestor arriving home to find a bird explaining the accounts. The laugh settled me in a way a reprimand never could. There was, in that laughter, a quiet proof of why I had chosen her for this. With Luna beside me, the thing that felt like duty was not only darkness and the sharp edge of a vow but also something like company. One carries obligations, one bears them alone, if one must, but it is an inferior way to travel. We took the carriage back to London in the small hours, the estate shrinking away into the fog like a story that has been told twice. The shard pressed against my side as if it had a temper. I slept in fits, a thing I have never been ashamed to own. Hope is different from foolishness, and I had need of both. Hope that the shard would be a prudently researched artifact I could present to Snape or Dumbledore and have its danger neutralized. Foolishness because perhaps the urn, broken as it was, could not be resurrected into purpose by anyone but the desperate. I woke with the taste in my mouth of something like iron and old paper, which is not the sort of breakfast the housekeeper provides. Lucius was awake before I was. That is his talent, a man who is awake to advantage. He had been pacing in the study, the lamps left the room in patient pools of light, and the portraits watched him as though they had been invited to witness a public declamation. He asked questions without preamble. "Where have you been?" he said. The question bore the assumption that one is always refusing instructions and that any answer I offered had to be put through the filter of what would serve him. I held the handkerchief in my pocket and did my best to wear the face I had been practicing for years, a deflated but polite politeness. "I had an errand," I said. It was true. It was also insufficient. Father read it that way. He moved closer, his presence a pressure like a hand on the small of one's back that demands forward. His voice when he did speak had that habitual slow quality he uses when arranging alliances. It is a voice built for people who must be persuaded rather than startled. "There are matters that must be addressed now, Draco. Rumors. Opportunities. I have been speaking with certain parties. I do not like the way he says parties. It is always an effort to make violence and ambition sound festive. He always believes there is a formal cadence to power that merely needs to be followed. I have long thought that he confuses cadence with inevitability." "Of course," I said. My politeness slate is well hummed. It opens doors and delays knives. "What sort of parties?" He named names like a man reading an inventory. There are advantages to being privy to the less scrupulous sorts. They are always planning. Lucius spoke of alliances, of marriages, of combining houses and influence. He spoke in terms of consolidation and advantage, and when he finally spoke of the prophecy he did so as one might discuss a property dispute. "There is a means to ensure that what is spoken becomes ours to direct," he said. "One must not be sentimental about being chosen. It is a resource." "I am not sentimental," I said, because it was the truth. Sentiment is for people who can afford to be hobbyists about living. But some things are not improved by immediate advertisement. The phrase was soft on the lips. The firm part of me, the part that had sworn in a private place to keep a terrible truth contained, tightened. Oaths are small laws. They must be kept unless one finds a better law to replace them. I have not found one yet. "My name will be used whether I like it or not," my father said. The words were not a demand but a deliberative observation. He is the sort of man who lets circumstances present themselves like cards and then argues they were always designed to fit his hand. We can decide who uses it. We can shape the narrative. Or we can be the story, Narcissa said, surprising both of us by stepping quietly into the doorway. She wears maternal concern as if it were a quiet cloak. It is the sort of garment that hides both worry and sharp calculation. She has always been the fulcrum of our household, not the architect of ambition so much as the person who will find the loophole in which the rest of us may cower safely. "Father," she said to Lucius with a voice that suggested he was not being unkind but practical, "we cannot bind Draco to public events we have not yet prepared for. He needs protection, he needs discretion." Lucius did not resist her as he often resists those who question tactics. Perhaps he was distracted, or perhaps he relished opposition for the sake of performance. "Protection and discretion are costly," he said. "Allies will want something in return. We can offer influence. We can offer name. There are those who would be grateful." My heart, already a ledger of oaths and small hopes, scribbled a new item: liability. Alliances ask for names as currency. If our family exchanges my secrecy for influence, then my oath's shape changes. It becomes a thing they can use to justify a sighting, a public occupation, a ceremonial raise of a banner. I cannot let any faction square my fate into a ceremonial role that would permit them to call me as a figure and then bind me with legal magic. And yet I could see the logic. People will always try to convert what they cannot own into that which they can. "It must be our choice when and how to be public," I said, which was the practice line. The practice line, however, may be taken as a refusal only by people who are not ardently hungry. Lucius's expression, polite, cold as polished silver, and patient with the inevitable bargaining of a man who fights with friendship as wedge, made me understand immediately he would not find not now acceptable for very long. "Draco," he said, softer than I expected. He softened it in order to harden it. "Think of stability. Think of the family. It is not simply about you. Every advantage we can secure before others come to light will matter. The urn, for instance. If that is in our hands. The urn is what's left of our practical problems now." Narcissa interjected. She is never indulgent of grand pronouncements that masquerade as logistics. "Father, if the urn means what you believe it to mean, then publicity will only make it more dangerous. We should consult legal counsel. We should." She trailed off in a way that was not indecisive but precise. She was arranging her own language into armor. It took everything in me not to mention the shard directly. I had it wrapped in my handkerchief in my inner pocket, a small, argumentative weight against my ribs. Mystery has a way of being noble in stories and morally complicated in practice. To tell them in full, to say that a binding sigil in the family urn was physically present, to explain that it was a piece of a larger device, would force choices they were not ready to make. I also know my father. If I showed him the shard, he would set about harvesting its political possibilities with the appetite of a fox with a village map. He would involve the sorts of allies who would see binding as a solution rather than a restraint. "I will not be used by anyone," I said finally, because it was the truth and because sometimes truth is the best defense. It is a bland armor, but it is all I could give without making them into co-conspirators in my fear. Lucius's eyes narrowed. I know the look. It is the look of a man considering a chessboard and not liking the piece I have placed. "We don't want to use you," he said, which was both honest and dishonest. "We want to protect the family. We want to ensure you are in a position from which we can act." "And when did the chosen one become a property to manage?" I asked, perhaps sharper than I intended. The voice from which the remark came surprised me too, older, smaller, impatient. It has been a useful voice in the past for separating a thinner sort of man from his illusions. It also has the virtue of irritating my father when irritation might be politically inconvenient to him. There was a pause in which the three of us measured one another. Narcissa's face was quiet with worry but also with calculation. Lucius's jaw worked at an invisible thing. It is in such pained silences that the political bargainables in relationships are exposed. "We will not use you," he said at last, which, to be fair to him, might have been true. His notion of use is one about stability and guardianship. It is also about making the household into something that can be called upon. But we will need to be active. We must make sure those who would take opportunity are diverted or indebted. Bonds will be necessary. Luna, having come with me for a midnight errand, had been permitted to remain in the library while we parleyed. She came forward now as quietly as a small, strange breeze and sat opposite me on the settee like she had always been a member of the furniture. She does not always attend to the negotiations of grand houses, she attends to truth. "How will that bind him?" she asked Lucius. Her voice had the direct simplicity that unmasks the abstract. Lucius's reply was patient and oblique, as if he trusted the language to construct its own net. "With friends of influence," he said. "People with weight and patience. We create an alliance that will stand by him, that the others will bow to." "Or," Luna said, and then she looked from my father to me in a way that made me feel very young indeed, "you could befriend him with a rope." It is almost unfair that Luna has such an economy of phrase. It is unfair in the way that certain truths are unfair to people who prefer their enemies to be dressed in diplomacy. Lucius's expression did not change, but the fine lines at the corners of his mouth twitched in a way that suggested he had observed a point and made the decision to ignore it. "My loyalty is to the family," I said, "because loyalty runs in these rooms like a currency. It is measured, exchanged, and, occasionally, counterfeited. But I cannot consent to be the instrument of a political ritual." "You speak as if you had a choice," Lucius said, with a mildness that is the sound of a blade testing flesh. "Choices are for men who are not under any particular obligation. We are not men of leisure." I could have produced the shard at that moment and set it on the table and watched a family's politics rearrange themselves under bright scrutiny. I do not know whether I would have been grateful for the clarity that might have been bought with such provocation. Instead, I leaned forward and took my father's hand. It is an old Malfoy trick, to make warmth where it might be most strategic, to offer intimacy in order to disarm suspicion. I smiled, a narrow, practice thing. "We will consider your suggestion," I said. "But we must be careful. Alliances made in haste become shackles. I will not be bound by haste." My vocal restraint pleased my father in the way that practical assent pleases people who are counting on practicality. He allowed the conversation to circle into other things, periodic appointments, the subtleties of social calendars, how to steer certain rumors, because he believes in long processes. My refusal had slowed him, and that was sometimes all one needed. A delay is a defense if you hold the right sort of ritual in your hand. When the study cleared and house settled into its ordinary arrangements, portraits stepping back to their private sniping, the lamps agreeing to dim, I went to my room. The shard was a hot, small secret against my ribs. I thought of the urn in its plinth, of Luna's steady hand, of the way Snape had let me see the prophecy circle chart and given me, without admitting it, a reason to feel concerned. A decision is a small thing that arrives with other people's expectations. My oath was a smaller thing, an older, unwritable line I had drawn between myself and the noisy world. It had, up to now, defined a discreet morality, keep the knowledge from being turned into pageantry. But the shard changed the geometry, it made possible what had been only dangerous rumor. If the ancestor's urn could be completed as part of a circle and used to anchor the prophecy to a lineage, then whoever held it could stake a public claim that was not easily dismissed. That claim would be an assault on everything I had sworn to guard against. I found myself not entirely sure whom to trust with the shard. Dumbledore, in his quiet ways, trusts in a different sort of timing. He is a man who makes chess moves far ahead of the board's current state. Snape, by contrast, is a man who will cut the tablecloth to remove evidence and pretend to be casual about it. He is a surgeon of the sort who thinks in margins and costs. My heart, predictably inconsistent, wanted the old man's watchfulness and the other's efficiency at once. I did not know which I could justify bringing such an ugly, politicized thing to. Luna slept without much fuss in a guest room at the manor that night. She finds rest easily in places others might find threatening. I sat by my window with the shard wrapped and decided, as one decides when one has no comforting guarantees, that I would seek counsel that could be both categorical and stealthy. If Snape were a man of bargains, he would not be above expensive and necessary transactions. He has protected me in ways that cost later. I had learned, though, that bargains are currencies exchanged, sometimes for futures none of us can afford to buy. Dumbledore will parry and delay in the general direction of the right thing. He will talk and weave and always include more variables than the moment needs. Both are useful. Both are liabilities. There are, I suppose, people who can make choices easily. I am not one of them. The bargain of my life has been to hold contradictions together until they are no longer possible to maintain. This is not courage, it is a method. Courage is for those who can walk into flames. I have lit small fires under things and watched them burn only what they must. I slept finally, it is hapless to confess, with my hand on the handkerchief. It is worth noting that private life always returns to us as private, public life continues to invent reasons for itself. I dreamed, briefly and absurdly, of the urn being refilled and the family seats rearranged like a ghastly domestic theatre. I woke cold, and the shard pressed like a pulse against my ribs. Morning came with its accents of inconvenience. Letters awaited, each polite in the way that interest can be. Rumor, I find, begins as a polite letter and becomes a hunt in the same breath. Lucius did not yet speak of his alliance as a matter concluded. He preferred to let it hover. When the house was quiet, Luna and I met by the small conservatory window where, improbably, some winter roses still held on. She held out her hand and I placed the wrapped shard into it. She unwrapped it as if the act were not high felony but rather a normal domesticity. Her face wore the same expression she uses when she reads things, nearest possible interest, no indulgence. She looked at the sigil and then at me. "We should look for the rest," she said. It was not a question. If it's a piece, somebody took the rest. They may not be able to do anything with it yet, but they could seek it. Pieces are tidy things for people who like to make mosaics of power. "Find the rest where?" I asked. It is as much a practical question as a moral one. The urn had been smashed in pieces, perhaps someone had recovered them and carried them off. It could be at some dealer's house, a private collection, hidden in the manor's own other rooms. Rumor tends to collect in unexpected places. "Look where they keep family secrets," she said. "Look where loyalty and law were supposed to be the same thing. Look where people who think of themselves as rightful take comfort." And ask Snape about the sigil. He might not answer, but he knows. "I'll ask him," I said. Snape is dangerous in a manner that rewards the honest. He tells the truth if he believes it is necessary, but he will ask his own price. I owe him much already. The bargain he will ask for might cost me in ways I cannot yet afford. Bargains are not free. But secrecy is expensive too, and I find I have few alternative economies left. Luna smiled at that, and then, unexpectedly, she reached up and smoothed a stray strand of hair from my temple. Her touch was small and quiet. The intimacy of it, a gesture that meant she knew where to reach so as not to disturb the armor, made me feel, for a dizzy minute, unarmored. There is a kind of danger in this. It is not the magical risk of sigils and circles, but a private vulnerability. I have long prided myself on keeping feelings tidy. Luna renders them messy in the best possible way. "If you need me to be brave," she said, "I can be very brave. Or I can help you hide. Or I can fetch better gloves for handling shards. I found that magical fragments look worse when you treat them like precious things. Helpfulness makes them smaller." I could, in that instant, have told her everything. I could have placed the whole burden of the prophecy, the oath, the ministrations of Snape and Dumbledore, onto a willing shoulder. Instead I took her hand and pressed the shard into it. "Keep it safe for me," I said, which is a phrase late and pale and yet true. "And if anyone asks, tell them we were looking at the ceramics for their merit." She laughed softly, and the sound was an ordinary thing that made the room less ominous. "Ceramics," she repeated. Very dignified. We left the manor soon after, the shard hidden in a pocket only Luna's clever eyes could have found. The ride into London under early sun is not an arc that novels adore. It is a transformation from estate shadows to street politics and the Minneapolis of civilities. Lucius waited as if the morning's negotiation had been a pleasant exercise. He did not press me immediately. He prefers to let events ferment under glass, but I could see the calculation in his manner. He will not be patient forever. If there is one truth I keep as an occupation, it is that power loves a tidy line. An artifact like the Ancestor's Urn, a device that can be completed and used to argue lineage as law, is an irresistible proposition to men who believe their names confer rights. Lucius will use every law he can draft, every ally he can persuade, for the sake of security. The danger exists in his conviction that security is itself the highest good. Later that afternoon, when the city outside had settled into its chosen business and the house was full of careful conversation, Lucius asked for a private walk. "The conservatory is not a place for final decisions," he said. "The streets offer better audiences." We walked instead along a simply polite stretch of London, the square where our house has an apartment, and he spoke as if arranging furniture. "There are those who would marry into influence," he said. "There are bunks of old acquaintances who care only to keep their heads above the tide. A slow alliance built of mutual gain would secure us." I let him have every phrase. I know the value of letting an ambitious man talk himself into a shape he can live with. My silence is a kind of negotiation. When at last I answered, kept and cultured and carefully mild, I offered what he wanted in palatable fragments. "Luna and I found something," I said. "The choice of pronoun deliberate and clean. A shard. It's not much. But it's a sign that I need to be careful. I will consider alliances. I will help arrange matters that protect the family. But the direction must be ours to choose." Lucius's face made the effort to appear mollified. "That is all I ask," he said. The phrase, being something a man of his habits might sincerely prefer, was not wholly true. He wanted not only cooperation but a concession he could show to others, that we had control and that I had consented. If he could coax that consent onto a page and present it at the right moment, he would have purchased a great deal of leverage. I refuse, for now, to let my existence be a bargaining chip. The shard at my side burned the faint shape of its sigil into my palm as if reminding me it awaited a choice I had yet to make. I have a habit of cataloguing possibilities in the privacy of my mind. Option A, show the shard to Snape, have him examine it and perhaps purchase the privacy with a cost I can live with. Option B, present the shard to Dumbledore, accept delay and counsel but risk the family's impatience. Option C, keep the shard secret and hunt for the rest myself. The last is the most exhausting and the most dangerous. It is also the only one that keeps the circle of trust tight. I did not know which would be chosen. I am practiced at postponement and at the gentle resistance of those who cannot be coerced. I am also, painfully, fond of Luna in a small way that makes my life look less like a strategy and more like a room that is occupied. There will be time, perhaps, for political maneuvers and alliances. For now the shard required tending and the sword of my oath demanded that I not let it be used as a prop in someone else's theatre. When Lucius finally clasped my shoulder in the deprecative, almost paternal way he does when he believes he has been appeased, I let him. I let him construct the illusions of security for a little while longer. I have learned that men who wear certainty on their faces sometimes need to feel it maintained. It keeps them less reckless. After he left, Luna and I walked the quieter streets near the river. She picked at the lapel of her coat, lost in thought. The sigil's shape kept making itself into the corners of my vision like a punctuation mark I could not place. "What will you do?" she asked after a while, as if she were asking about the weather. "Something measured," I lied, because measured sounds safer than the truth. The truth is that I will do what others do best. I will wait until the exact moment I must move, and then I will move without fanfare. The rhythm of my life is contrived delay and a sudden, often painful action. Luna knows this without being told. She looked at me with a small, strange compassion. "I will come," she said. "I don't like people using others like ornaments." I would have protested. I would have said she had more important things to do. Her presence is not merely convenient to me. Loving someone like Luna is a new kind of danger. It is nothing like the sharpness of a blade. It is like being required to sit very still while a portrait you love rearranges itself. She is not a prize to be won or an advantage to be harnessed. She is a world into which I have, with slow care, ventured. "Thank you," I said, which was the most ordinary and perhaps the most profound thing I could say. It meant more than gratitude. It was an acknowledgement that I could not, bear the thing alone. The shard in my pocket felt like a small heart beating against my ribs. It is absurd to equate ceramic with flesh, and yet the parallels are there. Both hold things which we, in our small human way, want to keep safe. We stepped over a puddle and the city smelled of wet stone. Far off, a bell tolled the hour. It had the tone of something that announces choices rather than results. My oath had been a private law. The shard was an invitation for others to convert that law into a spectacle. I had to decide how to answer. I would speak to Snape by night, perhaps, and to Dumbledore by day. I would keep the shard secret as long as I could. And when the house of my family grew impatient for the sorts of alliances that convert the living into assets, I would resist with the gentle strength of the sort of person who knows how to refuse without making enemies that cannot be tolerated. It is not bravery I am promising myself with that line of thought. It is a long-term tactic. Courage, when it arrives, often looks like a single, terrible choice. I suspect it is closer than I would like, because the shard had the sigil and the sigil carried the possibility of a circle completed. A circle is nothing if not a finished thing. I slept once more, this time with my hand entwined not around a handkerchief but around the knowledge that there were those who would prefer me to be a banner and those who would prefer me to be an occasion. I am bad at being simply private now. Secrets have a queer way of living toward the light. Yet Luna held my hand and the house did not feel entirely as though it would divide me into pieces. The urn sits somewhere between a family relic and a functional danger, its shards dispersed like small, bright scars. The piece we found tonight is only a fragment. The sigil on it is a promise and a threat, it is both. I cannot tell which will be asked of me first, to accept being bound in a way I cannot abide, or to take back from the world a device that can, if reassembled, make my private life into a public contract. Both matters are, in their own way, urgent. There is a skill to saying no in the language your father understands. There is also the skill of knowing when silence will be taken for assent. I have always been good at the first, the second terrifies me. Luna squeezed my hand as if to say there are other ways to keep things safe than with bargains and alliances, and I promised, less to her than to myself, that I would find them. The shard warmed against my pocket as if reminding me that the first action was already underway. We would have to search, to listen to whispers in mouldering rooms, to ask for favors at cost, and to make bargains we could live with. We would also, I suspected with a novel sort of tenderness, have to learn how to protect something more fragile than a prophecy, each other. The city outside settled into its ordinary murmurs. Somewhere, a carriage rolled past with the sound of other people's intentions. I thought, absurdly, of the face of the aunt in the mausoleum painting, forever posed with a pastry and a scornful expression. There are people who spend their lives arranging themselves to look as if they know the right thing to do. I am not sure I will ever be one of them. I could, however, learn to be a better liar about it. For now, I had a shard in my pocket and a man in my study wanting alliances. I had a mother who would bend rules if need be, and a father who would bend futures. I had Luna, steady and feverless, and a vow that flared inside me when the sigil pressed against my skin. There was no clear path forward. There was only the slow work of choosing resistances and, in the pauses between them, the quiet courage of keeping a secret that might save people other than me. Outside, the river ran on. Inside, the house was arranging itself for the day. I adjusted my tie and walked back into the sitting room to sign letters and make funeral arrangements for reputations. There would be more conversations with men who liked tidy courses. There would be nights again and again, beneath which I would visit places better left alone. But tonight there was a shard, the taste of old magic on my tongue, and Luna's hand in mine. There are worse oaths to keep than to hold the danger while someone else plans to turn it into a banner. And there are worse promises than the promise to try. The sigil in my palm was nothing if not a question. I intended to answer it before it answered me. Chapter 4: Watchful Windows. There are days at Hogwarts when the walls seem built out of eyes rather than stone. You become aware of them the way you notice your reflection when you catch your own face in a window and then, for a moment, forget whether the face is looking back or has always been staring ahead. The portraits breathe gossip in the corners, the corridors rearrange themselves with a mood like a tired steward, and the tall, old windows hold their light in small watchful bowls, as if the castle were a person cupping its hands to shelter something fragile or dangerous. On those days every glance is a tally and every shift of shadow counts for something urgent. I return to term with the usual Malfoy arsenal, a pale smile, a smartly knotted tie, the kind of calm one practices until the muscles remember it before the mind does. It is an efficient sort of armor. It keeps people polite and it keeps fewer hands digging into the softer things. Efficient does not mean true. Efficient kept my family books in better order, but it did nothing for the oath I had sworn in a room that smelled of dust and damp and very old promises. Efficient hid the fact that I knew, in the way one can know a fever is coming hours before the skin burns. People saw the armor. Professors saw the boy inside it. Those who could read the small print of a face, Severus Snape foremost among them, watched not with curiosity but with calculation. There was always a calculus about me now, a mixture of caution, opportunity and, somewhere beneath, suspicion. I had been placed under an unofficial watch. It was not polite enough to be called surveillance, and not rude enough to be called mercy. It occupied a middle distance that felt like a long exhale. The stairs were the first to remind me of this new arithmetic. They had moods. One morning they were in a manifestly mischievous humor and the steps to the dungeons would not line up the way they had the night before. Instead they negotiated my passage with a slow, deliberate ballet, sending me down corridors I had not meant to visit. portraits favored the gaps, turning their frames to watch my annoyance like an audience enjoying a private joke. A fat lady in a gown with too many pearls inclined her head with what I could only call pity. Behind their polite eyes the portraits relayed things to each other, scraps of yesterday's gossip, worrying notices from the staff room about wards, even sideways assessments of me. No one painted me as the hero. Pint-sized portraits in the Gryffindor Tower murmured theories that tasted like lemon sherbet and outrage. The older, more matronly portraits in the Slytherin stairwell offered discreet counsel, the sort of words that never left one's hair afterwards but did leave a chill. It is an odd thing, being watched by pictures whose subjects have been dead for 100 years and yet have more to say about the present than most living people. They are less moral than accurate. They do not have to answer to fairness. They merely keep their eyes open. A portrait stare can be kinder or crueler than any living teacher's. It depends on the angle of the head and how much the painter liked you. Albus Dumbledore's portrait, when I passed it, was composed into the new and very sensible awkwardness often reserved for those who have to speak kindly while meaning something entirely different. I have no doubt he was privy to more than he let on. He must be. He must balance 1,000 tiny loyalties and still find the room to be stern where it matters. He kept his counsel with the same contented solemnity he had before, and yet, like a chess player, I could feel him repositioning pieces just by watching how he rested his head. It is a strange thing to be on the receiving end of a gaze that is both a test and a kind of comfort. We resumed lessons with the customary pomp and mild panic of a school term restarting. Classes had rearranged agendas, and the notice board outside the Great Hall carried new orders about warding practice and extra vigilance after hours. Professor McGonagall moved through the corridors like a posture of discipline. The castle obeyed her in a way it did not in the summer holiday. Her instructions were crisp, her eyes were sharper. She is not a woman who dabbles in sentiment, and sentiment has never been much use to me. But I noticed her looking past the armor to the shoulders beneath. She either approved of my stance or intended to straighten it, and both have equal gravity. Potions was the place that reminded me most of the balances I was kept within. Severus Snape, as exacting and flat as ever, eyed us with a sieve of contempt and attention. His scrutiny of me was not personal in any indulgent sense, it was businesslike, as if I were an experiment whose conditions needed to be carefully managed. He would let me work. He would let me err in quiet ways. He would step in the moment a mistake threatened more than just a burnt cauldron. There is a certain comfort in someone with a long history with you watching and not declaring you a problem to be solved in public. It means he understands more of the variables than anyone else. Of course, everyone else didn't notice the differences. Students, particularly the younger ones who lived on gossip for lunch and dinner and dessert, threw looks the way one throws stones. Harry Potter's face, when I caught it, was a mixture of defensiveness and some private weighing of what I might become, or already was. He has never been a comfortable fellow to be private with. The castle, being itself a public thing, had decided that I was a public problem and behaved accordingly. I walked the corridors that first week with a practiced lightness. It is easier to be a Slytherin if you move like every misstep is a trap you have already calculated. The old patterns held their counsel. But the castle's smaller watchfulnesses accumulated like loose change in a pocket, a portrait that would not answer my greeting, a suit of armor that had shifted its stance overnight, a candle by a window that burned in a steady flame though the drafts were high. Those things do not happen at random. The stairways were being discreetly consulted, the portraits were whispering more urgently at night, portraits met at the corners to exchange news as if composing a chorus of alarm. It was in one of those corners that I found Luna Lovegood, where the grey stone narrowed into a place you would not expect anyone to sit, and yet there she was, legs crossed in a manner both patient and whimsical, a torn piece of parchment held between long pale fingers. She wore a hand-me-down cardigan the colour of pale moss and an expression of polite surprise, as though she had been interrupted while composing a thought of her own and was undecided whether to be annoyed or to thank the interrupter. Luna has a way of being unstartling and startling at once. There are two things to know about her: she is not less odd than her reputation suggests, and she is less careless than she appears. She says strange things with the same unhurried cadence one uses to recite an address, as if each observation were a postal stamp sent to the right mind. She also has a steadiness, like someone who has learned how to steady a bowl on a dizzying tilt, and it has been one of the quieter and more disorienting comforts of the past months. "You're walking with your eyes on the ceiling," she said when she saw me. It was not a question. I was not. I was looking at the way the stairwell light hit the portraits and how their eyes followed the shadow of my hair. But it is easier to let her have the day. I smiled. The armor responded politely. "Do you think the ceiling will mind?" I replied. It was the sort of thing a Slytherin boy might call banter. It was designed to keep us both in the ordinary. She tilted her head and considered in that slow way of hers. "No," she said finally. "Ceilings like being noticed. They get lonely watching feet all day. They probably tell the portraits all their secrets." Luna named what I felt like a thing mapmaker might have labeled a place on the edge of the map where strange things congregate. The castle was a collection of lonely ceilings and watchful frames, passing their loneliness like rumor. When she spoke so plainly about it, the fear drew back a little from my throat. I did not need anyone to fix the whole truth. I needed someone to stand steady beside it. She showed me the scrap of parchment then. It was folded with care and had a smudge of something brown along one edge. "Found this under a windowsill in the Ravenclaw corridor," she announced, as if revealing an old friend. I thought it might be one of the castle's confessions. Windows remember things. Windows do. They keep the damp bones of seasons and every sigh that passes through them. They also hold the impressions of hands, and when hands that were not meant to touch them press hard enough, they show it to those who know how to look. She offered the parchment to me, the way you offer tea when you think someone might be cold. It was a slip of handwriting that might have been intentional or a child's game, symbols arranged in a line the way teeth sit in a smile. I did not need to read the whole thing to understand it. The handwriting trembled where the pen had been lifted, as if the writer had been hurried or afraid. It had been pressed under the sill, like something one tried to hide from the draft or from watchful eyes. "It mentions a seam," Luna said. "Seams are where things are stitched together. Seams are weaknesses if they are not well tended. People stitch their stories and then forget which thread binds to whom." "Very poetic," I murmured, because damning it with praise is an old Malfoy pleasure. But there was a careful watch in her words. She was mapping the castle in her head, thread by thread. She was the sort of person who notices patterns where others notice only clutter. That pattern seeing has been invaluable. We walked, then, in companionable silence. I keep my serious things and serious faces in locked drawers. I do not expect people to hand me keys. That being said, I found myself telling Luna small things I would not hand to anyone else, not because she demanded them, but because she held the look in her face that made me think she would carry the truth like a glass object, carefully, with both hands. "I swore an oath," I said at last, the word small and unpleasant, and the sentence felt like stepping on a scale. It made the chest clench. "At the end of term." "It's complicated." I did not say what the oath demanded. I did not say that the meaning of it had settled like ash into every pocket of my life. I did not say that Saturdays smelled different now, that Lucius's letters started to arrange themselves into a map of threats and bargains, or that the word chosen had bloomed like a bruise in the papers and people around me had begun to treat me like an argument to be won. Luna nodded as if she had expected as much. That nod, a slight tilt forward, is the most dangerous part of her demeanor. It suggests attention, and attention is what makes secrets unanchored. "That is the worst sort," she said simply. "Oaths like that are hollow if they are only kept for other people's comfort. They are hollow if you become the whole." The sentence landed like a pebble into a still pool. It turned the circles I tried to keep tidy. She continued, not unkindly, "Who else knows?" Not many. The truth here was more complex than that. Everyone knew things in different senses. The castle had informed itself well. Snape knew more than he said. Dumbledore knew most of the shape of things. My parents had pockets of information that school did. The Death Eaters, though fractured, had people sniffing at edges. But officially, formally, not many knew my full truth. Not because we could hide it forever, but because naming a prophecy is like naming an animal, it gives it teeth. I have a theory, Luna said. She always seems to have theories. The castle wants somebody to be honest in a particular way. It keeps putting you in corridors where choices form. Does it have a preference who answers? I asked. Not a preference, she corrected gently. A convenience. She smiled, that small, odd expression she gets when considering something she likes. If you are meant to be important, the castle will help you practice being ordinary. It thinks ordinariness is a good foundation. Ordinariness is precisely what I had lost, and she knew it. That knowledge did not demand gratitude from me. It simply made me want to be less brittle. There is a fashionable cynicism about Slytherins, sharp, present, metallic. But Luna treats things like poor, overlooked animals, as if they can be mended or at least understood. It is worth noting that Luna affords me a kind of mercy I do not often receive. She is not terrified of the word Malfoy, and she does not assume depravity in someone because of their name. We are all names and shadows. Being the child of Lucius Malfoy makes one a point on a map where threats gather. Being the supposed chosen one makes another map altogether. Combine the two and people treat you like a landmark. We sat in the library for a time. I claim the northern end of the Slytherin tables by habit, but the library is neutral and the portraits there do not gossip with the same appetite as those in the hallways. Book portraits are slow readers and slow talkers. Luna pulled out her usual eclectic collection of references, a battered magazine that insisted on the existence of creatures no one else had yet recorded, and a small stack of notes tied with a purple ribbon. She set the ribbon beside my hand as if to mark its weight. You should not have to be alone with a promise, she said, as if that sentence were something she had learned from a textbook. Promises are meant to be shared. If they are kept, they are like bread, better for many mouths. I wanted to say, we will all starve, but the room felt too small for that kind of confession. So I merely let the words be what they were, an offering and a deflection. There is a peculiar intimacy in small confessions. They are not heroic. They do not glow. They are the sort of mundane bravery that involves getting dressed in the morning even when the world has been unpleasant to you. Do you want a theory on scenes? Luna asked after a pause. Her voice slipped into the conditional mode she uses for all constructed speculation. If the castle is sewing things together, then maybe it's not only place-based. Maybe the scenes are people. The ones who stitch because they are afraid something will fray. That's convenient, I said. It puts responsibility on everybody. It puts responsibility where it belongs. She sounded almost cheerful, which is dangerous in the best way. Luna does not forswear optimism because it is romantic. She chooses it because it is useful. When the first seal broke in the West Wings last year, it was not the stone that failed alone. It was the chart of loyalties that frayed. Sometimes a seal cracks because the people with the choices are too busy with smaller loyalties. I let that sit in. There are 100 ways to read that little truth. It is a compact of politics, duty, fear, and cowardice. Of course, the castle does not hold inanimate things alone. It holds us. We are the mortar between stones. A practical thing happened then, mundane, precise, and the sort of detail that lodged in my brain the way a splinter does. Luna pointed out, with the solemnity of one showing another where to find the best jam, that a painting of an ancestor in the corridor opposite the library had been looking in the wrong direction for days. Portraits change their focus, they also preserve habits. A portrait looking the wrong way is either trying to speak to someone behind it or it is perhaps listening to a secret it would rather not repeat. You can test it, she said. Ask it if it likes truffles. Portraits show honest answers when offered food talk. I did not ask. That was a glib test and polite, but Luna's point wasn't to prank the portrait. It was to note the imbalance. Someone or something was putting pressure in a place where pressure had no business being. Portraits can be manipulated, like maps. They can be persuaded to look elsewhere or sung out of tune. That means whatever was pushing the castle's attention was not only external, it had started to maneuver the inside. The small things began to pile up, like books leaning at risky angles on the edge of a shelf. The servants' hearth spoke of extra firewood reserved in case of night watches. Prefects carried themselves with a glossy stiffness that suggested instructions. Students, in crowds, avoided speaking my name unless they were determined to use it sharply. The castle's windows, always watchful, started to show impressions at dusk, a faint grey bloom, like breath caught in glass. Then, the following evening, when dusk had narrowed to the sort of blue that eats edges, something decided to make itself visible. I had been walking with Luna along the eastward corridor, an improbable route that possibly bore the castle. I was thinking of very practical things, a letter from my father that implied patient threat, the way Snape had not spoken to me about my promise but watched where I sat, when the light through the windows thickened. A grey smoke gathered, not from the hearth but from the very air pressed against the glass. It did not drip or move like ordinary smoke. It pulled against the pane like something living that had just been told a secret and refused to pass it along. A handprint appeared, slow and deliberate and unmistakable. It was not made by a living hand. It had the outlines of something like bone beneath the skin, as if whatever left it did not entirely belong to the same world as the corridor. The pattern radiated outward like a bruise that had not yet decided to heal. Luna bent forward, the light catching her profile, making her look like someone who had stepped into an older painting. She pressed her palm to the glass opposite the ghostly print and closed her eyes. Her hand did not match. Her fingers splayed and rested as if feeling a draft. "First signs," she said in a low voice. "Windows keep record of openings. They tell you what came before, not always who it was, but how it moved." A portrait near the corridor door that had been looking away turned its head so slowly that for a moment I thought it might be stuck. Then the old ancestor muttered into the frame in a voice like furniture being shuffled. He could not, by any measure of the magical rules, make a sound that only I could hear. But it was possible to be the person portraits chose to expect. He said the old family name in a tone that felt less like pride and more like obligation. The word hung heavy in the corridor. I felt something in my stomach tighten into a small, iron shape. The handprint did not smear or waver. It remained like a new bruise on the window, a mark that said the castle had been touched in a way it did not like. The first broken seal had a look, and that slow grey bloom across the glass might very well be it. "Someone has been studying the pattern of the castle's attention," Luna said, eyes open now. "They know to test the weak panes." "Do we tell someone?" I asked. I felt suddenly very small standing in the corridor of old stone and watched windows. "We do not tell everyone," she answered. "We tell those whose answers are not going to make things worse." Her voice made it plain that this was not only an act of selectivity, it was a matter of containment. I thought of Dumbledore's patience, of Snape's calculations, of McGonagall's broom-list sternness. I thought of Lucius and the fine net of interests that had found me and tugged, sometimes gently, sometimes with the coiling coldness of a snake. The world had an unpleasant way of asking for things to be named. Names make the world more real. They make promises more binding. They make threats more dangerous. We took the handprint to Professor McGonagall that night. She did not scream, she rarely does. Rather, she put her face into a lighter, more urgent line and arranged for extra wards to be reinforced where windows had been tampered with. Severus came with his own examinational frown and stayed longer than he claimed there would be reason for. Dumbledore listened and did not panic, a fact that made me feel smaller and somehow steadier. There are political costs to admitting castle vulnerabilities. They invite questions about leadership and loyalty. They give Death Eaters a taste of the fear they live to feed on. So we did not shout. We murmured. We wrote notes in careful hands. There were debates about what to do with news and where to put its echoes so as not to encourage the very thing we feared. It felt for a moment as though the castle itself had decided to make its concerns visible in a place I had to see. Whether it did that because it trusted me to respond, or because it wanted me to be the one to see it, I could not say. I only knew that the handprint on the glass read like a punctuation in the long sentence I had been carrying. It was a reminder that the seals break in places we presumed safe. It was a proof that the ritualists had begun to test boundaries that used to be household chores. When I left the staff room later, having heard a quiet plan for night watches and a map of the windows, Luna walked with me back down the corridor. The handprint had begun to fade, or perhaps it had been covered by wards that made it less visible. The portrait that had muttered earlier now seemed to hang its head like a man whose family has been spoken of in company and found to be wanting of praise. "Do you think the castle chose well?" she asked. "Putting windows first and not doors." "It chose rooms it could watch without shouting," I said. "There is a diplomacy of secrecy that is both a weapon and a shield. Windows are good places to test patience." She smiled, small, as if she had expected something like that. "If the castle is a person," she said, "it is a person who is bad at asking for help and good at making lists." That was the best possible description of Hogwarts I could imagine. It is a person who kept its secrets tightly, whose loyalties were complex, whose love was not always kind but always firm. It nurtured us with a prickly, pragmatic affection. It taught us to guard things. When the watch was arranged, when the spells had been retired and the castle's smaller windows had been declared off limits to casual passing, I went to my dormitory feeling the same kind of tired that comes from being allowed to be something other than performance for a moment. The armor rested on the chair. I wore the underlying texture of it still, the pale smile like a habit. Luna had left a slip of paper on my pillow, folded in a way that suggested careful practice. On it she had written in a small, patient hand, "If you are a seam, you can be stitched another way. Bring needle." It is not that I do not know how to be cruelly alone. I can be very good at it. But there are people who appear in the margins of maps who make you less willing to be a single shore. Luna does that. She is a person you can hand a child-sized poison to and trust she will look for antidotes instead of glare. She listens as if the world is telling her a story that should be corrected. I slept with a sense of the corridor's glass under my skin and the portrait's muttered family name echoing like a footfall. There are times when the castle watches you because it thinks it must. There are other times when it watches because it thinks you should not be left alone. I do not know which it was that night. I only know what the watch meant, that some hand, some ritual, had touched the windows of Hogwarts and left a mark. I know that I will have to answer for the scenes whether I like it or not. At dawn the sky was a thin, scraped blue. I dressed slowly, as though the small movement of getting ready might make the world less threatening. The castle was patient. The portraits had settled into their routines. The staircases resumed their measured indifference. But the handmark had not been entirely erased. It had been pushed back, as if something had slid the bruise into the pane and glued it there in a way that could not be simply wiped away. The wards had contained something, they had not unmade it. Someone knocked on my door before breakfast. A single heavy, deliberate knock. It was neither Lucius nor Narcissa. It was not a student. Snape's footsteps are recognizable and quiet, like a blade being sheathed. This knock was different. It sounded like someone who had practiced being polite while also practiced being forceful. It sounded like a summons. I opened the door and there stood a man in a cloak that smelled faintly of coal and incense, an official of some sort by the look of his badge and the neatness of his gloves. He bowed the tiniest fraction and said, "Mr. Malfoy, there have been developments concerning the first seal." The sentence was precise. It did not have the noise of fear, but it carried the weight of it. I felt Luna's note in my pocket like a second heartbeat and the oath in my chest like a contraption yet to be wound. The windows of the castle had seen something and left its mark. The portrait had whispered a name. The man at the door had news. "Show me," I said. He looked at me with a faint, searching curiosity, then stepped back into the corridor. "With pleasure," he replied. "You will want to see this yourself." I had known for some time that the world would not give me the luxury of choosing when to act. I had understood, in a cold, private way that only those who have sworn certain things do, that watchfulness was only the precursor to demand. But there is a different feeling in being summoned to look at the thing the castle chooses to show you. It is as if you were being asked to read the margins of a map and then told the ink may not be reliable. I followed him out into the corridor, down toward the windows where the warded panes had been set to mute. Luna fell into step beside me without asking permission. She smiled once, thin and steady, and her hand closed over mine in the half-second between one foot and the next. It was not dramatic. It was small and decisive, as if to say, we will measure it together. The window was there, as expected, and beyond it the grounds had a washed, distant look. The handprint was not only an outline now. The grey that had once pulled like breath had begun to pull away from the pane in a pattern that suggested intent. A faint sheen had formed along the window's edges, almost like a ring left on wood by a cup. It circled out and in and seemed to breathe. "It is moving," Luna whispered. "Prophecies are patient," said the man at the door, and the way he said it made my skin go thin with the sense that I was being ushered into a room where the air had been measured for the wrong kind of light. "They test their options. There are many kinds of tests. There are tests of courage and tests of loyalty. There are also tests that are only called tests when someone way above you chooses to name them such." The ward flinched, like a muscle that remembered how to recoil, and something on the other side of the glass, or in the glass itself, pulsed. I do not think I have ever been more aware of my own hands than that moment. They are the hands that have signed things, that have smoothed my hair, that have fed my mother a tissue of false comfort. They are the hands that have kept the oath entrusted to me. They are the hands that could, if I let them, find the seam and press. Luna's fingers in mine were the small certainty of a line. She does not ask for reasons she cannot hold. She asks for the line itself. It was not yet time to act in a way that would make history. It was time to learn the measure of the thing that touched our castle. There will be other rooms for other kinds of answers. This was the window. "I will have to be seen doing something," I said at last, not by way of complaining but by way of the plain arithmetic of my life. There will be eyes and lists and people who will want to carve up what I do for their own stories. "Let them," Luna said with a small shrug. "A story is only dangerous if it becomes the only story." We stood, hands joined, watching the window mark itself as though it were writing in a language the castle had not had to use in years. The man at the door arranged his cloak and straightened a badge that had been polished until it was almost mirror-like. He did not smile for the sake of being kind. He did not have to. The corridor hummed with a small, polite tension. I felt the watches tightening not like constriction but like a fabric that could still hold us if we stitched it aright. There is a certain sort of courage that is domestic, the quiet, repetitive work of doing the small things correctly when larger things threaten. I have been practicing that sort of courage for some time. The grey bloom at the window contracted with a deliberate slowness. It revealed, at its heart, a symbol for which I had learned a shape of a dozen times in dreams and in the margins of older texts, an unfinished circle and a line that interrupted it, steady and angry. The man at the door inhaled like someone who had just been told the truth and had not yet decided whether to be relieved or ruined by it. "That symbol is not new," he said. "But the way it touches the pane, that is new." "It is looking for the seam," Luna murmured, as if answering a private question. "Then it will test everything it finds," the man said. I thought, with the peculiar listlessness of someone who has practiced tragedy in spare hours, of how much of my life had become an inventory of what could be demanded of me. A mother's soft panic, a father's patient calculation, Severus's watchful restraint, Dumbledore's measured counsel, each voice a stitch in a thing that sometimes felt too heavy for my shoulders. But I held Luna's hand because she had offered it and because it steadied me. I would not play at heroism. I would not publish my choices into light. I would not claim martyrdom. There are other ways to answer what the world asks. There are many ways to keep promises. The man at the door looked at me, his face a map of official concern. "There will be those who will want to test you," he said. "There will be those who will want you to move like an emblem." "I will not be an emblem," I replied before I had thought to consider whether the arrogance was required. My voice felt like the thing that had to be kept loose and ready. For the first time in weeks, an honest refusal seemed useful. The man's eyes slid to Luna and then back to me. "Then name who watches with you," he said. "Names make things accountable." I could have said any number of things. I could have included my mother, whose quiet ferocity has bent rules, my father, whose patience is a net, Severus, who holds his own strange loyalties, Dumbledore, whose breadth of gaze includes soft things and hard things alike. I chose differently. I showed him the girl whose hand was in my own. This one, I said. It was not a claim. It was an offer of witness. He hesitated only a second, and that hesitation was longer than any of our politest pleasantries. Then he nodded and moved to send word, the machinery of the ministry adjusting to a datum it had not expected to be so personal. The corridor did not change, but the watch turned a little more specifically outward. There are consequences to being seen. For now, though, we had each other and a window that still breathed. When he left, and we were alone again, Luna leaned into me in a way that was not dramatic but which rearranged the small muscles of my chest. It was a simple anchor. The kind of touch someone gives to a person who has carried a secret too long and will not allow it to become myth without being tested first. "Prepare your needles," she said in her soft, odd way. "Seems like company when they are being mended." I laughed then, unexpectedly and short. There is a pleasure in being able to laugh in a place where laughter is usually pinned under the weight of consequence. It is not that I am not afraid. I am. But fear cannot be the only compass. There must also be the curious work of arranging threads. We walked back toward the Slytherin staircase and the portraits resumed their private chatter as if that had always been how the night closed. I carried the taste of Luna's words like an old peppermint in my mouth, sharp, surprising, oddly good. Outside, over the grounds, something had shifted. The sky had moved from blue to a bruise of grey that left the lawn looking like a sea of folded cloth. I watched it and felt the weight of the oath and the watch and, like a small thing in a large room, decided that I would not keep my hands idle. The castle is full of eyes. Tonight its windows had learned to show us what had been touching them. There will be eyes that will look at me less kindly now for being the one who saw and the one who answered. There will be feet that tabulate my movement with a cold precision and hands that will try to twist probabilities into advantage. There will be choices to be made, not just by me but by everyone who wants to keep their houses whole and their consciences unbruised. Luna tightened her hand around mine and, with the odd, steadfast simplicity she favors, said, "We will make stitches that do not hurt the fabric." I smiled then, because small promises are sometimes the only way to start matters that will become larger. The stairs that night moved us into the common rooms with the same mood as always, careful, inclined to habit. But the castle had changed, if only by a window's breadth. It had shown its bruise. I do not think the castle expected me to be heroic. I do think it trusted, in its own old, difficult way, that I could keep my hands busy where it mattered. I do not know yet whether what touches a window can be kept out forever, or whether the first broken seal is only the first of many thin fractures. I do know that names will be asked for, that loyalties will be weighed, and that some people will demand to see me act. For now, we have a handprint on the glass, a portrait that muttered, a man with a badge who has adjusted the lists, and a girl who will sit beside me while we look at the scenes. The castle keeps watch. We keep hands. The window breathes slow and steady, as if waiting to see which thread will be tugged first. The thing about windows is that they answer when you press your face close enough to them. They will show you the handprint only once you are willing to look. I am willing. My oath is a map with a thin line that begins in secret and will have to reach for the daylight. And daylight, in this castle, is always contentious. There is someone waiting at the end of the corridor now, not a portrait, not a mirror, not a window. Someone who knocks without asking permission, who has come because the seal has reminded them there are doors again that must be guarded or opened. They have come in their own way to test what I will do. We are about to find out which questions the castle will let us answer ourselves and which it will make the world weigh in on. Chapter 5, First Broken Seal. The morning it happened the castle felt as if it had mislaid a heartbeat. Word arrived in the usual, useless ways, a half-formed whisper in the corridors, the hurried clack of someone dragging their heels past the portrait hole, a professor whose usual stride had folded into a worried shuffle. Even the great hall seemed to eat more slowly, as though the knives and forks hesitated. Hagrid saw it first, according to most accounts, which is the kind of detail that gives a rumor its relish. He had been with Fang and 2 students who claimed, with the solemnity of the recently frightened, that a ring of scorched ground tried to speak to them and left only smoke for answer. Smoke is a disobedient thing. It does not come when invited. It does not answer for its manners. When it curls erratically around an old oak, one of those trees that predates even Hagrid's broad stripes of memory, there is a sound to the world that is not quite a sound, a blankness, a hush that rests on people's teeth. It reads like an omen in more languages than one. It reads like a seal torn. They called it the first broken seal before anyone agreed what a seal should be, what it might seal, or who would have wanted it unstitched. The phrasing court. By lunch the phrase sat in the air between plates like gravy, and people added details that fit the shape of what they already believed. Filch swore he had found packets of grey ash in a corridor. The centaur said the forest had been restless. Peeves shoved 2 pupils into a water feature and muttered something about being punished for eavesdropping on bad magic. The castle was cataloguing itself in small, efficient panics. I watched the parade of explanations as one might watch a particularly dull school play, from the safety of a seat in a Slytherin dungeon where the common room lamp threw everything into a flattering tone. There are cheap luxuries in being a Malfoy. One of them is other people's assumptions. People assumed allegiance, and that poor habit protects those who know how to look like they mean it. My face is practiced in pale smiles for a reason. They keep men from looking too close. Still, an oak in a ring of smoke is not the sort of artifact you can ignore because you are good at posing. Something in the prophecy that had been confided to me, in the low hours when vows feel like the only honest things in the world, pulled at me with a different sort of weight. Words can be cage or key. I had learned which dangerous animals lived in each of them. The oath I had sworn at Dumbledore's behest was a quiet thing, a set of clauses wrapped in his characteristic insistence that duty could be both private and absolute. I was to keep certain knowledge safe, to do no action that betrayed the castle, to bind myself to deeds that would, if I followed them, rip me out of the simple arithmetic of our house loyalties and into something else. The something else was littered with consequences. My father, who keeps his hands on the levers of things that make people nervous, was not someone who liked a loose end. He liked explanations that framed him as choice-made, not reactionary, and ambition has a habit of identifying scapegoats without consulting the accused. My mother liked the quieter, more practical sort of protection that involved closed mouths and secret shelters. Both had their own equations for safety, and my place inside them had always been to balance, to incline to the angle that would keep us whole. But the world had a way of being larger than any family's geometry, and a grey smoke coiling around a tree in the Forbidden Forest is an event with a magnetism all its own. The more the castle talked, the more the points of blame sharpened into something useful. People must always point. It is easier than understanding. It is a form of weather. By mid-afternoon, fingers had found a convenient rhythm. They pointed at outsiders, a particular list of names that always meant trouble when whispered loud enough, brown underbred and loud. Crouch, the sort of man who would earn a scandal if he weren't already splintered. It is a credit to human imagination that the list expanded to include anyone whose roots dangled near Myth. Ancient houses attracted suspicion like rust to iron. Old names are tidy levers for someone's narrative. And then of course there was us. It takes only a slight stitch of imagination, an inverted emblem here, the hint of a Malfoy family steeple in some scratched rune there, for accusation to settle where it is handiest. Malfoy is a name that wears culpability like an heirloom. It is flattering to those who would use it as a cloak because my father's history is useful to their stories, and I am, inconveniently, an actor in one of those stories by virtue of existing at all. The more they wanted a villain, the more careful they were about finding his silhouette in everyone's shadow. That evening I received a note from my mother asking me to dine at home. The paper was perfumed in a way that betrayed she had read something someone else ought not have been allowed to write about us. My father's reply, if I could read it in his clipped carriage of sentences, would have been about preservation. My mother's voice came cloaked in worry, my father's in instruction. Always instruction. At 14, I had been adept at obeying the right ones. At 17, I measured obedience against other metrics. Don't provoke, the note said. Be moderate in everything. There are people who will try to make an example of us. The moderate. Two words that mean an infinity of things when translated through the Malfoy household grammar. Be moderate, resist taunts. Be moderate, do not answer for wrath with violence because that is how they will script you. Be moderate, keep your distance from people who do not look like us because their politics are inconvenient. In a way, I had been doing as I was told for longer than I cared to remember. The price of our safety has always been a kind of performance. Perhaps that is why the oath felt different, because it asked for a performance unlike any other. It asked, in smooth tones and in Dumbledore's way, for me to be less concerned with our family's mirror than with the house that sheltered us all. It asked me to be a hinge turned the other way. I did not mention any of this at breakfast the next day, where the hall hummed with accusations and grinless jokes. The conversations kept folding back on themselves, as they always do. Somebody's brother was seen speaking to a centaur, somebody else's uncle had been in Nocturne Market last week, and, crucially, someone had seen smoke in more than one place. That last detail interested me. Luna Lovegood had a way of noticing the thread while the rest of the room fussed at its feathers. She slid into the seat opposite with the same calm that turned up in the middle of storms. She had been looking at me for a little while, with that quiet, steady gaze that suggested mild amusement at my public composure and a keen curiosity about what lay behind it. We should count the witnesses, she said. If we triangulate where they were looking, maybe the rune had different sight lines. Luna speaks as if she is narrating a walk in the woods. It makes everything she says sound as if it is both inevitable and entirely novel. What rune? I asked, by way of playing the bored aristocrat. It is one of my less honest charms, cultivated over years of parents' expectations. She only smiled, which reads like an answer in riddle languages. The smoke left a curl, she said. A certain knot. The centaurs called it a twist of grey they only use when a binding has been tampered with. Hagrid's students used the same words in a different order. Even the portraits described it, though less poetically. People like Luna see the world as if it were a puzzle left out on the stairs. You look past everything else to the pattern. I had never known why I liked her for the simple fact that she did this, liked her because she saw like a detective and because she did not recoil from the fact that I was a Malfoy. She was, painfully, one of the only people who could keep me from being only myself. Then the question is, I said, whether someone is breaking seals or breaking alibis. You mean is it ritual, or is someone making sure everyone believes it is ritual? The same thing? I suggested. Not always. We spent that afternoon doing what is now a dangerous pastime at Hogwarts. We asked the portraits questions. Portraits cannot lie in the same way the living can. They have their loyalties and their tiredness. They will gossip you a fragment and keep the rest wrapped in dignity. A few were useful. The portrait of an old headmaster in the corridor nearest the forest had watched Hagrid come and go for a decade. It described a curling as of smoke that knew a particular rhythm. The portrait of a Malfoy ancestor, a large, oily painting I have always disliked because he stares at you as if you owe him a favor, drew his lips up the same way my father does when something irritates him and offered that the smoke had the shape of a sigil he recognized, but inverted. It is an elegant trick, accusing someone by smudging their own crest and turning it upside down so that those who know it best will see only a mirror. Inverted sigils are the kind of flourish that reads as signature or as mockery depending on how you are inclined to look. If you want to blame a house with centuries of grudges, an upside-down crest is as good as an indictment. If you want to frame someone, it is better than most red herrings. The Malfoy ancestor's portrait was adamant that the curl belonged to an old arrangement used to isolate things, a containment symbol, and that rendering it upside down was the arcane equivalent of turning a lock right side out. It is one thing for a portrait to say my family's sign is involved. It is another for that same portrait to suggest it was bastardized. People are better at interpretive cruelty than at nuance. They will squeeze a story until it says what they need. Someone wanted people to think it was us, I said aloud. It was an expensive sort of thought because once you put it into words you have to do something with it. Or wanted people to think we noticed, said Luna. Both are useful. If you are the family in question, you must behave as if you are innocent and as if you notice nothing. A sort of twofold invisibility. She was being useful, as she always is, with observations that are plain and therefore hard to object to. It helped to have her with me. It provided a buffer between me and the need to answer. There is a particular kind of loneliness that gathers when you keep a secret the size of a prophecy. You learn early to wear a face that says ordinary, because ordinary people attract ordinary problems and ordinary solutions. When your oath says no, because of some clause about sanctity of the castle and the limits of self-preservation, you learn to say nothing. The truest bonds are not the ones shouted in corridors but the ones spoken in the dark between two people who agree to be dangerous for each other. It is easier to be dangerous when you are not the only one. We followed the trail where the castle allowed us to. The room of requirement is a guilty sort of friend, helpful if you know how to ask, secretive if you do not. It had shifted itself into a configuration that suggested storage, crates of old histories, boxes of house relics. There, among a tangle of dust and brass, we found charred traces of what looked like ash, but not the ordinary ash of burnt wood. This ash had a grain that told secrets. It had been precise, like a hand that had wanted a particular thing to sing. Someone had used a version of containment magic and left it partial, perhaps as a test, perhaps as a message. There was a slip of parchment lodged under a stone. Someone else would have overlooked it because, in castle logic, things that are tucked under stones rarely belong to the living. Luna picked it up with gloves because she says the mundane is often where the magic is hiding. It bore a phrase in a script I had seen in one of my father's ledgers when I had been smaller, a legalistic clause, Latin-tinged, about heirs and binding. The kind of phrase used when one binds property to a family line. My chest tightened. It is curious how the past keeps making itself a useful lever. Malfoy history is a graveyard of legalisms and tight sentences. An ancestor's urn, the sort of ornament that sits in a lord's house and holds ashes of relatives along with legal rights, is the kind of object that makes a claim in more than one sense. It can be a container for the literal dead, and it can be a repository for claims. If someone wanted to change who could lawfully invoke a prophecy, messing with the instruments of legal inheritance is an efficient way to do it. I thought immediately of the urn in my father's study. An image of it rose, gilded and cold, as if to remind me that bloodline is not merely about force but about forms, words, seals, signatures. If someone removed a shard from that urn, or altered what it contained, they could, in theory, reframe the law of who could invoke an old binding. That is the kind of sleight of hand that would make my father's teeth click together with annoyance. It is also the kind of work that would be better performed by someone who likes paperwork more than violence. It was an ugly thought, and I do not like ugly thoughts because they have a way of smelling like things I cannot afford to tidy. When I returned to the slithering common room that evening, the conversation had hardened into accusation with proper seating arrangements. Jokes had become denunciations. You can tell a thing has gone public when the clever kids make headlines of it. I kept my expression, as always, like an expertly polished object. It is the politest form of armor we possess. People look at polished things less critically because they believe the polish hides what they cannot face. My father was not in last night's consideration because he does not allow such pedestrian things. He had been summoned, apparently, to a meeting with some committees at the ministry. His absence, however, made him a sharper focus for the sort of conjecture that runs through this place like ivy. When your father is famous for liking certain sorts of politics, his absence counts in the ledger of suspicion. When I finally spoke with him, after a dinner that tasted of control and of his expectations, his voice was mercilessly pragmatic. He did not accuse me of anything. He asked me to be precise. Your first duty, he said, is to the family. You will not be the story that ruins us. You understand me. Luke, I think of him as Luke because it is easier to imagine him as anyone, but a man with a name like ours has a habit of simplifying duty into single lines. My mother, who understands a subtler arithmetic, had left room in her posture for nuance. She did not look at me like a generational relic, she looked like a woman who had learnt that sometimes you must put appearances ahead of truth for the thing you love to survive. I understand, I said. It was not a lie. I understood his model of the world perfectly. It is the one I had been taught to uphold. The rub was that my oath asked for something different, something that did not always fit neatly into the Malfoy ledger. Promises are pragmatic, Dumbledore had told me once, with a smile that does not fit his reputation. He said it as if he was offering a riddle and a prophecy at the same time. An oath binds the door as much as the world that receives it. It is an act that defines what you are permitted to do in the name of itself. I had accepted that, and then accepted it again, each time when my choices felt as if they cost less or more than they did. What I had not expected was the way that other people's claws would find my bargain more interesting than my father's ledger. People like mysteries because they cast shadows where blame is warm and familiar. Malfoy, by name and by history, is convenient. It is easier to say, Malfoy did it, than to do the work of tracing a sigil to its inverted origin and asking why. The next day there were more witnesses. A portrait of a long-dead Gryffindor in the North Tower that I had always thought to be unnecessarily heroic claimed to have seen smoke drift across a corridor and then vanish. A first-year swore that her scarf smelled of ash after a night on the Quidditch stands. The castle had become a chorus to an unkind tune. People who had been on acceptable sides of events now leaned oppressively towards the theatrical. They wanted a villain in the tapestry of this term, and when they can choose, they choose for convenience. There are ways to respond to such storms. You can rage and it will merely make them louder. You can deny and it will make them more inventive. You can accept and it will rewrite you into something worse. So I knit my face into the one that suggests the correct version of skepticism and kept my voice the temperature of a cool room. But in private, I did other things. I went to Little Hogsmeade alone and bought a thing I had no moral right to possess, a slender shelved book on sigils and their inversions, the kind of drab thing sold by Mr. Honeydukes as a curiosity for people thinking themselves erudite. I read the passages with a hunger that felt both grotesque and useful. Embedded in a footnote was a reference to a ritual used to divert legal claims by physically reassigning an anchor, a phrase in the old tongue, a shard of law made literal. The note mentioned urns. My throat tightened the way a noose gets taut a new angle. Urns are ceremonial. They hold more than ash. They seal. They are both object and argument. I began to understand that the smoke might not be a show of force, it might be a political statement. If you wish to change the story of who is legally permitted the authority to invoke a binding, you do not need to break 1,000 wards, you need a shard of the thing that signed the contract. You need a piece of the ancestor's urn. Malfoy Manor is a place that teaches children how habits of secrecy become craft. We do not lock it because we are afraid of thieves, we lock it because we have inherited a certain obligation to make privacy into a ritual. The urn sits on the mantel in my father's study, gilded and smart. It is an ornament that confers rights, a device that speaks for the house. A clerical thing, and yet it hums with the competence of centuries. You could explain many things by visiting Malfoy Manor and counting wardrobes. You could also, if you were reckless, try to see if the urn is intact. Which is what I did, because the only thing worse than living under an accusation is being the only person who knows how to disprove it and doing nothing. Also, there is a peculiar vanity in proving to your father's house that the seal you have are not merely decorative, and that the question of ancestry is sometimes a ledger written in bones and metal. I went home with a plan delicate enough to be immoral. The house was all control. The staff remembered my childhood with the fondness of people whose memory is paid in favor. My parents were the embodiment of a certain pause, an intake of breath that suggests the next word will be important. I made the courtesy of small talk, of inquisition into my father's day, of jokes about parliamentary procedures that were admittedly thin. He noticed, of course. He always notices when I am not merely being my public self. The Malfoy gaze is practiced at reading the small deviations, it is part of the way our house defends itself. Why home? He asked, as if it required justification. It did not. It existed as a question he asked when he wanted me to remember my place. Needed some work done on my robes, I said. He cocked his head in a way that suggests he was amused. He left for his committees. My mother tucked me under her wing in the way that is both maternal and political. She expected me to be sensible. Sensible in the Malfoy lexicon means keeping to a plan. I gave myself until nightfall. After that I went down into the study and opened the case. I did it with the ritual of someone apologizing before a crime. The urn sat, exactly where it always had been, proud and patient. It is astonishing the things people keep as if they were monuments and how seldom they check them for cracks. The ceiling was intricate, it had ledges, tiny runes braided along the lip like braids of hair. They were intact. For a moment I felt a kind of relief so stupidly physical it was embarrassing. Then my hands, traitorous organs that will not stop thinking, found a different line. There was a small, almost invisible notch where a piece had been removed and, worse, replaced with a counterfeit of lesser metal. Someone had taken a sliver. The undersurface, the thing that touches the ash and the memory, was cold with the absence of whatever once fit there. Not missing in the way of a stolen item, but modified in the way of something altered. My stomach gave the small, private lurch of guilt. It was not guilt for touching my family's property, it was the heavy, familiar guilt of someone whose hands had been forced by circumstance into decisions that might hurt the very people he was trying to protect. I had choices. I could tell my father, and watch him close the house like a fist and move into a space of legal stomp. I could lie, a thing my family is good at, and invent a story about the urn's antiquities. I could take the shard and hide it somewhere safer. Or I could, the part of me dedicated to the oath consumed by its own simple arithmetic, follow the people who would prefer the Malfoy name to be the public's chosen villain and find who had made the alteration. It is a complicated little geometry, living at the intersection of duty and fear. When people call vengeance upon you, and when the world decides you are an emblem rather than a person, you learn to measure your movement in margins. That night I made myself another promise, not a Dumbledorian one, but a private, filthy arrangement with myself that I would not let us be framed. Not by legal fiction, and not by the theatrical inversions of someone with a pen and a grudge. I removed the counterfeit piece with a small brush and a steady hand. Whatever had been subtracted was small enough that to lose it is to lose a detail rather than a bully. That was, perhaps, lucky for the person who had done it. Little things are easy to smuggle. It was unlucky for me in the way little things can be, because little things are the things that read like signatures. I wrapped the shard in my handkerchief and hid it under the false bottom of a drawer where we keep things supposed to be worthless, a child's toy, a coin, an old houseguest's letter. The drawer smelled of old smoke and discretion. I slept badly. Morning came as it always does, with petty grievances and loud yawns. The castle had not solved itself. There were more assemblies, and more people deployed to keep curiosity from becoming panic. McGonagall paced the corridors with a determined expression that suggests she had placed a shield around the idea of the school and would now fight anyone who tried to put it to test. She is direct and unforgiving in matters of rule. She is, as ever, severe and simultaneously the sort of person you would prefer to have when things become complicated these ways. Dumbledore summoned me after breakfast. He has a habit of appearing in doorways, his beard like a small argument about the weather. He is good with details, and terrible at unnecessary reassurance. "Draco," he said, with the casual intonation that carries both warmth and calculation. "I am aware that there is much talk. I also know that you can be useful when you are not spoken about." His eyes rest on me in a way that picks me up. It is not an approving stare. There is something else, an inventory of small possibilities. "I will be as quiet as is required," I replied. The emphasis on required was not accidental. It hid the truth that my silence is conditional on whether silence will protect the castle. "Good," he murmured. "The castle is a living archive and it will speak to those who listen carefully. There are things in portraits and in old walls that children cannot be given responsibility for in public. You know this." "Yes," I said. It was all the truth I had permission to give him. "Then listen," he said. His voice lowered, and for a fleeting second his face looked very tired. "Do not allow your name to be the only thing they point at. Sometimes monsters prefer the easiest silhouette. Make sure they do not find it. It is strange, the small things that hold the weight of a command. A folded phrase from Dumbledore is as good as an oath. It leaves you with the mathematical problem of the ethics of secrets. I left his office with a list of things to do that was almost identical to the oath I had taken, and with an impression that, for all his riddles, Dumbledore believed there were lines one might cross for the castle that were worth being burnt for. I thought, idly and without vanity, that I was already half burnt. That evening, the castle's mood tightened again. Accusation is pigment, it stains quickly. Fingers had found us again in exquisite ways. A cousin's name was whispered like a weapon. The Malfoy crest, inverted in some student's sketchbook, was pinned like evidence on the notice board. Our lives are small and public, and the world will pick at the exposed places. The thing that both enrages and terrifies is how cleverly someone was using our history for advantage. Someone with patience and an elegant hand had sculpted a frame around our name and left the rest to the crowd. Luna and I met after curfew by the statue of a witch who was distinguished for looking stern. We spoke in low voices. The castle was settling into night, and its deep gloom logic made even our conspiracies feel both extravagant and necessary. "I think they want us to chase anything we have," she said. "The smoke appears in portraits, in the forest, and in the room of requirement. Those are places of witness. But witnesses can be arranged. If you place a sigil in enough places, people will see patterns." "A pattern is a kind of grammar," I said. "A language in which guilt can be written." "And you suspect the urn was meant to be used in that grammar," she said. The shard was gone, I told her, and the words felt like a small concrete thing. It made the problem less abstract. "Someone made us convenient," Luna said. "Either by poetic misdirection or by removing an instrument of claim. If the latter, we must find who has such a shard. If they have it, they can write their own story." I thought of the shard wrapped under my drawer bottom. It was a small thing, and yet not small at all. Whoever had taken it had not expected the frailty of pride to be my undoing. They had not considered that I might be the sort of person who would rather break a rule and steal a piece back than let my name be used as stage directions for someone else's agenda. "There are factions," I said. "Not all Death Eaters belong to the same choir. They disagree on methods and on which spectacles to present to the world. Someone with a legal mind could do this as easily as someone with a wand." Luna nodded. "And someone who knows the urn and thinks like a ledger clerk." We made a plan that would be acceptable in ordinary terms but dangerous in practice. We would follow the pattern of witnesses. We would ask portraits to recall precisely what they had seen and when. We would pay attention to the cadence of the smoke's appearance. We would not accuse. We would look. That last instruction was the hardest. It felt like all the difference between a child's game and a grown thing. The castle obliges you in strange, helpful ways when you are willing to slip into its quieter passages. We asked the more private paintings and found that the same curl had appeared in a different posture, the same knot described with slightly different words. The variation suggested someone who repeated the act because repetition stabilizes a lie, it makes it legible. If you must convince a crowd of truth, you must make the lie tolerably regular. The final witness came from an old portrait I had passed every day without intentionally seeing. It was of an ancestor who had been, in life, a prickly legal man with an eye for minutiae. He spoke as an old ivory column might speak if it had a tongue, deliberate and full of small satisfactions. It was ornamental use of the containment knot, he told us, by way of beginning. A shallow attempt. But the inversion is clear. A tidy mind would think to use my crest because it is known and because it draws notice. A mean mind would hope we would not notice the inversion. "Who would you think of as mean?" Luna asked, plain as a bell. He puffed up like a small argument about consequence. "Someone who prefers theatre to result. Someone who wishes our house to be the scapegoat." There it was, admission not of guilt but of an assumption. The painting's eyes twitched as if it were looking at me. I felt the peculiar heat of being seen by an ancestor who liked the family ledger more than he liked its children. "Would you know," I said, "if someone visited the urn?" He hesitated, which is what portraits do when they choose their words. "A touch has its own impression," he said finally. "In my day, we recorded impressions. It is a simple thing to notice when a pic has been taken. Less simple to notice the misdirection. If you suspect a shard, check the underside of the mantle. A respectable thief leaves handsome work in a hurry. I had already done that, but the affirmation made my small theft feel like something less shameful. Luna and I left under the quiet stars, a pair of conspirators who had found an ally in an obsolete painting. The castle hung below us with its older, surer constancy. Portraits are not omniscient. They are arguments with brushstrokes and preferences. But they are reliable in the way old people are reliable. They've seen a great deal and remember the same things stubbornly. There are nights when the Forbidden Forest does not seem like a place of danger so much as a place listening. I had always known it as both. That night it brooded as if it had been given a small grievance. Smoke is a transient thing, but its memory is long. Whoever had attempted the ritual had wanted the world to watch. Whoever had taken the shard had wanted a signature to write its own drama. Luna walked with me a little way on the path that skirts the trees. We paused at the edge where the dark pressed a neat, maintained lawn. The castle's windows looked like distant lanterns. The wind carried a smell of cold iron and something like the aftertaste of old spells. I will go back to the urn, I said. One more time. I will keep it safe. And if they see you, she asked, with the practical curiosity of someone considering chess moves. I will say I am sheltering it, I replied. The sentence felt thin. There are 1,000 ways to lie that require the smallest truth. Then be clever, she said. And be quiet. Luna has a way of saying things that function both as gentleness and instruction. She turned to go, and in the motion something shifted in the air like a page being turned. The castle wrapped itself in night, and I walked back across the lawn with my shoulders ready for the weight they would be asked to carry. When I pushed open the manor's heavy door and slipped into the dark hall, the silence that greeted me was the same silence those witnesses had described. It was polite, but it was waiting. The phrase I had once heard in the headmaster's office, that an oath binds the door as much as the world that receives it, thrummed at the edge of my hearing. I moved as if I were following a map I had drawn in small, secret letters, and the shard under my drawer felt like an accusation that was also a promise. If someone wanted to turn my family's name into a cautionary tale, they had to work hard. I had to be willing to work harder. In the study a shadow moved, and for a second I thought it was my father returning early. It was not. It was a thin slip of movement, someone who had chosen the house as a place to leave something behind and take something with equal treachery. I caught the scent of someone who liked late hours and legalities, paper, dust, the faint metallic tang of a charm used for small larceny. My hand went, without thinking, to the false bottom of my drawer. The shard was gone. The house, which had been waiting politely, exhaled. I felt the floor fall out of my chest. Someone had been fitter in their deceptions than I had hoped. They had listened to the castle's witnesses, to the portraits, perhaps even to the stories, and they had stolen an instrument and left us the performance. They had been patient enough to make us look guilty by craft. The oath I had sworn in Dumbledore's office no longer felt like a script but a sentence. The promise to protect the castle meant, in a new and immediate way, that I would no longer be permitted to be only my father's son. I think I had known that for a while. The dust of that knowledge now sharpened into a need: find who had the shard, and remove the stage. Outside, the Forbidden Forest breathed like a held-in thing. Somewhere in its green guts a tree might still be smoking. The castle drew itself close and then let go. The first word of the vow I had taken pulsed: protect. It is a small, simple verb when written on a list. When the list is written across people's lives, it grows into knives. I stepped into the night because there are things that force your feet forward. The world can be unfair and elegant at once, and sometimes the only proper answer is to go to where the smoke lingers and ask it, bluntly and without manners, who had been so bold as to call us villain and assume we would step obediently into the frame. The night swallowed the path, the trees leaned, as if listening. The silence settled on my teeth. I felt, oddly, like some small, necessary thing moving against the grain. And then, from the interior of the forest, a curl of grey smoke rose, slow and deliberate, as if someone were having a small, private conversation with the dark, a greeting and an invitation all at once. Chapter 6, Uneasy Alliances. My father had always liked the look of a gathering. He liked the way a room changed when people who owed you something filled it. The light sat differently on a mantelpiece when heads turned to you. Candles seemed brighter. Porcelain did not have to be good to appear so, it only had to be rare. He told me once, when I was young enough to believe his voice without measuring it against doubt, that power was ornamental and therefore best worn like a coat, visible, warm, and suited to every occasion. That was how Malfoy Manor felt the night he decided to host a meeting of halves of promises, halves of Death Eaters who still measured their loyalties in inches. The drawing room smelled of polished timber and the sort of cologne that suggested tobacco rather than the man who wore it. Men with greying hair and better-than-polite smiles sat with their hands folded in ways that implied an absent whip. They spoke in small circles where every sentence tasted like a bargain, not promises, but openings. My father presided over them like a man proposing a house to settle into. If you come in, I can give you this. If you stay, I can give you that. Influence was his coin. He traded it as if the exchange could be made without cost to us. I listened from the window. The moon lay on the grass like a coin dropped into dark water, ripples of how the night might spread across the lawn. I listened because Lucius expected me to. The expectation was a leash, not a requirement. He liked to show people that his son was at his side. That spectacle pleased people who wanted assurances that the old guard still had heirs, that their investments in fear would not evaporate with the changing of faces. Your son is, someone began, and my father let the sentence hang where a judge might have let a verdict. They were not subtle about what they wanted. They wanted leadership, and leadership wanted recognition. I had learned the trick of smiling politely while listening to men tally other men's debts. It has sharp edges that smile. My teeth have been polished for law courts and parades. They are good for a lot of things apart from telling the truth. When the gathering thinned, my father came to the window, as if the moon could answer him, and placed his hand on my shoulder. It was an old gesture of possession, softer than his letters and more demanding. There are fractures in the circle, Draco, he said. He pronounced the name like a seal. Factions do not lead themselves. They need a head. If you stand. I did not let him finish. Not because I thought I knew the answer, but because I knew the stakes. I have kept secrets like a second skin for longer than I can remember, but secrets wear you from the inside. They turn you pale in the face of those who insist upon being seen. I let my mouth be small. I stand where I must, becomes a thin sentence when a man like Lucius is offering crowns exploded into strings of favors. But my place is at the side of the family, he supplied, as if the word belonged to a weathered map. To rally men. To show them that the Malfoy name is not merely old money but old iron. There is always a soft moment in my father's voice where you can hear his calculation. It sounds much like love. It is not. The question, I could see if I looked at him as closely as I had been taught to look at portraits, was not whether I would stand. It was what he hoped to trap me with if I did. Narcissa's hand settled on my arm in the hall. She had been where mothers belong when men plot, out of the way, making tea, and later, when conversation grows difficult, stepping in with a balm. Her voice was low. She always speaks as if she is holding something fragile. The thing in this case was me. Keep what you must, she said. Not everything has to be given to them. There are things a mother says that are not commands but petitions. That was one. Narcissa does not beg. The word would never lace her lips in public. But in private, in the corridor where the portraits glowered gently at the evening, she asked me to remain small in a world that measures worth in large gestures. Secrecy, she called it. Secrecy keeps us safe. Secrecy is not a cloak. It is a decision, again and again, to trust certain doors and keep others locked. You remind yourself what you are defending. For Narcissa it was the immediate, our house, our name, a possibility that her son might come to harm for the sake of a thing she cannot shape. For Lucius, the immediate is always the future contract. I had more than family breathing on me. I had the oath, heavy, carved into a private space in the castle, a promise sworn in the hush between the portrait rooms and the moving staircases. I've said it in the dark with Dumbledore's patience and the head of house's lightest watchfulness. I said it the way one might say a spell, with exact words and a deliberate silence afterward. The castle had accepted that promise. Magic remembers the shape of speech when people forget why they spoke. The thing about an oath is that it wants to bind you with threads you cannot see until they are tugged. The oath I swore promised to keep certain knowledge closed. It promised loyalty to a future that none of us could hold in full, to protect a secret that could be used as a blade by those who would prefer it sharp. I still guard it like a sleeping animal, careful not to awaken it, careful not to let it smell naive hands. My father did not know the terms in detail. He never asked. He would have liked to believe that any binding I carried could be turned as easily as a phrase to his advantage. He asked me to speak for him, to show solidarity, not to give away the heart. We will need a public demonstration of fidelity, he said. Men are uncertain. He meant me. He wanted me to be the banner he could carry. He wanted me to be the piece that would be recognizable from a distance. I thought of banners and what happens when they fall. I do not think I surprised him when I told him, quietly, that I would not be his banner. The disappointment folded across his face for a moment, then hardened into policy. Every choice has consequences, he said. He always says that when he calculates leverage. It is a phrase with teeth. I went back to the school before the announcements had time to turn into gossip. Hogwarts is the sort of place that keeps secrets like knickknacks in a cupboard, ringed and specific. The portraits remember those who pass through them, the staircases remember footsteps long after they are made. I could still feel the weight of my father's expectation on my shoulder like a hand even when I climbed the stairs. There is a strange comfort to returning to the old stones. They do not ask for much beyond attention. Professor Snape saw me before anyone else. That was not surprising. The man seems to sense departures the way portraits sense gossip. His office was colder than the corridors. Bottles sat in long rows like an audience, waiting for some small experiment to begin. He did not offer tea. He rarely offers tea. "You are late," he said. There is a precise contempt in his voice that has nothing to do with timetables. It was that tone one reserves for pupils who have misjudged the proportion of something. He is a man of bargains, and he always begins at a point where you feel you may owe him. "I came when there was reason," I said. I like to think my voice kept its armor on. It did not always pass under his scrutiny unscathed. Handsome lies are greys in his light. He lowered his eyes and leaned back. There was an interval where he seemed to be weighing words by the way they might carry guilt. "There are things you must understand, Draco," he said. "There are allies who will promise you shelter in exchange for proof. There are enemies who will promise you glory in exchange for names. There are men who count on your obedience to the Malfoy name. You will not be the first." He left the sentence to hang where I had once been hung by a friend who could not admit the cruelty. "You're not asking me to choose," I said, "because the truth is sometimes salvageable if spoken in time. Not in front of them." He regarded me long enough that I remembered being young and wondering if he might be a shade kinder. "He is not kinder. He is necessary. You will never be free of the expectations of your house, Draco," he said. "But you are not merely your surname. There is, he did what he does, he offered a trade, not a solution. There is something I require." It was not phrased as a favor. The task he proposed was small in appearance and enormous in consequence, a private retrieval from the room of requirement. A list of items it had sheltered for students of desperate intent. Snape's fingers traced objects I could almost see, scrapings of ritual ink, a torn page that might once have belonged to a grimoire. The room never lies. It is a creature that knows what you want when your need is honest. Snape wanted me to ask it for one of its shadows. "You will take it out for me," he said. "You will bring it to a place where it will not be studied by prying eyes. You will deliver it into a custody that will make it inert." Why me? The question was excessive but necessary. Snape's offers always come with a tally. Because you are visible and yet unread, he said. He used a different word from the ones other people use with me. Because your father wants to display and your house needs to feel he has the capacity to command. Because you know the castle in the way that makes the room trust you. And because I prefer to keep certain debts in the family of judgment. He did not say what he would be willing to return. He never does. Bargains with Snape are elastic. You sign in invisible ink. You give what you do not know you have until it is required. I thought of the curtain of silver at my chamber window, the way Narcissa's hand had felt. I thought of Lucius's smile in that drawing room, of men folding their hands around his promises. I thought of the oath, too, its fine and terrible geometry. It binds by words and by the intent behind them. Words are slippery. Intent is less so. I had sworn to protect the truth, to keep it from being used as a blade. But the truth sits in the world and people reach for what they want from it. The room of requirement gave me back a reticent thing. It had been a night safe for a group of Gryffindor students who had not known how to describe the animal they feared. The shadow I was to deliver was not an animal but a folded scrap of ritual that smelled faintly of smoke and old iron. It had wire in it like the stitching of a trap. When I held it, the castle felt attentive in the way one feels when a portrait watches and leans forward. Why shall I do this? I asked Snape. It was not only the weight of the object that made my fingers tremble. It was the knowledge that Snape held his questions as long as he did because he believed in consequences. Because, he said, I can make certain men believe you are unreliable. I can make visibility into confusion. I can give you a measure of protection if you do this for me. But for all that, protection costs. How much? I asked, and the room narrowed in my chest. Snape's eyes darkened. Everything that is useful to me, he said. When I call, you will answer. When I need a truth bent, you will find a way to bend it. I will owe you what a man like me can offer, and you will owe me for what I give. He did not smile. I did not need him to. He was very good at the business of ledgering. There is a loneliness to bargains that are made in borrowed light. They come with ledgers that track not only what was exchanged but what could be demanded later. The idea is not pleasant, to think you have bought a shield with one favor and later find that the shield is made of obligations. I accepted, because refusing Snape is a vanity that costs more than pride allows. He gave me a small nod, and that was the sort of acknowledgement that passes for warmth in his company. The loophole was accidental. You do not expect to find loopholes in vows. They are supposed to be tidy things, neatly wrapping the world in what you said and what you did not. I found it when I reread the terms with that reptilian care one uses when reading a will. The oath was held not only in my memory but in a small thing the castle keeps for those who swear, a carved token, cool and slightly blue under my palm. I had once placed it on the headmaster's desk and felt the thrum of wards. The wording of the oath had been precise. Precision is where one lives or one dies. It said, in condensed and careful speech, that I would not bring the prophecy to light nor wield the knowledge of it as a banner for personal or familial ascension. There were clauses about names and the direct narrations of words. It bound me from claiming authorship, from pronouncing myself as focal. It forbade me from letting the prophecy be used to shield ambition. There was one line, cold and small, that had been easy to miss in a sentence like a stowaway, unless the safety of innocence requires otherwise. It read like a whisper. It read like one of those last lines in a contract that says, in a tiny font, and all reasonable and reasonable expenses. It did not help that the line could be detached from the rest of the clause and made into something my father might ignore in favor of his own desires. I read it twice because I could not quite believe my eyes. Loopholes are not the sorts of things magic tends to hand you. Magic likes its bindings tidy. But this had been crafted by hands that knew where the world might need to bend. Dumbledore's impossible moonlight, would not have clumsily left a gap. He had fitted the words around common decency, around an allowance. It was not the sort of generosity one would admire openly, it had the irony of a trapdoor with a soft ladder. It was both mercy and risk. The mercy meant that I could use deception, not to reveal the prophecy but to protect those who might fall beneath its blade, if doing so would spare innocence. The risk meant that the deception would have to be public enough to be believed. A private lie, whispered to the wrong ear, might do nothing at all. A public lie is hard and it is dangerous in ways that bounty hunters of reputation relish. To lie in public would be to throw my name onto the pyre, to make myself a target rather than a concealment. I could almost hear my father's displeasure, like cold marble shifting. He would have said, with that small tightness that tells you how much of a man will be squandered on appearances, that deception for the masses looks like weakness. But what he failed to understand, what most men who have never been given a dangerous truth fail to grasp, is that sometimes the only way to save other people is to become expendable on purpose. I thought of the children in the castle when the seals were broken, of corridors where grease smoke roamed like a small menace, and the spellbreakers who had died not because they were brave but because names were misused like keys. I thought of the whispering omens that had begun in the autumn, the first broken seal and the grey smoke that came with it, the way wards trembled and pointed like knuckles hitting the table of everyone who would be tempted to use a secret for power. I am not grand, but I have always measured people by their willingness to take risks for others rather than themselves. The public lie presented itself as a possible shield for the small and for the innocent. If I stood in a place where the castle and ministries could see me and announced, with the loudness a child can make on purpose, that I was not the one the prophecy named, that another candidate merited their anxiety, I could shift focus. It would be a calculated misdirection. It would also be a wound in me that would heal slowly, if at all. It would burn the social bridges I had avoided burning since the day I learned to walk without hand-holding. I imagined a statement, a carefully crafted denial that would send men like Lucius and their followers chasing a shadow and lead the wards of the castle to their own. I imagined it as a spell that plants a seed of reasonable doubt into the soil of ambition. It would not stop everyone. Men like my father are hungry for signs and banners. But it might keep enough hands from reaching for the thing that would make the prophecy a weapon rather than a last resort. I told Luna first, because of all the people who know the castle in the way it is known, not merely the plans and the rules but the gentle tumors of its moods, she had the clearest courage. She is a small, steady thing with a genius for seeing patterns others call eccentric. She does not have the brashness of many of those who call themselves brave. She has a quiet method of thought that holds still when the world does its worst. When I told her, she listened as if I were discussing weather. That steadiness is a mercy. What makes a lie dangerous, Luna said after a pause that felt like a stone settling into a river, is not that it is untrue. It is that people will believe the untrue thing and act upon it. If you make them act to save, then the lie has become a different sort of truth. She does not romanticize deception. She just looks at the actual mechanics of things. It made me feel like I was less alone in carrying the shape of the betrayal I was planning. It felt like a small blessing that someone who is used to being laughed at could make the world seem less impossible. There are costs with every plan. Snape's bargain had its own ledger. My father could twist any public display into a reason to claim me. He might demand I take on the leadership he so desired. If I lied, he could say it was the sort of loyalty fit for a son. If I remained silent, he would brand me as a coward. Narcissa asked for secrecy. I knew the tenor of her request. She wanted survival without spectacle. That is a reasonable desire. It leaves empty the place where courage must stand. In the graveness of it all, I had a strange sensation, the role of a man who becomes small in public to keep other people large in private. It is a peculiar heroism. It is a heroism I did not expect. I had imagined banners and a face burned into a painting of the kind that hangs in halls where men want to be remembered. Instead, I found myself engaged in the lesser art of misdirection. There is an art to lies and a craft to telling them so that they do not rebound. You do not merely say the convenient thing. You shape a story that will be accepted because it fits the habits of the world. You consider what men want to hear, you angle the truth to be plausible. You consider Snape's ledger and my father's pride. I thought of the room downstairs where portraits keep their counsel. I thought of the staircase that sometimes refuses to carry you where you want unless it is satisfied. Hogwarts has a personality for each of these acts. It knows which stories will be believed. When I practiced the script, I felt like a mask maker. I practiced the slight tilt of humor for my father's people so they would take the words as a joke at my expense. For the ministry's eyes I practiced wounded dignity so they would be motivated to look elsewhere for their prophecies. Each version would burn a different part of me. The morning I decided it, I walked the corridors slowly, hearing the house elves at breakfast and listening to the portraits gossip in their small, earnest voices. The Slytherin common room sat like a watched pool. There are kinds of courage taught in that room, not the kind shouted in the presence of banners and cheers, but the one you learn by being observed quietly while you choose an action that will be misinterpreted. "Do it," Narcissa said when I told her, and she did not flinch. She closed her eyes for a second as if to steady herself. "But be careful, Draco. Once you give them a reason to see you as what they can take, they will. Keep something of yourself safe. Promise me that." Promises between parents and children have the weight of prayers. I said the thing a son says when a mother asks him to promise and means it: I would do my best. It is a wobbly pledge. It is a pledge that admits a future uncertainty. It is perhaps the only kind of vow that makes sense. I made it because the alternative, to sit still and watch other people be chosen for ruin, was not something I could live with. There are few things I fear beyond the obvious: the sound of my father's disappointment, the knowledge that men could be cruel in the way they forgive a man only if it is on their terms. But I fear the idea that bravery is always public and that secrecy is only cowardice. I have learned otherwise. Courage can be the choice to carry a weight for others so they do not need to carry it at all. It can be choosing not to be seen so that another might live. Snape's bargain grows like a shadow at my side. He will call on me, it is inevitable. He will ask odd things that the ledger of morality cannot always explain. Lucius will make his play and try to use my silence as proof that the Malfoy name deserves more power. Narcissa will hold her breath and hope it is enough. The castle will watch and murmur, like a crowd at the edge of a river, prepared to throw me to the current if it makes their feet feel safer. Tomorrow, I will go to a place that the school will notice, a corridor where the portraits cannot help themselves and the staircases care enough to slow. I will say a thing that is not the truth, the kind of lie that must be told in the open for its deception to have teeth. I will stab a story into the air and watch to see if men rush to pick it up. I will offer them a new thing to fight for so that other people will have a chance to live. There are moments when a lie is not merely a sin but a defense. There are moments when you must decide whether a life is worth the price of your reputation. I do not flatter myself about the grandeur of my choice. I imagine it more as a small, precise blade cut to keep larger wounds from opening. I feel the weight of the token in my pocket, cool, blue, reminding me of the oath and the tiny clause that lets foolish, brave acts be possible. I feel the shape of Snape's bargain in the air between us. I feel my father's hands already shaping what he will say about me when I take this step. I feel Narcissa's hope like a small, steady heat behind my ribs. And I feel, with a curious sort of astonishment, a lightness. It is the lightness of a thing unburdened. To decide is sometimes to be freed. Tomorrow afternoon, before the portraits settle into their long afternoon quarrels and the castle takes a breath, I will step into another kind of public and tell a lie that might save the people I cannot bear to see sacrificed to a name. Chapter 7: Moving Pieces. The castle had started to point. Not in a melodramatic way, as if the gargoyles had conspired to form an arrow and shout my name, rather, in the small, precise way that Hogwarts preferred, by making itself inconvenient until the answer revealed itself. Staircases rearranged, for example, not dutifully but with an intention. One flight would swivel at an hour when most students were in potions, another would perform a slow, almost embarrassed shimmy when portraits were most likely to be empty-eyed and chatty. Last week a landing closed like a fist and the landing above opened like a palm. The castle did this instead of speaking. It trusted in awkward mechanical choreography to get a point across. I noticed because one of those choreographies threaded through my life. Or perhaps that was obvious: when a building is trying to whisper something important, it seeks out its most predictable listeners. I spend a lot of time on staircases. They are honest, they move when you ask, but they rarely overstep. They are also, inexplicably, good at maps. The map itself was not a thing I could fold and hand to someone. It was a temporal pattern, a choreography of treads and rises, a sequence of pauses and squeaks that, if you stood at the right corner of the corridor at the right moment and let your ears be unsentimental, would draw a line between the banners, through the portrait-lined passages, and land, understated and shabby as a coin, on the fourth brick behind the portion of the castle we pretend not to notice most days, the part the house elves clean but do not own and the ghosts pass through as if they were on errands. The line ended at the sort of blank wall that immediately suggested rooms where maps live, the room of requirement. It sounds theatrical. It sounded so to me when it started. I laughed at it with the rest of the castle. I laughed when my textbooks refused to stay at the same page I left them, when the common room fire remapped itself from green to grey as if that were a useful color to provoke thought. I practiced being ordinary, the thing my mother had taught me by example, pale smile at table, correct turn at introductions, measured politeness. I practiced it like a performance that might buy an hour's peace. Practice is not the same as accomplishment. In private, my limbs itched. The oath I had sworn in a quiet, dreadful office at the school, an oath that felt like an animal sleeping in my pocket, heavy and warm and likely to wake with sudden hunger, did not allow me to do nothing. It required me to know. To understand how the pieces moved and why, so that when they finally rearranged themselves into something lethal I would be ready, even if ready came at the cost of some very ugly choices. Luna found me the first night the stairs formed the map in full. She was sitting on the landing exactly where such things paid off, ankles tucked under a patchwork skirt, hair a counterpoint to the night's dark. She had a scrap of parchment and a spectral pencil. The castle liked to produce spectators. Luna liked to produce hypotheses. Of course it points to the room, she said when I sat down beside her. Her voice had that steady, distant quality of someone who'd learned to accept that not all people saw the same colors. Rooms are fond of being required. Only the useful ones, I said. I had practiced being clever as well as ordinary. The two were not mutually exclusive in Slytherin circles. You could be both amiable and calculating, if you kept your mouth slim and your smile thinner. And which ones are useful? She looked at me as if I were a minor curiosity, not hostile, merely present. Her eyes reflected the patchwork of torchlight from a portrait's brazier nearby, and I found, absurdly, that the sight steadied me. Useful to whom? She asked. Useful for what? Useful for not letting the castle tear itself to pieces when someone with ideas about ritual is nearby, I said. It sounded simpler when I phrased it that way, in a single, small sentence that might have been about being late for class instead of the possibility of ritual returns and broken seals. She nodded in that particular way of hers that suggested she had been thinking along the same axis already. We listened. Staircases complain and sing in tones that are almost domestic if you think of them as furniture with ambitions. This choreography, a left, a right, a long pause on a narrow step, 3 quick skitters on the stone, made a pattern that matched, when Luna and I compared notes, a set of small emblems left by portraits under their frames. Portraits are gossipy by temperament. That is canon. What Hogwarts was doing now was less gossip, more courier service. Portraits, the reliable elderly kind who like stately collars and are never quite free of a scandal in their youth, were leaving tiny inked messages tucked beneath their gilded frames. Not notes in ink that you could read out loud in a library, that would have been polite. These were shorthand glyphs, nearly invisible unless you knew to pry. They were the sort of thing ghosts would leave in wardrobes if they wrote at all. House sigils, Luna said after we had watched one of the older headmasters of portraits, who smelled faintly of lavender and history, press a tiny stamp under his frame and then peer altogether too smugly at an ivy-clad boy's portrait opposite. Look! For tights. For colors. She had brought a candle and a little mirror. There was something oddly domestic about the whole enterprise. 2 students with a candle, other people's faces as accomplices. It could have been a scene described in a school year pamphlet, how to solve a castle's riddle while keeping up appearances. I would have signed up if we had had such a pamphlet and if I were the kind of person who signed pamphlets. The stair map and the portrait glyphs folded together like a paper puzzle. We mapped the stair squeaks to the portrait colors. Where a Slytherin-scented creak occurred, a little silver leaf mark appeared beneath a frame. Where the Gryffindor pattern had its 3 brassy thuds, a coppery symbol winked 3 times before settling. The castle had an internal logic, and the more we watched, the less it felt whimsical and the more it felt choreographed toward a single aim. The aim, when it arrived with the simplicity of someone who despised ceremony. The portraits under frames, when collected, spelled out a sequence. Not with letters, not exactly, but with a folding of house histories, quick jabs at founder myths, and the way a portrait's gaze tilted when a lie was being told. Luna called the method historical folding. I called it a puzzle I would rather not be near if it ended with sealing rituals and families making up new uses for old artifacts. Both of us, of course, were wrong. It was both those things. We started with house traits because the portraits were clearly amused by them. The inkings referenced founding moments rather than slogans. Slytherin's glyph was a narrow coil, not a serpent, but the idea of a coil, a trajectory that starts out tight and ends up with a knot under the tongue. Gryffindor's was a burst. Ravenclaw's resembled an eyebrow in mid-interpretation. Hufflepuff's looked like a hand waiting for another hand to take it. Each of those combined into something more than the founder's virtues. They made a sentence about how houses had historically defended or exposed secrets. Think of Hogwarts as a book, Luna said. She had a way of saying things that made complicated problems sound like bedtime narratives. A book that rewrites the margins depending on what's dangerous. The castle will also sometimes try to tell gossip about who's made on the first floor likes whose boots, I said. I was being Slytherin petty because the alternative, being terrified in a corridor with a girl who saw things like folded margins and implied consequences, felt inefficient. Luna smiled like someone who approved of petty remarks as long as they were accurate. It is asking us to follow the order of the houses. Not their outward bravado or lineage, but the order the founders would have used when hiding a family recipe, or a family heirloom, or a small, inconvenient prophecy. I had a mouthful of small, inconvenient prophecies in my head. We had a name for the one that mattered most if you were keeping secrets, the thing that the castle would not let be entirely private. I had sworn an oath that had silvered its way into every private decision I made. It said that some things could not be allowed to be misused. It also said that certain instruments, if gathered and misapplied, could push the ritual the castle feared into completion. The map, if its punctuation was accurate, was telling us which instruments were being sought. The portraits, obliging show-offs, produced a line like a page folded back to reveal 3 proper nouns. They were not named in language as straightforward as ours. Hogwarts is sentimental and classically dramatic. It prefers to speak in riddles that clip to legalese. Still, the names were clear enough. Something called the Ring, talked about in the portraits as the Circlet of Persuasion, an ancestor's urn, a repository of signatures and bones and legal traces that binds a line of descent, and the first broken seal, the original ward that had been fractured long ago and whose fracture still whispered to the corridors on bad nights. 3 MacGuffins. An irritating terminology, but precise. The ring was rumor almost before it had a body. Students traded stories in the common room about a band that could bend oaths, about an older family tradition that had swallowed more than one scandal. To a family like mine, a ring was a tool as much as a jewel. It could sign papers, it could split loyalties, it could persuade hesitant allies to give up much more than their kitchen keys. To someone searching for an object that could bend oaths, a ring would be dangerously useful. The ancestor's urn made more sense in a Malfoy-sized way. We have many ancestral things in our house, portraits that behave more like barometers of propriety than windows, silver that knows how to assume the weight of a dinner conversation, and rooms that expect respect. An urn is a container. An ancestor's urn, if the portraits were to be believed, carried more than dust. It carried the legal signatures, the known and unknown clauses, the things that made a family lineage something you could point to and say, this is why you are entitled. If you could control the urn, if you could show that a prophecy belonged to a line rather than an individual, you could shift obligations the way you move chess pieces. The portraits were quite gleeful about the ancestor's urn. They liked the idea of an object that combined dinner party gossip with dry legalese. The first broken seal was the least romantic and most dangerous. It was not a relic you could place on a mantle. It was a condition. The castle spoke of it like a misaligned stitch. When the seal was whole, a ritual could be delayed or nullified. When it fractured, the ward sighed and allowed small grey smokes and oases of ritual to curl through the stones. A seal's fracture was the first thing students felt as a coldness in their bones. It preceded mischief and worse. Wherever the first broken seal had come from, a chapel, a tower, a private oath, it had been broken once. Whoever knew how to chisel it back together could either stop a return or accelerate one. Unsurprisingly, the portraits preferred the more dramatic phrasing. They were old and had an appreciation for a good narrative arc. They inked the basics and left the rest to readers like myself and Luna, who enjoyed footnotes. The sequence the staircases laid out folded house histories into a map to these three things. It was not linear, because the castle dislikes linearity. It looped. It invited thought. It left the sort of margin notes that encouraged you to think about the past as a set of agreement rather than memories. The cycle implied that someone was trying to gather the three artifacts in a particular order. The portraits even winked with an antique sort of seriousness that suggested a ritualist who liked a certain rhythm. I had no intention of letting those three objects fall into the wrong hands. The idea that someone was methodically collecting the pieces required a response. It was not the sort that could be answered by malice or a well-placed smile. It required precision. It required secrecy. It required a kind of cold courage that does not look like anything from the outside. "You want to tell Dumbledore?" Luna asked when we finally had our notes arranged in a way that had the air of a plan rather than a coffee-fueled argument. I considered this with the particular hauteur that comes naturally to one who has learned the value of being chosen and not choosing. Dumbledore had guardianship of many complicated things. He also had a talent for looking at a problem sideways and letting others do the heavy work. There are worse things than having the headmaster ask questions that lead to shorter, safer paths. There are also worse things than keeping knowledge to yourself while the things you fear slip closer. "Not yet," I said. Saying it felt like an offer both to him and to the castle, an offer that said I would accept guidance once I had a clear hand to play. We confirmed first. The castle is proud of its dramatics. The portraits enjoy a puzzle, but the map could be misdirection. The stairs could be angry about students leaving muddy footprints. Luna pursed her lips. Or the stairs could be careful, she said. Careful about what they show you. Not every secret wants everyone to know. She was being kind. She was being sensible. She also wasn't wrong. Hogwarts, for all its fondness of telling its secrets via breadcrumb trails of creeps and ink, also had an admirable sense of pacing. Not every revelation needed an audience. Some needed two people and a candle. So we became careful ourselves. There were many ways to be secret in a school designed to be bustling. We took to misdirection. I resumed my rehearsed ordinary persona at meals, inhaling roast and pretending that the weight in my pocket was nothing more than a handkerchief. In the Slytherin common room I smiled at old friends, attended to small cruelties and favors, and let the pattern of acceptable malice continue. That carried practical advantages. If people thought I was engaged in ordinary Slytherin concerns, they did not notice my absence from potions practicals or my growing affection for late-night corridors. Of course the positions of ordinary and secret were inverted in my life. The ordinary felt like performance. The secret felt like the truth. Choosing which to show the world was akin to choosing which possession to display in front of Lucius, the silver that declared our wealth or the letter that begged for discretion. Both possibilities had consequences. My father had ways of making ordinary things intolerable. He liked pieces arranged in evidence, a handwritten plan displayed as if it were a thing to be proud of. He had many friends who would appreciate that sort of thing. When he wasn't public, he was private in a different way, a man who calculated how much air a reputation could inhale before it began to change color. I practiced my smile for the occasions when I would meet him. It was pale and controlled. It was sometimes useful. I told myself I was preparing for long-range negotiations and that my father would, once given sufficient reason, protect the family. Protecting the family required me to keep the ring and the urn away from people who would use them to move oaths around like pieces of silver. Protecting the family also required a certain confidentiality that might require more than the purchase of silence. It required action. Action, though, requires a plan, and the stair map and ink portraits were, if nothing else, a plan. They told us not only which objects mattered but in what order. They suggested, with the breezy certainty of old stones, that the person compiling the pieces sought first to align loyalties, then to secure lineage, then to unseal the wards. The ring altered the will, the urn altered the ownership, the seal changed the battlefield. That sort of sequence was not merely logical. It was a recipe. Someone wanted to cajole the law, entangle families, and then break the foundation of our wards. Do you think it's one person? I asked Luna one night, when we had the map up on a table in the room of requirement. The room had obliged by offering us a table that was finally not sticky with the residue of other needs. The portraits' inkings were laid out like dance cards, and a small model of staircases, carved from old lint, rotated slowly in the lamplight. Often it's never just one person, Luna said. But the map reads like choreography. Choreography is often the work of someone who plans. Someone who plans, I echoed, which meant I was thinking of Lucius and his slim books of maneuvers. The family does not, as a rule, plan ritual returns. We plan influence. Rituals are messy, they have smoke in them. To my father, the ability to clean smoke was a table of profits. That did not make him the likely orchestrator, not necessarily, but it placed the Malfoy name somewhere in the equation. The portraits, maddening as they were about fondness and gossip, had been pointedly coy about family names. They dealt in the theatre of houses. The house was a useful distance. Luna's hands, meanwhile, were busy folding a small strip of parchment into a corner so that it resembled, with the slightest of motions, an owl. She had been studying the sequence of house glyphs like someone appreciating scene work on a jacket, as if the puzzle were half embroidery and half botany. Her attention comforted me in an odd way. She did not fear. She catalogued. She unpacked. One person could be coordinating many, she said at last. But the rhythm matters. Someone wants the ring first. Because you bend a few wheels, I finish for her. Then the urn follows because you can claim the prophecy belongs to a line, not a single child, and the seal then, the seal, if you unpick it, turns wards to paper, and paper is something a man like my father can stitch over with contracts. She smiled like someone who approved of a good metaphor. You have a useful talent for the bureaucratic imagination, she said. Thanks, I said. It's a family trade. There are no great grounds for comfort in being right about disasters. Knowing the mechanics of what might be done does not make the doing less likely. If anything, it sharpens the awareness of the risk. The knowledge becomes an instrument of its own. Someone knowing the rhythm of the steps, for example, could choreograph not just retrieval but also a diversion. The portraits could be helpful not only to us, they could be helpful to anyone who knew how to bribe them with tea and good conversation. Portraits, after all, love an audience. We set about to be better than any diversion. It is paradoxical to try to out-secret a castle, but we did not take the task lightly. For days I rehearsed the ordinary until it sickened me. I attended to the small cruelties of school life with a concentration bordering on mimicry. I practiced the voice that my father liked, polite, slightly bored, interested only in the right things and at the right time. I let my eyes glaze correctly at things that were to remain superficial. People were not suspicious when you played at being uninterested. Suspicion requires investment, and I made sure I looked as though I had no time to invest. At nights, when my face could drop its performance and the castle rearranged itself for more intimate conversations, I let the oath's weight be visible only to Luna and to the sketch of inked glyphs laid out in the room of requirement. We worked there in a quiet that felt like an agreement between two conspirators who would not betray each other's weak spots. She mapped stairs. I catalogued portraits. We built a lattice of evidence that was small and tidy and heavily in need of patronage. The more convinced we became that the ring, the urn, and the seal were being sought in sequence, the less inclined I was to involve anyone who might use my name as an asset. If the ring were the sort of thing that could be used to persuade, then any link to me would become a bargaining chip. If the urn could be shown to belong to a line, then presenting me as a bargaining piece would be too easy. The seal, I decided, should be the last thing anyone would expect me to touch. The castle had a sense of irony. It liked when the chosen one, the one whispered about in clipped shadows in the library corners, did not step forward in public. Doesn't that make you public property? A part of me, the part trained in whispers and CNN columns about old magic, asked. If people think you are the chosen one and you are maneuvering in secret, they will make you into an emblem. Luna's shoulders were small under a cardigan that had seen better afternoons. Sometimes you choose where to be visible, she said. Sometimes you choose to be invisible where it helps. You have a good face for that. Sometimes I felt like an actor with terrible scenery and a script I would have preferred to edit. At other times I felt like someone who had made a promise to a part of himself that did not like easy compromises. Being ordinary had its virtues. Being ordinary bought time. The oath did not ask for speed, it asked for fidelity. The portraits, meanwhile, kept their gossip and their stamps. They drew the map with an indulgent slowness that suggested they expected time to be on their side. They were right to be patient in some ways. Portraits live in eternity and have the leisure to let students come and go and make themselves indispensable. They also have a tragic flaw, they like the prestige of influence. One afternoon, while I listened to a portrait of an ancient headmaster compare the merits of different window dressings, a small brass plate fell from one frame and clattered on the floor excised of pretense. It landed at my feet like a message disguised as an accident. There is little that will still me like the sound of metal on stone and a curtain of old air being tilted aside. The plate had a single word, not in common script, but in old runes that a certain old head of house used to display at family dinners when he wanted to make a point about law. I recognized it because it was a family glyph, one that had been embroidered on my grandfather's old robe. Even a runic plate had a way of being a homecoming even when you didn't wish to be found. Why is that under your frame? I asked the portrait, for the sake of ceremony. He answered in the way portraits do, a rustle in the air as if a book had shifted on a shelf. He said little, more of a harumph than anything else. But portraits cannot help themselves, their faces split into delight. They enjoy being involved. That plate reminded me, with a subtle and unpleasant clarity, that whatever game was afoot, it liked to involve bloodlines. The urn, as I had feared, smelled less of ceremony and more of legal obligations. The ring smelled of control. The seal smelled of the castle itself. Someone wanted to change how power was legally, emotionally, and magically held. Summer will be difficult, I said to Luna one evening as frost ghosts from the torches danced across the page of a catalogue I should not have been reading. So you will be going home, she asked. Perhaps, I said. I had said it to test the flavor of the idea on my own tongue. Going home could mean being watched more closely, but it could also mean access. It could mean a family can of hooks and strings, a dangerous thing in its own right, but it could also mean the urn was closer than any portrait dared admit. Luna chewed a small piece of bread and offered me the rest of her idea instead. Or you could keep the castle quiet until we are sure who is knocking. I would prefer not to have to choose which parts of my life to bring home to dinner, I said. She laughed, an odd little sound like someone pleased to have suggested the existence of Opti-NS. We had the map and the glyphs. We had a list of consequences that read like a legal brief. We had, courtesy of the portraits, an order. Now we needed a direction that didn't involve turning up at evening banquets with plates of evidence and asking for justice over shepherd's pie. The room of requirement, obligingly, offered a stack of old house histories in a corner with an inoffensive smell of dust and lemon. There were minute entries in family clauses on pages that most students would have used as bookmarks. The urn was indeed mentioned in legal terms, a vessel of testament, a repository for signatures to be read by counsel or by firelight, conditions that bound more than bones. The ring was catalogued as a circlet useful in binding lesser commandments and suggested to have been crafted in a family smithy of modest but precise magic. The first broken seal was referenced in a note signed with a flourish that suggested the writer had loved writing in flourish, a good sign that the seal had been significant. The room of requirement likes practicalities. It gave us the best versions of the castle's memory at the moment we needed them, tidy, annotated, and unwilling to commit to a social life. It also obliged in another way. On a shelf, wrapped in old cloth and smelling faintly of laudanum and citrus, was a thin, battered book with a Malfoy crest at the back edge like a bookmark you have buried to hide a recipe. Someone, the castle in one of its more private moments, had decided the book should be visible to me. I did not open it immediately. There was a social etiquette to family things. You do not open the family cookbook at a friend's house. You do not borrow the family's confessions without due ceremony. I wrapped my hands around the book because my fingers were cold. Then, because I am impatient and because a promise is a thing that is best done sooner rather than later, I opened it in low lamplight. The first page was not full of recipes. It contained a ledger of obligations. My grandfather had taken excellent notes. There were signatures in places that startled me, clauses that seemed to be half legal, half superstition, and one sentence that, in its blandness, was far more dangerous than anything dramatic could be. The line read, "Any bloodline bearing the family mark is entitled to call for the urn's access in times of verified ritual risk." There was an asterisk. The asterisk was an invitation. It read, in a very small hand, "Verification requires 2 witnesses and a writing of intent." 2 witnesses. One of them could be our family. One of them could be anyone with enough influence. The ring, if in the wrong hands, could create witnesses. The seal, if broken, would make the wards unreliable. The puzzle became a legal tool that, if used cleverly, could reassign obligations from an individual to a lineage to a council. It was competence disguised as archaic handwriting. The ledger's final line made me close the book quicker than I had any right to. It contained a simple family drawing that showed a small circle bidding an urn and a seal to be kept apart by a ring. In child's pen strokes it looked like a family recipe. In adult eyes it looked like a map to negotiation. "You see?" I said to Luna. She was not surprised. She seldom was. Her face is that of someone who reads weather and is unmoved by thunder. "It wants you to go home," she said. "Or for someone else to bring the pieces to me," I replied. There is a difference in those 2 sentences that sounded like fate in an argument about dinner. Both were true. One was worse. I was not sure which. "You are not obliged to be the center point," she said, softer than usual. "You can be an anchor." "An anchor to what?" I asked. "A sinking ship needs anchors and lifeboats." "Which do I provide?" "A lifeboat," she said. "You have a way of making people keep to promises. Use that." I wanted to laugh. I wanted to tell her that people like me do not build lifeboats. We build cages and disguised coffers. I wanted to say that anchors are better for keeping things in place. Instead I thought of the oath again, that warm animal in my pocket, and how it had been given to me by people who had wanted someone steady. Whether I liked the description or not, I had agreed. That was the strange, solemn part of being young and chosen, the belief that one steadiness can create other steadiness. We arranged our evidence into 3 small piles on a table in the room of requirement and covered them with a sheet. It felt like burying things in the summer garden, performative, aesthetic, and possibly insufficient. I took a deep breath and pushed my hands into my pockets to prove to myself that I could still be ordinary. My fingers closed on a scrap of runic brass. The stair map had meant to be subtle. The portraits had preferred pageantry. The ledger at the back of the Malfoy family book was the castle's way of being practical. Now the final fold of the house history map shifted like a curtain. It delivered its last note with the efficient coldness of a clerk who preferred not to hum while he worked. The stair pattern would repeat to direct anyone who followed it to the room of requirement. The portraits would smile and offer tea. The ledger had a clause. It had a signature line waiting for ink, which left me in the elegant, unbearable position of being both the recipient of the map and a piece on the very board the map seemed to reference. I practiced being ordinary that night at dinner with my parents. I did my pale smile. I wore the voice that said interest in the right places and indifference elsewhere. My father talked about politics as if they were chess problems. My mother spoke in the guarded warmth of someone who would rearrange a chest of drawers for her son's safety without speaking a word. When the party left, I lingered with my cup of tea and a nibble of lemon cake. The castle breathed out. The portraits near the hearth yawned. Outside, in the Malfoy gardens, the moon cut a furrow across the lawn as if the sky itself had divided before it fell. I had always felt that certain nights demanded action more than others. This was one. I left the manor with a coat and a resolve that had plenty of practical training but not enough confidence for what the next weeks would ask of me. The hint, which is almost always the last polite thing the map gives you, was that the urn would be easiest to claim where the family kept its private things. The runic plate under the portrait at Hogwarts suggested a family link. The ledger confirmed it. The map suggested that someone was likely to try to secure the ring before summer ended. If the ring came to be in the wrong hands, if the urn was moved into a legal orbit that excluded the individual and included the line, if the seal was unstitched while Parliament chewed forks in hand, the consequences would be measured in less romantic terms than banners flapping. People would stop being owners of their choices and become collateral in someone else's contract. Outside, the moon made the silver in the garden look like currency. I felt its weight and the weight of promises and the fragile, ridiculous desire to be a lifeboat rather than an anchor. I had a map, a ledger, and a girl who trusted me enough to fold paper birds with me in secret. Between those things and the pale smile at the dinner table, I had to decide which to use first. I bent and picked up the detached runic plate from the grass. The cold bit into my fingers like truth. It was a small thing, the sort of hinge that opens a larger door. Someone was gathering pieces. The stairs had said so. The portraits had said so. The family ledger had said so. The question that nagged at the back of my mind, smaller than panic, sharper than curiosity, waited like a footfall in a corridor. Who would choose to make us ornaments of law and ritual, and when they came knocking on our doors, would they expect me to open them? Chapter 8: Portraits in Confidence. There are nights at Hogwarts when the castle behaves like an old animal that has taken to walking the house in its sleep, staircases sighing, corridors rearranging their loyalties, portraits muttering to one another across frames like sparrows on a wire. You learn to move with it after a while, or else you keep stumbling into conversations not meant for you. I had learned to move. The common room had been quieter than usual. Slytherin boys sleep badly in the same way everyone does when their futures have been parceled and labeled and fanned through other people's hands. I left the warmth of the green light and the rumor of breathing bodies because portraits, I have found, will tell you things that people never will. Portraits are less politely ambitious than our living elders. They remember bargains in a way that hurts like a ledger book, list after list, ink drying into stubbornness. I had my reasons for prowling the corridors that night. The first seal had been spoken of in whispers that smelled faintly of burned paper and wet ash. There had been a letter slipped beneath my pillow that morning, no signature, only a single sentence that made my jaw tighten until I could have cracked a walnut between it: keep the school first. Keep yourself second. If you know Dumbledore at all, you expect riddles, and if you know me at all, you will not expect me to take instructions lightly. But when the castle itself lends you a way to pass notes, there are fewer venues for pride. I began with the heads on the landing near the library. They are a quarrelsome collection, an ex-librarian with a hat too small for his head, a duchess who still fanned away insults with a gilt hand, and a man who had once been a potioneer and now hung with a tint of melancholy and a smell of herb. The potioneer was sympathetic in the manner of people who have learned how to bottle sorrow into draughts and sell it back. He offered a memory of a vault in the dungeons that had been sealed with a lock of hair and a sentence. He coughed and warned me about bargains struck after 3 drinks and the way people imagine loopholes as good as law. They were small things, these confessions: initials carved in the underside of stair treads, a tray of coins that the house ghosts refused to polish, a hook in a pantry with a brass pin driven through it and rusted in place. They pointed in one direction the way a needle might, down. I thought of locks and urns and the Malfoy vault where my father kept a reputation like an iron dish. The portraits shuffled their memories like pages, and, because portrait gossip is economical, they gave me nothing I would have wished and everything I needed. If Hogwarts keeps record in the manner of a ledger, then it also keeps grudges in the manner of a familiar who will sniff at you until you blink. Any Malfoys in your ledger? I asked, pretending to be casual in a corridor that smelled of dust and lemon oil. The Duchess snorted and said, in the way old portraits can when they take a dislike, that her family had once been slighted at a ball by a Malfoy who refused to dance. She remembered the Malfoy name in the manner of one who kept a catalogue of slights, precise, unforgiving, delivered with the dignity of a widow who has mastered scandal. The potioneer was less entertained. He remembered an ancestor of ours, an elderly man with a shrunken pride, making a promise to the castle at a time when bells had been rung for celebration and someone was drunk on the idea of immortality. I forget names, the potioneer said, and then he did not. Ambrose, he offered. Ambrose Malfoy. He thought he gave the castle a favor. He left something he believed would anchor his line to the school. It was meant to be insurance, and insurance, my dear boy, seldom pays what it promises. Ambrose. The name sat in my mouth like a coin that might show a crack when you hold it to a light. It had the weight of a surname in the Malfoy line, rare and slightly bitter. I have always liked history the way I like my family's heirlooms, polished, angled to show the best face. An ancestor called Ambrose finding himself in a portrait's memory was not, in the polite parts of my brain, a scandal, it was a breadcrumb. What did he give? I asked. The man looked at me with eyes that had seen many students come and go and stay on in frames, and he told me what he could. A token, he said. A charm of a kind. Not the sort you'd catalogue in the ministry, too personal, too stupidly human. Buttercups in some braided hair, pins of brass, and a sentence read into the scenes. Regret, if you want a name for it. He thought regret could be counted like coins, give the castle a scrap of what he had hoarded on his conscience, and the castle would keep his family warm. That was his fool's bargain. A fool's bargain sounded like a family recipe. My father made bargains of a different sort, those measured in promises and ledger entries, in investments and threats. Ambrose's sort felt small enough to be true, and small things have a habit of making the cleverest men look like children. Where is it now? I asked. Under the east spiral, the potioneer said. Where moonlight does not linger. Covered by paint and habit, so that only someone who knows what to look for would find it and perhaps not know to think twice. Paint. Why paint? For the same reason we paint over anything that keeps secrets, so that it is ordinary. Ordinary things twist less, do not ask questions. The castle likes its bargains ordinary. There is a difference between hearing a thing and knowing what to do with it. The portraits told me where the scent led, and it was only then that I realized how much the school remembered contracts that were never notarized. The portraits keep grudges because grudges are simple, they are patterns, unspooled and replated into their frames. The castle remembers names in the tilt of a brushstroke and the scorch of an apology. For Ambrose, it had recorded the components of his bargain as if the act were a recipe: buttercups, brass pins, regret. The seeds of an idea took root in my chest like a root cutting through old stone. Which is when Luna appeared, as if the castle had done me the courtesy of not letting the idea ferment into something uglier. She arrived in the corridor with her hair in a messy halo and a copybook clutched against her ribs as if it were a small, useful creature. Luna had the habit of looking like she belonged entirely in the wrong room for most people's tastes, and entirely in the right room for mine. Her voice was a kind of low bell when she spoke, the way she said a strange thing and made you accept it as true simply because she believed it to be. You should not go alone to paint-covered places, she said, examining my face as if she could read the ledger of my expression and mark it with a tiny tick. Portrayals prefer an audience. It is not a very social place, I said. Paint and resentment do not often mingle with polite conversation. She smiled in that unfussy way she has, which is what people mistake for a lack of humor and what I prefer to think of as the steadiness of someone who knows which trinkets matter. Buttercups, she said suddenly, like a small weather report. Old charms find things of their own. They like ordinary things because ordinary things remember how to hide. She did not seem surprised by the potioneer's memory. That is the thing about Luna, she stores untidy knowledge as if it were a set of spare keys in a jar. I had told her little because telling anyone anything is like arranging cards on a table and then expecting no one to breathe. But Luna had slipped into my orbit like a steady moon, and I trusted the track of her mind in ways I rarely trusted anyone's. "How do you mean?" I asked. She produced a small notebook, tearing a page and folding it in half in a way that made the paper look like a small ship. She had drawn 3 columns. The first had a neat line that said, "Buttercups." The second had brass pins. The third was labeled "Regret," and beneath it she had written, in her spidery script, a single sentence, "Stitch it where the castle remembers." "You think we can turn it into a charm?" I asked, and I felt, absurdly, like I was deciding whether to accept a potion offered by a friend. The little ideas in my head are rarely simple because the world around me is not. Making a charm out of sentimental items strikes my father as theatrical, it strikes Dumbledore as something that would need a footnote. But I had no desire to wait for other people to solve this. There would be little left of the school if other people meant committees and late-night memos. Luna shrugged. "We will find out if Hogwarts forgives small things," she said. "Hogwarts forgives cunning, it forgives persistence. It forgives what is stitched to it. It does not forgive breaches." We found the east spiral by reading stone the way a person reads a face. Staircases do not always tell their secrets willingly, they are proud and fond of their own business. But when you have a thread, the potioneer's memory seemed almost literal now, you can follow it like a scent. The east spiral lived under a smell of old wax and the faint metallic note of brass. The paint had been done at an odd hour, a thin, pale green that matched nothing in the rest of the corridor. I knelt and ran my fingertips over the wall and felt, under the paint, a seam. It was like the moment you find a buried hinge. Luna sat beside me on the stone and pressed buttercups into the mortar, as if offering them to the wall. The idea should have felt ridiculous, instead, it felt like a proper etiquette. Buttercups are small, fragile things, but they are ordinary in a way people forget about until they are needed. Brass pins were not hard to find. There are always brass things about a castle that values its aesthetic enough to keep its buttons polished. I had a handful in my pockets, the sort my mother keeps in a carved tin on a lower shelf by the hall. I drove them into the scene like a child who had been promised a better story if she could finish the picture. They went in with a little creak, the sound of metal deciding to belong. "Now regret," I said, with an attempt at levity that made even me wince. "How do you sow remorse into a wall?" Luna took my hand and looked at me full on, which is like being stopped by a quiet tide. "Write what you would rather not tell anyone," she said. "Fold it small and stitch it into the seam. Regret needs a shape. It will settle if you give it one." I could have found a dozen ways to ask what she meant by that, but sometimes simple instructions are the kind that splinter monstrously into results. I took a scrap of parchment and wrote 3 sentences, the sort of thing that makes a man's mouth feel narrow and his stomach keen. I swore an oath in the castle. I promised to keep a secret that may cost me everything. I am trying to keep both my family and Hogwarts standing. It read like a confession because perhaps it was. I folded the paper small and pressed it into the seam. Luna pinned it into place with a brass pin and tucked a buttercup against the fold as if to give it a face. It did not look like much. I had been expecting fanfare, or at least a shiver of magic. Instead, the wall hummed with a small, practical contentment, like a thing that had been waited for and finally received. The scene stilled. The paint seemed to settle, as if relieved. "You sound as if you had hoped for fireworks," Luna said. She was right, I always hoped for something more impressive because the world has taught me that anything small will be overlooked. But the smallness is often the point, small things are easier to hide and easier to mend. We did not run experiments in the corridor for long. Portraits, when treated politely, will do you the favor of keeping quiet, but the castle itself is brittle under attention. The charm, if it could be called that, was not a ward in any textbook sense. It was a stitch, an offering to the house of things it recognized: domesticity, contrition, brass. It had the odd property of being a thing meant for the castle rather than against anything or anyone. It did not shout, it settled into its place. We tested it by moving toward the westward corridor where the whispers had been thicker. The effect was small at first. The portraits along the stair seemed less inclined to gossip. The head with the tiny hat straightened his hat and looked as if he had just been reminded of some chore. It is difficult to explain how a few buttercups and pins can dampen rumors, but they can. Hogwarts runs on rituals and recognition. Give it an acknowledgement it respects, and it will close its mouth for a while. That night we sat in the shadow of a portrait of a long-dead housekeeper who had scowled her way through a century of management, and we let the castle breathe without us for a little while. Luna pulled 2 buttercups from her sleeve and tucked one behind my ear, doing it with the seriousness of someone offering a clasp. She never once laughed at me for being nervous. She listened as if nervousness were a new kind of music. There are matters of loyalty that bloom quietly. I am not a man who finds intimacy easily, not because I am cold, far from it, but because intimacy in my life had been auctioned off early. To find someone to talk to without calculation was rare. Luna had a peculiar way of making the rare feel ordinary, and I liked it. We did not leave things at the wall for long. The potioneer's memory had been useful, but portraits had their own biases. Love letters and grudges tend to grow in frames, and I wanted something firmer. While we were patching the seam, a note had arrived, folded and slid beneath the frame of the potioneer's portrait like a page a ghost had coughing up. Dumbledore's hand is not ugly to the eye, it is slow and precise, like ink learning to be itself. The note was a riddle, as I had expected, folded into a paper boat and tucked in an empty space between brushes. Preserve what keeps the castle lit, it said in its own measured way. When the seal cracks, think of what can be mended without fire. Pride is a lantern you carry for others, do not let it be the last light you guard. It concluded with a line that was both instruction and jab. When asked to choose, remember the difference between belonging and being owned. Dumbledore might have been kinder had he been briefer, but the riddle had the effect of a cool hand across my sternum. You do not expect reassurance from the headmaster for your private crimes, you expect a map and a moral footnote. The map had come dressed as a hymn for patience. Keep the school first, I said aloud, because words lose their menace when you try them on like gloves. Luna listened and nodded. Then we must think of how to mend, she said. She had the sort of practical optimism that is dangerous because it asks only for the correct materials. A charm that requests mending instead of striking. Give the castle something it asks for acknowledgement, and it will give you back a sliver of its memory. I thought of Ambrose and his fool's bargain. He had wanted insurance, he had wanted his line protected by a thing the castle would keep. But I suspected he had not understood the cost of asking the castle to carry a grudge for you. Institutions hold grudges differently than people do. They can keep them forever. There are other things portraits will tell you if you ask enough of them and treat them kindly. The Duchess, when told of the scene, recited the tune of a ceremony she had once attended, one that had been intended as a private binding of an heir without informing the school. She remembered a phrase, as this hall keeps, so shall it bind. It is miserable how easily a sentence of ceremony can become a legal hinge. The housekeeper's portrait, more practical, recalled the smell of buttercups and brass. They were used in old rites as markers of household presence. The potioneer, with his pragmatic view, spoke of regret as a kind of adhesive, how people have always tried to fix the holes in their lives by sewing something new into them, thinking it would hold. It made me think of my own family. My father deals in absolutes and measures, the kind that can be explained in a neat ledger and made to sound inevitable. The idea of stitches and buttercups would have amused him if only because it sounded sentimental. He would have preferred to buy the castle's favor outright. But bargains bought with gold or intimidation make for brittle ties, they break loud and dangerous. Ambrose, by all accounts, had tried something quieter. Quietness, I was learning, can be more treacherous. Do you think it will help? I asked Luna, feeling the risk of asking as one does when one suspect's hope is too bright for the room. It will be a stitch, she said. Not a lock. It will slow things, and the castle likes the people who try to mend it. Sometimes mending is how you keep a place from being taken over. We stayed up later than we should have in the corridor, because the castle let you do that on nights like that if you promised to leave a window in the morning and not disturb anything important. We talked in the low language of friends who mean to become something more practical than acquaintances, about which portraits were least likely to remember one's faults, about the absurdity of using buttercups in the first place, about the way brass warms to the hand. There was an ease between us that was disquietingly human. She told me about the list of things she kept, a catalogue of oddities and small truths, the kind of thing people dismiss as harmless until they find comfort in it. I told her nothing of my father's latest letter, nothing of Lucius' tightening of his face like a hedge. We kept those for other nights. When the charm had settled and the corridor had been left to its breathing, we went to see the potioneer again. He was as likely to tell you the flavor of regret as to pretend you had asked for it. He had the honesty of herb, which will tell you what it is without sweetening. He bent his painted head and told us that Ambrose's little offering had been altered at the last. He thought he had been clever, he said, but someone had picked at the seam. A clasp had been added. A ring, perhaps, a small iron ring with a sigil. When the ring is turned, the seal learns to speak differently. A ring is a circle. A circle keeps things from leaving. A ring. I repeated. The word slid into the room like a blade through old lace. It was not the worst thing a portrait could tell you, it was the sort of thing that made ledger entries feel like a fairy tale about logic. A ring that could turn a bargain into a bond would be the sort of object a faction would fight over. Rings make for readable history. They make for obvious motives. The potioneer frowned, as portraits can when asked to remember unpleasant details. It was small, he said. Bright as a bee's wing. Made of metal, but not the sort used in a signet. It had the feel of a child's treasure. Ambrose believed it would be protection. Some quirks of hearts do not reflect well in hindsight. 3 things sat in my head like stones after that: an ancestor called Ambrose, a charm made from buttercups, brass pins, and regret, and a ring that liked circles more than sense. The castle had kept a ledger and a grudge and a little domestic charm that would not be useful in battle. It was, in other words, exactly the kind of thing that a man with a ledger must learn to understand if he wished to save a school rather than chiefly himself. The thing about asking portraits is that they give you facts like slices, clean, sometimes raw, always partial. They rarely offer motives because motives are messy, and portraits dislike mess. For motive, you must ask living people. For motives you must consider family, and family will always answer in their own language. That night, as we walked under a sky that matched the castle in its grey patience, I thought of my mother. She is a woman who will bend in private. She has the kind of love that prefers small acts to proclamations. Had she found Ambrose's cheap mercies pretty? Would she tuck a buttercup in a scene for the sake of a child's future? She had once altered my father's include to lower a bar that would have snapped us into ruin. Mothers do their own kinds of bargaining with the world. She would likely have liked the idea of a scene mended without anyone having to tell a ledger entry that something untoward had been done. I did not tell Luna about my mother. She did not require the whole catalogue of my private life to be useful. She had her own quiet courage and a way of naming things that required only 2 words before she turned them into a tool. We had stitched a small charm into the east spiral like people who prefer to leave their mistakes bounded by neatness. We slept badly that night because sleeping badly is a habit at Hogwarts when the castle itself coughs in the dark. I woke to the smell of lemon oil and a note under my pillow so thin it might have been made of breath. The handwriting was Dumbledore's again, but the tone was not a riddle so much as a damp cloth applied to a fever. A caution, it said. Those who would own consequence are not always those who ought to make it. There are hands at work in the manner I would trust less than a portrait. Be careful with rings. The last word felt like something that could snap a thread. I had known rings could be important, family rings, signets, things that tighten into identity. The idea that someone had added a ring into Ambrose's seam made everything more calculated. Who had the time to meddle with ancestral bargains and put a ring into the seam? It made the manner look dangerous, as if my father's name might be used by others as a key. Lucius has never been a man to allow strangers to pick at the edges of his cloth. He distrusts sloppiness as if it were an insult. If someone else had added a ring where Ambrose had left a stitch, then either Ambrose had been cleverer or someone had been cleverer and meaner. I dressed quickly. The castle was not quiet in the way it had been the night before. There was the taste of anticipation in the stones. I could imagine my father at Malfoy Manor making plans like a man drawing up a chessboard. The idea of him at a chessboard turning the pieces to suit his needs was less comforting than it should have been. I had a choice then, one that felt like being handed a map with one route labeled Pride and the other labeled Prudence. The oath I had sworn in this castle had been the sort of thing that keeps nightmares awake. It was not noble. It was a practical thing, an almost legal document framed by the echoing pillars of the Room of Requirement. I had promised, with a childish gravity, to keep a truth secret because I believed it might keep people alive. Dumbledore's note advised caution. Luna had given me a small charm. The portraits had told me where Ambrose had sown his offering. The potioneer's memory had spoken of a ring. There were things that made sense and things that did not, and I had to decide which to follow. I went back to the East Spiral first, because the small stitch felt like a place to start. The scene where I had put the buttercups and the brass pins had been disturbed. At first I thought the cord might have frayed from age or the puffing of the castle, but then I saw the mark, so small I might have missed it if I had been cleverer. An imprint in the paint, a faint circle, as if someone had pressed a ring into wet green. Whoever had done it had not wanted anyone to notice. The paint had been disturbed and smoothed. Somebody had been here. Under the paint, where Ambrose had thought to hide his sown regret, something else had sat like a pebble. A tiny glint. I caught it between thumb and forefinger as if I were holding a small animal, a filigreed circle of metal no larger than a fingernail, and a sigil like a curled question pressed into its face. It was bright as bee's wing, just as the potioneer had said, and it fit in the palm of my hand like the promise of a single measure. When I held it, something in the corridor shifted. The portrait next to us sighed and said, with the cold politeness of someone for whom scandal is a scent, "We remember you, House. A ring that turns will be the sort of thing some men prefer to offer as marriage and some call a trap. It makes bargains binding to more than words." I looked at Luna. She held my eye with the softness of someone who has decided to accompany you through a storm rather than stand aside to watch. "Then we must decide who is turning it," she said. Decision is not the same as action. But decisions get their own momentum, and when metal is involved, the rest usually follows. I slipped the ring into my pocket like a coin you keep for luck and walked out of the corridor feeling as if I had been given a new inventory: buttercups, brass pins, regret, a ring that could lock a bargain, and hands at the manor that disliked being reminded that their influence could be borrowed by others. The castle hummed around me with the private satisfaction of someone who knows its own stories are being read. At the top of the staircase, the portrait with the hat clicked its tongue. "Best to be careful," it warned. "Forgiveness is a messy business." "Forgiveness," I said, and the word tasted like a fancy dinner consumed too quickly. It is one thing to stitch a seam, another to ask for absolution. I do not have many illusions about what I owe to my family, nor about what my family expects from me. The thought of telling my father that our ancestral bargain had been meddled with felt like handing him a ledger entry with his own name in blood. He would value the problem as a political annoyance to be corrected with a signature and a threat. He would not think of the scenes and the buttercups. But then that was why I could not go home yet, not until I had understood what Ambrose had done for us and what someone else had done to him. The choice Dumbledore had recommended was not one of sentiment but of survival: preserve the school above the urge to protect pride. Pride is a convenient cloak. It makes you feel less vulnerable without altering anything. It also makes you dangerously alone. There was the small comfort of Luna's hand in mine as we descended toward the common room, the warmth of someone who had agreed to the smallness of our charm and the strangeness of our pact. There are 100 ways to be brave. Stitching a seam in the East Spiral under moonless paint is one of them. It is not earth-shaking. It is, in its way, stubbornness disguised as flight. At the foot of the stairs, a folded paper lay waiting like a cool teacup. The handwriting was familiar, coarse, methodical, impatient. Lucius has a way of making even his notes sound like a ledger entry. He does not waste words on sentiment. His letter contained one sentence and a single good thing about living in a political household: when you hear nothing, it is often worse. Come to the manor. Tonight. There is an urgency that smells less like concern and more like calculation. I looked at Luna, watching the light in the portrait room. My fingers had dust on them from paint and mortar, and the ring in my pocket was a petal's weight. The choice I was about to make would be returned to me in measures I could not imagine. I told myself I was going because there were facts I had to bring back to the family ledger. I told myself I was going because Ambrose's ring might tell me who had dared meddle with our careless ancestors' first foolishness. I told myself I was going because the manor was the sort of place where hands might move the very cords that bind bargains, and I needed to know whose hands. Luna did not ask me to promise anything. She took my hand instead, firm, unproved, like a small vote of confidence, then pressed a buttercup into my palm as if to remind me that small things sometimes do the heavy work. Don't let them own you, she said quietly. Keep the school first. I'll try, I said, and there was a lie and a truth braided together in those 3 words, because trying is sometimes all one has. I had sworn oaths in this castle and in the dark. I had sworn to carry burdens that might one day be the pyres for the wrong things. The ring in my pocket felt heavy with the possibility that I would be forced to choose not merely between family and school, but between being the instrument of a bargain and the person who undoes it. I walked toward the manor with a charm stitched to the east spiral and a ring held like a small, inconvenient truth. The night around me seemed full of listening things. Somewhere, deep in the walls, a portrait muttered a story like a promise. I had secrets I could not disclose and promises I could not betray, and the castle had given me one tiny advantage, a seam that had been mended long enough to buy a few heartbeats. As I climbed into the carriage that was to take me home, I felt the weight of it not just as a son but as something worse and more dangerous, a man who might be expected to save a place he had not asked to be bound to. The ring burned cold in my pocket. The buttercup in my fist wilted a little against the leather of the carriage. Some bargains are stitched. Some are stamped. The difference, I was learning, is whether you are the one who sews the thread or the one who finds it already tied. And the manor waited like a chessboard, with pieces already moving into positions I had not authorized. The carriage lurched forward and the moon, being particularly unhelpful, chose that moment to go behind a cloud. In the dark between the moon and the road, I felt a kind of clarity, small and sharp as a brass pin. They will test us tonight, and the castle has begun to answer. The question was not who would pick at the seam but who would be left holding the thread when it came undone. Chapter 9, Black Ink and Blue Letter. The pamphlets arrived like a frost. One morning the castle was trimmed in still wet black ink, pinned to portrait frames, slipped under common room doors, unfolded on the benches of the great hall as if some clumsy, invisible hand had been setting a trap for our breath. They did not bother with persuasion. They accused. They sang of sacrilege, of broken rights, of blood that had been misused and honors misplaced. They named no one, and yet they named everyone. A gauntleted heraldic print, an almost forgotten family motto half-inked and left to bleed, small things like this make more noise than a shouted name. People filled the gaps with their own particular fears. My own face, when I thought of it at all, was a pale prop on the stage of another man's speech. The pamphlet did not say Malfoy, but it did show a curved serpent near a shattered seal, and a dozen angles at which minds accustomed to reading headlines might put 2 and 2 together. There is an economy to rumors that is often crueler than malice. They do the work of 1,000 hands and leave you no time to answer. Hogwarts reacted in the way castles do when someone has scraped at their foundations, with a combination of outrage and tight-lipped curiosity. McGonagall trailed through corridors in a storm of pins and indignation, reasserting ward boundaries as if briskness alone could stitch the scenes back together. Portraits argued in their own languages. A week is never just a week in a school where painted ancestors debate etiquette, and sometimes they were sensible, and sometimes they were not, and sometimes they supplied the only theatre left to gossip. The portraits were the worst. A trimmed phrase, a private confession made public, they loved spectacle. Lucius found the ministry's sudden, officious anxiety delicious. It gave him traction. He praised their swiftness like a man applauding a guard for holding the gate while he tightened the ropes behind him. he called, briefly and with the whipcord smile that had kept more than one minister polite in the past, for a more rigorous, more official investigation. Lucius likes nothing more than a problem that can be diagnosed and then priced. A pamphlet that lets him parade as the concerned citizen is better than a pamphlet that would have made him shuffle his feet and hope a thing went away. The ministry obliged with the sort of bustle anyone who has watched bureaucracies grow would find familiar, committees that met in whispered rooms, aurors whose hands fidgeted with cuffs and notebooks, an inspector who insisted on reading the heraldic blot as if it were scripture. A few of my acquaintances, boys I had once been inclined to disdain by virtue of their haircuts and their eagerness to laugh at my expense, suddenly found their tongues to decry the slur and the danger with a vehemence that was almost touching in its timing. Others, people with less to lose or more to say, bristled. I could see the annoyance on their faces, and they were right to be annoyed. Ministry interference at a school is an incitement to panic. It is also, when a Malfoy likes what the attention allows, a lever. People asked questions I did not answer out loud. The safer answer is the truth, crusty though it is, but the truth is a peculiar thing. At Hogwarts it tends to put you on displays you had not meant to be part of. So I cultivated my pale smile and practiced the kind of polite evasion that passes for propriety. A Slytherin should be easy to read only when it suits them. I am not as cold as other people assume. I am not as quick to burn my bridges for sport. I am not as simple a thing as the pamphlet would like me to be. Luna found me in the library because she is a singular kind of person whose trajectory tends to intersect with awkward angles of fate. I do not know why she sought me out that day. Perhaps she had seen my face caught at an odd slant in a breakfast window and thought it worth correcting. Perhaps she simply needed to be near a person who wore their trouble on the inside rather than on the outside, and there was some collapsed sympathy between two misread souls. Whatever the reason, she was there with the small dog-eared magazine she always carried and a look that suggested she had been culling facts like tiny, deliberate flowers. "You look like the sort of person who carries a lot of small shoes in his pockets," she said, and it was lunatic in the most bracing way, not a question, merely an observation. She sat beside me at the table and arranged her things with that particular slant of concentration that always made me think of a friend listening to a complicated animal heartbeat. "It is not advisable to carry shoes in pockets at Hogwarts," I said, because that is the sort of reply that keeps some of the slope between us at a tolerable gradient. She smiled as if I had shown her a particularly pretty constellation. We did not talk then of pamphlets. We talked about the moving staircases and how, if one knew how to listen, and Luna always did know how to listen, the staircases made a kind of map out of their creaks. She told me, in a way that had been rehearsed only in the small theatre of her own peculiar logic, that places have habits. Some tales are like birds that perch on a particular ledge. If you watched the patterns, she said, you could guess where the birds would be next. I thought of the pamphlets as those birds. I had reasons to make the birds fly elsewhere. The ring, the thing everyone whispered about in rooms that had no right to the truth, had been bothering me like a splinter. Small oaths, once sworn, are insecure in the face of time. They rub and they itch and sometimes they peel a person's skin away until you have to get someone to look at the wound and say whether the scar will be permanent or not. I had sworn an oath in a place that should have been safer than any, the quietest hollow of Hogwarts, where stones listen better than people. That oath had been to keep the prophecy's shade safe, to keep the seal intact until a sensible hour removed the danger. Keeping that oath had become more difficult because other people were certain the seal belonged to them and the prophecy entitled them to speak louder. The ring was that kind of claim, an item that could be read as legal instrument, as ritual key, as a symbol worth killing for. I could not allow it to change hands in the clumsy fashion a pamphlet demanded. A false trail is a delicate thing. It has to smell like truth but contain no venom that will fester. It has to be plausible enough to divert effort without being so barbed that it causes an innocent to suffer unduly. It can involve a legalistic misdirection, a misremembered map, or the careful placement of a decoy. In my case, I chose the last, partly because decoys are small consolations in a world that prefers annihilation, and partly because it would let me whisper the truth of the ring to only a handful of people and hide the rest beneath a theatrical flourish. I told one lie and hedged another like a man hedging bets at cards. The first lie was deliberate and loud. I let a fragment of gossip escape while an aura was still asking my father questions in a manner that felt like flattery in the wrong hands. I mentioned, casually and with all the blandness of someone offering a biscuit at tea, that if the ring were to be found easily it would most likely be uncovered in the old family crypt beneath the manor. My voice did not tremble. My hands were wrists of composure. Lucius' smile met mine like a hand taking a baton. He liked the image. He liked the idea of the family estate becoming the scene of inquiry because it gave him control and the chance to parade as wronged yet helpful. It also turned a pamphlet into something tangible that could be boxed into a ministry file. It made reporters less dangerous and more transactional. It was, in its way, a small kindness to my father. He needed to feel like he had a seat at a table and a part to play, and the crypt was a theatre he understood. But it also meant lodging my name, or at least my household, more explicitly in a place that was already being pointed at, and that is the rub: little lies bruise the people closest to you. The second untruth was deliberate only in omission. The ring had not been at the manor. It had been moved, to say precisely where would have been to put it in mortal danger. Instead, I engineered what looked like discovery. I prepared a decoy, a small, cold thing, iron with the varnish of age and the faint tremor of rituals layered over it like dust. I took it into the room of requirement on a Tuesday when the staircases had been especially obliging, and the room, obligingly patient, gave me a narrow bronze niche, like a drawer carved into the living chest of the castle. I slipped the decoy into a velvet-lined case and tucked it under a false tile the room would remember as the place where boys leave their arrogance. Then I let the wand of gossip do the rest. A blue letter, rare and private, for a blue letter suggests affection or secrecy and always reads as more believable than a scrawl, found its way into the hands of a portrait that is fond of spectacle. Portraits are greedy for stories. They reproduce them like echoing halls. The letter was written in a hand that could be attributed to an ancestor easily impressed into service, a tight, courtly script that spoke of old alliances and a hidden reliquary. I made it plausible. I made it imbued with the right sort of regret. The portrait, delighted with its own importance, displayed the letter to anyone who asked. What the public did not know, what only a very quiet number of people knew, was that the thing in the velvet case would not be the ring they sought. It would be a well-crafted facsimile. It would have weight and a faint hum of charm. It would have enough suggestion of provenance to make greedy palms reach, but it would not, crucially, possess the legal imprint that gives an object the authority to bind or unbind a prophecy. That imprint was not fluff. It was something that needed care and particular ink that could only be applied under certain conditions. The real ring was safe. It carried its own set of wards that made it heavy in a different way. To keep it safe, I had to create a distraction. The cost of the distraction was not to the ring but to others. The pamphlets were already ablaid. My decoy sharpened it for me. I had arranged the play so that it would point away from the castle long enough for the wards to do their work. But stories, once loosened, are not choosy about what they cut. The blue letter mentioned the crypt, and the portrait, eager for gossip, quoted that letter and embellished it. Lucius rejoiced at the appearance of officialdom sweeping through his ancestral halls. The manor would be inspected, the crypt prized open, and the search would look like diligent housekeeping. The ministry took the bait, delighted to show muscle. I mean, who would blame them? A ring of such implication is a public concern. If you are trying to convince a world that a threat is not imminent, sometimes you have to let them be busy with pieces that seem to matter. Luna watched all this with a face that did not register alarm in the way mine did. She saw me arrange the decoy and bellied no theatrics. Perhaps that is what friendship is at its best, someone who will not astonish you into secrecy but will see the bruise already forming beneath your hand and name it cleanly. You will be blamed for this, she said when at last we walked the cold flagstones near the greenhouses and the moon was a thumbprint on the sky. People need someone to press their fears into. They will choose someone who muddies business with a complicated face. Is that supposed to be comforting? I asked. Comfort is not my trade, Dre. Observation is. Do you want me to offer you something that resembles comfort? I did not. I wanted a confession to be enough, which is to say I wanted the truth to be public so someone else might take the burden. That is a coward's prayer. It was also the kind of hope that evaporates under scrutiny. Instead, I had made a choice that was 1,000 small compromises sewn together into a decision. I had told a lie to help a truth. But that lie stung someone who trusted me, and I am willing to admit, without melodrama, that this wounded me. Not because of the stain on a name, I have spent a life learning how to polish reputations, but because both my parents trusted too easily in a version of me that I cannot provide without breaking half of myself. Narcissa's letter came 2 days later. It was not a scolding. She does not scold in that way. She wrote with the measured grief of someone who cannot let her son be publicly constricted and privately punished. "Be careful how you let others steer you," she said in phrases I folded and unfolded like origami. "You have always been more than what people demand of you. Do not make yourself less for their convenience." I had expected anger, bluster, attempt at formality. Narcissa's care is a peculiar pressure, like the soft insistence of a hand that will pull you away from a ledge without making a fuss. Her letter, gentle as it was, made my face hot with shame because it implied that I had let the shape of our family be used as bait. The shame was exact. I had told my father an untrue but plausible thing in order to give him something to hold on to, and by doing so I had laid his honor on a table for inspection. He chewed the bone of indignation with the air of a man honored by offense. He needed to be busy. I had bought him that busyness at the cost of exposing the manor to prying hands. When you have made a choice that damages those you love, the morality of the choice becomes immediate and personal. It is not enough to believe you did right. You must also live with the people whose blood you have diluted with necessity. That is when the gravity of saving the larger thing shows its true face. It asks you if you can wear the shame threads without flinching. I could say that I am hard, indifferent to appearances. I am not. I care in small, personal ways that are not often seen in the columns of the paper. I care about the sickle-shaped moon on a good morning, about a father who likes to be consulted, about a mother's silence that says all sorts of things and asks for fewer. I hurt in ways that pamphlets are not clever enough to diagnose. Luna saw the wound before I fully named it. That is the peculiar generosity of her company. She does not rescue by speech, she rescues by presence. When I told her what I had done, because one must tell someone, and silence is a greedy thing that eats courage, she did not make the problem smaller. She made it real. She spoke of consequences in a kind of short sentences that carry the weight of careful calculation. "You could make them chase a ghost," she said. "But ghosts are hungry. They will sometimes eat the people who made them." I did something to protect the wards, I told her. The wards needed time. I cannot let the ring fall into reckless hands. "Who decides what reckless is?" she asked, and there was no judge in her tone. "You?" "No," I said too quickly. "I am. I have to decide, in the end." "It is a heavy thing to carry alone," she answered, as if naming an old ache in a song. Then she reached up and, without ceremony, took my sleeve between 2 long fingers. The touch was small and steadied the uncertain axis of my chest. "If you are going to be ashamed," she said, "wear it as a cloak, not as a collar. Cloaks protect. Collars choke." There was a ridiculous comfort in that image. Cloaks are deliberate things. They can be adjusted. I thought of the way my family's old robes had hung in the cupboard at Malfoy Manor when I was a child, 2 large sleeves for a small boy, aristocracy made into clothing. A cloak can be mended. A collar cannot. She did not absolve me. She did not say the thing everyone wants when they are about to be judged: "You did the right thing." She said instead, "I see you." That is a kinder balm than the others. It is also a dangerous encouragement, because being seen does not erase the consequences. It only changes them into something you no longer have to pretend to manage alone. The first raid on the manor was a clumsy spectacle. Men in dark cloaks shuffled through family portraits with a propriety that bordered on farce. They asked polite questions and then rude ones later, as if being nice was a way to be thorough. They moved boxes and prodded at tapestries and announced, with official gravity, that ancient crypts were to be opened for the sake of national security. Lucius looked like a man pleased to watch his house arranged like a chessboard where his pieces were just being admired rather than culled. He made a show of cooperation that could have been written into a play, stiff collar, measured outrage on cue, the kind of performative hurt that gets you press sympathy. It worked. The searchers found the decoy exactly where I had left it. The portrait of a wizened counselor made a small, dramatic confession that felt rehearsed, and before the day was out someone had produced a photograph that the press would love, a velvet-lined case and a small, iron thing that glinted in borrowed light. The minister wrote a letter promising rigorous investigation. My father accepted a governmental official's handshake as if accepting an award. People cheered at the house table with the same kind of noise they reserve for quietly unimportant rugby matches. And then the sharp part of the night arrived, because when you give the world something to chase it often runs faster and uglier than you expect. These men, who had for a moment been behaving as proper colleagues, split off into smaller hunters. Old alliances rearranged like storm clouds. Murmurs of factions, Death Eater elements in mutter and suspicion, men who had a taste for ritual and for the sort of proprietary magic that makes people hard, pivoted away from the manor and back toward the castle when they found the decoy had no true bite. News travels in a living building, the staircases hum, the portraits gossip. A decoy can be unmasked by those who seek ritual truth more carefully than a ministry inspection ever could. This is when Lucius' pleasure curdled into something else. He is a man who likes to control the narrative, and the narrative had found new, unpredictable appetite. He had asked for action, and the action, once let loose, would not let itself be tailored to his neat intentions. You cannot ask an ocean to be a cup just because you are thirsty. The night the real hunters came close, I remember thinking of small, procedural things. How to shift a ward at 2 a.m. without waking a castle that listens. How not to leave fingerprints in places too obvious. How to keep 2 stories in my head at once, one for the men who would come with dark intent and one for the boy who loved his mother and the other boy who loved the sky and did not know how to fit together those pieces. Luna and I moved like thieves with a purpose that was meant to be noble. We had arranged for volunteers, the kind who work in a school because they belong to it, not because it pays. People I had once tolerated now held torches like offerings. They were not the sort I imagined would come to my aid in times past. They came because the castle had a need and because I had kept a promise in a small, quiet place that few had watched. I could feel the weight of a choice still, like a coin in the side pocket of my robe. It was heavy against my hip, but heavy in a way that meant it would not be forgotten. The decoy had done its work initially, and now the real danger skittered elsewhere. That was the larger thing. That was the shape of saving that did not require heroics on a platform. It required calculation and the occasional sacrifice of a smaller truth. Luna held my arm as we walked the corridor back toward the Slytherin dungeon. Wearing shame a cloak, she said, as if reciting something learned from a catalogue. That is practical. There are buttons, you know, and you can fasten them. Buttons? I said, because my mind was apparently still married to absurdities. Buttons, she repeated with the patience of someone who had a map for everything. So people know it is deliberate. They will not step on it. I would learn, as all people do when they make complicated bargains, how much of my soul I was allowed to barter. The pamphlets continued their rounds. The ministry continued its inquiries. Lucius basked for as long as a man of his temperament could bask, and then he grew anxious when the scent trail turned in ways his polished strategies had not anticipated. Men of violent taste are difficult to steer once they realize they've been fed a lie. There will be a cost to the decoy's discovery, I thought. There always is. The castle thinks in long, slow measures. The pamphlet had been the first chisel. I had put a polished stone in its way so the chisel would not strike where it would collapse something vital. That is how you protect huge things, not with fireworks, but with a series of small, deliberate obstructions. Luna did not hold my hand in public that night. She saved that for a quiet moment when the staircases had settled and the portraits no longer chattered for pleasure. She said nothing dramatic. She simply leaned against me and let my shoulder be an anchor for a few breaths. It was not pity, it was presence. That is sometimes the only thing that keeps a person from forgetting themselves entirely. You will have to explain to her, she said finally, because certain sacrifices demand conversation, not concealment. She will ask you why you let the manor be opened. She will ask you if you knew what the pamphlet meant. She will ask you if you were willing to hurt those who loved you to keep the ring safe. She asked me that, I said, thinking of Narcissa and the wrinkle in the paper she had folded with such economy. She does not understand the mechanics of the wards. Few do, Luna said. But people understand when they are sacrificed for convenience. That is what will hurt. I could have told her the truth, I said, and this was a small, honest thing. You did tell a truth, she answered. You told a smaller one to make room for a larger one. You chose the thing that would save more. That is still a choice. A choice that made my mother weep on folded paper, I said, the image sudden and hot against my chest. Luna kissed my sleeve, quick and absurd, like a punctuation mark. Then let her tears be part of the weather, Dre. Let them water the ground. We will find the seed together. We were both too old for certain kinds of heroics and too young for others. That is the odd adolescence of living in a castle that is itself a polity and a patchwork of loyalties. The pamphlet had been cast like a pebble into the reservoir of our lives. It would ripple. Some ripples would be neat and harmless. Some would catch on jagged coves. I had, by placing my decoy and my lies, chosen which coves to guard and which to let be battened down by other people's grief. When the morning came, the papers were less interested in the manner than the fact that someone had the temerity to put a small iron piece into a velvet case. They had photographs and shorthand and an appetite for skeletons. The staircases were patient, the portraits continued their noisy deliberations, and the castle went about the business of being itself. The wards held. The ring did not change hands. But I could not live only in the armor of results. There are nights when results are cold. There are mornings when the price is due in small, personal currency. Narcissa wrote again, and this time there was less of the measured grief and more of the plain speech that makes me think of the woman who nursed me quietly through things she did not have to bear for the world. Do not let this make you easy to other people's appetites, she wrote. We will observe, and we will act when we must. But do not let others dictate the shape of your truth. You are not a table they may rearrange. You are a person. That last line, you are a person, landed like a bell tolling softly in a church I have not attended since childhood. I am acutely aware that my name will be combat-ready in the mouths of many, chosen, marked, useful. People will sharpen and blunt it like a tool. That is part of the ache. To be chosen is to be useful, but it is also to be a target. Luna walked me back to the slithering common room as if we were two conspirators in a play. The fire threw its lazy, green light into the room, and the portraits watched us with an interest that I could almost mistake for sympathy. She did not insist on explanation any more than she already had. She sat and told me, in that way she has, that the world is full of improbable things and that one must keep a small pocket for miracle. I will keep a place for you to rest there, she said. Not because you are the chosen one, but because you are the boy who hides truths like coins. Do you have a pocket for shame? I asked, because I had to say something that was not heavy. Humor, for me, is a way of breathing. I have a cupboard, she said. It is tidy. I will put buttons on the cloak for you. She laughed like someone amused by a private joke. I laughed, too, because the ridiculousness of our conversation was itself a kind of refuge. We sat like two small defenses against the day. The castle made its noises, a stair creaked like an old man shifting in bed, a portrait lectured to a younger one about the proper way to fold a napkin, and I felt, in that orchestra of habit, something steadier than the pamphlets and the politics. The thing about shame, the heavy cloak of it my mother feared and my friend buttoned for me, is that once worn it seems to absorb the air. You think you will drown under its fabric. Then you discover that it keeps you warm in ways you did not predict. It directs how others approach you, it makes them gentler, or it makes them crueler. It casts you as the boy who had to do something ugly to save something larger, and that role is a cold bed to sleep in at night. I would not pretend I liked the trade. I would not pretend that the decoy had not given me small pleasures, they were the pleasures of a man who could plan a lie and watch it move. There was artistry in deception. There was also a cost that could not be paid with obsidian rings or legalistic definitions of prophecy. You pay with mothers, with trust, with the private geometry of relationships. When the government men left the manor, satisfied by the photograph and hungry for their next press release, Lucia's smile was a little thinner. He likes control, he likes narratives that bend like canes on a chessboard. He had been fed a drama, and drama's appetite is such that it later demands sequels. I slept badly that night, listening to the castle as if it might confide some small, consoling fact. I woke with the knowledge that no matter the outcome, the pamphlets would not stop. They are a form of argument now, and arguments in a polity rarely end with apologies. They end with fatigue and maps rearranged by hands that think themselves clever. But I also woke with a new, steadier knowledge that I had someone who would button the cloak for me. That knowledge mattered less to the men who write manifestos and more to me when the world narrowed into the very practical business of preserving wards. The pamphlet will be the first among many small storms. The ministry will keep its hands where they think they must. My father will continue to enjoy the limelight until something goes sour, at which point the centuries of decorum will try to overtake the panic. My mother will fold her letters and worry quietly in the only way she knows how. I will wear the cloak of my choice and count the seams. Luna squeezed my hand as if reminding me that there are other small vows worth keeping. I have already made more than one oath in a castle that breathes and listens and keeps its own secrets. I will not make another one lightly. But when I took this one, I did it with my eyes open. We walked back into the common room where the portraits were already gossiping of rooms and rings and who had the best stable hands. They were loud, and they were wrong about much, but they were also persistent. The pamphlet would continue to flap at the edges of people's attention like a small, useful storm. It would be used by some and reviled by others. I tucked the decoy's velvet into a drawer in the room of requirements niche and left the real ring wrapped in 3 wards that no pamphlet, no portrait, and no ministry inspector could smell. It will stay there for now. It is a small victory. Small victories are the architecture of revolution, or of survival. It is sometimes hard to tell the difference. Outside, the castle sighed. Someone laughed in the next room, a sound like a lock clicking into place. The next move would be made by people far louder and angrier than pamphlets. Men with names and agendas. Men who like the idea of breaking seals more than they like the idea of negotiating. I felt, as very few people have seen me feel, both very young and very old at once. Luna tilted her head and said, simply, "There will be evenings when you will wish you had not done this." "There will be evenings when I will be grateful," I answered. "Both will be true," she said. "That is how we know we are human." "Humanity has not been good to our house," I said, thinking of historic reputations and the way the world likes to believe in neat categories. "No," she said. "But humanity keeps buttons. It has the decency to sew things on properly." I laughed then, because what else does one do when the world is a storm and your friend offers you a needle? And it was less a laugh than a small, exhausted sound. The castle swallowed it and answered with the far-off rattle of vats in the kitchens preparing something for breakfast. There will be more pamphlets. There will be more stages and spectacles and men like my father who mistook bustle for control. But I had offered them a scent to chase. I had given them a trail that would keep them busy for a little longer. I had traded a small piece of truth for a larger one, and the exchange will be counted against me in the court of public opinion in ways I have not yet seen. Luna's finger still held mine when the fire dimmed. She did not press me to explain further. She had seen the cost and she let me wear it. That was mercy rendered without judgment. It was, for a boy like me who is learning the balance of duty and conscience, almost everything. The pamphlets will keep their black argument. The ministry will keep its files. The portrait will keep telling its better story. But when the night is cold and the castle listens, there are small hands that will fasten the cloak tighter and say nothing more. There are consequences yet to come, and men who will be impatient. For now, the ring is safe, the wards hold, and a lie has been placed like a pebble before a rushing river. I am not sure if the pebble will divert the current or merely toss small stones at the banks. I only know that I twisted a little truth out of shape to keep a larger shape intact, and for the first time since I learned what it meant to be chosen, I felt something like the hollow of a hand where a burden could rest. Tomorrow the castle will wake with a new appetite. The pamphlets will find new hands to be read by. The ministry will demand its pound of certainty. And somewhere in the hush of the room of requirement, the real thing, the ring that could undo us or save us, waits, patient as a thing that knows the rhythm of time is a longer pulse than our need for noise. I ducked my head into Luna's shoulder and let the shame hang over me like a cloak that needed constant mending. She hummed, half a tune and half a map, and for once I was grateful that the world still contained people who put pins in hems and cared for the small repairs of other people's souls. We stepped out of the common room together, and the portraits watched. The pamphlet was still there to be read and misread. The next move would be made by men who had always liked the sound of other people's names on their tongues. For now, I had given them a trail. Now I had to see what they would do with it. Chapter 10: The Ring's Shadow. When a thing called the ring begins getting talked about in half steps and in a kind of hush reserved for funerals and good conspiracies, it arrives as more than gossip. It arrives as weather. You can feel it in the air. People tiptoe across corridors as if they might bruise it. Conversations narrow into pinholes. Portraits hold their breath. Rumors spread like a rash, neat and itchy. Department of Mysteries men seen consulting dusty ledgers, ex-Death Eaters hanging about basements for reasons their faces didn't explain, ministry officials whose smiles had gone brittle. Even in school the steps felt different, heavier. It was as if the castle itself was recalibrating to a new axis of danger. The ring, according to whoever had the taste for spectacle that week, had the sort of property that makes practical people less sensible. It didn't merely charm or unlock, it bound. Control, whispered the trade in the parlor and corridor alike, subtle as a law and twice as binding. One could put a limit on it, force obedience, not a mind to a purpose. For an object like that, there are only 3 useful votes in the world: those who will bind it to themselves, those who will destroy it, and those who will try to mediate, to keep it from becoming anyone's leash. Lucius, with his jaw already carved from policy, voted first and loudly. Other factions voted in ways that left thin trails you'd follow into cellars and private cabinets. I had other votes. One was sworn on a stone that smelled faintly of candle wax and secrecy. It sat in my chest and made my breath shorter on bad days. The other vote was the Malfoy house rulebook, long and annotated, and my parents' expectations, which were more persuasive than the book. Neither wanted the ring falling into anyone else's hands. Not because Malfoys were afraid of competition, we always insisted we were better at competition, but because we had learned in recent months that power unanchored is the thing most likely to snap your family's bones. So I did what I had been trained to do by a lifetime of small theatres. I made a performance of innocence. The private cabinet at Malfoy Manor was a room that owed its quiet to both pedigree and secrecy. It held portraits who remembered names like contracts, and glass cases for swords and seals we never discussed, and boxes lined in velvet. Lucius kept the cabinet for the same reason a man keeps a dog: it demonstrated control even as it ate the dust of refusal. The ring was said to be there, which was a fact the world had either learned the wrong way or in perfectly sensible secrecy. It was precisely the sort of place hunters would come if they believed themselves entitled. One night in early autumn, while leaves fell in the gravel outside and the house hummed with the small anxieties of a political household, I arranged a theatre. I had been sharpening my pale smile in front of the grand mirror. It is a curious practice. To reduce menace to a decorative thing takes an odd steadiness, the same steadiness I used in exams and in the quiet, private oaths. I wore a jacket that declared nothing and everything at once. A good coat can be an armor, a better coat is a diversion. Narcissa smiled at me with the tiredness of a woman who keeps traps for bedtime. Lucius, upstairs in a study with the curtains drawn, had invited some of his less doctrinaire acquaintances for a meeting that would provide plausible witnesses and be only thinly disguised as commerce. It was perfect. The house would be full of observers with more to prove than to ask. Luna was not so much dressed as quietly assembled. She arrived carrying a battered case that smelt of beeswax and old paper and something sweet I could not name. It suited her. She had a way of owning odd things and making the rest of the world amend its opinions accordingly. She greeted Narcissa as if she were a school friend recently returned from an expedition, and Narcissa, perhaps grateful for any mannered calm that was not Lucius, returned the kindness with a glance that asked to be trusted. We walked the private corridors together while portraits pinched their noses at our eagerness. Luna and I had a system by now. She observed, I filtered. She would ask questions in a way that made the answers come out honest or laughably false, and I would keep the more inconvenient truths to myself. We need to make sure it isn't booby-trapped, she said, the way someone instructing a child on threading a needle might. It was not a casual phrase. She set her case on the velvet bench and opened it. Inside were lengths of thread that shone like moonlight, a small iron thimble with an owl stamped on it, and a collection of tiny screws and glass beads I allowed myself to stare at because they were not hasty and therefore kinder to the mind. You mean like wards? I asked. She smiled, and it was a small, slow thing that made the dust motes in the air sound important. Wards are the heavy tools. Sometimes magic wants to be stitched rather than hammered. If you set a charm like a seam, it can give and mend without snapping. Sewing, as a metaphor, would have been the last thing I expected to hear in connection with theft. I had been taught the elegance of a well-placed counterspell and the theatre of distraction. The idea of binding charms like a backstitch sounded almost domestic, almost painfully patient. You plan to darn it? I asked. The question was dry. She tilted her head and made a small, thoughtful sound. Only the bits that bite. You're very good with misdirection, Draco. I can make things less pointy. I'm better at doing gentle work beneath the point. It's safer when we both do less of the grand gesture. There was an intimacy in that, not so much in the touch of her fingers as in the way we divided the labor of risk. She threaded a needle with the kind of concentration that made everything else recede. The portraits blinked, the house creaked, the pair of gloves on a nearby mantel seemed suddenly unnecessary. She used a spell I'd never heard named, a stitch of silvery light that climbed along fabric as if invisible hands pulled thread through cloth, and the idea of it made my throat tighten with the artness of my gratitude. What if someone just takes it back? I asked, practical and small and afraid of saying the real fear, that binding the ring would make me the ring's natural hand, and that the oath I'd sworn might demand I be the one to use it. Luna's fingers paused. Then we make it useless to them for a bit. If there's anyone desperate enough to force a ring's will onto someone, they will look for the obvious. We hide the obvious. She looked at me, and her eyes were steady. She had a way of seeing the interior of people that left small doors open. Also, you should be careful with making bargains alone. I didn't tell her that I had already made bargains alone. It is simpler to keep some of those sentences in the dark places where they belong. I told her instead where the cabinet's key would be and how the portrait of Great Malfoy would tend to doze when one told it an anecdote about the ministry. Inside the cabinet was a display case with the sort of glass that hugs light like a secret to a lover. It also had, I had been told more than once, the sort of simple alarm enchantments most were almost proud to say they had never breached. Pride in one's defenses is as common and as dangerous as a dog that believes itself a wolf. I had practiced gentleness with Lucius's expectations so often it had become instinct. Now I practiced gentleness with the glass. Misdirection is largely about giving people theatrical stakes in things that are not real. If you can make someone feel they have earned a truth, they will mistake the substitute for the thing itself. That's how I stood and made a small, careful scene in the library right before Lucius's guests arrived. I argued with him about some shade of politics in such a way as to pull attention to the wrong corners. I let my irritation be visible, loud enough to be entertained and small enough to be forgiven. People came to drink the spectacle, their heads leaned. It is astonishing how often men with a score to settle will accept a performance as compensation for their own deficiency. The portrait we used to conceal me is an old family piece who remembered a duel and had a tendency to declaim on the extremes of propriety. It loved drama because it stood in the hall and had nothing better to do. I gave it a story, a line about a summon from the ministry and a memory of a lost brooch. It woke and leaned forward, and for an hour the visitors were offered a live drama in gilt frames whilst a different drama unfolded in the cabinet. Luna had placed a strip of fabric under the display. The fabric was woven with one of her silvery stitches, a seam of dampening that would make any detection charm think too much like an owl in flight and misfile the senses. She had also, in a quiet kind of heresy, stitched a charm that would stop the ring from speaking while it lay wrapped. The charm was small, almost comical in its patience. It hummed and folded around the metal like a bandage. If the ring's strength was in persuasion, then Luna's stitching was persuasion's opposite, a patient refusal to pay attention. I worked the lock with a dexterity I had practiced in other, less noble circumstances. There is a rhythm to putting your hand where it must not go and coaxing the mechanism into compliance without alerting the household. My wrist moved like a conductor's, my fingers danced. The key yielded with a sound that wanted to be dignified and was instead relieved. The case opened like a mouth exhaling. The ring was smaller than I had imagined, for that is always the way with dangerous things. They like to hum larger truths into the world and remain compact, to ensure ease of pocketing. It was not black, it was a band of metal that glinted with a coldness like an egg's shell. There was a line of inscription I could not quite make out in the poor light, more suggestion than message, and it made the small down of fear at the back of my neck taste almost like dinner. I wrapped it the way Luna had shown me, in soft layers, with a strip of the stitched fabric closest to the metal like a pacifier. Even wrapped, it seemed to pull slightly at my fingers as if the metal had appetite. I felt a little childish for the sensation. I had sworn oaths in darker corridors, promised things in a voice that did not always remember to be fair, but the ring made me feel as if I had been small and secret and terribly conspicuous all at once. As I closed the velvet and set the case back, the house became acutely aware of us. Voices had shifted into a different kind of low that suggested proximity and suspicion. The portrait in the hall had taken an interest in our absence and was repeating a scandalous anecdote about a Malfoy ancestor with a taste for improperly brewed tea. The guests, like moths, clustered, retrieving their attention from the library to what they understatedly called family business. There is, in any house with a good heart and a poor conscience, a talent for making inconvenient things ceremonial. Lucius moved to seal the doors with the kind of flourish that was policy bordering on theatre. He did not know, and perhaps suspected nothing, that the thing in the room resembled a farce. We left the cabinet with patience and dignity, which was to say we left it with the same light feet that had carried us in. There was a way out that involved the servants' corridor, an old passage that smelled of starch and an aunt with a particular dislike for loud men. We threaded it while portraits blinked behind us, while the house hummed like a thing that had swallowed a coin. Outside the manor, the world had the rigor of evening. The garden smelled of tobacco and roses. Heads were bent, boots sounded like ornaments in the gravel. We walked toward a carriage exactly ordinary enough to look as if it belonged to someone less important. Carriages have the brilliant habit of being more ordinary than houses. I was doing the thing I do, mask the direction of risk. Luna sat beside me and made no fuss of the weight under her coat. We were not alone for long. A thin voice followed us. I recognized it at once. It was subtle, not in its sound but in that it made the hair on my arms stand up. Felix Caro's voice. Sameness likes company. You'll find your evening much lighter once we have the right toys, he said. His kind of threat is a straight, uncomplicated thing. It assumes you will be frightened and that the correct response is supplication. I smiled in the way I had practiced for years, Archer's smile, that calls the bow to attention without drawing it. It works on people who expect malice to be polished into menace. You speak as though you will carry anything that belongs to us. He bristled, and a laugh that was not laughter rose like an announcement. We don't steal from you, Malfoy. We collect on debts. There are debts that are ledgered, and debts that are written on the skin. We owed plenty to Caro Sort, loyalty, introductions, the occasional guarded allegiance. For reasons both private and political, I chose to satisfy the ledger while collecting none of the scar. I made a small show of relinquishment, an expression, a softening, the art of seeming to concede. Felix's eyes shone. People will always take what is offered. That theatre lasted long enough for me to slip the carriage door and produce from beneath the seat a small satchel tied with blue string. The satchel, for appearances, held nothing but velvet. In it the ring lay, wrapped, and humming like a thing vainly trying to adapt to being mute. I handed the satchel to a woman I barely knew, a frequent courier for the family, and I gave her instructions that were precise and dull: a place to drop the satchel in a porcelain jar at an obscure shop in Diagon Alley that translated as both a tea room and a bank for the peculiar. The woman's face tightened. She was a person who had been paid to be discreet often enough to know how to look as if she had not. She took the satchel as if it contained thinness itself. To the watchers it looked like palliation. To me it looked like a pause. We did not return to Hogwarts that night. I had said I needed family counsel, which was true if you count counsel as something Lucius provides in the tone of a steam hammer. Narcissa kissed my forehead, which was an action equal parts affection and battery for the mind. She did not ask where the ring had gone, as if that question might unwrap a different set of obligations. She trusted me with a kind of faith I had not deserved. I accepted it because one cannot constantly virtue sign one's mother's trust. When we reached Puddlemere, the place at the bottom of the household where we hid plans, we were not alone. Severus was there waiting like a shadow who had been given an invitation to the light. There are people who look like a sentence you can never quiet. Severus did that. You took liberties, he said. The accusation was simple, not angry. It was an academic sharpness. Yes, I admitted. I staged a misdirection. He looked at Luna then, and there was something in his gaze that suggested a curiosity he would settle with calculus. He was not the sort of man to be surprised by bravado. He was the sort to catalogue where exactly the bravado had been held and how heavy it felt. You understand the cost, he said. A sensible man, Severus is. He understands costs and ledgers. He also, to his discredit and his credit, understands the depth and narrowness of loyalty. He has been a ledger unto himself for many years. I have seen him make bargains and then pay for them in ways that left him smaller and sharper. He will offer help because he likes to knock himself into problems he believes he can finish. Yes, I said again. The word weighed less than I expected. It carried the anatomy of my oath. I would take the burn and hide it in the warmth of my hands. That did not make it easier. Severus gave us a device, small, brass, the sort of thing likely to be mistaken for a cigarette box by someone who had never been taught to look closer. It had a series of little rooms around the rim I could not parse at sight. A dampening circuit, he said. If the ring is wound to a purpose, this will scramble the signal. It will not destroy, it will not unbind. It will prevent the immediate use of coercive patterns. It was a mercifully sensible thing. We thanked him and accepted with the sort of humility that says we knew what price would be exacted for the favor. He did not press for details. Severus asks for little and collects the currency at a later date. It is the way he keeps his account. We stowed the device with the satchel and the velvet. The courier delivered it to the tea shop the next day as if a stranger's parcel had been mislaid. It is an economy of risk to use other people's ordinariness as currency. And for as long as the parcel was within ordinary hands, it was safe from faces that had been turned sharp by covetousness. For a day or two, all of the world's curiosity turned over in its sleep. There were less public raids, more private inquiries. The Department of Mysteries continued to ask its tidy questions to people who were not sure if they had the right to answer. Death Eater factions shifted like flints, sparking small, localized flashes that did not yet talk to each other but seemed eager to find a conversation partner. The ring sat in a cup under the glow of an indifferent chandelier in a shop canned with tea. It slept in a dark place and made no promises. Occasionally, someone with a calloused wrist asked if they might look at the waiver glass, and the proprietor replied with the sort of fiction small businesses keep when they understand their role in a dangerous economy. It felt like an ordinary lie. Ordinary lies keep ordinary people alive. And yet rumors are tides, not rivers. They have the unpleasant habit of moving everything. An ex-Death Eater who owed a favor, a ministry clerk who liked to trade gossip for sweets, a man from an old, bitter group who believed in rerouting loyalties to the newest center of gravity, all of them edged closer. The ring's shadow was hungry, and it nudged fingers toward its light. I did not sleep well. The little dramas we staged to inspire confidence were cheap theater against the enormity that a singing object can bring. In the night I woke to the thought that promises are like sewing, left untended, the thread frays. I thought of Luna's stitching and the neatness of her patience. I thought that maybe, for once, patience might be a weapon. The next day I went to the room of requirement. There is a timbre in that room that accepts you when you are honest about what you need. It changes for whatever hand stands at the tapestry. It is precisely merciful that way. I asked for a place to lay a thing down so it could not be used, and the room obliged. It was a small, careful thing, soft, with lattices for magic to lie in, and cupboards that absorbed sound like a kindly audience. It felt, for an instant, like refuge. There is a forgetfulness in the smell of that room, soft herbs, candle smoke, the clean dust you find in a book that has been loved into silence. Luna sat across from me on a cushion and forced me to speak in a way I had not since the oath. She took the bracelet of thread and the brass device and wound them together like a seamstress making a cuff. "You're very good at making the right people think they've convinced you," she said. It was not a criticism. It was an observation I had to admit to myself with a kind of weary gratitude. "But you don't have to do everything." "I know." I did not say how much I had already done alone. I did not say how many bargains I had made and how the ink had dried across my thumb. I did say instead, the ring could tie someone to a purpose that would end us all. She looked at me, and her look was as tender as a thumb on a bruise. "Then make sure no one can afford to use it on you," she murmured. "Stitch the little seams," she added, "and make sure the big seams are not the ones that give out." We wound the device around the velvet and set it in a small chest in the room of requirement. We placed a circle of glass beads, Luna calls them witness beads, around it and stitched, with the silvery thread, a pattern that would have made an old Muggle tailor nod with satisfaction. The charm hummed and refused to be loud. The ring lay inside like a thing in its cradle, patient and unpleasant. For a week it was safe. For a week, the world's curiosity turned elsewhere. People looked, of course. Mysteries have a way of finding their way through thin doors. But it was as though the room had taken a breath and threatened to keep it secret like a good joke. Then the smoke started. It didn't roll like a theatrical plume of doom. It gathered, thin and grey, under a portrait frame and threaded through a castle corridor the way gossip threads through a dinner party. It set people nervous. Portraits blinked with new conjecture, staircases seemed to rearrange their priorities. The first broken seal, the thing we had all been tacitly aware of since summer, throbbed like a bruise at the edge of Magistrate's vision. It meant that someone was accelerating, that the rituals that had been kept small and private had decided to speak like a trumpet. When smoke smells like iron and wet, it means ritual. When it tastes like the memory of old curses, it means design. I sat in the room with Luna and Severus and counted the slow listening breaths of the castle. The world was not yet set on fire, but it was leaning dangerously toward ignition. Severus had a plan, quiet and sharp. "We move it," he said, "which can be translated in a dozen ways according to the mood of the man who says it." He had thought farther than I had in the night because his nights are long and lined with fear. He suggested a route of movement less obvious than a carriage, more honest than a courier, which was to say, the castle itself. The moving staircases have their own sense of mischief. They will take you where you need to go, often by route of all the places you would not think to look. I trusted them because they are an honest sort of magic. They are as greedy for new views as portrait painters. We took the staircases as if we were listening for a tune everyone else had stopped hearing. We went to the portrait of a Hufflepuff ancestor who had an inconvenient taste for collecting useless boxes. She yawned and opened the frame like a window. We placed the chest in her alcove. Portrait paint knows the taste of secret things, small, minor magics buying portraits well. She agreed to keep watch. She liked to gossip about the old days was the story we told her, and she liked to be useful. Portraits like usefulness. They keep their pinions bristling. It was there that, for the first time since I swore the oath and hid my name under a kindness, I felt something like fear find a shape. Not for itself, my life has learned how to acquaint me politely with fear, but the look of it, a clarity that seemed to peer and not to blink. It had little hands and it would like to hold me to its will. It wanted a binding. It wanted someone to wear the right as though it were a cuff. That is when I understood that the ring was a provocation. Its presence would incite others to make theatre and treaties and terrible bargains, and if it were to remain at large it would turn good men into worse managers of headquarters. The only way to stop that was either to destroy it or keep it so deeply unappealing that no one will ever think it worth the trouble. I had a smile for destruction and a smile for possession. I had neither the appetite for either that was honest. I wrapped the chain of decisions in the kind of plan that men with too much practice make: tiny moves, patient misdirections, and a willingness to take the heat in private. I left the chest with the portrait and we came back to school the next day under the ordinary guise of lessons and examinations. The castle did not forget that we had moved anything, because it has a graciousness for secrets learned the hard way. Someone else, though, had a longer patience. A week after the ring was stowed under the Hufflepuff lady's watch, a note arrived tucked like a worm in a book of least interest. It was a letter folded so small it pretended to be nothing at all. The writing was not our sort. It had an edge and a charm that felt like a law I had been taught to obey in my spine. A piece of parchment reads more honest than a face when the writer is trying to be careful. The message was simple, betrayed by its civility to be a threat. "Do not think of holding the world's leash invisible," it said in language far too calm for the intent. "Tellers have a taste for honors." It was unsigned. I did not need the signature. There are hands in the world which speak like a signature, precise, patient, and very tired. The note was deliberate. Someone wanted us to know the ring mattered to someone who had the time to write. I carried the message downstairs and kept the contempt quiet. Luna watched me, and for once I let the worry show, raw and unsoftened. She took my hand like a seamstress taking the needle of a reckless friend. She did not fix everything, but she steadied me enough to make another move. "The ring likes an audience," she said, wry and suddenly very brave. "You should give it one it can't stand." I thought of the theatre I had created, made-ups and distractions and friendly betrayals. The plan, it is odd how plans become people in your head, had been to hide the ring like a small sin. But perhaps the thing that would save us was not hiding but recontextualizing, not keeping it silent, but making it so ordinary that no one would believe in its miracle. Luna and I sat on the parapet that night staring at the castle lights and the slow, dumb sky beyond. She drew a pattern in the dust with her finger and made it look like a constellation of faults. "Not all magic is heavy," she said softly. "Sometimes it's needlework. Sometimes you stitch into something the habit of being ignored." It was small talk and enormous caution in the same breath. There are many ways to love the castle and its people. Mine had always been an odd thing, protective, performative, and secreted into polite masks. When I looked at Luna, the mask slid. She had the sort of faith that did not need spectacle. She made plans that felt like slow mending and that, given my life of theatre, felt like a kind of courage I rarely gave either name to or whether I would ever deserve. The betrayal would come later, a knock on a door, a face I would rather have not recognized, the sort of thing that looks like an accident and reads like a declaration. But I held the ring the whole while we lived in that patient theatre, and for as long as I could, I kept it wrapped in a piece of silvery stitching that took its slow, careful work seriously. There are nights when being careful feels like nothing more than a graceful waste, and there are nights when it feels like everything. On the night the smoke touched the portraits and the house itself held a meeting in its bones, I sat in my dormitory and traced the small scar on my palm that the oath had left like a compass. Luna's hand was warm in mine. We did not speak. There are things words make worse. Severus's device hummed quietly in the chest beneath the portrait. The ring remained inert in its velvet. Lucius sharpened his politics and his alliances in a way that could be called strategy. The first broken seal tasted of something greater. The ring's shadow stretched and asked for company. Good men and bad would make their moves. Factions would divide and stitch themselves together in external ways, and the castle, the ring, and my family would be the needlework everyone gaped at. I thought of my mother and the way she would fold her hands when frightened, which is a manner of prayer. I thought of my father and the way his pride turned to policy. I thought of the oath and the strange, private dignity oaths impose. And I thought of Luna, who, in the midst of it all, had proven a seamstress for danger, small, careful, patient. The ring was not, I realized in the hollow white hour before morning, the only thing that wanted to control the world. Control is sordid and political and, above all, lonely. People who need to hold leashes are badly impressed by the lack of leashes being welcome. To be chosen is not the same as to be wanted. They will bring talent and terror in equal measure to take what destiny says is theirs. We had a week before the next rumor marched itself like an army through the castle. We had time to stitch, to misplace, to lie with the kind of grace I had been taught and the kind of honesty that Luna brought into my life. It would be enough to delay an ugly moment. It would not be enough in the long run. There is a hunger that a ring can manage to cause that is both private and blinding. I closed my hand over Luna's fingers and thought, not for the first time, that perhaps courage is less about the dramatic gestures and more about the soft ones, the ones that patch rather than pry, the clean stitches of patience. I also thought, which is perhaps the more honest and frightening thought, that we might need to make a spectacle after all, one that would not be for the benefit of those who would bind, but for those who would be bound. Someone was watching the castle from a distance. I felt that watching as a pressure behind my ribs, an old, familiar pressure that had spoken to me before in the language of threat. It would be there in the morning, in the way the portraits hung their heads, in the way certain men rubbed their hands in public as if to conceal something private. We had the ring and a week of patience and a sewing kit of spells. It was a meager arsenal against the appetite that hungered for leashes and owners. But it was ours. When the knot began to fray, and it would, because nothing that matters resists unmaking for long, I had to choose whether to be the hand that held. The oath had been made in a narrower room than the world would allow, its edges were sharp. I had been trained for masks and theatre. I would perform, again and again, for the house and for the ministry and for the factions. But something in me, still new and wet as a seam, wanted to do something else, to stitch the world together in the smallness of it, to keep it from being rewired into leashes. Luna kissed my temple with a kind of quiet that meant later, a word that covers many sins and many salvations. She let me go to bed with a small smile that promised patience and a touch that promised that, for as long as it mattered, she would be my harbor. We had the patience, then. We had the device. The ring lay quiet as a thing that meant what it could. And outside, the world was not yet done arranging itself for war. But the note had said, in its quiet way, that someone wanted to make the ring a leash. The person who wrote it had the leisure to be polite. People who are polite and patient are often the most dangerous because they do not need to shout to be heard. I slept with that thought in my chest, like a small bird alarmed and waiting to fly. When I woke, something had changed in the air. It was subtle. It had the taste of a story being turned into a legend. The castle had rearranged itself to accommodate the next move. I understood, with the old malice of certainty, that the next move would not wait politely for me to be ready. It would arrive like a creditor. And I, with my oath tucked sternly under my skin and Luna's patient hands at my back, would have to decide whether to answer with a smile or with the kind of unmasking that rewrites everything. The ring hummed in the chest like a secret curious for an owner. It was only a ring, and yet everything in the world was beginning to line up around it as though it were the correct thing to follow. I took Luna's hand and walked toward the library, because theaters need audiences and secrets need witnesses, and because there is a sort of courage that is stitched from unlikely things, a pale smile, a steady friend, and a plan so small it might be overlooked until it is too late to stop. We had one last quiet before the storm. The portraits were already whispering. The staircases were thoughtfully rearranging their routes. Somewhere, someone sharpened a law. And a shadow at the edge of the world, more patient than the rest, waited to see who would step forward and put a leash on the future. Chapter 11. Snape's Bargain. Being summoned to Severus Snape's office was the sort of civility that felt like a trapdoor, polite, inevitable, and almost always closing slightly faster than one liked. The corridor smelled of wax and something medicinal, the portraits along the way murmuring polite gossip that evaporated when they saw my face. I had never learned to trust the castle's sympathy. It was a living thing, inclined to take a side in conversations it found interesting. Tonight it favored Snape. He was waiting in the half-light, the shadows of his shelves making him look like a man built of bottles and caution. He did not bother to hide why I was there. His manner does not broach trivialities. He set a small glass on the desk, not for me, and folded his hands into the sleeves of the robe as if tucking away anything soft. "You know why I have asked you," he said. His voice has the polite cruelty of frost. "There is a gathering. A splinter group, nominally composed of those who still answer to old marks and promises. They have been meeting away from the manor, away from our father's eyes, and they have started to fracture. I need someone who can be there and sound credible, but who can also tell me if the pressure they are feeling from him is breaking them openly." He let the last word sit between us like a coin placed on the table. I recognized the exact tone he used on me in potions classes when he asked for precision and meant ruin if it was not forthcoming. "I am not your errand boy," I said, though my voice was steadier than I felt. It surprised me how often I still relied on the old comment as a reflex. It has saved me from worse social traps than Severus. "You never were, Lucius' son," he said. The phrase was not a kindness. It was a report. "You may be useful in ways your father has not yet learned." Useful. The kingdom I grew up in has always called me something useful. Useful was a polite way to be expendable. Useful could mean leverage. Useful could mean bait. He slid a folded scrap of parchment toward me. On it was the time, the place, and a single name. He did not tell me how he knew, he never did, not unless he wanted me to feel unnervingly small, but the ink was sure, as if the letters themselves had been measured for deceit. "The favor," he said. "You will go. You will listen. You will not draw a wand unless drawn upon. You will return and tell me whether the splintering is real and whether they are considering stepping up attempts to break the wards here, whether there is talk of first seals, of ritual language, of the ancestors' urn. If you bring me proof of fracture, I will temper the proceedings involving your family in the ministry for a time. I will point blame in directions that will not dissolve the Malfoy name. There are ways to be offered protection that feel like a hand around the throat." Snape's favor tasted of winter and iron. It was not a promise, it was a negotiation where every clause had a hook. "And the threat?" I asked, because one ought to put the coin on the table and see which side is painted. He smiled like a clasp. "If you fail," he said, "you will lose that tempering. More. I will not be able to argue successfully for any deviations you require. You will be exposed to both the ministry and house eyes in ways that will not favor your preservation. And you will be seen. The guise of Slytherin ease will not hold for long. I am not asking you to risk your neck for affection. I am asking you to risk it for strategic information, which is a somewhat more profitable gamble." He meant what he said. That was the threat hidden under the favor. It is a strange comfort to be threatened with the bare mechanics of political survival. If I failed him, the thing I liked least would happen. I would be used and discarded, blamed for something bigger than me, and my family would be left to mend the tangle in public, where mending does not always go as neatly as wrought silver. I thought of my oath sworn on that marble stairwell in the summer, a small space promise murmured beneath a tapestry that had listened and agreed. I thought of the sleeping castle, its portrait elders who kept grudges like ledgers. I thought of the thin, steady thread that had become not honor but necessity. "I will go," I said. It was a careful answer. It contained acceptance and an unwillingness to play a drama. I meant it. I meant the other thing, too. This gave me my own reason to be there. If I was to be used, I would use that use. There were rumors about the first broken seal, and where ritual signs had been cast. Snape wanted splinters and fractures. I had reasons to look for the signature the ritual leaves behind. A chance to see those first grey-smoked omens in person, hard to pass up when you are lying awake at night trying to imagine what broken wards might look like. He gave me a single vial, dark glass and cold to the touch. "For invisibility of a sort," he said. "Not literal. A little luck disguised as scent. Do not consume it unless you are sure. It will make certain kinds of lies smell plausible." His mouth twitched as if enjoying the metaphor. "An award against detection by more pedestrian enchantments. It will not deceive someone actively searching for you." I clutched it in my hand and felt the weight of all his conditions. We did not speak of payment beyond his official interference. We did not speak of the oath. We did not need to. Words in that room had already entwined about the absence of all other words. Outside, the castle held its breath. The moving staircases shifted like a body stretching, portraits leaning closer for an anticipatory whisper. House ghosts drifted like thin regrets. It is a small irony that in a school built upon secrecy and ancient oaths, one could still be stealthily observed at every step. It was, perhaps, why I had learned to make a pale smile my default expression. It kept people guessing, it kept them off balance. I found the meeting point well enough. Snape's scrap had been carefully accurate, a disused classroom that had been repurposed into something smelling of leather, old smoke, and the wrong sort of smoke, the thick, grey kind that instead of dissipating seemed to cling to the corners. There were about a dozen people there. Cloaks, scarred faces, the occasional old aristocratic jaw that still thought it could command loyalty by ancestral name. I moved among them with the practiced ease of someone who had been taught to inhabit a mask. I let the pale smile do the work. It would have been cruel to say I enjoyed it, it was more efficient than loathing. They argued with the intimacy of people accustomed to sharing blood. The fracturing Snape expected was not dramatic at first. It arrived in small, practical complaints, the Lord's impatience, impossible targets, too few rewards for dangerous service. The wave and new emphasis had turned some of them into instruments rather than partners. One man, a thin scar across his knuckle, said aloud what the rest muttered, that the Dark Lord's punishments were now more capricious than instructive. That the risk had become a matter of survival and not glory. Other voices insisted on obedience. The rightness of devotion was recited like a creed, one sentence, one vow, one polishing of the old symbols. They talked about rings in the way men speak of heirlooms, with reverence and a conspirator's caution. They mentioned a name that tugged along the edges of my life and made my stomach remember the taste of old gold. It was the sort of mention that meant trouble for more than one person, especially in the right sort of company. Then someone suggested a practical escalation, a ward-breaking exercise, near the Hog's Head storeroom, a test to see whether the old protections would yield to a particular set of ritual words. I felt an old, thin cold sweep along my spine. It was the kind of request that will make the future write itself in harsher ink. They argued. The cautionary men spoke of the cost. The wards bound to this school were not mere decorations, they were living contracts. One asked about the ancestors' urn as if the idea of opening an old family's relic for ritual was merely a quaint distraction. Another laughed it off in a way that suggested familiarity rather than belief. When talk turned to the first broken seal, they called it in low, reverent tones. They described effects, a grey smoke that did not wick away, words that tasted like iron when pronounced, small fractures in the spells that had kept wards intact. I felt, privately, an odd grimness at the image. This was not merely a political maneuver. This was ritual with consequences that lay beyond the houses with their portraits and family trees. It was closer to the castle as someone would break a bone, a slow, deliberate testing of what it would take to make the walls bleed. I listened. I took notes in a safe place of my mind, gestures, names, the exact word one of them used, acceleration, as if to imply that the Lord's return could be hurried with pressure, that impatience could be used as a bludgeon. There were arguments about methods. One man spoke of the ring as if it were rumor, another insisted he had seen it glint in a private vault. If they had a ring, or thought they did, then the politics of ownership became unbearable. If the ring had a single claim among them, factional rivalry would be inevitable. There was tension in the room that had nothing to do with me. It was the kind of small, animal stress that arises when a pack is forced to choose a leader. One side wanted the old rituals to continue without change, another wanted to push, to see whether acceleration meant favor, whether daring would yield reward. Someone used the word test in the same breath as a sacrifice, and that was when I decided to look for the signature. The meeting paused for a mundane reason. Bad luck, all the castle's arrangements, a portrait having taken an unhealthy interest in their conversation. The room's patrons had to improvise, and so they shifted the schedule to meet that night, where walls would be thicker and the court of hallway witnesses less curious. It is always a relief when your enemies make their own mistakes. They did not know that their choice was giving me the night. The ritual they spoke of would leave a trace. Rituals do. They are obstinate about their signatures, like badly trained hounds that come when called. If you have been listening to them for long enough, you learn to read the rips they leave in an air, the tang of rust, the way dust chooses not to settle, a small darkening of the stone, and the grey smoke, which in its first manifestations looked like a shawl of needlework, an unwilling cloth laid wrongly across a room. I watched for the smoke and for the way the room air refused normal magic. I listened for songs I had only ever heard in whispers. I did not participate in the argument. I let them see me as one of them, pale smiles, little smirks, the noise of a lad who knew the old names and was not a stranger to their cadence. It kept them from looking too closely at me. When the argument turned ugly, not that violence ever needs much prompting, someone raised a hand and accused another of hoarding information. Accusations move faster than logic in such rooms. The man with the scar was suddenly the center of attention, being told he'd risked exposure for his own preservation. It was the kind of quarrel that would be commendable for a novel, but in real life it demanded quick judgment. The group wants unity. The Dark Lord's patience is not, apparently, a quality to be tested by delay. They spoke of a test to be carried out in the green hour before dawn, a challenge to a ward near the eastern drain of the castle. They gave names and times and a map scribbled on the back of a coin. It was enough, and it was more than enough. I had what Snape wanted. I had proof of fracture, of the pressure being applied and of the readiness to try a break near the castle. But the meeting had been a book with a loose, dangerous page. Men in rooms of that kind are good at abbreviations. They left something unsaid, as if a secret is more binding when it is not uttered. A small man, quiet and ringless, whose loyalty seemed to weigh him down rather than embolden him, leaned toward me. He said something almost private, a fragment that meant more to me than his words. He mentioned a symbol. A mark that looked old and had been tempered into jewelry not for ceremony but for identification. When he named it, I recognized it from a portrait on our landing. The same mark had once adorned the cuff of an ancestor's uniform in a painting that was never spoken of. It had been cleaned of its paint long ago, but the shape was enduring, a ring, split by a line like lightning. Everything in the room tightened after that. The mention of the symbol was like pulling a loose thread in a tapestry. If they had a sign shared with family histories, then this splintering was not only about political impatience, it might be about claims. And claims are contracts that courts and violence respect in different measures. It was time to leave. I had my answers, and there are meetings you do not prolong because the castle's nose is long and the human ear is longer. I felt, just for a second, like a spy who had been exposed and who needed to make their departure look nothing more than an unflinching return to a seat at a table. The sly smile, polished and pale, did its work. I bowed at a careless angle. A woman with a ring asked me my name and then chose to forget it in the same breath, which is a fashionable way to be invisible. They all thought me useful, and that was as flattering as anything in Slytherin House could be. The vile Snape had given me sat warm against my palm. I uncorked it under the table and let the scent lift in a whisper against the room. Anxieties are mutable things, they can be soothed if turned into something else. The vial suggested plausible claims, a sort of luck that smelled like rosemary and the sea in a pocket. It did more than temper suspicion. It slid a sash of blandness across my presence so that no one thought to test me. It was an elegant thing. I left as the moon leaned against the towers in a way that made the castle itself look hesitant. The moving staircases took me in circuitous and comforting loops that let portraits sigh their congratulations. I felt, in that quiet procession back to the Slytherin dungeons, the peculiar loneliness of having secrets that are not rumored but known in the narrow sense of the word, facts rent small and folded into pockets. I am used to loneliness, I had made accommodations. My life had, after all, been assembled from polite distances. Luna was waiting by a statue that had been placed on the corridor like an indifferent guardian. Her hair was a halo in the low light. The aura of her made explanation unnecessary. She was a small island of calm, the sort of person who keeps her weather inside rather than scattering it about. She had not come because she expected me to need saving. She had come because she would not let me be the only person to keep the truth. "You look as though you've been looted by an etiquette class," she observed. It did not sound like a question. I said. She smiled in the way that ruined my better panics. There is a quiet justice in being undermined by someone who has taken the oddities of the world as reasonable furniture. She glanced at the vial in my hand, then at my face. The way she looked at me is something that had become our private geography, precise, unusual, but restful. You kept your restraint, she said. It was what she named, not what she noticed. Luna names things as if she were cataloguing stars, each label a way of admitting a constellation into being. What does that mean? I asked. I saw my expression in the candlelight, the pale mask of Slytherin, the practiced smile still in place like a borrowed coat. It means you left things breathing, she said. Not everything dead. Her eyes crinkled in that particular way she has when she is thinking. You also look as if you've been trying hard not to look like you are trying. It's a dedicated look. It fits you. There are conversations worth having where the words are not all that matters. Luna's idle remarks held a depth of comprehension that saved time. She knew, in ways no one else did, the difference between a man being daring and a man being careful. She had learned the geometry of my face, the angle at which my jaw set when I was calculating how not to be used, the small twitch near my mouth when I was pretending ridicule as a shield. She could read restraint on me like a constellatory guide. I have something for Severus, I said. Confirmation of their fracture. Dates. Times. A plan. They mentioned a mark that corresponds to something in our house portraits. Luna raised an eyebrow. Portraits can be inconvenient witnesses. The canvas remembers grudges. We'll see, I said. If Snape is satisfied, he will slow the Ministry's appetite for the Malfoy family. It will be advantageous. Advantageous is a good word, she said with approval. It can mean shelter. She nudged my sleeve. Do you want to tell me about the smoke? The grey smoke that marked the first broken seal had been described to me in whispers, and seeing its prelude in the room had been more than enough. But the exact image would unnerve even me if I said it aloud. There is a particular kindness in speaking danger to someone who will not be afraid of it. It hangs like a shawl, I said. It doesn't move like air. It sits. It tangles with dust. It leaves a taste like iron. I said it slowly because there are words that make things more real when you release them. It is not the sort of thing that may be ignored. Luna's expression did not alter, except for a faint, almost indifferent interest. She took my hand. It was a small gesture, nothing dramatic, simply the reliable touch of someone who makes a map when everything else is a smudge. You will be careful about being seen again, she said. They will test people's loyalties. That is how they sort those who will do and those who only talk. Don't let them make you tiny in that way. I don't plan to be found wanting, I said. The thing I did not say was that being wanted and being wanted for something are different currents. One is warm, the other pulls like undertow. She hummed a lullaby of small, oddly confident sounds, and started walking me back. We did not hurry. The castle's noises were a steady, soft percussion, doors closing like thoughts, the rumble of the kitchens like distant tide. I noticed how the portraits watched our passage with a mixture of suspicion and interest. It is strange to be under so many eyes and yet to feel safer than I had since the oath. When she spoke again, it was in the low, certain way she has for people who need facts better than judgment. You did not draw your wand. I did not, I said. I would not. She gave me a smile that was small, approving, and slightly exasperated. I am glad. She paused, then tilted her head. Are you satisfied? With what? I asked. With the part of you that went in there, she said. Did it sit well with your other pieces? I thought of oaths and family. Of Snape's soft threat and hard favor. The political machinery that spun around my name like some unpleasant sort of jewelry. I thought of the painting with the mark and the way a symbol could gather 100 hands to one purpose. I have what Severus asked for, I said finally. And something else. A mark that may complicate things. I am not satisfied because satisfaction would be dangerous. Satisfied people sleep. People who do not sleep are the ones who change things. Luna considered me with an expression that would have been described as oddly maternal in any less interesting life. Change is sometimes useful, she said. As long as the change does not make you forget to be yourself. That is the real favor, I said softly. The part I take over any other. She reached for my hand again and squeezed. Then we will make arrangements. I will bring you maps, I will listen to your lists, and we will name the stars the way your face suggests. I laughed then, a small thing that tasted of relief. It is a rare gift to find someone who will be both the map and the watch, who will hold the quiet lists you are ashamed to tell your father. Luna does not judge with the claws of ambition. She registers, she names, and she shelters. Later, when I gave Snape his report, I phrased things carefully. I told him of the word acceleration, the mark seen on a man's cuff, the plan to test a ward near the eastern drain, and the small, urgent desire to be rid of ordinary caution. Snape's face did not change. He examined my report the way a man examines a pomegranate, raw, deliberate, and seeking useful segments. You did not draw a wand, he observed, tasting the statement for meaning. I did not, I confirmed. Good, he said. You have accomplished what you were asked to do. I will make good on my end of the arrangement for now. He set the vial back on the desk and folded his hands into his sleeves again. There will be other things. This is only a beginning. I left his office with the small relief of a weapon sheathed and a small shadow at the back of my mind that felt like the premonition of a storm. There are bargains that give you shelter and take a piece of your future. There are bargains that buy safety for the present and never explain the bills that will arrive later. Snape had made a clean trade, his interference for my information. Clean is a word I rarely used anymore, and when I did, it tasted of ash. In the Slytherin common room, a portrait glared at me with old Malfoy contempt. The house moved like a snake in a sunbeam, curling around itself and regarding me with the polite curiosity of a creature that knows you belong but not why. I took a chamber in the quiet company of my own maps, and I let the night sit like a held breath. Luna's hand was still warm in mine when we parted. She had the habit of naming my restraint as if it were a thing she'd always known. Perhaps she had. Perhaps everyone else only sees the shape of me they expect, polished, pale, primed for politeness, and she saw the spaces underneath. She named them as anchors, not as weaknesses. Snape's bargain had bought me time and provided an opening. It had also planted the certain, small knowledge that this would not be the last test. The first broken seal's signature had not been seen, beyond hints that the word had been named and the map had been set. There are certain political things in life that unfurl like knots. Once fingered, they continue to unfurl until you do something decisive. I did not know what decisive would look like yet. I only knew that the map in my hand had been drawn with particular lines, and that someone, perhaps many someones, had their finger on those lines, ready to trace them. I lay awake that night thinking of wards and of old family marks. The tiny declaration of men who believe themselves to be kings in small rooms has a way of becoming history. And I thought of Luna, who names things, who makes constellations of faces. I thought of Snape, who bargains like a man who knows the cost of lives by inventory. I thought of my family and their brittle certainties. I thought, finally, of the oath on those marble stairs, and how it would require more than stealth to keep what it promised. There are moments in which politics becomes a cliff and someone must decide whether to leap. Tonight had given me a rope and a warning. It had also given me a map to a place where the castle might be hurt, and a name that linked that hurt to our painting. I had what I had been asked for. Snape would be satisfied for now. But when the night had been peeled back to the raw white of early morning and the castle sighed with the tired shift of housemaids and early owls, I found that the thing I feared most was not the breaking of a seal. It was the knowledge that once you are seen as the sort who can keep secrets, people will continue to expect that you will always keep them. They will expect you to be quiet in private danger and loud in public necessity. They will want from you both martyr and politician. I sighed, which is a small human noise that saves nothing. Luna, waiting by the statue, gathered me up for a while like a quiet watcher collects stray thoughts. She did not ask me to be a martyr. She only asked me to be someone who did not forget to be human. There is a difference, I have discovered, between heroism and being chosen. The first is a narrative people will applaud, the second is a burden people will try to assign you according to convenience. Being chosen means having other people's futures folded into your hands like fragile paper cranes. It also means making bargains in rooms that are fitted with trophies of watchfulness. I had done what Snape asked. I had not yet done what the oath demanded. The two were not the same. They rarely are. But I had learned something important, that there are people who will stand by you in the small nights, and there are men who will make deals that feel like shelter but can rust sooner or later. There was a faint tapping at the window, the sort of sound the castle makes when it is reminding you it is still there. I turned toward the portrait of an ancestor I had always disliked and, with a small, private amusement, considered that he would one day be required to explain that his cuff had a mark that now resembled a treacherous promise. The thought made me almost laugh. I had what Severus wanted. I had Luna beside me. I had a sketch of a plan that smelled faintly of iron. I had a bargain in my pocket that bought temporary safety for my family. And I had, wrapped like a thread through the other threads, a question: how deep does the ring's claim run, and who will swear to profit from it if the castle's wards begin to break? The dawn was thin and new. It painted the turrets with the paleness of someone holding back tears. I felt, for once, that I was at the edge of something with both hands on the rope. The next move belonged to others, but the rope had my name knotted into it. There are days when one can pretend to be ordinary. There are days when being ordinary is a treason. Today had been neither. It had been a beginning. I stood up, pocketed the vial, and walked toward the rooms where my family practiced their arrangements. The portrait on the landing would be the loudest witness, perhaps, but portraits have a habit of being partial. Between the bargains and the secrets, between the pale smiles and the quiet handholds, I began to plan. The first broken seal had not yet been seen, somebody was testing the locks. The map was written in men's chatter, and I had heard the lines that mattered. That, at least, was something to hold. And if someone wanted to test me, I had learned how to be useful without being the thing they expected me to be. Because sometimes being chosen is less about heroics and more about surviving the negotiations until you can turn the bargains into weapons that protect what you love. And tonight, with a vial in my pocket and Luna's hand still warm in mine, I resolved to learn how to do that without losing my face. Chapter 12: The Meeting of Masks. I learned early on that a mask tells you as much as a face. The shape of it, the way the eye holes are cut, the briefness of a laugh behind it, all of it is a grammar of intent. That night the grammar read like hunger. The invite arrived folded into the lines of business my father asked me to oversee: lists, supplies, names of old friends whose loyalty had been taken on credit. He did not expect me to attend, he expected me to keep safe the little Malfoy place within the house, a gesture toward continuity in case things turned awkward. I went because I had no taste for other people's certainty. Because I was the one who had heard the thing that counted, and listening had become a profession. Old glamour can be an indulgence or an erasure. I chose erasure. A charm to blur the Malfoy canton, a smudge of shadow dye along the hairline, a borrowed accent and an apron that smelled faintly of wax and last week's smoke. Masks peg you to a role. The kind of role you never have the courtesy to refuse. I was careful to keep my wrists unadorned and my hands as unremarkable as possible. Nothing about me must suggest a proper name. We met in a house that predated polite names. It crouched close to the moor and made its own weather. The leaded panes rattled with the breath of the night. Lanterns burned orange like trapped suns. Inside there was fuss and grave humor, men and women in evening dress and patched cloaks, masks of hawks and mice and something resembling a fox with far too many teeth. They fraternized like people at a market, bargaining and measuring at once. I have stood in many rooms where men promised dreadful things. I have watched the way the self-satisfied lean in to hear their own plans get applause. This was larger. The conversation had a low, continuous roar, like the sea just before the first wave breaks. It was all ambition, the tired kind that arranges itself into new hunger. It made me feel faint, the way heat makes one dizzy in a bad summer. There were senior faces I recognized without needing to look. A tilt of a voice, a hand that habitually adjusted a mask's ribbon when lying, those elderly gestures are easier to read than any glamour. Lucius was there, immaculate in a silver mask that had a serpent baroque across the cheek. He found me with a glance, the look that calculates how much you are worth today. He smiled something that was not for me. His smile always looked like a contract waiting to be signed. They were careful with terms. Ownership is a word that binds more tightly than ropes. Someone read a passage of runes from a cloth altar. It was careful, ceremonial, the kind of petty theatre that reassured how serious they were. Even the theatre made me ill. I tasted pennies, and the floor tilted. For all their show, there was a logic beneath it, a plan that named its ends plainly enough to make the prophecy workable, portable, claimable. Ritual has a smell. It is not just smoke or incense. It is the smell of people wanting things so badly that they will pour their hunger into objects. The cloth on the altar was heavy, stitched with symbols I had seen before, in the margins of old books, in the greening rounds Luna had once scooped out on a scrap of parchment like a distracted cartographer. A broken ring, a seal split into teeth, a serpent eating its own tail. Those were not decorative flourishes. They were instructions. They spoke of binding, of coaxing fate into a form that could be fastened, handed over, or broken apart according to law and leverage. Legal magic is a thing of knots and signatures, not thunderbolts. To bind a prophecy to a talisman is to allow men with wills and possessions to litigate destiny as if it were property. It was the kind of thing my father loved, a loophole with a name, a way to keep a promise while shifting the consequences onto someone else. I do not know, even now, whether I went seeking a clue to serve my own rebellion or because a small, stubborn part of me wanted to understand what would save us. Perhaps both. Perhaps neither. The truth is simpler. I went because there are few places where you can hear intentions naked and be anonymous enough to weigh them without being crushed by a public name. At the center of the room, the circle of faces bent toward a figure in a mask of glass. They chanted in fragments, not loud so much as insistent. Runes pulsed on the cloth as if they had their own heartbeat, silver, then gray, then a kind of smoke that did not vanish. It curled like a question mark above the altar and smelled faintly of iron, like a wound being inspected. The phrase that kept repeating, though there was no proper speech, only the pressure of ritual, was his acclaim. It was a barter. We mark the holder, one of them said, voice muffled by his mask, and the holder bears the seal. The seal binds prophecy to lying. We direct its force, and we profit. The room hummed approval, as if the syllables were bright coins. I could have left. I should have left. Instead I moved closer, because small things are easy to dismiss until they are stitched into a robe you cannot remove. I told myself I was studying, the cut of a sigil here, the breath of a chant there. Studying is always a good excuse for the curious. It is the only excuse. The cloth had been laid out and folded like a hand. Stitches held gleaming threads that ran in complicated loops. They were not threads of ordinary metal. Under a lantern they reflected like grey fish. Some of them were threaded through hair and thin, white blonde strands that were not always human. The edges were burned, but in a precise way, as if by a tool that prefers neatness to chaos. It was a garment stitched to contain a thing, and the thing looked like a promise and a trap at once. When the chant reached a pitch that made the candles shiver, something in me, and not bravado, not courage, but sheer boredom with waiting to be pawned, made me do the obvious dishonest thing. I stepped in, a servant among the masks, and I let my hand brush the cloth. There is a technique to taking something in a crowded room without causing a particular stir, small, sure, and with the expression of someone who will miss it as soon as it is gone. The silk slipped under my fingers like a warm fish. I withdrew with the kind of politeness that suggests you are merely clumsy. Pleasure complicates duty. The cloth slipped into my coat. There was a note sewn between layers, an ink smudge that might be a map, might be a cipher, might be merely the maker's smear. I am restless with ciphers. They are puzzles that can be solved by patience and the right person to show them to. My pockets felt suddenly very full. I left by a service stair and a door that was never used by the masters of the room. The night had the clean, hard smell of frost. I ran until it felt foolish to run. A fox crossed my path and watched me with an expression of mild surprise, as if I were a nuisance to be ignored. In my mouth the cloth tasted of dust and old promises. Back at school, the castle was the same as ever and yet different. Moving staircases have a way of reminding you that even a place of learning is a labyrinth if you are carrying a secret that sharpens the corners. The portraits were asleep in their polite way. They do not like being troublingly awake at 3 in the morning, and I do not blame them. I kept my coat on until I reached my room, because the cloth could not be seen by other people, not even the ones who thought they were on my side. I shut the door and set down the coat with a care that felt devotional. I spread the cloth out on my desk beneath the lamplight. It was smaller than I had expected, a scrap rather than a mantle, but its stitches were old and clever. There were runes I recognized, the broken seal motif, the serpent curling as if in appetite. But more worrying than the images were the methodology. It was not just iconography, it was a lattice of spells sewn in such a way that you could anchor an abstract, a name, a phrase, a prophecy, to an object and to the blood that touched it thereafter. You bind a thing with 3 points, the old books taught. Anchor, claim, enforce. Anchor is the name of the prophecy. Claim is the person who holds the anchor. Enforce is the ritual that makes the claim speak across distance, time, or law. Whoever had prepared this cloth had planned to fulfill all 3. There was one stitch that did not fit. It looked oddly, a tiny knot of hair and fine silver that looked like a sealant on a wound. I could not tell at first what the hair was, human, beast, something else. But as I held it up to the light, the hair sheen gave me something I did not expect, a memory. A summer afternoon, a laugh like bells, the way Luna would say a word-twisted name and make it sensible. It was ridiculous to think that Luna's voice could appear in thread. She was a catalogue of off-kilter truths, nothing in her is tidy. And yet I had seen in her careful notes a sketchy design of similar motifs. She had once drawn a ring broken into teeth on a scrap of parchment while she explained, without pretense, how a symbol could be owned. I told myself I must be inventing the connection because it was kinder than the alternative, that someone weaved a strand of her hair into this device intentionally, a token, or a theft, or a threat. There are worse things than being paranoid when one has reason. There are worse things than being careful when the world is not. If the cloth was a plan, it was not entirely mature. It was missing one thing that would make it executable at scale, a named holder whose blood would answer the call. That is where the politics grow sharp. People love the idea that prophecy is inevitable. Politicians love the idea they can be its midwife. To bind a prophecy to a man would be to say that law may take what destiny offers. It is a plausible argument if you are prepared to buy the right judges, the right sigils, and the right reputations. To bind it to a name and a ring or an urn is to commodify the future. I thought of the ancestor's urn mere seconds later because that is how my mind works, always thinking in legal property metaphors. An item of family significance, ceremonially acceptable, legally defensible. If you fasten a prophecy to an urn with the right rituals, you make it susceptible to claims and, by extension, to influence. That meant factions. That meant civil war among those who thought themselves loyal to the same cause. This is the kind of elegant cruelty men who are cleverer than decent prefer, set 2 similar appetites against each other and watch them gnaw. Something else struck me then, cold and small as a pebble in a shoe. The stitch that did not fit, that odd hair knot, had been worked through with a loop that could be undone. Not easily. Not without tools and time. But it could be undone if you knew where to tug. Whoever made this cloth had left a point of access. That meant 2 things. First, someone had anticipated that such an object might be stolen, and so they had left a way to recreate the binding. Second, someone had left it deliberately for another hand. There are many ways to read a deliberate sleight. As a child I learned to read an opponent's move as a chess problem. If you make an apparently silly play, what do you gain? This was not silly. It was calculated. The only plausible reason to leave the access was to allow an ally, one who could be trusted to perform the final ritual correctly, to complete it later. And by ally I do not mean an infinite number of people. I meant a handful. Men with names and addresses and masks at this very meeting. I sat with the cloth until dawn, which is the sort of sleep deprivation indulgence I used to reserve for exams and pointless romanticisms. The castle unfurled around me like a book whose margins had been chewed. There is a sweetness to still houses, every creak is a sentence waiting to be read. I thumbed the hem of the cloth and thought of my promise, the oath that rests like a careful stone in my chest, to keep the castle, to keep those within it. It is a small word, keep. It means different things when you have refused the easy translation. The politics of the thing made me steadily more tired. If factions within Death Eater ranks could bind the prophecy and make it the token of a family or a ring or an urn, the consequences are disastrous in ways my father can conceptualize, and I cannot afford to glamour into the soft edges of his intentions. To him a bound prophecy is something to be negotiated, to me it is a rotation in which some human lives are currency. I had no desire to be currency. Nor did I enjoy the calculus that followed. If the prophecy can be anchored and the anchor claimed legally, who will own the ritual? Who controls the ritual is the question that dissolves into more nasty things. Lord Voldemort does not need to own an item to make it say what he wants eventually, but men who think themselves his stewards will try to create ownership as a layer between the public and the thing. Ownership is safety only so long as no one dares the theft. Ownership is power only if the owner is strong enough to enforce it. The room of masks had been full of men who felt themselves incapable of enforcement without certain legitimate claims to lean on. I have been accused, often enough in quieter ways, of a certain selfishness. On nights like that one I wonder whether selfishness is merely the right instrument. I will not sacrificially march into ruin because my name is written on someone else's scroll. But I will not let a group of men cart off destiny as if it were a nuisance to be tagged and filed. Too many things in the world are filed into boxes that keep growing teeth. At some point before I slept properly, I cannot claim a great vigor for the rest of the morning, I wrapped the cloth in a cheap handkerchief and hid it behind a false bottom in my trunk. The trick was sentimental and cowardly in equal measure. Sentimental because I have always liked hiding things, a childish pleasure of secret drawers and tall boots. Cowardly because I suspected that the cloth would be better examined by someone who came to solution sideways rather than with a ledger. I thought of Luna because thinking of her is the surface way my mind says help. Luna believes in things the rest of us regard as marginal truths. She treats oddities with the same decorum she reserves for proofs. Her manner is of a person who trusts the small and odd to accumulate into evidence. Where my father wants legal definitions, Luna wants patterns. And where I want the clean answer that keeps my family in the light and not under a boot, Luna will likely show me the loophole I have not considered, an overlooked sigil, an old precedent, a back channel of the room of requirement. She has that clarifying hardness that makes conspiracies undoable. I do not want to make a spectacle of the feelings that have crept in over the months. There is a warmth she brings that is not drama, not theatrical consolation, but a steadiness like a hearth in the middle of a storm. It is dangerous to admit because my life is already a small ledger of compromises, and she deserves better than editings. Yet the thought of showing her the cloth calmed me more than any other. I did not show her that night. I am not foolish enough to hand over something so dangerous without knowing what it is. There are people who make a practice of believing in their own virtue the moment they think they can save the world. I have seen how such men become the architects of cruelty. So I waited, which is the same as planning. There are other watchers. Severus, inscrutable, precise, watching as if he keeps a ledger of debts and credits and will draw on them when he thinks it time, has made offers in the past that cost more than they seemed. I do not trust him with warmth, only with necessity. Dumbledore watches and thinks in long arcs, and there is comfort in thinking that he will see the end of something far beyond what my grapes will puree into viscid wine. But to trust either with the cloth was to involve other forces that would be merciful or merciless depending on their day. I wanted first to know what the cloth could do. So I kept it, and in keeping it I chose a dangerous liberty. I claimed the right to know before I had to act. My father might call that insubordination. Narcissa, who loves in a form that can make laws bend, would have understood the fear that moves one's fingers toward theft. Dumbledore, had he known, would have called it a necessary obscurity. Snape would have rolled his eyes and extracted the cost later in a way that left fewer pleasures. All of that is to say, secrets are not merely burdens, they shape the weight of decisions. When I finally dressed for breakfast, I felt different. The castle has a way of making secrets visible by their absence. People who do not know you watch your face for cracks. Harry Potter arrived for his inevitable busyness. He has a kind of public gravity that makes people orbit or resent his path. Students glance my way, some with curiosity, some with the usual mixture of spite and admiration reserved for the Malfoy name. I am used to the tasting of opinions like a course in a cruel dining hall. I am less used to the way my own guilt and knowledge sat under my ribs like a pulse. There are many ways to be brave. I have taken some of the lesser ones. Tonight, perhaps, will be different. I thought of the stitched loop and the hair knot and the way the runes on the cloth matched a pattern Luna had once idly sketched in a library, a broken seal eaten by a serpent, a ring that had been pried open. Little things fit into larger puzzles if you let them. Men who map a future for profit will be careful about their words, they will be less careful about what an embroidered seam can do. That is the sort of arrogance that makes mistakes. I do not know yet what my next action will be. I only know the list of consequences. Factions will argue. Men will attempt to frame law as the friend of destiny. Someone will try to offer the ritual this cloth can anchor as a bargaining chip. Whoever is slick enough to make the right promises will be able to draw allies. Whoever draws enough allies will decide who wears the seal and who bears the cost. I have always believed in being useful, in keeping my hands warm by tending what is mine. I thought that keeping a secret was merely a means of protection. It is more now. The cloth is a question with teeth. It asks others to answer it with violence or law. I do not like questions that demand blood before answers. So I folded the cloth and slid it back into its place, and I taught my fingers the lie of the stitches as if memorizing a map. Then I left my room with the small, steady feeling that came when you put a plan into the margin rather than the center. There are several people I could tell. I could take the cloth to Severus and let his competence and contempt do the hard work. I could tell Dumbledore and accept the slow machinery of his prudence. I could tell my father and watch him calculate which pieces of me he could bargain away. Instead, I walked the long way across the castle to find someone whose voice does not assume power as its right. I had to know what the stitch was for, who had left a way to open it, and whether it could be undone. Luna's rooms are full of odd things, spines of books that hum like beehives, feathers stuck into teacups, and spectral pictures taped crookedly to the wall. Her face when she looks at a problem is generous in the way that a poet studies chords. It steadies. I did not know, then, whether she would be able to help undo the stitch. I did know that telling her would change the color of the thing in my hand. It would be less of a weapon and more of an argument. I want to keep the castle safe. I want to keep my family intact, even if the keeping requires non-traditional loyalties. I want, selfishly perhaps, to be counted as someone who acted with his eyes open. There are masks that smother and masks that protect. Tonight they had been all hunger. The cloth told me that hunger can be polite, organized, and deadly when it has lawyers on its side. If a prophecy can be treated as an estate to be inherited, then those who can write the will decide the heirs. My bare hands on the cloth were a protest that I will not be written into someone else's will without my say. I do not yet know how to stop it. That is a dangerous sentence to enjoy. I have never liked being one of the things people whispered about. I like even less the idea of being the thing those whispers will be used to explain away. But I have 24 long hours to start. I folded the coat, hid the cloth, and went to find the one person whose strangeness has the peculiar habit of making terrible things suddenly rationable in 2 steps. When I reached Luna's window, the sky had the pale, exhausted blue of a summer that will not give up easily. She was waiting, as she often is, with a mug that smelled of lemon and a look that said she had already read the question before I knocked. Up close, her eyes have a way of making even a mask feel unnecessary. For a moment I thought of telling her everything at once, of unfolding the cloth across the windowsill and letting the world see the stitches. Instead I kept my voice low and dry in the way that is my best education. There was a meeting, I said. There were masks. And someone thinks destiny is a thing that can be sold. She tilted her head, in that instructive way of hers. Then that's what we'll refuse, she said, as if refusing anything were merely a practical exercise. Her smile was not theatrical. It was small and made of patience. She did not laugh when I told her I had something to show her. She simply reached for her coat. It is a foolish time to be brave. It is a necessary one. I feel now the thin weight of the fragment in the false bottom where I hide it, a small, jagged certainty. It is a question to be answered with pattern and patience, not with the loud solutions men in masks prefer. And so I go to find someone who will read the stitches with me, who will teach me how to untie a knot without turning it into a brand. Tomorrow will be where the decisions begin to feel like something more than a private rebellion. Tonight, I have a scrap of cloth and a head full of possibilities. The castle breathes around us, and somewhere below its stone a seal splits quietly, like an argument beginning in a very old room. Chapter 13, A Delicate Lie. There are nights at Hogwarts when the castle seems to be holding its breath, as if the bricks themselves had leaned in to listen for something that will not say its name. I have learned to notice that kind of silence, the kind that promises a small mercy before the world reminds you that promises are professional things with conditions attached. It was one of those nights, late, corridors yawning and half the house ghosts dragging their complaints along the battlements, when they came for a boy who did not deserve it. He was smaller than the accusers described. Smaller in the way a child is smaller when you remember him from a year ago, thin, pale under the eyes, hands still awkward at keeping a goblet steady. His name was Tully Finch. I had seen him in passing in the library, at the herbology benches, trailing after older Slytherins who tolerated him because he fetched things without asking for favors. He was the kind of student the castle swallowed when it preferred quiet to trouble. No one noticed him much. The fact that someone had noticed him at all should have been a relief. Instead, he'd been noticed in the wrong place. The prefects found him by the western curtain that hid the old service stairs, an area the portraits declared off-limits to mischief with the tired superiority of paint. He had ash on one sleeve, and in the same corridor a portion of the old ward had been scorched, the runes blown like blown-out teeth. It was the sort of thing that made a professor's eyes go flat and a house full stop gossiping, the pleasant kind of panic that smells of ink and torch wax. If you think I took any pleasure in the fact that the whispers pointed to someone who could be used as a scapegoat, you do not know me at all. Not in the way that matters. I know what it is to be turned into an example, to have your missteps written in the margins of other people's metal. I knew what would happen to Tully if the story stuck. His life at school would become a classroom cautionary tale. He would not be able to learn in peace. He would exist only as an illustration of carelessness. That was the sort of cruelty that builds into something worse, so subtle you only spot the damage decades later. I had other reasons, too. Let us not pretend that everything I do is charity. There are balances to be kept. A scapegoated child sows the kind of resentment that turns neighborhoods into battlegrounds. The more the castle had to spend on investigating small misfortunes, the less it could spend on warding the big ones. Lucius would be delighted to have disorder written in someone else's hand if it meant the Malfoy household could maneuver the rest of the map. I had sworn an oath in a room where the walls remembered what we had said, and the point of an oath is not its grand poetry but its practical consequence. Someone has to make calculations that do not look like cowardice. So I manufactured an alibi. To be accurate, I manufactured a possibility that would look like fact to any sufficiently uninterested inquisitor. Manufacture sounds like artifice. An alibi, when you are careful, is closer to a small architecture. You build it with beams that will stand a casual inspection, you lay down the right sort of witness, and you hope the entire structure does not wobble because some ambitious hand decides to see if you used screws when you said dowels. The trick, the quiet piece of magic, was to put myself where they could see me and to put Tully where I could. I could have told the truth, that I had passed him in a corridor and watched him walk away, and that would have been the end of my immediate discomfort. that the truth, when told half-heartedly, is useful only to people who are interested in resolutions. The inquisitors that men like Lucius attract are not interested in resolutions, they are interested in precedent. You understand, you live in a world where precedent is the only measure of power's appetite. The scene we presented was not romantic. It was careful, like a surgeon's work. I told McGonagall I had been supervising a late practice gathering in one of the lower common rooms. I asserted I had last spoken with Tully there, that I had advised him on footwork, that we had quizzed Hex disarming techniques together. I said it with a sort of bored certainty that made her press her lips together the way she does when something pleases her but she does not want to encourage. The facts were not true. I had not been supervising anything of the sort. Part of the alibi's elegance lay in its false modesty. No one wants to challenge a Slytherin's claim to be training. It passes for normal behavior. The only problem was that there were no independent watchers in the common room at that hour. I needed witnesses who would be believed. The castle kept a noisy archive of people who would be portraits, ghosts, the moving stair that complained of being sat on at an inconvenient time. One can arrange a small chorus of corroborators when one knows how to ask them, and when one has a friend who understands what ask means beyond the polite version. Luna heard me before I told her. She has a way of hearing the small urgencies, not because she has better ears but because she listens to noise that other people have learned to ignore. We met in a corridor outside the divination corridor because it was the only place the portraits would be uncomfortable admitting they had seen what they saw. That night she wore one of those sweaters she seems to collect, slightly too big, moth-eaten in a certain thoughtful pattern, and her hair was the same pale moonlight it always seems to be. When she turned to me, there was none of the performance of curiosity that others brought with them. There was the steady, exact look of someone cataloguing a thing she had decided to keep safe. "It shouldn't be him," she said. "I can see the shape of it." Her voice said the words before her face did. I told her the specifics. I did not go into the oath, I never do in anything resembling a public venue. Luna has known far more of me in fewer words than most people ever do. She had been the first person I listed to when I considered the two soft, cowardly options: do nothing and watch a boy be broken, or say something and risk my family, my standing, the careful scaffolding Lucius has erected in the ministry and beyond. With Luna sitting on a stone bench, feeding a small moth as if it were the most natural conversation one could make, the math looked easier. "Then make them see you," she said, very simply. "Build them the story the historians will want to accept." I could not have done it alone. Luna's role in the plan was one of patient eccentricity translated into very precise magic. She is as good at charms as she is at being odd, that is to say, she has a dexterity that is easily misread. While my fingers made appointments and statements that would pass cursory examination, Luna dealt in small things that altered how things were remembered. She wove minute-time stamping sigils into the edge of Tully's cloak, nothing grand, nothing that sings of the ministry's forbidden arts, more like a tag that made a portrait's memory fold toward the side of a certain late hour. Portraits do not lie, they misorder things when you ask them to. You can persuade them, with a careful charm, to favor one recollection over another. It is maddeningly simple once you accept that we are all, in the end, stories told by the castle and that the castle favors a tidy narrative. We worked in the moonlit wing of the Room of Requirement, which, predictably, insisted on being a small, overheated tailor's workshop that smelled faintly of chamomile and dust. Luna baked bread while we arranged the panels of our false chronology. "If you tell them you were teaching him footwork, make sure you can simulate the noise," she murmured, kneading dough with her knuckles. When she threw the bread into a cupboard that smelled suspiciously like diacress and came back with a scarf, I realized she had manufactured props too. I am not a craftsman. My talents incline toward rhetoric and the arrangement of power. So Luna did the odd, exact work, the sigils, the bread smoke to create an olfactory memory, a small bell she placed in Tully's pocket that would jangle at the right moment when the portraits were asked about the time. I did the rest. I practiced the lines that made me seem unconcerned and correct, the sort of thing my mother would have taught me to say at family dinners. That night the castle performed in our favor. The painting in the stairwell remembered, blurred by a careful charm into an approximate hour that matched our story. The fat lady preferred to be unavailable. Nearly headless Nick sighed in the right place, and even the portrait of an old Slytherin duke, who likes an intrigue as much as he likes his plum wine, agreed to say that he had seen me leading Tully toward the practice rooms. Small conspiracies, all with a price we would pay later. The prefects called the assembled witnesses to the corridor because they had the habit of making everything official. It is astonishing how much a room can be softened by the right witnesses saying the right thing. I said what I needed to say, that I had been with Tully, that we had been taking the older practice route through the lower common rooms, and that I had seen him leave earlier in the evening. I said it with the elegant disdain the house expects, not defensive, not pleading, just arid and efficient. The sort of voice one uses when telling a tutor that the work was done without explanation. For a week the castle breathed easier. It is absurd to quantify relief so precisely, but the corridors were quieter, the wards hummed without static. Students moved with a crisper step. Teachers stopped talking in the strict, careful way that makes one feel as if one is standing on the edge of a cliff and being politely lectured in case the fall should be hazardous to someone else. The headache behind my eyes lifted because I had played the part well and because Luna's sigils held. There are always costs. The first ripple was small and domestic, Narcissa's relief. She does not make a show of pleasure. She is the sort of woman who stores feelings like valuables, wrapping them in tissue paper and hiding them away until they are less dangerous. When she heard what I had done, she did not celebrate. She did not allow herself the luxury of freeing the breath many mothers keep in their chests for their sons. She came to the manor under the pretense of discussing a dress for a public event, but she stayed to look at me as though I were an old photograph she had not expected to find. Her eyes softened in a manner that felt both like forgiveness and like the relief of someone who had been wrestling with a century of worry. "You always choose, interestingly," she said once, as if I had selected my actions by consulting a particularly tasteless catalogue and then had the nerve to be surprised at the contents. It was the wrong sentence to say. I felt the lie at her throat like cold iron. Her relief was real. She needed that sort of thing to believe that our house and our name would not be marred by carelessness. But she also had the kind of instinct that knows when a child has risked his standing for reasons no mother can be permitted to applaud. She reached out then, for a brief, half-pleading touch at my sleeve. "It is a minor mercy to have your mother touch you in any life that takes names seriously. I do not want you to be reckless," she whispered, which is to say she asked me to be careful with the sort of economy only she could offer. It is a bitter sort of comfort, a mother's plea that is also an epitaph for everything she cannot save. Her relief tasted like guilt. I could see it in the small way she held her hands. My chest tightened. There is nothing more political than a mother's concern. It slices with the intimacy of a scalpel. The second ripple was political, and more dangerous. Lucius smelled the precipice the way wolves smell blood, with interest and the sort of patience that makes one realize he has been trained to wait. Slytherins are not famous for humility, but they are excellent at reading leverage. My action had made me vulnerable, interesting, messy. I now owed the house a story it wanted to keep neat. I felt his inquiry the way a man feels the temperature before someone offers tea, calculated and neutral but with the possibility of being very hot if mishandled. "People will assume things, Draco," he said in the study, the curtains pulled in order to keep the day from pressing on our private conversation. He spoke slowly, as if tasting each word. "You know where this will go if it is left to the irresponsible." There, in that curt phrase, lay the danger of my small generosity. Lucius's interest is a currency I have never been permitted to spend foolishly. To him, I was either an asset or a liability. I had made myself both. Third ripple, tests. I should have expected that when you pull at a thread, the rest of the fabric wants to know who has torn it. Snape was the first to draw the line in my life in a way that had nothing to do with punishment and everything to do with measurement. He is an artful man who wears his loyalties as one might wear gloves, fitted and designed to handle the dangerous things without betraying sweat. He invited me to his office under the pretext of discussing a private lesson. He does not invite you anywhere you are not meant to be measured for something more. "Explain to me," he said, with that flattened, exact tone he uses for affairs of moral ambiguity, "why you would find it necessary to place yourself at the scene of a child's supposed wrongdoing." There he was, in his black, like the logical end of midnight, studying me as if he were reconstructing an argument from the logic of my expressions. His eyes were not unkind. They were practical. It was to prevent a scapegoat, sir, I said. Sometimes a scapegoat becomes substrate for something larger. Ah, he said, and the exhalation could have been approval or amusement. Snape's humor is rare and private. You do understand that loyalty can be weaponized, Mr. Malfoy. Those who require demonstration of your devotion will test you. You have provided them an opening. He said it as if he had not already been keeping an account of every step I took, as if he had not placed a watched stone under the path of my conscience. Perhaps he had. He always acts as if he has placed more than one stone. This is the part that means people choose you or they do not. The test did not come from the kind of enemies I had expected, it arrived cloaked in the colors of duty and ritual. A visiting aura with a blandly honest face and a habit of asking the wrong sort of questions took it upon himself to smile at me in the halls and suggest that perhaps I might volunteer for more supervisory duties. Just to be seen, he said. Just to make sure this sort of thing doesn't happen again. The implication was monstrous and small at the same time. An aura is as dangerous as an accusation when an institution is looking to prove it is doing something. I could say I would be glad to help, I could volunteer myself for a role that would raise more suspicion than it eased. Or I could decline. Declining would make me look aloof, uninterested in the welfare of the school. Accepting would make me look protective in the wrong way. I chose, as I usually do, to accept with reservation. It is easier to appear compliant and move the chess pieces than it is to put your king in the open and hope the pawns keep their oath. Luna and I patched after every ripple. We call it mending the margins because Luna is both romantic and efficient with language. We sat in the room of requirement once more, which, to be honest, has begun to prefer becoming what we need rather than simply doing what we ask. It is growing into a confidant, with a collection of oddities the way an artisan keeps tools. Breadcrumbs, a bell, a scarf with a name sewn into it, not Tully's, we did not want to be silly, and a portrait cuff that would smell faintly of lemon. We made things that would sit like explanations in people's minds when they were tired and wanted a story to be easy. My hands learned a new kind of work in those days. Charm work is not simply professional, it is intimate. You learn to fold sound into a sleeve so it will be found in the right place later. Luna's hands taught me to do that without the dramatics of a wand flick. We would sit knee to knee on the floor of the room of requirement and whisper nonsense that was also a charm. She would look at me sideways and laugh at my seriousness. You worry as if tomorrow were a thing you could spend, she'd say, and I'd feel something in my chest rearrange itself because she saw the day as if it were an ongoing series rather than a single bill to pay. There was humor in it, too. Humor is a small, tactical magic that recovers the part of you that could otherwise be prey. We made a talisman to convince one of the more ancient portraits that it had heard our voices in the night and that they had sounded perfectly profane. The portrait obliged. It liked being involved. It is astonishing how eager the painted people are to be interesting. Part of the mending we did was also emotional. There is a private map I keep in my mind of what I can show the world and what I cannot. With Luna, the lines between those places blur. She has a very quiet way of holding you accountable without ever asking for payment. You made a promise you could not name, she said one night, tracing a sigil over a small leather charm I had asked her to keep. You will make a lot of bargains that way. Make sure you count the costs. We did not go further than that. We would not call it a romance, not in the raw and public way that makes banners out of soft things. But we were a found family, an alliance stitched together from separate shards of exile and chance. When she slipped a braid of her hair into my pocket, an old habit, something that means she trusts you to carry her near, I felt more of my own life understand itself. It was an inconvenient warmth. It is a distraction that becomes a strategy. The ripple that I had not expected came from schoolyard rumor. Rumor, in a place like this, has a curious metabolism. You might think an accusation is a simple arrow. It is not. It is a living thing that eats quiet corners and then sleeps in them. The week of relative calm bred a new sort of curiosity. Students began to look at me the way they look at an interesting animal at a menagerie, some with fascination, some with the faint bafflement of those who suspect they were misinstructed by history. They watched me as if I were the sort of person who might collapse under pressure and yield to whatever impulse a narrative suggested. You must understand, there is a malicious pleasure in watching someone you have dismissed be forced to perform guilt. So when Lucius began to dine with a man whose taste for disorder is subtle, and when an envoy of one of the darker-line families sent presents that smelled faintly of victory, I realized that my alibi had shifted the deck beneath our feet. I had not merely deflected a child scandal, I had made myself present in a new ledger of usefulness and liability. I had allowed certain people to imagine that there was an angle on me if they pushed gently. This was the cost of being seen as useful. Useful is what they pay for. To be paid for usefulness is worse than to be paid for villainy. Villainy has clarity and involves a ledger you can understand. I suppose the strangest thing about that week was that the castle itself seemed to relish the change. Maybe it likes the heat of scandal, perhaps it enjoys the scent of a story. Portraits hummed in ways they had not, the fat lady sang less of her usual airs. Even Dumbledore, who has always kept a distance that smells faintly of prophecy, wandered into the corridors looking as if he had misplaced certain small items. He asked me, in a manner that was more an observation than a question, how I had come to be involved in the matter. Coincidence, I think, I said, which is less a lie than an arrangement of odds. He looked at me with eyes that are far too kind for a man who runs a school of children at warlike risk. Coincidence, he repeated, then smiled in that old, terribly diplomatic way. He said nothing more, which is perhaps what forced me to measure how much I had altered the map. He did not need to ask. A silence from him is an instruction dressed in silk. The small satisfactions of the lie came with an undertow I did not like. Trial by performance is a poor way to live. Each time someone asked me to volunteer for watch duty or for a public duty that would expose me to scrutiny, I had to move the chess pieces again. I began to practice being seen with Tully. I adjusted my carriage so that the inevitable rumor mill had nothing more to play with than what it already had. I practiced the banter I would use to be casual around him. It is astonishing what one will rehearse in order to keep a child's life from being shortened in reputation. Then, as if on cue, something else went wrong. The first broken seal, which is no one's favorite wizarding metaphor for trouble, hissed again. A corridor on the western battlement found its wards failing for a night. The castle smelled of singed hair and ash. Therefore, despite my best-laid alibi, despite the portraits and my mother's careful half-smile, the suspicion returned in a different form, not of a crime but of opportunity. Someone had used small, local chaos to test a larger strategy. They wanted to know who would stand where when a ward failed. I watched the faces in the great hall as information circulates. Students shift those very slowly, teachers shift faster. When the wards fail, people who have been trying to measure you will test your reaction. They will ask you to do something that verifies your loyalty, or they will present you with an accident you cannot ignore. The man who wants to know how far you will bend will offer you an object near which you must stand. It was a trap of a sort I knew well. My entire life had been training in traps. The question that organizes every move I make now is simple and corrosive. How much of your life will you put in the way of a thing that might protect people? It is not a noble question, it is a calculation. You must be precise because the cost of miscalculation is people's lives. I have sworn to protect some of those lives. That oath sits heavy and stubborn in my chest. Luna stood beside me the night the wards wheezed and threw the castle into a kind of worried activity. She rested a hand on my arm in a way that is both a kindness and a minor defiance. We patched a wound, she said, meaning the child's accusation. But they will keep checking us. I know, I said. We may have bought a week. She tilted her face to me, her smile small and conspiratorial. Keep counting, she said, and then, softer, and prepare a ledger you can sleep with. It is ridiculous to find comfort in the mundane. I found it. We moved down into the dungeons, toward the place Tully had been accused of being. The moving stair angled to let us pass, as though it too was inclined to be helpful. The castle has moods, its mood that night was cooperatively distracted. We walked past a portrait that leaned out and murmured gossip in the way the painted people do when they are trying to be relevant. It complained, for the benefit of whatever listening ear a rumor might have, about the taste of plum jam served at the last banquet. It is deliciously petty. We found Tully sitting on a low stone bench, clutching a small notebook as if it were a talisman. When he looked up at me there was a kind of astonishment that is only visible in those who think themselves permanently unread. He thought I was only a symbol. That view bothers me less and less. Symbols can be useful when they actually do something. "Thank you," he said, awkwardly. He did not know how to be wise about gratitude. He did not have to be. He had to be allowed to be a student who could continue to learn. I did not answer with a motto or a lecture on privilege. I sat down beside him and offered advice on a spell of minimal complexity because sometimes kindness arrives in the form of instruction. I felt Luna's presence like a compass. She smiled at him and told him, with perfect innocence, a tiny joke about a wizard who could not tie his own bow tie. It was all a little ridiculous, and it also mattered. When the prefects passed us, they saw what they wanted to see, a senior Slytherin with a lower-year student, being instructive in a way that seemed like the kind of behavior a school wishes to promote. An aura with a bland face smiled politely and moved on. The castle shifted its breath low and steady again. We had done what we set out to do. But there is always a next page. What I had not written in the ledger, the part one had not prepared for, was the way the lie had rearranged the weather. Those who test us are meticulous. They do not love us. They are not even indifferent. They are optimized to determine whether we are useful. They will set small fires and see if we run to them. They will ask us to stand where it is dangerous, and they will watch whether we do so because we are brave or because we have no other choice. Luna touched my hand then. Her fingers were cool. It was a human thing that felt like an argument for hope. "We can build more comfortable lies," she said, and there was laughter that tried to be buoyant but could not hide the edge. "What comes after comfort?" I asked. "Practice," she said. "And better bread." We laughed for the sake of not crying, and then we began the real work. The sort of work that belongs to people who understand that lying is sometimes a necessary architecture of survival, strengthening weak points, preparing witnesses, and, most important, marking a trail that can lead out if the castle decides to swallow you whole. I am not comfortable with what I had to become in order to save a name. I do not enjoy the sight of my mother's transparent relief, unless you count the relief as a commodity she must have in order to stay upright. I do not like knowing that every small courtesy bought me a week at the price of a leash I will have to wear in public. Yet I signed that oath in a small room with a heavy silence. I promised something worse than heroics. I promised discretion and commitment. If that commitment is going to be useful to anyone with power, it will be because I intend it to be. Perhaps the most dangerous thing is that I have started to like the work. It feeds the part of me that adores order and hates injustice. But it also feeds a more dangerous part, the part that is convinced a lie will be the final tool to keep people safe. Lies, I have learned, are like magic. They are useful, but they riffle through the fabric of life and change everything they touch. When I left the dungeons that night, the echo of the castle's breath wrapped around me and tightened a little. Someone, I do not know who, had already begun to take measure of me. There were lists I had not seen. There were eyes I had not known to avoid. The next test would come, and it would be more direct. The first broken seal had been a warning, the week of quiet was a temporary reprieve. What I had done for Tully had not bought us safety. It had bought us an observation. I walked the portraits to my table, glanced at a painting that frowned and at one that tried to smile, and felt the small pressure of Luna's coin-sized charm against my palm. It was a simple thing, a charm to remind a portrait of the wrong detail if it ever began to speak too loudly, and it made me feel less alone. In the end, of course, we skimmed the surface of our choices like flat stones across a dark pond and hoped one lands squarely. I had thrown one that night. It had landed. It had not sunk. But the ripples would reach the other shore before my week ended, and I am not altogether certain what will be waiting there when they do. Chapter 14, The Ancestor's Mark. The Malfoy crypt smells of old smoke and lavender, which is a troublesome combination when one is trying to convince oneself that the past is only ornament and not instruction. Stone presses in from all sides, angles that remember better family reputations than any living head could. It is the sort of place portraits like to be hung in, dutiful, watchful, finished, and yet there are scenes here the portraits do not talk about. They never did. That was the whole point of coming back. It was my second visit. The first felt like taking a temperature rather than reading a pulse. You look at an object and you tell yourself what you expect. The urn, the one everyone in the house suggested was mostly ceremonial, fit the expected shape, painted pewter, cold to the touch, circular lid carved with the Malfoy crest. You carry it through the dining hall at funerals, you place it reverently under the family's ancestral gaze, and you lay a wreath on it as part of the proper motions. That is what a thing is, until it isn't. I had thought, selfishly and perhaps a little naively, that the urn's only significance in the prophecy's riddle would be as a symbol, family, lineage, the idea of something being taken from me and returned in a neat, inevitable headline. It had comforted me, a small comfort, to imagine the worst of it reduced to ceremony. If the world insists on staging tragedies, at least it could use a tasteful stage. Luna came with me because she is good at listening to things other people miss. Also because she is the sort of person whose footwear is mostly irrelevant to how she carries the truth. Her voice is calm and there is always the impression that she is looking sideways, not because she is distracted but because she sees the copse of details behind whichever tree you are both walking past. That day she had a note she had smudged with charcoal and a face like a quiet clock. I suppose someone had to be the steady hand. I do not do steady hands very well when the steadying happens inward and invisible. We descended beneath the manor on a night when the house seemed conciliatory, as if Lucius had been telling it to be polite. Candles guttered in sconces that had not been used for guests in any sensible era of wizarding history. The servant spirits, a polite term for the ways in which the house keeps itself tidy, had been instructed, distantly, to make our passage unremarked. That pleased Lucius and therefore it offended me, but I am fond of theatrics only when I control them. The urn sat where it had always sat, ringed by tablets and the emptiness of certain names. What I did not expect was how small it would feel when you know what it really was meant to hold. I had been imagining bones and dust, an ancestral relic of some sort. What I found staring back at me under the lid, once Luna, and I had coaxed the wards apart with a charm she suggested, unremarkably subtle, oddly precise, was an inscription so carefully hidden it had the air of deliberate concealment rather than naive storage. It ran in a thin hand around the interior rim, in old runes that inclined toward leaderlies in a way that made me smile and then stopped smiling immediately. There was a small, practical enchantment placed over the script, not to hide it from everyone, not to lock it up, but to preserve meaning. The words would not be read by casual light, nor by glances of greed. One had to mean to see them. I had the uncomfortable thought that someone had expected a man like my father to have exquisite appetites for meaning but not the patience to read. Luna bent, her pale hair falling like a curtain, and read aloud in the hush of the crypt. She has a way of reading things that makes every sentence sound like half-remembered music. It made the runes feel less like declarations and more like kept confidences. The inscription described the urn as an instrument of promise. It named it, bluntly and without the theatrics my ancestors preferred, as the vessel of obligation. It said, in language that was legal and oddly tender, that the urn was intended to receive words sworn and sealed, not bones interred. It was crafted to hold oaths, to be witness and binding object to promises made under the family name, and to transfer responsibility for that vow to whoever possessed the urn. Which means, I said, and the teeth of the words caught on my tongue, it is not for ashes. Not only for ashes, Luna said, as if that clarified everything and nothing. It's for the keeping of a promise. The maker, someone in your family, thought a promise could be as heavy as a body. So they made a place where a promise could be kept safe and accounted for like an inheritance. She said the word inheritance like a sparrow, small and uninterested in any pomp. I thought of the many inheritances I had been raised to expect: house, title, reputation, a private wing at the ministry if one pleased the right people. This was another kind, and it was worse because it was portable. An inheritance one could hold in a hand. The dreadful clarity arrived like cold water. A promise, my promise, could be placed into the urn. You could put the language of the prophecy into a vessel that became, in the eyes of certain legal systems and certain traditions, a property. Property can be traded. Property can be contested in committees. Property can be stolen by the law or by the more exacting patronage of a man with the appetite of my father. There are many ways to ensnare a destiny. Most respectable families used marriage, titles, land. Ours preferred contracts and the sort of legalistic magic that makes a thing accountable to the letter rather than to conscience. If someone placed my oath in that urn, no ministry bureaucrat or fancy-headed elder could easily remove it without agreeing, by law and by ritual, that they had the custodianship. If Lucius, as a man whose influence in certain circles lapped like a tide, were to present the urn to the right council, the wording carved so politely in the rim would lend him an argument that any sensible magistrate would find hard to disbelieve. The urn holds the promise, therefore the family has the right to protect and assert claims upon it. The legal imagination leans toward paper and icons for reasons that are not elegant. It likes documents you can place on a desk. The urn was that, but sealed with magic the respected seal and spoke in that low, infuriating accent all old law has, where the letter is everything and the spirit is an afterthought. I did not have to imagine for long how my father would see this. Lucius would smell advantage and assume that anything that could be made explicit would one day be made official. He would argue that the family's custody of the urn meant we could present myself as the legitimate bearer of the vow, or alternatively, that in the event of dangerous ambiguity the family's claim would be considered paramount. He would argue. He would smile with the edges of his mouth, and somewhere in the ministry someone would mistake charm for certainty. There is a particularly poisonous breed of certainty that comes from men who imagine institutions as extensions of themselves. Lucius has always been good at pretending institutions are receptacles for his will. He believes, genuinely, that the house of Malfoy, can be used as a shield for whatever imprudence he chooses to commit. He sees nothing wrong with making the law an offspring of his appetite. Perhaps it is the safest thing to legalize one's own will. Perhaps it is also the most dangerous. I felt the urge to step back then, to say nothing at all in the light of so much hidden intent. I felt the smaller, narrower urge to laugh because the idea that my fate could be reduced to an object on a shelf seemed both absurd and fit for one of my family's old dramas. But Luna, who is frighteningly good at making someone else feel foolish when they deserve it and gentling them when they do not, reached into the urn as if it were a cake tin and pulled out a scrap of parchment folded about a thinnish black seal. I had not thought the artifact would be so practical. The scrap was new but the seal was old. The wax had the crest of a hand cupping a crown, a hand not unlike one that appears in every Malfoy ledger. The parchment itself was blank except for a single line written in a careful hand across the top, for the keeping of a promise no heir may lightly bind. There is a certain sharpness in the throat when you hear a sentence made like a scalpel. That line read like a disagreement with the rest of the house. Whoever had placed that there had thought to record a limiting clause. Our family, it seems, argued with itself across generations. They argued, I suppose, because any house that has lasted as ours must argue with itself. To be ancient is to be the battleground of good intentions and more pragmatic desires. Luna tilted her head. Her eyes are a color that, if photographed, would ruin most respectable portraits by being too honest. They didn't want it used as political currency, she mused. They expected a line might be needed to stop people treating promises like property. Expected or hoped? I asked. She smiled that half thing she does, like someone folding an inconvenient map into a pocket. Both. I understood then that the urn had been designed as a legal device to make a vow accountable, but a clause had been inserted, carefully, almost heartbreakingly, to stop that accountability being turned into leverage. It had not been a trap so much as a plea. Someone had feared what family would do with its own guarantees. Someone had written a proviso into the thing that said, no heir may lightly bind. That phrase struck me. It applied to the world I had been living in for months, the taut, politicized months where every private commitment had the potential to become a public instrument. I have made promises under duress, and I have made others that were patient and quiet. I had thought there was little to choose between them because they are both things that shaped your life. But the inscription insisted on a necessary friction between the intimate and the institutional. It insisted that certain promises must not be commodified, that some words must be kept from the ledger. You can see why a man like my father might find an amendment like that offensive. It limits a tool. It tells someone used to seeing everything as a transaction that not all values can be cursorily counted. We read the runes again, and then Luna suggested we look for the ledger. There are always ledgers where there are instruments, I told myself. Ledgers mean someone else expects to keep the account. The crypt, of course, had one. It was bound in black leather and hidden behind a loose stone carved by an ancestor who had a fondness for understatement. The ledger was full of notes that smelled of money and midnight councils. There were references to pacts of custody, to rituals of sealing and transference, to statutes ancient enough to be no more than curiosities but clear enough to be weapons in the hands of an able legal mind. There was also, tucked into the margins, a petition, not law, but plea, that any vow of consequence placed into the urn should only come with the consent of 3, the oath-taker, the present head of the family, and an independent witness not to be a relation. That is a modest bureaucracy for a family whose ideas of privacy mostly involve elaborate screen doors and very long gloves. It is also the sort of thing that, once you read it, you can see how it would be forced to work on a more modern stage. Suppose a head of house insisted the third witness be a ministry official. Suppose a court insisted the urn's possession was the only secure way to prove a vow. The urn, designed to preserve the dignity of a promise, could be reinterpreted to make that promise the property of anyone who controlled the vessel. There is a kind of civilized cruelty in legalism. It wraps itself in proper forms and becomes a thing that can be signed. My father loves forms. Forms are where he does his best sculpting of the future. You're thinking of what father would do with it, Luna said, reading me as only someone who reads sideways can. She never judged the rightness of what she saw, she catalogued it, and in doing so gave the catalogue a kind of usefulness. He would see a way to make the world tidy. He sees promises like invoices, I said. The remark was softer than I felt. It was truer than I had wanted it to be. We both knew then what needed doing. It is curious how sometimes the right action is stark enough to feel like a betrayal and simple enough to feel like a mercy. I could hand that urn to my father and he could parade the custody clauses like a medal. He would argue before a council that the family must have a binding instrument to supervise the person who carried such a public fate. He would speak about duty, and about protecting me, and everyone who has been a child under his wing will know how much protection and how many fingers of containment he offers in the same gesture. He would frame possession as guardianship. Guardianship, in the wrong hands, is a muzzle. I thought of small things, the way Snape had watched me in the headmaster's office, the way Dumbledore's concessions had been measured and careful, the look on McGonagall's face when she tightened her jaw and told a joke that was more like a closing of ranks than levity. Each of them would prefer I accept burdens privately and not have them turned into policy spectacles. They relish order and masks. I knew, with an irritation that tasted like iron, that I probably would be easier for everyone if my fate were made official by my own family. Then they could all sleep. The public would have a clear piece of property to argue over, and I would be the thing argued about. But there is a difference between being argued about and being owned. Between being respected and being regulated. Between vows offered and vows assigned. I had sworn an oath at Hogwarts. I had not sworn it for fame or for bureaucracy. It had weight, but it was mine, a thing I had placed with certain witnesses I chose. The idea of my words being catalogued in an urn on a family's shelf as a legal token made me feel small and exposed like a bird in a glass room. Luna watched me, and there was an intimacy in that watching. We had been sharing secrets long enough to know what silence meant between us. She is not dramatic, she does not flurry. She holds the kind of stillness that lets other people's fear organize itself without collapsing. If you don't want it, she said carefully, you could keep it somewhere that is not a family archive. And where would that be? I asked, because the part of me that plans arrangements for a life of neatness is the part Lucius admires most of my faults. She looked over her shoulder as if cataloguing alternative routes to the nearest broom cupboard, then smiled at me as if we were both conspirators and philanthropists. There is a place in the school that needs nothing to show what it holds. It will not be sentimental enough to be weaponized, and it will not belong to any family. Room of Requirement hides what people need it to hide, it does not keep things for vanity. The brilliance of her suggestion was the way it refused to be a grand gesture. The Room of Requirement is proper for holding contraband, it is a mercifully anonymous place. But there was also a legal prickliness to the plan. If the urn was an instrument of ritual law, what would it mean to place it in a room that obeys sleeping needs rather than statutes? Would you make a tradition out of resisting tradition? Could you, by hiding it, protect it from being worn into the language of policy? I thought of my oath, which had been sworn in a room that was not supposed to be recorded, which had been a private thing, a promise to protect, to contain, to make sure that certain rituals were not allowed to consume the school in the name of spectacle. There is an odd integrity in keeping the promise unbureaucratized. That kind of integrity has costs. It is a cost I knew I might pay. My hand closed over the urn's lid. It was not heavy. There is a weight in possession and another, different weight in the knowledge that something is unowned. The latter felt like a live thing moving under skin. Take it, Luna said before I could speak, and there was no chiding in her voice. More an offer, or an agreement. She knew me better than most of the people I once called friends. She knows the exact pressures my father's name puts on my shoulders, the way my jaw tightens when Lucia smiles and the landscape of the conversation changes. She knows, because she has always known, that the quietest way to be brave is sometimes the most dangerously radical. I looked at the ledger. The clause "no heir may lightly bind" sat like a moral anchor and a challenge. If I removed the urn from its home and took it to a place that would not be named in legal forms, I would be accused of theft. I would be accused by my father, by the house, perhaps by the ministry itself if it suited someone to make me a miscreant. But I had never desired being polite at the cost of giving people a tool to wield me with. I had always worn the most pleasant face I could muster, but there is a point at which pleasantness becomes permission. You really will do it? Luna asked, and it was not a question about legality, it was about whether I had the courage to be unspectacular. Do you think I have much choice? I answered, and my voice was narrower than usual. I had made a promise. I had sworn it in a place that believed in privacy for reasons broader than fear. I had not sworn it with the intention of letting politeness become law. We wrapped the urn in a cloth Luna produced from a pocket that smelled faintly of lemon, and she hummed under her breath, which is how she thinks. There is a method to her contemplative noises. I assume things that sound like that are probably solving equations about security and magic. We moved through the crypt, more careful than the stateliest of pageants, and the portraits watched us with the panache of those who approve of drama without mess. We had crossed the last arch when a footfall behind us made the hair along my neck lift. I did not turn immediately. The house makes noises, manor stones live in a social world of their own. But the footfall was measured in a way only a man used to controlling rooms can be. Lucius does not stride, he arranges his feet as if they were pieces on a chessboard. He appears not to arrive but to be summoned by protocol. He stood at the base of the descent, a silhouette with a perverse sense of propriety, as if he had come to consent to any number of improprieties out of sheer interest in how they might serve him later. He looked at the empty plinth as if it had been a thing undressed. "You have been thorough," he said, and even when he speaks he always sounds like someone announcing a new line of clothing. "I am thorough," I said. "In ways that matter." Lucius's eyes flicked from my face to the ledge and, finally, to the missing urn. It is astonishing how quickly a father's face can refashion itself into calculation. He did not seem offended, affront would be adolescent drama. Instead he tasted options. "We should talk about the best way to proceed," he said. His voice had the quality of a statement that intends to be a beginning rather than a question. It was, I knew, a rare form of politeness. He meant to write the conversation and to invite other people to it. He would gather witnesses and ministers with the exact tastes for ritual that would make their arguments persuasive because they wore official colors and had signatures. He would make the urn an object that could be argued about in parliament halls and council rooms, and he would do so with the same clean hands he uses to adjust his cuffs. I felt my jaw tighten. "No," I said. The word was simple. I had the odd sensation of closing a small, crucial door. Lucius regarded me with something like clinical curiosity. "Do you not see the benefit to the family?" he asked. "To bind a vow within our custody is to protect you from opportunists, to ensure the prophecy is kept from fearmongers." He used the word protects as if he were offering a fountain of milk. I tasted the old argument in the back of my mind and spat it out mentally. Protection does not always mean safety, sometimes it means suffocation under velvet. "I do see another thing," I said. "I see a way for a promise to be weaponized. You will sell it as a shield, and you will do so in public, so the shield hardens into a cage." Lucius's mouth thinned. "You speak as if you are not aware of the dangers," he said, as if raising one's concerns was a profession to be practiced with shame. "I am aware," I said. "More aware than I ought to be for someone of my age, perhaps. That is why I think some things should not be turned into instruments." He studied me for a long moment, like a man considering an addition to a ledger. "So where do you intend to keep it?" he asked. "If not the house, then where? The school? The ministry? The room of requirement?" Saying it aloud felt outrageous, like naming a thing one hoped to avoid. "I intend to be lied to if I ask much of the ministry. The school is a living thing and it will keep its own secrets if it trusts you. The room hides what it thinks humans need. It is, on some nights, the least cruel place in the world." Lucius's laugh was quiet and without warming kindness. "You would defy the house to place our instrument in a school repository." He tasted the absurdity as if it were a spice to be used sparingly. "You mean to make the world your gallery, Draco? You mean to let the boy the newspapers like to put on posters, the Potter of the hour, play judge over your—" He did not finish the sentence. He tends to stop in mid-sentences when he is tempted to put sentiment into law. That is when he is most dangerous. He would arrange witnesses, he would make a public case. He would gather those who think of destiny as a commodity and they would agree between them that policy is the only reasonable mode of conversation. "No," I said. "I mean to keep it out of sight." He looked at me for a long time, and there is a cold fatigue in certain men when they realize their plans are not certain. "You would hide it," he said, as if that were a personal slight. "For the good of whom?" "For the good of keeping the promise from becoming policy," I said. "And if the promise is crucial to the safety of the world?" He drew the words into a barbed shape, because he knows how to make public interest into a weapon that seduces the cautious. "Then hiding it would be worse than handing it to the ministry." "It would," I said. "And until we can be certain that crucial cannot be used as a cudgel, I'd prefer the world breathe without being governed by my private words." Luna's hand brushed mine then, not a showy thing, but a small reprieve. "There are ways to ensure that the urn is safe and not subject to a single house's whim," she said. "It can be guarded, but not owned. The room will give you what you ask of it. It will not change the meaning of the words you place inside." There was a flinch in my father then, not of surprise but of calculation. He saw, too, the possibility that the existence of an object could be neutralized by secrecy. He would have preferred ownership because ownership comes with signatures and spots in committees and places in official minutes. Secrecy is slippery, you cannot hand it to anybody at a reception. "You cannot keep secrets forever," Lucius said finally. There was a softness in the words now, but it was not affection. It was an observation about the inevitable convenience of power. Someone will want to bring it into law. Someone will be tempted. Men will start asking your permission, and for reasons you will find hard to refuse. "Then I will learn to refuse," I said. "I think there are moments when parents and children not only exchange words but make promises in the air. The choice you take in those moments writes an unburnable line under your decisions." In the quiet that followed, the manner seemed to listen. Lucius's face did not change the way one expects the face of a loving parent to. It changed to the face of a man cataloguing new insults and new opportunities. "If you insist upon this," he said, "if you insist upon acting outside the house's counsel, then you must be prepared to act alone." I had, for months, prepared to act alone. That is the ugly honesty of the role I had been cast into. The chosen one in Slytherin is usually an irony, not a destiny one is allowed to mention. My oath had made me practice solitude like a discipline. It felt, at that moment, like a necessary muscle flexing into life. "You will tell Mother," he said. The phrase was not meant to be a question. She would, despite her softer manners, have found ways to protect me in ways that looked like social currency. She would choose the softest words to make sure I knew she was hurting and proud at once. I thought of Narcissa, of how she had once bent the rules of our family to save a child's life for reasons that were both unpractical and immaculate. There are sacrifices that come without public pageantry. She is good at that. But I keep things from her because sometimes the protections we think of as shelter become walls. "No," I said. "Not yet." Lucius's lips thinned. He has the patience of a man who will mistake a delay for a refusal. He is good at waiting for others to capitulate and then politicking the concession into a victory. "Then you will be responsible when the time comes," he said. "You will take on the accusation. You will be the odd child of the house if anyone ever asks why the family refused to control its own asset." I steadied myself and said, with a self-control that was practiced and not entirely sincere, "I will take responsibility." Words like that have an odd geometry in a house that measures debts by ledger lines. I did not tell him that the kind of responsibility I meant was not the same as the kind he imagines. I meant, rather, to choose who got to speak for my vow. I meant, in the small and private way that counts, to stop the world making an argument of what I had sworn quietly, in a different room, under different witnesses. Lucius turned his eyes to Luna then, and there was a flicker I have seen before, the look of a man assessing whether someone will be useful because they are inconvenient. He had always been polite to her because she was odd and therefore entertaining. Now he was thinking of her in the way men think of allies. What use might she be, and by what argument might he co-opt her? "Miss Lovegood," he said, as if the titles of women are ornamental, "you will find Malfoy family prudence a refreshing change from the usual harangues about the sanctity of the obscure." She smiled at him as if he had said something amusing and not threatening. I admired her for that. She never played up, never played down, she simply put the world back in occasional relief so one can see the odd detail. "Is there a problem with that?" she asked, and there was no flinch in her voice. Some people do not know how to be frightened, others have simply organized their terror into small, usable shapes. Lucius thought for a long moment. "I think what most worries him about my secrecy is not only the political liability but the idea of losing the face of the lead actor in his preferred performance. He likes a child to be a figure he can display. The trouble with a child who chooses secrecy is that you cannot dress secrecy for dinner. You will both consider the consequences," he said finally. "If you hide the urn, you will be accused of theft. If you do not, you will be accused of selling our family's advantage. Either way, you will be the face of it, and you will need to understand that some allies will see reason where others will see treachery. There is a difference between being accused and being understood. I prefer the former, oddly enough, because accusation at least contains a conversation. Understanding can be a more monstrous thing, because it presumes you are a problem to be configured." He meant to shake me. That is the part of him I resist most. Luna slipped a hand into mine then, unceremoniously, like a small, brave tide. It is a sort of ceremonial bravery that does not show off. She does not like being the center of things. She is a found family of one in the truest sense, quiet, improbable, unassuming. She meets the world with a sort of soft logic that catches knives because refusing to be led by panic is itself a kind of defense. "Then we will take the measures to make sure no one is tempted," she said. "We will choose a place that has no resemblance to a trophy shelf. We will make the room understand what you need it to understand. We will make sure no voices have facial access." There was bravery in her sentence that was neither theatrical nor naive. It was a set of soft, practical measures. Make the room of requirement cover what it knows and don't let eyes build an appetite for the object. Hide the urn behind a refusal to own and in so doing, make the world learn to leave certain promises unpoliced. Lucius watched us, and the expression on his face had the thinness of one who is beginning to calculate the price of inconvenience. "So be it," he said at last. "If you wish to be a revolutionary in naming secrecy your virtue, then you will do it without asking for the family's complicity. That, I think, surprised him into a rare frankness. He is not used to being refused. He is certainly not used to being disobeyed for the sake of an abstract prudence. Fine, I said. Only one thing. He asked a brow that had the elasticity of a bridle. What is it? Do not make a spectacle of yourself in my name, I said. If you must make whatever argument you favor, do it without using my private words as your tool. Do not present the urn as an instrument until you have earned the right to speak for the promise it might hold. There was a long silence. The crypt and the portraits and the house itself held theirs like an audience waiting to see if the author would go on. Lucius smiled at me then, a small, tight smile that is dangerous because it masks calculation. I will not make a spectacle, he said. I will make a statement. A statement is dangerously close to a policy, I thought. It is what men like him prefer to do, to speak and thereby make things true. But I held an intent in my pocket that was older and, I hoped, harder to legislate. The promise I had made was not a page on a desk to be signed by men and then argued over in committee. It was a thing I had sworn, in the dark, with witnesses that owed no office a favor. My intention was to keep it that way. We left the crypt with the urn wrapped, unremarked in a house that had always preferred the impression of control to the experience. It felt like carrying an accusation against the whole of our traditions. It felt good in the honest, uncomfortable way that making a private decision often does. I felt smaller and larger all at once, smaller because I had taken a secret into my hands again, larger because I had not handed it over to the machinery of regulation. The carriage was waiting outside. The sky above the manor wore a thin coat of cloud that had the appearance of being apologetic about its weather. I thought, absurdly, of how often the weather offers to resign itself while men do worse things with ambition. Luna swung onto the seat beside me, and the urn lay between us like a quiet, futility-proof thing. Are you frightened? She asked. She asked it like a chemist asking whether the reagent was ready. A bit, I admitted. Not of policies, exactly. Of how fast men arrange themselves when something valuable appears. Of how easily secrecy becomes an accusation. She smiled, which was the sturdiest thing in the world. Men will always want to make laws of things. Sometimes they do not realize the law is a poor substitute for keeping a promise. Her hand touched the cloth for a moment. It was a small, human contact. I felt steadier. We set off toward the castle. I could not help thinking there are better places for certain curiosities than a family crypt. Some things want to be hidden because they are not things to be legible in committees and councils. I had been raised to expect that my family would be the center of my life. I had been raised to believe my name could open doors. I was beginning to understand that power has more than one grammar, and that one of them is the grammar of refusal. We turned toward the east, toward the school that would, at the right moment, accept what a boy with a name like mine could not afford to make public. I thought of bargains gone sour and of the way Snape's eyes had once held a reluctant pity, of Dumbledore's patient distance, of my mother's hand smoothing my hair like a shield. I thought of the ledger's plea, small and earnest like a prayer at the bottom of a coffin, no heir may lightly bind. There are many ways to govern a promise. Some men prefer committees. Others prefer a shelf and a speech. I prefer a room that does not keep minutes. I prefer, cowardly and stubborn and perhaps a little noble in the ways that matter, to keep some powers from those who would make them into policy. The carriage rolled, and the ground slid by like a corridor of possible futures. The urn rested between us, wrapped and quiet. I tightened my grip and felt, for the first time in months, that my choice might not only be about avoiding a spectacle but about tethering the world to the right kind of humility. I do not believe in theatrics for their own sake. I believe, half in spite of myself, that the best kinds of courage are the quiet ones. Ahead, beyond the hedgerows and the manor's prying windows, the school waited, patient, ancient, not without its own politics but also not a willing instrument of my father's appetite. The room of requirement would decide what it could spare. I admit the thought made me unaccountably nervous. To ask the castle for help is to make an argument with its moods. But courage, like prophecy, has a taste. It is sometimes as simple as making a chosen secret harder and more inconvenient to weaponize than to capitulate. I looked at Luna as the carriage picked up speed. "Thank you," I said. It was not a grandiose thing. It was simply true. She smiled back in a way that meant she would not be put in the middle of any man's machinations. "We are friends," she said. "That is what we are for." There is a small ceremony in friendship that is not paraded, the act of mutual consent to keep each other's lives from becoming someone else's exhibit. That seemed like the proper sort of resistance, quiet, stubborn, and not easily folded into a statute. The manor dropped behind us. The road smelled faintly of wet earth, which I find agreeable because it is honest. I kept thinking of the family ledger's plea, of the darkly practical language of those rooms, and of a clause that read like a conscience, "No heir may lightly bind." When the castle hove into view, luminous and oddly oblivious to our private thievery, I felt the whole of my life narrow into an act that would be either heroic or merely embarrassing, depending on how the men with the best language decided to report it. For now, the decision belonged to me, to the room, and to the few witnesses I trusted to keep my words from becoming a bill before Parliament. I put a hand in my pocket and felt, with a small, private satisfaction, the shape of the urn's key. It was a simple thing, a little iron loop my father would fancy for its neatness. It was, for the moment, proof that some instruments could be untaken and kept from being made into policy. There are worse things than to be accused for choosing secrecy over spectacle. There are worse things than to be the odd child of the house. The worst thing would be to let men with comfortable offices vote upon the language of your vow. I turned the key over in my hand and looked at the castle. The room would be peculiar, possibly inconvenient in ways that served me better than lucidity ever could. I had sworn an oath, I had found the instrument that could have made my word someone else's argument. I had chosen instead to put that instrument somewhere a statute could not easily reach. There is bravery in that, and there is danger. But I have never been content to be decorative. I will not let my promises be placed on a mantelpiece to gather dust and gossip. Some powers must remain impractical. Some words are not to be signed away because men in suits decide they look like investments. We rode on, the carriage rocking with a small rhythm of motion toward the place that keeps what people ask it to keep. The night leaned in, a witness indifferent and not uninterested. I tucked the key deeper into my palm. The future will, as ever, be longer than any of us can plan for. But for now, in the dark that smelled of lavender and of rain, I felt that the most dangerous thing I could do was to refuse to let people make policy of my promise. The castle's gates opened like a mouth, and the carriage rolled inside. The room of requirement would not be a committee, and it would not be a council. If it could be trusted, it would simply give what I needed it to hold. And if it could not, then I would have to make other, less agreeable, choices. Chapter 15. Tension in the halls. The castle had learned to behave differently in autumn. It walked with a harder tread, staircases that favored straighter routes, portraits that watched longer and looked less inclined to be amused. The leaves beyond the windows were the sort of brittle gold that sounded faintly like secrets when they fell. Inside, roads swept with purpose and no one took the extra second at the start of class to smooth a hair or exchange a joke. Professors had something to do to the air, and the air obeyed. McGonagall had made sure we all felt it. She had always been able to tidy a room with a look and a transfiguration, but now she did the same with an entire school. Timetables were tighter, evening permissions had been stripped back until we were, for the first few weeks, so regulated a house elf might blush at the oversight. Corridors were patrolled longer. Prefects were deputized into something more like wardens. The Slytherin table kept a list of the younger students who needed engineering to keep them in line. Wand checks were routine at roll call, an appalling indignity to be subjected, even for me, to the flick of a known teacher's eyes and the subtle susurration of a legal charm to confirm the shape of your core. Portraits had been instructed to report anomalies, and the headmistress' familiar ring of notes, brief, curt instructions, spread like frost through the staff rooms. It was meant to make us safer. In practice, it made us less human. That was the first thing you learned about living under watch. Safety and dignity are not the same thing, and when you are defended at every turn you are also constantly being counted. You grow used to being a number, and the small pleasure someone else would have taken from you for habit, crossing a deserted corridor because the moonlight is good, finding a common room sofa that fits just so, become offenses that require justification. You smile more carefully. You remember how to look empty of trouble while your insides arrange themselves into an army of tiny, untidy soldiers. My smile had become a polished thing, like a silver shallower than sincerity. It served me. It comforted others who needed a visible center. It reassured my mother when she wrote at odd hours that your father feels the position of the family may require sacrifices. It reassured Lucius, whose hand was steadier in the ministry when something in the public eye suggested discipline. It reassured Dumbledore, or so I told myself, that he could stake a skull on my presence and not on my tantrums. But the army between my ribs was not fooled. It remembered oaths like a catalogue of worn scars. It stared at the prophecies I had swallowed and arranged defensive lines across them. It practiced quiet things that had nothing to do with being admired, how to leave a portrait's attention, how to slip a hex into a pocket and make it smell of old parchment, how to measure the pause in someone's breath and count it as 5. There were rumors in the dormitory, of course. There are always rumors. In the morning someone was always a shade more guarded when they asked after your health, as if asking might conjure a condition. Boys I had played Quidditch with since first year treated me now like a problematic heir, polite, quick to the blade of wit, wary of the arm. Some of them were openly cruel in corners, inventing cleverer insults than the ones I used to mete out, an industrial improvement in barbs made to hurt and to be seen. Others avoided me entirely, for fear that proximity would be noticed by an overvigilant portrait or a teacher with a list. There was a more interesting division that showed up, not as cruelty but as calculation. Some fellows, quiet, faster friends of my sort, shifted, almost in a dance step I recognized from my father's circle. They befriended the watchful and the powerful. They complimented and then pressed, gentle as a finger against a pulse. You could see them testing which way the wind might favor, balancing loyalties like weights. It was as if the school had become a harborside and we were all small boats, tethered, waiting to see which tide would take us. In public I played the part one had been taught from the cradle, courteous, slightly bored, immaculate. In private I practiced the other roles, the guardian, the betrayer, the liar whose lies were sometimes necessary. Those little rehearsals kept me sane. It is astonishing what a quiet plan can do to steady a hand. Luna was an anchor in a way that only incredulous bridges can be an anchor, improbable, quietly persistent and, for reasons I could never fully admit, built to last. We had more or less acquired the habit of meeting in the library, but in this thinner season of the year our meetings had turned into something else. The library does not care who you are, it responds only to the pattern of curiosity. You can force a book to open to a certain page if you ask it with intent, you can coax the dust into revealing a breadcrumb left by a previous reader. Luna had a method that was partly intuition, partly something like sewing. She would make a map of connections on a spread of parchment, and then sit cross-legged and tie threads across it with tiny knots. She called one such method finding the unremarkable thing, a phrase that could be the title of an essay on quiet rebellion. She appeared at my table the first week of term carrying a pile of odd volumes and a thermos with a label in tiny, careful handwriting that read, immodestly, Tea, unusual. She always had something with her that suggested the world was kinder to the curious. A small radish on a string. A bent quill that never ran out of ink. A photograph of a creature no one else had seen. Her hair was the same luminous halo, she wore the most eccentric scarf I had ever tolerated on another person and yet it suited her like sunlight suits a window. I'd been paying attention to the staircases, she said straight away, as if I had asked. She leaned forward, placing a book down with the reverence of someone introducing you to a map of how the moon moved. They've been favoring the outer towers at odd hours. Because McGonagall staged them, I said. She prefers having the exits controlled. Less chance of secret assemblies. More chance of late detention, too. Luna smiled, only partly in agreement. Yes, that's sensible. But there were 3 times last week when the same landing slid to the left for a weeknight. Staircases are particular, they do have favorite routes. If they choose something, it is because someone asked them time and time again. She had a way of turning a sentence so that it suggested a universe where inanimate things carried memory. It was disarming. It was also correct, in its way. The moving staircases are not merely hindrances, they are bored, ancient things that remember the paths of those who habitually use them. Ask enough and they will favor you in return. Which leads you to which conclusion? I asked, because I liked to hear her reasons before conceding. Someone is using the staircases deliberately, she said. Someone who knows the castle and is patient. It was a small thing, but she had given me a word I might otherwise have missed. Patient. Patience is an intimacy with time that many wizards of cauliflower conscience do not cultivate. Slytherins, by reputation, are cunning and ambitious. I had the ambition in me and I had learned cunning at my father's knee. But patience, a steady, watching patience, was not a trait my family prized. Luna's patience, though, felt like a steadying draft. We started mapping. The map was not glorious. It was a piece of grey parchment that smelled faintly at the library, a smell I had secretly loved since childhood. We spread ink-drawn staircases across it and pinned tiny charcoal marks where the movements had been most unusual. Luna threaded silk across the page and for every knot she made she explained a connection, sometimes logical, sometimes a belief-laced observation that only someone with fewer expectations would notice. She never mocked my practical mind, which made it easier to admit how the oath sat like a stone in my chest and how the board of my school life sometimes threatened to tilt. Do you want to know something honest? I asked when the conversation narrowed to a place where truth could safely be folded. She turned her head like a bird and the room seemed to tilt. Yes, she said. It's heavier than I was promised, I said. Being the thing everyone suspects is the heavy part. Everyone expects me to look like a leader or to make a speech, or to do something heroic or terrible. But what it is more often than not is paperwork and secrecy and being careful about breakfast. That's a poor joke, isn't it? It is an accurate thing, she said simply. Sometimes the most important battles are at breakfast. I let her idea lodge where it pleased. Then I let myself do something I had practiced only for the sake of the private army. I told her a small part of the pledge I had sworn. The oath was not the whole of the prophecy, never that, but a small, legal knot in words that promised some sorts of protection in the old-fashioned way of things you could hang on a name. I told her because I had no other place to put the information where it would be listened to without being judged or used. Luna put her hand on the parchment, and for the first time in months my fingers relaxed. She did not meet my confession with the kind of horror some would have used as currency. She did not look at me as if I were a story to be told to others in loud, lawyerly tones. She looked at me as if I were a thing that could be looked after, that, for reasons I still did not entirely understand, cut through the armor going rusty on my ribs. Over the next few evenings our search widened. The room of requirement, which has always been the sort of thing that likes those in need, yielded up a storage thicket for us one night, an archive full of unlikely parcels and rolled charts. It had the air of a place that had been used by people who favored hands-on trouble. We found a weathered letter that had been misfiled behind a tin of forgotten warding paste. It contained a fragment of a ritual poem, more legal than mystical, the sort that counts property and possessions with such attention it becomes a kind of magic. The words were not the sort that conjured beasts but the sort that fixed things in law, who owned what, and under what terms. On the back of the letter was a sketch, a ring, oddly facete, with a small crest like the kind you would find in a family seal. It should have been a dull discovery, filed away in the world among many dull things. But the sketch had been scrawled by somebody who clearly had urgency, hands that had been shaking. Someone had underlined the word binding twice and then scribbled "Pan" in the margin, as if the writer had discovered a thread and not known which way it would lead. We put the letter between two heavy books and I watched Luna's face as she read. She had that steady, luminous look that people sometimes mistake for simple admiration. It is not that at all. It was knowledge settling into the exact right place in her mind, the way water finds a certain depression in a rock. The ancestor's urn, she said, as if she had been expecting the name to be an old friend. It's somewhere people used to talk about as a way of preserving lineage, smells like nonsense to most of us, but people once put family property into odd vessels and then gave them laws. Legal magic, I said. It's less dramatic and more poisonous. Tie something to a container and suddenly it's as permanent as a curse. She nodded. If someone's been writing about binding and urns and rings, well, someone's been trying to make certain things harder to undo. We paused because of the implications. Binding in law can be a chain. It can make your choices the equivalent of a signature that cannot be opened without a court. For someone like my father, who used legislation and influence as deftly as others used the elder wand, that kind of thing would have been familiar and useful. For me, someone who had a private, dangerous obligation, it complicated the situation until the edges of my life blurred. Who would be interested in that now? I asked, because it was a practical question and the knight wanted practical answers. Many reasons, she said. Power. Safety. Revenge. Or simple preservation. People fear death. They want to keep things in order. There are fetched reasons for everything. It made sense that factions would pursue such artifacts. The ministry is fond of paperwork, not because it trusts paper but because it knows how to hide in it. And factions, broken and resentful, love effective constraints. You can hold a person's hands when you hold what they think they must protect. The Room of Requirement, in its generous mood, gave us another gift, a trunk that had been used by someone who liked to collect old fealty agreements. Inside was a scrap of letterhead from the manor, Lucius' name, neatly printed, but revised. Someone had scrubbed out an earlier signature and replaced it clumsily with a different hand. It smelled faintly of tobacco and an expensive perfume, two markers for certain sorts of meetings. I held the cloth of that letterhead to my cheek and felt something like a small spike of shame. It was not shame for having it, every Malfoy would have kept one of our own letters like a relic, it was shame for how easy it would be for someone else to use it. Family letters are like keys, you trust them not to be turned by strangers. The moment a stranger does, the lock could bite. We left the room in the small hours of the morning, the castle quiet and protective, and walked through a winding corridor whose portraits glowered at us with the sort of sleepy disapproval only a painting with an estate could muster. The stairs moved in a lazy way now, as if they were amused by the fact that we had asked them a favor and gotten it. Luna hummed, little tunes I had never heard before, and the sound threaded the cool night. Do you suppose the portraits will tell? I asked. They tell everything they know, she said. That's their vocation. But they are lazy. They will not search for what you have hidden unless a human mind has left an itch on them. Good, I said. I meant it. The last thing I wanted was for the castle to gossip my private commitments into someone else's agenda. There was an awful moment, halfway down the shadowed gallery that leads to the Slytherin common room, when we passed a group of first years who had been practicing dueling charms with mismatched wands and bitter enthusiasm. One boy dropped his broom-handled stick of wood in surprise as he saw us, caught as we were by our own world on the outside. He looked at me with that sort of raw curiosity I had not seen from children in a long time. The boy's sister, who would have been in my year but chose Hufflepuff for reasons that might as well have been courage, shot him a warning look and hustled him away. They were not the monsters people made them out to be. They were curious, and small, and fully unprepared to own the history of our houses. I stepped into the moment because some part of me that belonged to me, not to any cause, recognized the obligation to protect them from the burdens others wished to lay on their shoulders. Next time, I said under my breath to myself, be less a symbol. Luna's hand brushed my sleeve. You are not a symbol when you act, only when you perform, she said, which was not advice I would have expected from anyone else. I realized then that she had been teaching me to measure things not only by their danger but by their human consequence. There is a special sort of courage in the small act that refuses to let others be swallowed purely for your sake. The tighter routines of the school made it difficult to hide even their modest benevolence. McGonagall's curfew was enforced with surgical precision. I found myself in the absurd position of being reprimanded for returning to the common room an hour early because a portrait had seen me slip in with a crate of protective charms the fifth years had requested. The portrait was indignant in all the ways portraits can be. McGonagall was flatteringly unamused. Mr. Malfoy, she said, we have rules for a reason. Even useful rule-breaking requires consent. You will find consent on the top of my father's desk, I said. It was, in retrospect, a poor choice of humor. She took the rebuke and folded it into something like concern. You are discreet, Mr. Malfoy, she said. That can be a virtue. Do not allow it to become a mask. I would prefer you not be the only face of calm in a storm that expects a leader. I wanted to tell her that a leader would be a troublesome thing to expose. Leaders have mouths and bills and demands. They are also public property in a way that would be dangerous right now. Instead, I said something measured and Slytherin. I am careful, Professor. Be careful of being too careful, she said, and then, because people have private reasons to be human even when they are being stern, she added, and look after yourself. The look after yourself part is perhaps the only part of these weeks I remember as being almost tender from her mouth. McGonagall had almost never spoken to me in a way that suggested affection. Whatever affection she had was professional and therefore more binding than any oath. I accepted it with the wary gratitude of someone who knows how to read between lines but is not permitted to cross them. There was one more unsent letter in my trunk from Narcissa, hands neat like sunlight on vellum, telling me to avoid heated argument at the table and buy myself a good nightcap when I returned to the manor at holidays. She always wrote with protective precision. Lucius' letters were short instructions with the terrible habit of seeming necessary and therefore unassailable. He wrote as if the world would roll like a coin if not for his thumb. I did not reply to either. It is a strange skill, being a son, when you have to weigh the consequences of each letter like a small bomb. Snape, who hovered around me these days like a sworn shadow, offered advice that felt like a favor asked in return for a secret he knew I needed. His bargains come at a price I could not name. He never allowed bargains to be simple. His expressions are unreadable except for their intent. He told me, in a corridor where he could have been overheard by very obliging portraits, that I would have to be more vigilant in my personal associations and perhaps more willing to stage a public face that suggested I had nothing to hide and everything to offer. The politics of appearances are subtle, and I had never been a poor apprentice. It is often easier to be beloved by enemies when you are useful to them for appearances. But Snape's counsel had been edged with a caveat: there will come a moment when choices that look clean will be filthy in practice. He would not say it plain, but reading him is a job like parsing potion labels in a dark room. There are dangers you can see and others that taste of ash. Luna did not taste of ash. She tasted of tea and book glue and the sort of windy trust one had not realized how much I needed. We practiced making household wards the small way you make them in a room where you will need only modest concealment. The room of requirement gave us a ledger, a slate where a person used to tallies had once written thanks. There was an old neglected list of portrait contacts and a chart that connected which headmasters' rooms had been used for discreet council meetings. It read like a history of the castle's hush. We traced our fingers along it and made more threads on our parchment. Sometimes, late at night, we'd sit by a window and talk about matters that felt enormous in the small hours and somehow possible in the quiet. Luna would say things about patterns she saw in the way students moved, a tilt of a shoulder, a repeated habit, that suggested sympathies more honest than tons and more useful than duels. She was the sort of person who could tell you with an admirable lack of condescension that the bravest acts were often the tender ones. Why choose me? I asked her once, abrupt and more truthful than I intended. I was not asking why she stayed. I suppose I asked because I wanted evidence that I was not projecting meaning onto a kindness that was simply curiosity. She smiled in a way I had come to rely on. You asked me to, she said. And besides, you make a good study. You hold the attention even when you try not to. I could have been offended. Instead, I allowed something very human to unfurl, the feeling of being accepted for both the armor and the soft parts beneath it. There was a tremor in the castle during the second week back that made the portraits hush more properly than any headmistress word. The first broken seal, I had been told quietly by a close portrait of a man who once ran a treasury and still had the habit of counting, had been noticed in the dungeons. Grey smoke, a taste of iron and old spells, had drifted into the lower wards. The castle's wards had shivered. McGonagall's response was immediate: more patrols, more checks, a general tightening of the old magics. The portraits, who usually enjoyed telling stories about times of peace, were suddenly fond of mentioning the years when wards had been tested. Rumors coalesced. Someone had found a piece of a binding. Someone else had a fragment of the word ring. The whisperwork of Hogwarts is not so much a rumor as a series of suggestions that knit together into a pattern of omen. Students lined up in the Great Hall and watched each other, measuring risk like house points. The Slytherin table, which had once been a place of the confident, became a little more silent. My old companion spoke in shorter sentences and with the sort of caution I associate with people who are making bets with too much at stake. It was my fault, in a way, that the rumors tipped toward my house. My name is convenient, it is a shape that fills certain lexical rooms other names cannot. Malfoy is a weather pattern that will collect lightning. It does not matter how hard I tried to restate my identity as a person rather than an artifact, the world had moved into a habit of seeing me as both. Sometimes, late at night, after Luna had left, I would sit in a common room and watch the house sleeping. We looked like a collection of ideas rather than people. I remember the sound of snoring, the small snores of the younger ones who trusted the world, and thinking perhaps the most honorable thing one could be in a storm was the person who makes an effort to keep the small comforts intact. Then the castle gave us a brief, terrible gift. A portrait in a corridor, an old duchess, fond of gossip and a little malicious, was discovered to have been tampered with. The paint at the edge of the frame had been scored. It was a childish thing, perhaps, in someone else's judgment. But in mine it was a finger tracing a letter across a telegram of danger. Tampering means someone had penetrated a private space. That someone had a hand that knew the art of the castle and its portraits. That someone had an agenda. It was as if they had tapped the windowsill and left their mark where only people with keys should have been allowed. There was a scent on the frame that none of us would own up to, a faint whiff of a perfume that matched the one I had once recognized from nasty dinners at a certain manor. My throat tightened in that private way it does when you are about to make a decision that will change you. The portrait's eyes followed me as I passed. I had the sudden, old sensation of being watched for reasons I could not disclose. It made the castle smaller in a way that mattered. If someone could tamper with a painting, someone could tamper with law. If someone could scratch the paint, someone could scratch the record. If someone could touch the frame of a duchess and not be noticed by the world, they could touch the knot that tied families to their past. I went to the room of requirement that night alone, because there are acts that have to be performed without witnesses. The room, obligingly, offered a small desk with drawers and a candle. It smelled of old dust and the sort of determination one finds in bellows. I slept with the letter we had found from the trunk in the room under my pillow and woke with a plan that had the tight edges of Slytherin scents. In the morning Luna found me awake in the common room, drinking the sort of tea that would have been smug in any other age. She sat without ceremony, her knees knocking the arm of the chair as if enforcing the logic of physical reality. I looked for other signs, she said without preface, and to my surprise she produced a scrap of parchment that had been hiding in a hollow of the portrait frames. This was where the Duke used to keep his ledger. Someone moved it and left a scrap. It is curious. We compared notes and learned, with the ease of people who have started to trust, that the scrap contained the same scrawl as the letter from the trunk. A smudged note of binding with a ring sketch and the word "earn" 3 times, as if the writer had been trying to thrust the thought into existence by repetition. The castle seemed to be whispering the same name in different tongues. It was then that the truth, small and terrible, slid into me. The house that had once been solely the repository of our family pride had become an object of interest to those who wished to bend history. The first broken seal was not merely an event, it was an instruction. It was the first in a sequence that wanted to be put back together, but reassembled in someone else's image. People will come for things they think are fixed, Luna said. They will look for herbs to make their past the present. It is why we keep private things private, I said, thinking of my mother, my father, and all the ways property has been used as a shield or a sword. It is why some of us guard secrets so tightly. She folded the parchment, and for a moment I thought she was going to tuck it into the pocket of my robe like something sacred. Instead she bent and kissed my cheek, a deliberate, small contact that was neither fanfare nor trifle and therefore exactly what mattered. She was not showy, she did not make it a declaration. It was a press of skin, a warmth, and a statement that was more than a message to the world. It was an assurance to me. You will not have to be everything, she said. You may be one person who thinks about how to protect the people you value. That is a large thing in itself. I wanted to tell her then of the oath's true edges, the parts that were not in public registers, the clauses that were whispered into dusk, the sacrifices that had been counted for me as if I were an object of prudence rather than a son. I kept my mouth shut and let the silence between us do a complicated job. It admitted that there were things I could not share, and it admitted I trusted her with what I could. After that, the rest of the day was a collection of small administrative catastrophes. The prefects reported strange gatherings in the astronomy tower that turned out to be second-year students building charms that looked like rockets. The House Elf Union, an informal and unrespected gathering of the kitchen staff, complained about missing pots, which turned out to be misremembered notes. The ministry sent a very polite owl, which was the most dangerous sort, and McGonagall wrote back with a tone that suggested the ministry believed in machinery more than it believed in magic. The thing that stayed with me, as night draped itself across the castle like a velvet curtain, was the map on my table and the way Luna's fingers had knotted threads into it. The threads were tidy and unassuming. Each knot marked a place we needed to watch: the portrait in the West Gallery with a suspiciously clean frame, the ledger in the Room of Requirement, the faint perfume on the Duchess frame. We had, by the end of the week, a small constellation we could name. We were not prepared for the smallness of the thing that followed. A scrap of metal, blackened and warm, found its way into my shoe while I practiced my turns in the practice hall. Someone had tried to put a charm on me and left the residue of the attempt like a calling card. It was a crude attempt, poorly disguised as a prank, a small paper talisman with a rune scratched into it. It felt like a sting, and it made my hand shake in the sort of way my private army had not rehearsed for. I kept the scrap. It has been my habit to keep things the world leaves on me. The detritus becomes a small museum of threats I have survived. But there was another truth there. Someone had made an attempt that close to me and not noticed by Snape or the portraits or the headmistress. Either the attempt had been clumsy, which it was, or someone inside the castle was willing to let it be clumsy so that they might see how we would react. We would react in the usual way, with concealment, measurement, and care. There is a particular sort of bravery in being patient when everything insists on haste. Luna taught me how to find the unremarkable thing and reinforce it. I taught her, perhaps, the anatomy of secrecy and the need for certain masks. Together, on a map of threads and a catalogue of rubble, we arranged our small rebellion, to be watchful, to be subtle, and to be generous when it was safe to be so. There was danger, yes. There was the politics that tugged at my family like unmusical fingers. There were Death Eater factions and the ministry and 1,000 whispers that each wanted to bind me to a different future. There was also love, odd and small and quiet as a stolen apple, that kept the edges from rusting completely. We loved in a way that was not public, and therefore, at the moment, safer. I slept with the scrap under my pillow again, and when morning came the common room looked less like a harbor and more like a place where people are waiting to board. I had to make choices I did not want to make publicly. I had to guard my family's name and my own conscience. I had to decide whether to stand forward with a bright, dangerous light or remain a shadow behind shields. There was one final thing before the week turned. A note slid into my trunk with a courtesy that was almost old-fashioned. No stamp. No owl. The paper smelled faintly of peppermint and smoke, a combination I knew belonged to someone who felt the old loyalties like a physical hunger. Someone had not trusted the world and had passed the message in a manner only an old house would approve of. The note was brief and unsigned. It contained a single sentence that read like a promise or a threat, depending where you stood. The handwriting was elegant, deliberate. It was a script taught by an era that believed in the fine points of surveillance. If the morning lines were a test, the note was a mark. I sat heavily on my bed and smoothed the paper with a thumb I had been taught to keep steady. The castle hummed, a living thing with the steady rhythm of wards and habits. Something inside me began to count the beats, as if by counting I might place them in order. My insides were an army that had been rehearsing 1,000 small moves. My face would remain calm in public. That was something I had promised myself. That was something I had practiced. But for the first time in a long time I allowed myself, in the privacy of the common room, a small, unguarded smile. It was not the cold, pale smile of a man who needs to present a face. It was something warmer and more dangerous, the recognition that the path ahead, though narrow, had someone walking with me. Luna's scarf brushed my arm as she sat down beside me without ceremony. "We will do the small things well," she said. "There are many small things," I replied. "And one big." She cut me off with a sort of look that suggested interruptions were a form of care. "Measure it, Draco," she said. "Make a map, tie the threads, and then breathe. Actions can be clean if you make them so." I folded the note once and put it back in the drawer. The threads on our map were small and exacting. They would have to be. The castle had its own politics, and the world outside had an appetite for our bones. For the first time, I thought that perhaps the burden was not only a solitary thing. Perhaps a burdensome thing could be shared without being lessened, shared into something that made the edges bearable. I could not imagine becoming a public figure in the way the world demanded. I could imagine, however, the private tenor of our small conspiracies, Luna's patience, my care, portraits that listened and sometimes lied, and a map of threads whose knots we would test and tighten. When I stepped into the corridor that night, the note heavy in my pocket and the weight of new orders heavy on my ribs, I realized how much of the school's life had turned into an arrangement of minor betrayals and necessary discreetness. I thought of Snape's bargain and my father's letters and the Duchess's scratched frame. I thought of the thing I had found in the room, a ring sketched like a promise, the word "earn" written in a frantic hand. We had, in a way, found the first footstep of a long approach. Someone had been doing the patient work of collecting fragments, making law into magic, making the past a place where they could hide their power. That was why McGonagall had tightened the corridors. She knew that walls were porous by design and more dangerous when people made holes in them. But I had a different knowledge too, a knowledge that the smallest acts, handing a bread roll to a first year, knotting a thread on a map, learning the behavior of a staircase, were more than mere kindness. They were the scaffolding of resistance. They were a way to make sure that when the world asked us to choose, we would not bend only to the interests that had called our names so often before. There is a taste to these moments, like the metallic tang of old coins. It is the taste of being decided for and deciding. The little army in my chest drew itself up, and as I walked the length of the corridor the portraits turned their heads in that particular, social way. I kept my face calm. I kept my steps measured. I knew, with the small certainty of someone who has kept both hand and oath for a long time, that the next move would have to be made with care. The castle exhaled a soft, ancient breath, and for a moment I thought it was content. I do not know whether it was content or simply patient. Either way, the threads on our map had a new knot, and the ring drawn in a shaky hand had my attention. Someone had written our name into their plans. We had, at last, found where they had started to stitch. Chapter 16, Oath and Loophole. The paper felt smaller than the thing it bound me to. Narrow, the sort of strip you might imagine used for funeral invitations rather than world-altering promises. I had it laid across my lap like an accusation, the neat, cramped calligraphy of whoever had witnessed the oath still sharp at the margins. The room of requirement smelled faintly of lemon oil and old wood tonight, which I liked. Lemon sharpened thought and old wood tolerated secrets without snorting. It had given me a table and a lampstand, because the castle is as indulgent in its contraries as it is in its protections, a little pile of unused envelopes. I used one to make a corner marker and traced the ink with a fingertip the way a cartographer traces a river. There are certain pleasures in making maps. You translate the messy world into lines that can be explained and argued over, you can erase and redraw. The oath resisted that comfort. Its sentences looped back on themselves, legalistic and almost coy. It was binding in a way that was very efficient. Take the necessary phrases and stitch them through a person's name and the castle would hold you to them. I had sworn it in a place of leaning portraits and brass locks, with Dumbledore's eyes across the room like a careful wind, and there were spells woven tight into the syllables. A promise with teeth. You could understand why people liked that sort of thing. People who enjoy being in positions to use obligations against other people tend to admire traps. At the bottom was a clause I had memorized the way most boys learn house rules, out of necessity, not dispassion. It read, in the kind of formal cadence that made my scalp prickle, that I was to obey, yet, if the alternative to obedience was the sacrifice of innocence, I might act otherwise. The words were simple. The shape they made in the world was not. There is a difference between the meaning of a law and the way people will tend to force it to mean what they want. That difference is where the loopholes live. I had spent the turn since swearing the oath not so much thinking of whether I would keep it, but how those three words could be contorted. Sacrifice, to some men, is ceremonial and obvious, a dagger and black chanting. To others it is tidy collateral damage, a phrase that draws a circle around the lives your enemies don't care about. To yet others it is a technicality, a box to tick when hunting for advantage. The oath did not tell me whose definition it would obey when choices were made and men were profit-minded. The magic listened for intention, but intention can be mined. I drew my pen along the margin until it grew in a crescent, thinking in lists. Who counts as innocent? How many people must be at risk to meet sacrifice? Does intention matter on the part of the sacrificer or the person named? Does the castle itself recognize the difference between a plan offering an incidental death? I liked a question that could be answered with a number or a diagram. This one hated neatness. It was late by the castle's institutional clock. Portrait lamps flickered down the corridors, and laughter, a muffled sound that might have been boys arguing over charms, ebbed past the door. I had told myself I wanted privacy to think. Truly, I wanted someone to be near enough that my voice would not have to hold all my fear. Luna arrived with the quiet certainty of someone who knows how to open doors without disturbing the hinges. She appeared barefoot on the worn carpet as if the room had been waiting for her balance. Her hair was a scatter of light. She was carrying a thermal flask the color of a summer sky and something in parchment that rustled like a small, eager beast. You like drawing, she said, because she likes to say what she observes and because she finds that the simplest statements often loosen people. She had washed ink on her fingertips from a previous curiosity, a notebook she'd been keeping of the sound of owls, and she held a brass spoon between her teeth like a private joke. It helps me pretend there's a plan, I said. It was accurate enough. She sat opposite, folded her knees, and looked at the strip of paper the way one inspects a curious fossil. Her face is good at looking at odd things because she approaches them as if they are friends she has merely not met yet. She tilted her head at the clause. Most things that men call sacrifice are particular, she said after a moment. They must be given up on purpose. Collateral things get called acceptable losses by the people making decisions. You would make an excellent political commentator, I said. It was disingenuous. Luna was entirely unsuited to that life, and she smiled, which had a gentle way of meaning she heard what I said without having to correct it. She reached for the lamp and angled it so the ink glinted. What does the magic listen to? She asked. It was not the question of people who accept the turns of power at first glance. It was the question of someone who thought magic, like music, had a meter and rules. I don't know, I admitted. The confession landed on my tongue like money. I had kept countless things from people long enough to be practiced at secrecy. Admitting ignorance felt like a theft in reverse. She hummed, the sound a small internal compass. Then test. Not the clause itself. You cannot try to make the world decide there are innocents and then see what happens. But test how the words are used by people. Luna always suggested things in a sideways manner. Language is sticky. People will echo it. Once enough people call something a sacrifice, it might be more difficult to argue. She had a way of saying the obvious that made it feel like revelation. I thought of Lucius's sort of men, the ones whose loyalties were elastic and whose language could be shaved to fit an argument, of the ministry mouths that turned verbs into verdicts. Of Severus Snape, watching and measuring like some cold tide. You could plant the idea in the right ears, she went on. Or watch which words they use when they speak of choices. If you make the word slippery enough, perhaps you make it harder for people to claim a clean sacrifice. There are acts of courage that are small and domestic. The decision to be honest in front of someone who will not leap to your defense is one of them. I told Luna details I had not yet told anyone else, not even to myself in the stillness when fear crawled in. I told her about the ritual, the way the spell had accepted certain clauses because the witness had been particular about phrasing. I told her about the clause's existence, and how it comforted and hollowed me at the same time. She listened as if she were reading by lamplight. Her fingers found the spoon and began to spin it in time with my pulse. "Then you already have a map," she said. "You just haven't drawn the margins." I liked that she said you. The pronoun is a small shelter. It made my shoulders loosen. Severus Snape arrived with a lack of heraldry that made wings beat in my ribs. He walked in as if he had always been in the room, which was the way he preferred to move, like a shadow that finally decided to take physical form. His cloak scraped the floor, the candles made his pale features grey and precise. He did not make the offer of comfort. He made the offer of analysis, which for him is the same thing. "You have been busy," he observed, looking down at the paper. His voice is the thing that always makes me briefly remember the geography of my childhood, corridors narrowing, the sudden sensation of pursuing an answer while remaining under observation. "I have been thinking," I said. It sounded thinner than I felt. He reached for the oath with one long-fingered hand and read as if the letters were a list of offenses. Snape's eyes did something I am not sure most people can bear to have done to them. They measure not only what you are but what you might yet become. He did not look astonished or relieved, he looked mildly interested, which was worse. "That clause," he said, "not an accusation, more an inventory, is a jag." "A loophole," I offered, because sometimes chastising language can steady the ground. "A knife with an uncertain handle," he corrected, "and that is the kind of dry image Snape likes. Useful if you know how to hold it. Dangerous if you do not." "I can hold it," I said. The words had a brittle ring. I wanted to appear competent. I wanted him to see in me the man who would not break under pressure. "You can practice holding a knife until you convince yourself you can do anything," Snape replied. That is what fear sounds like when you offer it the language of competence. There is the part of Snape that lectured and the part that negotiated. The lecturing part is useful. The negotiating part is expensive. It asks for accounts from the soul to be opened. I had already paid one such debt when, in some dark corridor, I had agreed to certain things he demanded, protection in exchange for obedience, partial truths for partial safety. I had not enjoyed paying. No one enjoys taxes on moral currency. But his protection had been not unhelpful. "Tell me where you think the ambiguity is," he said, leaning against the table. It took an effort to keep from noting the way his shadow pulled like ink. He was not particularly fond of the light tonight. "It is the word sacrifice," I said. "And the phrase only alternative. There is a threshold implied. If the alternative is not strictly a killing ritual but the deliberate risking of students' lives through other means, does it count? If someone can manufacture circumstances that make that alternative appear to be the only one, can they force me to act?" He made a small sound that might have been a laugh, or a cough hiding a laugh. "You have faith in the rhetorical capacity of our enemies." "It is not faith," I said. "It is experience." "Then you must understand," he said, "that people will press definitions. They will make sacrifice as convenient as a label on a crate. The clever ones will frame it as necessary. The brutal ones will call it decisive. If they can persuade enough blood, it is magic, which we like to think of as tidy, will be required to adjudicate based on how the words were used at the time. The content of your oath is not divorced from context." He spread his hands as if the world were a particularly difficult textbook. "You must control the context." That was a command that sounded simple and vast, like telling someone to move the sea a foot to the left. I thought of my father, moving behind his alliances with the economy of a man who could spend fortunes like gestures. Control the context. He did not mean merely to manipulate language, he meant to shape perception and option in a way that left only one moral path. "How?" I asked. Snape looked at me for a long moment. In that moment he said things with his face that he rarely spoke. There are bargains we instinctively understand. The one who offers you safety will demand a sort of obedience. The one who counsels you will ask for trust. Snape asked in the smallest of ways for both. Protect the innocents before they are presented as an option, he said simply. Make them unavailable to be offered. Evacuate. Hide. Create inconveniences so that only alternative is never true. That is the cleanest route. There was something elegant and terrible about that simplicity. If no innocents are present, no one can honestly claim they are to be sacrificed. It was like stealing the stage from an actor who depended on an audience. That part of the solution felt literary and satisfying in a sneering kind of way. It will require resources, he continued. And complicity. People who will accept the inconvenience. You will need to appear to cooperate while you are making preparations that are construed as compliant. Your father will have opinions about this, and not all of them will be helpful. My mouth hardened. Lucius's opinions were, at best, an irritant. They were, at worst, a flame that set whole things alight for show. He will be told the plan, I said. That was, perhaps, a misstatement. The truth is I already knew how my father would be told. He would be told in a way that promised leverage and the possibility of advantage. He would not be told in a way that admitted vulnerability. Tell him what he needs to hear, Snape said. There it was, a suggestion that cut both ways. He meant lie by omission, shape the narrative. That was the poisonous part of his counsel. It always came embroidered with an instruction to be clever in ways that compromised other people's autonomy. Not that I was naive about such things. I had grown up in a household of varying truths. One more thing, Snape said. There will be those who test you. Testers delight in moral puzzles. They will push to see whether your only alternatives clause is usable. You must decide in advance what you will accept as true sacrifice and what you will not. Decide for whom? I snapped. I was tired of making decisions only to have them given back to me with someone's gnawing teeth into the seams. Snape's face did not change. For yourself, he said. And for those you care for. That last part was not kindness, it was a threat and an observation both. He meant that my moral calculus would become the ledger by which others measured me. Luna had been listening with the patient attention she gives to tattered arguments. Her spoon no longer spun. If you make evacuation look like loyalty, perhaps you make people less suspicious, she suggested. If you make it look like you are being helpful to their plan, you might be able to remove students without announcing the truth. That's a theater trick, Snape said. And theater is often useful. Sometimes I used theater to hide cats from my stepmother, Luna said. She had the likeness of someone who had practiced subterfuge because it suited life, not politics. Her casualness was oddly calming. Snape's mouth made a thin line. There will be costs. Evacuation will leave signatures. People will ask why you moved certain groups and not others. The act of protection will create other questions. His eyes, which are good at seeing the rust beneath the varnish, flicked to mine. You will be watched for favoritism. Fine, I said. Fine is a small word that can carry a whole sentence of resignation. Then we'll be careful. We? Snape almost did something like a small smile. You may find your list of allies shorter than you hope. I did not tell him about the letters I had sent, the half-encoded pleas to houses I did not trust but feared more when they were not persuaded, or about the ways I had begun, poorly and gracelessly, to win small mercies from teachers who disliked me in private. I did not tell him about the nights I had sat by Narcissa's door and watched her hands move like a woman rehearsing prayers she did not expect to finish. Some things, I have found, are useful to keep in the pockets of your mind. Snape folded the paper of the oath and slid it back across to me. His fingers barely brushed mine. Keep your meanings private, he advised. The less they know about the options you keep, the safer you may be. That is the man who gave counsel. Keep your meanings private. Keep your debts paid. Keep your face like enamel. That counsel tastes of iron but steadies the hand. Luna put her hand lightly on top of the oath. Her hand was cool, and she did not offer platitudes, she offered focus. Start by defining innocent for yourself, she said. Write it. Make a test. When people push, have your notes ready. Words can be bolstered if you make them look like careful thought. It will look like prevarication, I said. Like hedging? Then make it look like prudence, she replied. People will prefer prudence to panic. I thought of the small faces I could not bear to imagine in danger, first years learning charms incorrectly in the common room, a trembling family of refugees in a narrow alley, the boy from Hogsmeade who practiced dueling for fun. If I could take pieces of the castle away, store them where they could not be used as tokens, I might, for once, make a decision that pleased no one and hurt fewer. Snape, I said, because his presence changed the mood from confessional to contractual. If we move to evacuate, can you? I hesitated. For someone who has never been comfortable asking for pardons, this was a difficulty. Can you make the wards look like standard security? Not the sort that raises eyebrows. He looked at me with the long, assessing look a man uses when considering a complex potion. I can make things look like either neglect or prudence, he said. Those are the two common veneers. I favor the latter. What would it cost? I asked. There is always a cost when dealing with Snape, and the cost was never merely coin. Stories, he said. He folded his arms and tilted his head. You will have to tell convincing stories. You will have to accept that some things will be misread. You will have to be willing to risk personal reputation for a principle you might not be allowed to explain. Reputation, I said, tasting the word. I have spent much of my life cultivating the shape of a reputation. To trade it for the lives of others felt like shedding a winter coat for a storm. I had been warmed by privilege for so long that the thought of exposing myself to the cold, even for protection, made me shiver. You sound as if you believe that reputation can be restored, Snape observed. It was not a question. Sometimes one can't afford the luxury of restoration, I said. Sometimes you must wear the weather entire. He nodded like a man who had seen rain. Then you will do as I advise. Move the vulnerable. Stage obedience. Preserve the clause as the last resort it is meant to be. And when the moment comes, if it comes, you will remember that the law of magic listens to how willing the mind is, not merely to the letter. Appear willing. Do not be. I swallowed. The sentence tasted of ash and necessity. After Snape had gone, his footsteps had barely left the threshold before the shadows seemed to resume a more precise geometry. Luna and I sat with the oath between us. It felt smaller and heavier at once. There are tasks that are honest and brutal. To move the children of a castle is one, to do it by pleasing the wrong sort of person is another. We should make lists, Luna said. She reached for a scrap of envelope and a stub of pencil and began to number as if the act of ordering could produce a plan. She wrote in the margins the names of rooms that were convenient to obscure and the teachers who might be coaxed into complicity without betrayal. She suggested ways to phrase messages to house elves where hands were required. Her mind was a map of ordinary kindnesses, the unnoticed kind, the kind that unmade danger. How will you feel about all of it? She asked quietly, as if she were cataloguing the price on a list. Like a man in ill-fitting armor, I said. The jest made both of us smile, and the smile fit like a cracked cup. It was not a bravado, it was a small acknowledgement that I was choosing heat over appearance. That is not the same as cowardice, she said. You are making a choice. I am glad I can help. There is a way in which love is practical. Luna's hand on my arm was not a dramatics of passion, it was a steadying weight. You do not have to declare grand doctrines when someone simply holds your sleeve while you decide how to hide 100 children from an argument. I have, in less than a year, found solace in her differentness. She reinforces without smothering, she names what is, without forcing what is not. She sees patterns I miss and then translates them into instructions I can use. I thought of Narcissa, of the way she had held me in a soft, careful way when the world sharpened. I thought of my father's voice, always lubricated for advantage. I thought of the people who would see me speak about prudence and think of treachery. I thought of what it would mean to make myself the shape of an enemy to spare others. I will do it, I said. It was not a proclamation of heroism. It was an inventory decision. The map on my knee now had names on it. I had the beginning of a plan to operate the loophole without opening it prematurely. Good, Luna said. She had a way of saying things that shortened worry. Her fingers in my hair were absurd and very small. And when it becomes messy, she said, we will have to be messier. Snape's words returned to me like a note left in a corridor, keep your meanings private. It was a counsel that forced me to manage not only people's bodies but their beliefs. If the alternative was to be held up to the lightning of public scrutiny, then I had better have made sure that the lightning had nowhere safe to strike. There was another problem. One of the cleverest instruments of those who would control prophecy and oath is the ability to reframe events. They would prefer that sacrifice mean whatever suited them at the moment. If they could contrive situations where the only available path, by their engineering, looked like sacrifice, then my clause would become a simple permission in their hands. My pen hovered over the paper. I drew a bold line through the nights we might have to stage and then another to cross where we would choose not to. The map was ugly. It had corridors that doubled back in traps. Will you tell your mother? Luna asked at last. I did not need time to answer. My mother had steam in her voice and a softness like wool. She would be the kind of woman to keep vigil in a corridor until the whole house felt safe. I will tell her what she needs to know, I said. That is the language of protecting those you love without dragging them into the engines of state. One day, I thought, the truth might be simple enough to lay bare. Tonight was not that night. If your father learns of the clause before he understands your boundaries, he will try to work it, Luna said plainly. He will find a way to make the word innocence mean whatever benefits him. Lucius had always been a man of late registers, his ambition varnished with a certain cultivated gentlemanliness. He liked the idea of power shaped as a neat instrument. If the clause was profitable, he would brand it with his ownership. That was a danger I had to plan for like a pestilence. I closed the lamp and pocketed the oath, folding it twice and then again until it hid like a small, secret seed. The room of requirement, as if disapproving of our sentimentality, rinsed itself, the lamp flush, the little pile of envelopes gone. The castle does its work. It will not keep you safe if you make your safety a show. It will give you what you asked for and attend, if you can phrase it right. We walked back through corridors that remembered our footsteps. The portraits nodded, unaware of the future they might be called upon to testify to. The castle seemed calm, soft with the sleep of many small creatures. I imagined the thing that snatched sleep from me in terms that felt tidy. We were arranging contingency, collecting resources and allies for a day that might not come. We were choosing which reputations to scorch and which to keep for a harsh dawn. At the foot of the Slytherin common room steps, I stopped and looked back toward the castle's heart, where light remained in a headmaster's tower. It occurred to me, with a sudden, sharp certainty, that there were those who would prefer the world to be simple. They would prefer to sacrifice who could be sacrificed. They would prefer the chosen one to be obvious and upright, to stride forth and do what is expected. They would prefer moral theater to messy work. I have never been a man who thrives when expectations are tidy. I prefer my strategies like my suits, tailored for effect, useful for many occasions. The oaths clause had been a loophole when I first learned it, and it had become a burden when I saw what I must protect. Now it sits between those things as both instrument and test. Luna touched my fingers. When you are tired, she said, remember that someone is with you who will feed you peppermint cake in the middle of it. Practicalities are important. It is very British of you to mention cake, I said. It was small, but it made me laugh. The sound felt like something I had not spent lately. She smiled, and the smile did not ask for more than I had to give. And remember, she said softly, not all loopholes are doors. Some are windows. They let wind through. They let you see. I put the folded oath into an inner pocket. It was warm from the lamp. I could have burned it or I could have kept it, whispered its turns into the castle's ear. Instead I kept it like an unreadable map. It might be a weapon. It would certainly be a tool. It might also be the thing that drew men into accounting of losses. One last thing Snape had said when he was still in reach of the lamp's glow. If you must place your hand where it will be noticed, do so by action, not by declaration. Say less. Do more. Magic listens to what the heart does more than to what mouths say. I do not like being the sort of man who must be measured by actions alone. I like my words, I have used them for protection and advantage. But for tonight, I folded my words into plans and let action be the loudest speech I made. There will be a time when I must stand in public and pronounce choices. There will be a time when someone will try to make my claws mean their convenience. For now, the map is being drawn. The lists are being made. The wards are being whispered into being. The children are being quietly moved to places where they cannot be offered like tokens. There is one final thing that sits like a stone on my tongue. The clause permits me to act in defiance if the alternative is the sacrifice of innocence. Someone with imagination and malice might attempt to reframe the world so that the only path looks like sacrifice. They might, with sufficient theatre, force me to either break my oath in appearance or to refuse and let lives be lost. That will be the real test, whether the world will be permitted to name what it wants. I am a man with a few maps and a pocket full of reasons. I have allies who will bake cakes and allies who will count syllables and one man who will make things look tidy. I have a clause that can be wielded as a sword, and a heart that would rather sink than swing it. I turned the key in the stairs stone and felt the cool of evening settle. The castle breathed around us, alive with small mysteries and the constant political hum of lives arranged and rearranged. The oath in my pocket was nothing and everything. And outside, under a sky that was very ordinary and very thin with stars, I realized that the first necessary thing was to make the world not allow the choice that would force me to use that clause at all. That was not a strategy merely against enemies. It was a promise to myself. We had work to do. We would make the loophole a last line rather than an invitation. I had sworn, and I would not break that. But I would not allow the world to sculpt me into the shape someone else required. If they could dress a thing as a sacrifice, then the war would not be over words, it would be over who gets to define what innocent is, and who decides which lives are permitted to be called expendable. I slid my other hand into my pocket and closed the truth of the clause against my palm, like a coin that might buy ruin or mercy. Tomorrow, we would begin to make sure there were no coins left to spend. Chapter 17, Luna's Theory. The castle has always been a creature in a bad temper and a good joke. It sulks and throws up new corridors when it cannot be bothered, it remembers faces it should have forgotten and forgets names you insist you were introduced to yesterday. People speak of moving staircases like quaint inconveniences. I have come to think of them as something stranger and more deliberate. Not merely mechanical whims, not just the castle rearranging itself to discipline sixth years who have met after hours. Something of the place keeps a ledger, and sometimes it taps me with a feathered pen. It was one of those tapping evenings. The torches were polite and not far from being cooperative. The portraits, mercifully, were not hosting a symposium, though I could hear their muffled opinions like weather through plaster. My shoes made the familiar, neutral clack of a Slytherin corridor. I told myself I was walking to the library to check a reference for a punishment essay Snape had set for me, not as penance, but because he wanted me to learn something useful without the glare of his approval. It was a calm, ordinary lie. I always tell myself ordinary lies when the truth sits heavy. I found Luna leaning against a banister outside the grand staircase as if it had been placed there just for her. She did not look surprised to see me, which meant she had prepared to be overlooked and found it tedious. She was holding a brass thing that could have been a compass, a sundial, or a particularly decorative lemon squeezer. She peered at it occasionally, then at the stairs, then at me, in no particular order. The expression on her face suggested she was trying to map the staircases according to the life patterns of badgers. "You've left your silver hair undisturbed," she said matter-of-factly, which was not a compliment. It was more of an observation that made me consider my hair as though it were a curious law I had broken. "You've invented an appliance," I replied, "because some of the old reflexes cling even when hope and dread and the sort of loyalties that rearrange your limbs are trying to make better, kinder habits. What is it meant to do? Locate nargles? Track lost dignity. It's a small mnemonimeter, she said, the syllables rolling comfortable as if she had taught a class about it. It hums when it detects repeated footsteps. It helps you listen to patterns. People think castles remember in the way portraits do, because portraits gossip and photographs gossip even more. But some things are not gossip. They are memory. Memory can be coaxed into showing itself. You coaxed a staircase into showing itself, I said. It could have been teasing. Instead it landed as an admission. I had been following her odd theories for months now, not the sort of following that made me into a crusader, but the kind that felt like learning to use a new, slightly sharp utensil. She had a habit of asking questions I had not known I possessed. She had the patience for the awkward, and the thoroughness for things that smelled of politics. You walk as if you're avoiding being known, she said. I wondered if the stairs might help. Staircases remember where people go. They will shuffle for those they like and balk for those they fear. She looked up at me with the stolid candor of someone telling you that the moon wore sensible shoes. Hogwarts is an old mind and has its favorites. It keeps things safe, and sometimes, if you are quiet and kind and don't disturb the memory, it will give you things back. It would have been easy to laugh. Instead, I felt a small, tremulous curiosity that I had forgotten how to have. The oath I had sworn last term had settled inside me like a pebble in a boot, unmovable, uncomfortable, obvious underfoot. It had rearranged my steps into an economy of silence. But if the castle could be coaxed, if steps could be asked and given, and archives could be nudged into daylight, then perhaps there was a way to salvage certain truths without laying them bare to the wrong sort. Show me, I said, because when people offer hypotheses to a man who has been taught, from infancy, to hide his weaknesses, the correct response is usually to accept the help. Also because the mollifying kind of danger is the only pleasant kind left to me. She smiled as if she had been waiting for the exact shape of those two words. You must speak to it, she said. But not in a particularly loud or dramatic way. Castles do not like shouting. They prefer questions which are like polite requests. Excellent, I muttered. And do you have a sentence I must repeat along with my name and rank? She did not laugh. No. If you want to offer something, offer a memory instead of a demand. The stairs are partial to small, honest things. A child's footprint, a teacher's missed supper. It will wander to the truth that belongs with the memory offered. She tapped the brass device. It hums when there are repeated footsteps or turning of pages. It hums like a sun at sea when the memory echoes. There are many things I could have offered: my first Quidditch match, my father's disappointed expression in a drawing room, the awkward, starched shifting of a family dinner where unspoken alliances were spelled out in the way cutlery was arranged. But those were heavy things. The stairs liked light things. They tolerantly accepted a child's ghost and ignored a general. I placed my palm on the banister without thinking, because placing palms on things is an ancient Malfoy tendency when you want to make them into allies. Walk, Luna said. Slowly. Think of something small and true. So I walked. We hopped the landing like shy conspirators. The stairs underfoot decided not to be difficult. After a few steps, the brass thing she had propped on the balustrade made an odd, low thrumming. Luna closed her eyes not because it helped, but because it pleased her. She has always claimed that beautiful things look better when other people close their eyes at them. I have always thought she was half right, in the way one is half right about spells. The grand staircase shifted in a way I had never noticed before. It gave a lazy, reluctant sigh like a guard too old for his lance. One of the flights veered, and a stone you would have walked over 100 times caught for a beat and then tilted up like a lid. It was nothing dramatic. Not a trapdoor or a secret tunnel like an overwritten tale. Just a single step, angled, revealing a hollow the size of a showbox and the faint scent of dust and old ink. I told you, she said gently. It prefers to hide things in safe, comfortable places. It thinks like a house elf when it comes to keeping anything that matters. Inside the step, there were parchments, not sealed but folded like pages discarded in a pocket. They were old, the ink had begun to bleed at the edges and the handwriting slid into the soft slant of people who wrote for themselves rather than for the ministry. Someone had, quite sensibly, hidden exam papers. OWL exercises, I said. There was a touch of mockery. There is always a little Malfoy irony when even the grave is androgynous in its boredom. But my voice thinned when I noticed the way the edges of the parchments had been stamped with a sigil I had seen once in a courthouse in town, on an old ledger heavy with malice and legal obligation. The sigil was not our crest. It was not Ravenclaw's or Gryffindor's. It had the shape of a clasped hand inside a circle, old, legal, intent, and it trembled with a careful literacy that made my throat close. You shouldn't smile at the sight of bureaucracy, Luna said as if I had done just that. It has a taste people ignore. The sigil was the kind that meant something had once been bound, recorded, witnessed. The kind that implied contract and keeping and the careful language that hands down preservations. I turned the parchment over with fingers that, for once, were not trembling from fear but from the cold. The paper smelled faintly of lamp oil. On the header, where a school would sometimes put a crest or a charm for official documents, there was a small inked line in a script that had seen older quills than mine. It read like a dedication and made a claim, a name, an office, and beside it, in a neat, indifferent hand, an instruction. Because documents instruct even when they intend to lie. Luna made a small noise I have learned to translate as attention. She leant close to examine the stamp. It is a seal, she said. It is what people use to say that something is important, yes. But it's not just importance. It is a promise. People write those when they want things to be true after they are gone. It's like putting a draft in a wardrobe for waiters to find later. Her analogies are not wrong. They are unexpectedly precise. I found myself explaining less than I used to need to. The sting of obligation had taught me how to be succinct. I folded one of the papers gently and ran my thumb along the sigil. The ink left a faint darkness on my skin, and for a beat I felt as if the paper had touched me not to be read but to touch back. Who would hide exam papers here? I asked aloud because questions are sometimes better than answers. The castle did not interrupt the way adults do when they want to steer you away from dangerous thoughts. Instead, it let the silence fill the space like a draft. Someone who didn't trust the registry, Luna said. Someone who wanted the record to be found by a student rather than by a clerk. Or someone who wanted it kept with the stairs, because the stairs listen to certain kinds of truths better than the headmaster's office does. There are certain truths I would rather the headmaster's office had, I said, which was true in a cramped, dangerous way. There are truths the headmaster's office is precise in handling and others it will fold into policy without a person's consent. You look as if you might know something about hidden records, Luna observed, with that gentle disregard for the boundaries between people and secrets. She tilted her head, then added softly, but you won't tell me because you do not trust that telling will keep things as they should be kept. I made a noise like a deflation. It was a skill of mine to be opaque. I have been educated in the language of halves and veils. I had chosen, last term, to be the one who kept the secret because secrets can ruin you if spoken, and because silence sometimes binds better than any charm. But there are people who insist on poking at your pockets until your hands reveal what you have kept. Why would a seal be among exam papers? I asked. It might be that the seal was stamped to keep the exam papers from being altered, Luna said. Or it could be that someone thought the best place to hide a thing that claims you is a pile of things that say you are ordinary. Ordinary things pass unnoticed. I looked at the papers as if they were small creatures that had learned the art of living, dull, useful, pretending to be useless so that no one would notice. If the sigil claimed something, and the way ink stiffens in an old hand says things with a quiet authority, then someone had taken pains to keep that claim among ordinary things. Where there is cunning, there is usually politics, and very seldom, at least in my experience, is a political document neutral. You'd be practical about where to hide something important, I said. You'd expect it to be found by someone who has no reason to look. An excellent burglar's philosophy, Luna said approvingly. It would also be my father if you needed a model. The mention of my father's name was a small pain. Lucius hovered in the edges of everything these days like a fine, imperious fog. He had been busier than I liked over the summer, amassing contrivances and alliances. My obligation to my family moved me as much as fear does. Fear and duty are not adversaries but old, married companions. Yet the sigil did not look like anything I had seen at Malfoy Manor's half. Its careful binding felt like the sort of institutional keeping that would make the ministry comfortable. Luna puckered as if considering the sigil a historian might, or an owl might if it had thumbs. "We should see where else the memory likes to hide things," she said. "Stairs are like diaries. Backstairs remember different things to front steps. They are less public about their secrets. The castle decides who gets to know. Is this a fashion now? Are we trying to cajole architecture into telling us the secrets of the world?" I asked, half amused. My voice carried more detachment than I felt. It is easier to float laughter over a steep thought than to land on it. Luna's reply was a small, very serious smile. "I don't think it is fashion. I think it is one more way of listening. People listen with their ears and their minds. The castle listens with gravity and angle and which stone is willing to move. It has a memory shaped like a house, so we must be careful not to prod it with sharp sticks. Ask with a gentle hand. Ask with a gentle hand." The phrase lodged in me like the taste of something I had eaten followed by a sharp recollection. There are ways to ask of people, with threats, with bargaining, with persuasive gentleness. I am not unversed in threats. Gentleness had been, until recently, an academic exercise. It is dangerous to be soft when you have enemies who count on your hardness. It is also ruinous to be always hard. I had, somewhere between a last winter and this summer, learned the value of a soft question. This admission both frightened and relieved me. We returned the papers to the hollow with the caution of two people handling a spell. The sigil did not shine like an enchantment. It simply lay there, inked into a document like a bruise. But there was a small fold beneath one of the parchments I had not noticed, a tucked seam that revealed a narrow strip of powdered vellum and a single, thin clasp of iron. The clasp was not ornamental. It looked as if it had been used to bind something living. "That should not be here," I said. "Nor should it be anywhere but where it is," Luna said. The iron clinked on the stone and made a sound like an agreement. I drew the strip free and unrolled it with fingers that had learned to be delicate with danger. On the strip there was a faint script, finer than the header, and a symbol, the same clasped hand as the sigil, and beneath it, in a smaller, legalistic line, a phrase that snapped my chest closed. It was a clause. The headmaster knew of clauses and of how incantations could sound like laws. I know of clauses the way boys know of the unyielding brass of their fathers. An obligation is a kind of charm. "You should not read it aloud," Luna said. "Noise tries to get things out of you, doesn't it?" "I have been told not to be noisy for years," I replied. "But the point is that I cannot not look." Which is true. The human mind has a delicious vice for lit signs and forbidden shelves. I read the clause softly, lip to paper, because I had to. The ink settled on me like cold water. It read like a house condition, something that binds a person to duty in a way that chains bind flesh. The phrasing was precise and clinical. It meant, in a bureaucratic way, more than it said, that some claims over a person's destiny could be recorded and sealed, that the record might be kept in the very memory of the place in which the person was meant to fulfill it. Someone had bound a statement to the castle as if the castle were a notary. A document that could not be easily contested without tearing down bricks and testimonies. The sigil was not only measure and mark, it was an appeal to institutional memory. Whoever had done this had thought to tie destiny into architecture. "We should show someone," Luna said, practical as a librarian. Her eyes were sharp. I had expected something gentler, like a smile and a quiet plan. Instead she was precise. Snape would like this, and Dumbledore would be serious, but Snape would understand the danger of it. He knows about obligations. "No," I said before I properly allowed myself to consider the options. It came out clipped, sharp. The muscles under my cheek moved, and I tasted old iron. If ever there is a single word that carries a household's worth of meaning, it is the one I had just used. The ward of the Malfoy name was not used to being disregarded. Why not? Luna asked, not accusing, only genuinely curious. She always asks things with the assumption that defenses are explanations rather than refusals. It is a disarming way to interrogate a person. Because my father will suspect, I said. Because the wrong people will read what we have found and know how to twist it. Because signatures on paper can be used like cords. Because Snape will be protected in ways that draw a map to what he hides. Because the fewer people who know what this says, the less likely someone will choose to become a linchpin for whatever it orders. Luna listened and did not look surprised. She has never been a stranger to the idea that people will weaponize documents. So it will be us, she said, warm and resolute. We will keep it with stairs so that only those who know stairs can find it. There was a thread of budding humor in her voice then. You keep it in your pocket and you grow a reputation for being absent-minded and losing things. I learn more about the castle than anyone thought I should, and we pretend we are only curious. It will be a very civil conspiracy. There is something about being entrusted that makes you feel less like a cautionary tale and more like a person. I told myself the feeling was tactical. I told myself it was simply that, in a life of dashed loyalties and chosen silences, companionship is a rare currency. But there was warmth in the gesture I had not expected. I folded the slip back into the scene with a careful, reverent movement, a gesture Christians made to rosaries, aristocrats made to letters, and soldiers to medals. It was private, and therefore valuable. Do you trust the castle to keep this with the stairs? I asked. I trust it more than I trust a ledger in a dusty office, Luna said. The castle has shame and memory. Those are different things. People with power are proud. Castles are proud in the way that is useful. They'll hide a thing if it would make them look bad and keep it safe if they are fond of the person it belongs to. Fondness is not a legal argument, I said. No, she agreed. But sometimes it is enough. We replaced the step and let the stone click back into its wooden-guarded integrity. The brass instrument in her pocket had quieted. The castle exhaled in that peculiar way it has when it has been involved and has been respected. There is, with Hogwarts, a consciousness that returns to a polite silence when you do not ransack its drawers. We walked in the quiet of two people who had just learned to keep a shared secret. I have given you many things, I told her as we made for a turn that led away from the common crowd and the public corridors. The confession was small. It was less an unburdening than a measurement. I liked the way she weighed the world. She made my hush into something less like a prison. Yes, Luna replied with unruffled gravity. And you did not give them to me because you thought I would make speeches. You gave them because you thought I might hear them. She was right. I had been careful about where I laid my truths. There was, if one allowed oneself to admit it, a hunger for something soft and without agenda. That hunger is not weakness. It is a human thing. The castle's discovery, the sigil tucked among the mundane, had shifted something in me less than it had shifted the atmosphere. I felt lighter and more watchful in equal measure. We did not go straight back to Slytherin. The corridors are long and twisty, and secrecy favors routes that look like accidents. We stopped at the portrait of the kindly old headmistress who always fitted things into their pockets. She was in her little frame, knitting an ever-growing scarf, and she looked up with the faint judgment of those who have been entrusted with people's follies. You seem to be sharing secrets, she observed in a voice that had the soft finality of a stern aunt. Some, Luna admitted. Small ones. Big ones hidden by small ones. The portrait knitted and nodded as if this solved a moral dilemma. Castles have memories like these, she said, and I realized that in the portrait world, the word a memory had been overused until it frayed. But she meant it genuinely. If you are leaving something for someone to find, be careful to leave a mark only they will know. Students are not as observant as they think. Nor are families, I added, because there are things families do not notice because they prefer not to. The portrait's eyes glittered like old buttons. The rest of the evening passed like a cautious truce. We kept the curl of the parchment between us as if it were a living thing. The sigil had the odd habit of making my hands colder when I paused to think. I wanted to show Snape the legal line, to let his dark intelligence translate it into a way of untying what had been laid with such deliberate care. But the more I thought of him, the more complicated it became. If Snape wanted to protect me, there were terms he would set and prices he would whisper into my future. Protection often arrives with thorns. I have learned to be wary of bargains that lack clear coin. Luna, on the other hand, offered the cheapest yet most dangerous of all currencies, companionship without condition. It is not that she never makes demands. She does. She demands honesty, curiosity, and a kind of small courage. Those are expensive attributes in a world that measures value in influence and loyalty sworn in dark rooms. On the way back to the common room, I found I had stopped flinching at the memory of the oath. It sat in my chest like a fossil, something to be handled carefully. It had been my lodestar, but the sigil had shown me an alternate way the world could interpret my place, not merely as a thing claimed by prophecy and obligation, but as something the castle itself might recognize and protect. That was an idea as dangerous as it was comforting. "You keep your hand steady," Luna observed as if she had noticed nothing less than the arc of my life. "Do you know that you look less like you are carrying the whole world around when you let other people hold a corner of it too?" "Flattery changes people faster than charm," I said, half to provoke a reaction, half because it was true. She smiled and, for a moment, I forgot the timing of bargains. We reached the Slytherin common room under a sky the color of old pewter and the kind of quiet that makes walls listen harder. It is a room that admits the sort of warmth I have grown used to, careful, vapored, gilded in reserve. I tucked the small strip of vellum into the inside pocket of my robe, where my hand returned without thinking in any moment that matters. It had the sensation of placing a key where only the lock would find it. "Promise you'll never show it to anyone without me," Luna said. "Can you be a legal witness?" I asked. "Perhaps to the best of my abilities," she said. "That is as binding as anything the ministry can manage." I smiled, surprising even myself. "Very well. I'll take your testimony. It will be a lovely, improbable evidence in a world that needs either more or less of both." Her hand found mine in a way that somehow felt sanctioned, like being given a nod from a teacher who knows you have tried in spite of yourself. It was not dramatic. The contact was small and steady. It anchored me not to policy but to the human. That night I lay awake longer than I have for months. The house was a quiet, lulling presence. The sigil was in my pocket like a small, warm stone, and I could feel its outline pressed against my ribs. The castle's memory had offered us a secret wrapped in the guise of ordinariness. It gave me hope that some truths were better tended in the alcoves of castles and not in the dust of ministry offices where men in suits turn everything sacred into statute. For the first time, the oath I had sworn, which had been a solitary thing to be borne like a weight, seemed susceptible to being held by two hands. Not many people can bear a secret that affects the world without being consumed by it. Perhaps, I thought with something like dangerous optimism, that would not be my fate. There is a temptation in secrets to imagine them as iron doors. Once opened, everything will pour out and reorder. Real secrets are like staircases, they curve, they step aside, they reveal and conceal in measured increments. Luna had shown me a way to ask the castle for patience. It had answered with a step. I do not delude myself into thinking this will fix the world. There will be shrewder men than I, men who dabble in law and in darkness, who will tussle over the sigil if they ever know it exists. My father's ambitions are not a thing that dissolves beneath polite refusals. Lucius will tighten lines and see a chance to illuminate advantage. The Death Eaters will quarrel over the wording and the advantageous misreading. Snape will, in his way, consider the cost of being involved. Dumbledore will measure the balance between hiding and exposure, and I will be forced, sooner rather than later, to decide whose hands may hold what I have sworn to keep. These are not idle speculations. They are the map of the war we all live in. But for this night, the castle had granted us a bruise of sanctuary. We had a handhold. We had been given something that might be coaxed into being a kind of leverage between duty and family, a nook where truth could breathe without being dragged into the street. Before I fell asleep, I imagined the castle standing like a slow, deliberate giant who has always distrusted shouting. I pictured it choosing who it would protect by the soft calculus of fondness and memory. I found that idea less absurd than I had expected. There are, it seems, encumbrances in the world that cannot be faced alone. Courage is not merely brashness, it is knowing whose hands fit the contours of your burden. If the sigil meant anything, and it did, for the nature of a document is to mean, then it meant that someone had gone to great lengths to place destiny into the brickwork. They had expected the house to remember. They had trusted architecture more than men. The problem, as always, is what we do with what has been entrusted to us. I slid my fingers under the inner rim of my robe and felt the parchment's edge, warm from where it had lain against my skin. Dawn would bring decisions. Dawn would bring visitors in the cruel light of reason. But for now, in the small hour, I let myself be a boy who has been given something and who, at terrible risk, allows himself to keep it. There are noises in the castle that mean nothing at all and noises that mean everything. Tonight a stair had spoken in a language only a few could hear, and one of those few had been Luna. She had asked questions I would not have asked myself. She had shown me how much of me had been muted by duty, and how much could be unmuted by the simple politics of care. I slept with the parchment pressed to my spine, a small, deliberate weight. When I woke, the decision would still be there, patient as the stone. When the stairs move again, they will not do so for me alone. But perhaps, if we are careful, if we ask with a gentle hand and hide our most dangerous things among the ordinary, the castle will give us the chance to choose who we become. Chapter 18. Grey Smoke, Clear Tracks. By the time I reached the Transfiguration classroom, the candles were weeping in sympathy. They dripped slow, clear tears onto a desk that looked as if a frost had fallen and then decided to hold its breath, a pretty, precise freeze that had killed ink pens where they lay and curled the edges of parchment into brittle moons. The students who had found it were already standing about with the exact mixtures of curiosity and shudder that every new outrage in the castle had begun to produce, pupils bright with fear, teachers tighter than a purse string. I smiled, because smiling is a useful thing to do when everyone expects you to. It lets the alarmed relax for a heartbeat and misreads the room in your favor. It also keeps one's own throat clear. You learn to do small kindnesses for practical reasons when your life has been reduced to little economies, a pale grin to buy a minute of calm, a flushed laugh to disguise the fact that your hands are steady and your mind is working. That is a ritual of its own. The frost across the desks was the same as the frost on the pots in the herbology glasshouse that had worried the professor the week before, and the same as the thin, blade-slick ice that had laced the handle of a cupboard in Charms. It had a clarity to it I did not like, as if it had been designed to be seen, to send a message. The message read in a hand I knew too well. Someone had been able to coax the first broken seal into speaking again. The first broken seal, when it speaks, leaves little marks. Grey smoke lingers in the corners of rooms like a bad memory. It beads on silver in a way that makes it look as though the metal has been weeping, and it ripples ward magic into new, colder forms. It does not announce itself with thunder or brimstone. It raises the temperature outside on a day that should have been warm, and freezes the inside of a cabinet because it likes to remind people that it can. Professor McGonagall was efficient in the way that storm lamps are efficient, a light that makes everything more visible and is indifferent to comfort. She set up roving patrols and reassigned portraits to relay information more often. She tightened the rules on movement between wings. The ministry, of course, followed with paperwork. Auras arrived with a solemnity that made them look like government buildings given legs and authority, and their questions had the clipped patience of men who had seen terrible things too often to be startled by them. They did not look at me any differently from the rest of the school unless I offered them a reason to. Which, to their credit, I had not. There are advantages to being the sort of person everyone expects to be dangerous and no one expects to be honest. Someone, or something, was using the fractured seal as a tool. That was the deduction that held steady under all the thin testimonies and the arrangement of frozen spoons. That, and that the tool had been applied with care. There was a pattern to the sabotage, targeted rather than wanton. classrooms where recipes and shelf maps mattered, storerooms where potion brewers kept their most sensitive tinctures, a single trophy cabinet in a history corridor where a display of ancient cauldrons had had their surfaces bead with a grey film, but no one had thought to claim real damage until weeks later. Whoever was behind it knew where safety lay, and they were cautious about wrecking Hogwarts the way one might be cautious about shattering a particularly fine chandelier. This was not mere tantrum. This was a ritualist's cartography. The union between ritual magic and politics has always been an unpleasant thinking space. Ritual is tidy in ways normal politics is not. It appeals to a kind of slow, inexorable law that makes politicians jealous and afraid. If a shard of prophecy can be reawakened to create fear, fear can be harnessed, rebranded, sold. And that is where the ministry's feet manage to step on the tail of most problems. They want ownership, signatures, a legalistic chanting about who may claim what to that would bore a basilisk. My father, who sees influence as a currency and fear as leverage, was busy trying to buy both. Lucius is not a man who panics. He rearranges panic into strategy and then arranges the strategy on his sideboard. To him, the broken seal was a bargaining chip. He wanted to be the man who presented the ministry with the right form and the right phrase to claim protective oversight. He wanted the ministry to give him jurisdiction and then owe him for the favor. Narcissa, who still gives me the look that could coax a house elf into perjury, sent me a letter with a clipped syntax and a silver clasp. It contained a line I could not help reading twice: "Keep yourself unseen and keep your head about you," which is a gentle way of saying, live. I had my own litany. I had taken an oath at Hogwarts, a foolish, magnificently necessary thing that bound me to a secret and to a promise: protect the place that keeps us all. To many, it might have seemed like a defection. To me, it read like survival. The oath did not make me a hero, it made me a person who could not leave certain doors open. And doors were opening in ways I did not like. If you choose to be useful in a place that is watching you, you must become invisible in other ways. You must adopt the cover of clubs and activities that would explain your comings and goings to sharp-eyed prefects and even sharper-eyed auras. So I did what any sensible Slytherin would do: I formed a chess club. Chess is the kind of hobby people assume produces nothing but cleverness. It does. But it also produces schedules, weekly meetings, a public list pinned to the notice board, an aura of respectable distraction. No one expects the chess club to be a plausible front for clandestine reconnaissance. People expect us to move pawns, they do not expect us to move staircases. My covert team was an odd collection at first. Pansy Parkinson, who still enjoys the sort of disdain most people collect from early childhood, found the idea of organizing strategies with me thrilling in a way that had nothing to do with loyalty and everything to do with her love of control. Blaise Zabini came because he recognized an opportunity. His family had little time for ritual superstition but much time for the consequences of one. Padma Patil, who is quieter than people give her credit for, wanted to help because she was tired of the cold eating at the herbology greenhouses. And there was Luna. Luna Lovegood slid into the chess club meeting like an idea on the end of a pencil, precise, slightly off, yet somehow exactly what the page needed. She arrived with a collection of scrap templates from the library, a diagram of ward sigils that had never made much sense to anyone who learned the proper names for things, and she listened in a way that made me honest. She had a peculiar habit of looking at an explanation sideways, as if the notion might reveal another face if one simply tilted it. It made her a better ally than she knew. It made her dangerous in the right way, quietly accurate and entirely fearless of being thought odd. Our meetings were an exercise in the art of being ordinary. We moved our rooks across a chessboard while planning where to look next. We practiced the sort of dull repetitiveness needed to keep a spy net subtle, routine patrols at set hours, plausible reasons for being in the wrong part of castle. Padma's excuse frequently involved lost notes, prefabricated apologies for being late. The portraits got used as rumor relays. Professor Portraits are, happily, opinionated and easily flattered. A favor to one can become a route into the castle's gossip child. We bribed a history lady with a cup of tea and a flattering comment about her hat. Draco Malfoy's chess club was the sort of thing that should not exist and yet did because of the sort of people who come to like doing dangerous things together. We found the first real clue the Wednesday after the herbology incident. It was in a potion storehouse that the common rooms used for brews, the sort of dim place students go to when exams are near and everything smells faintly of burnt cinnamon and personal disaster. The door had been sealed from the outside and then left to thaw. The Aurors assumed it was the work of angry house imps. Inside, there was a smell of frost and something else, scorched lavender, as if a spell had been applied then rubbed out hurriedly. The pots were not shattered, they had been crystallized from within, the brews turned into sculptures like pockets of glass. A sigil had been drawn across the room in something that looked very much like grey smoke residue, and beneath it someone had pressed clear, wet tracks into the frost. They were not human footprints. I will be honest about the part where my bones learned to stop announcing terror. I have had reasons to be, that dull, steady drum of fear that thins your patience and makes you brittle. The tracks were small, almost like the curl of a cat's claw, and they had a redundancy to them as if whatever had made them had paused and thought, and then decided to repeat the pattern. Luna knelt, as she tends to do when something needs a second look, and peered at them through those dull-eyed lenses of hers. She said, very matter-of-factly, that they reminded her of certain sigils used in old Waterites when you wanted to turn a guard into a pathway. Padma said the sigil looked deliberate. Blaise said it meant something. Pansy told us to be careful. I told them to come away. We did not, of course, because this was the exact moment when secrecy becomes habit and habit becomes duty. Someone speaks their mind and then their idea, once uttered, becomes a contract. We mapped the tracks from the potion storehouse out into the corridor and then into the heart of the castle. They led past the tapestry of a famed witch who, in life, apparently loved peasants. They weaved around a portrait of a lady who liked to throw chairs at anyone who disagreed with her taste in hats. They led into a stair that does not often take you where you expect. I am fortunate enough to know the stairways of Hogwarts in a way most pupils do not. Fault of upbringing, fault my inner compass, fault the sort of house that has trained me to use direction as a kind of power. The stair opened where we needed it to. It climbed, yawning like some old mouth, and spat us onto a balcony that looked down into a corridor that has not been used by students for many years. There was old dust there, and the portrait of an ancient headmaster who napped snores, and a stone plaque that rewarded perseverance with mildew. At the far end of the corridor was a small door with a very old lock. Someone had used a charm to disguise the lock's opening. The trickery was clumsy, as if the caster had been hurried. It had the faintest smell of rosemary, which is not an ingredient I associate with haste. The tracks led into the door and then faded. It is a small and ugly thing about people who have to keep a secret. We begin to believe that the world is a comedy of little puzzles. Once you start linking things, a frost here, a sigil there, a ministry man's sidelong glance, the world sharpens into a map that suits the speed of your own fear. We are not the sort of students who would report everything politely. We prefer to find the answer and then present it as an accomplished fact. It saves words and it saves appearances. We force the door. That sounds like a violent phrase to use in a school corridor. The reality was more a matter of coaxing something that had forgotten how to be opened. Padma and Luna had a set of keys that would have made even a competent thief proud, a history of small resistances and a map made from gossip and kindness. The lock clicked, not dramatically, but with a weary sort of resignation. Inside, someone had been working. Not with care, but with the appearance of care. A tent had been thrown across the middle of the chamber like a badly folded plan, and under it was a circle of salt and broken glass. There were candles, their wax forming strange petals. Someone had placed a small box in the center. And around the box, half buried beneath frost and candle-dropped wax, were crumbs of something very like ash. Grey, soft ash that smelled of old smoke and iron and the sea. The box was not a thing of immediate interest. It was the sort of plain wooden thing that holds a note and requests no more than a modest funeral. What mattered was the small ring inside it, a narrow band of metal no one would notice if it were dropped in a crowd and which, on close inspection, had been engraved with a family crest I recognized because it had once been on the head of a cane my father used to practice his speeches with. A serpent, coiled in a way that suggested it was listening. The ring might have been a relic. It might have been a trick. It might have been planted. Luna sat with it in her palm as if it were a garden frog. I do not like the way it hums, she observed. It thinks it is a thing wrapped around a finger. Blaise suggested a dozen ways to turn it into an inheritance. Pansy suggested we take it to an adult. Padma said adults cause damage uselessly. I looked at the scratch on the inside of the ring and thought of the ancients who keep signatures disguised in their silver. The mark was not merely a symbol of family. It had been used as a token. Tokens are currency where there is no law. They are the exchange between those who bargain in fear and those who bargain in detail. Once the auras were told, by someone who had seen our group by the trophy room and had thought it a suitable place to report suspicious behavior, certainly a thing to be proud about, the ministry tightened the net. Searches were conducted. The portraits were grilled. McGonagall's voice, when she spoke to us in as low a tone as she allows herself, was a mixture of annoyance and something that might have been relief. Do not endanger yourselves, she said in the manner of someone who believed that danger was a practical skill and not a matter of martyrdom. We stopped meeting openly in the chess club room after that. The chessboards remained, the pieces assumed a life of their own and were occasionally rearranged by faceless hands. Our meetings moved to the room behind the tapestry in the North Tower, a place of little-known portraits and a view of the lawns that smells like old rain. The room of requirement, in its obliging way, offered up a space that smelled faintly of citrus and old broom straw. There were shelves now, with maps that Luna had drawn in pencil, a careful, sideways catalogue of frost lines, of where smoke had lingered like bad breath in a painting. She saw patterns in the empty spaces that made sense only if prophecy had weight and not just words. Snape, who is to me a curious mixture of alarm and conservatism, stepped in exactly when he should have, late, with the sort of frown that reads like a manuscript of disapproval. There are things he will do to guard Hogwarts that he will not explain. He will also do them with a cost impressed in his tone and the occasional remark that reads like a bill. He met me privately, in the dungeons, where the air felt like a pot of something disapproving. You are not to be seen, he said, which is an odd sentence to use when addressing a boy well known for being seen. You will not act without counsel. I told him the oath. I told him the ring. I told him the tracks. Snape observed all this without the emotional investment most would have shown and made no comment for a long time. Prophecies are claims, he said finally. Claims can be contested. You, Malfoy, are a stubborn reed. The school will not be preserved by stubbornness alone. He offered a bargain. He would watch over the potion cupboards and ensure that certain wards were reinforced. In exchange, I would undertake small tasks that required the kind of diplomacy he favors, and I suspect only I could manage without drawing the wrong sort of attention from my father. The cost of the bargain was a curiosity. He watched me with a look that wanted, it seemed, to know how much of me was made of fear and how much was made of purpose. He asked me, without asking me, to be less theatrical with my distress. I did what wonders with men like Snape. I accepted the bargain and then did not tell him everything. Bargains with him are like signing up for lessons where the teacher keeps the chalk and you only ask for the words you need. Dumbledore, in the manner of an old lighthouse, offered gentler guidance. He did not lecture. He offered curiosities, books and hints and a single jar of something that tasted faintly of peppermint and made me feel like a 10-year-old who had found favor. He did not ask me if I felt my fate heavy. He did not need to. He said, with his usual soft gravity, that shadows can mislead, and that one must sometimes follow the wrong path to find the right door. So we followed small wrongs. We followed the frost across classrooms like children racing to find out who had dropped a glass. We traced the grey smoke residue into the theatre wing and found a scrap of cloth that had a pattern matching a cloak sold at a certain shop in Nocturne. Oddly specific, that, like someone that wanted you to know where to look. The ministry increased its raids on local suppliers. Lucius congratulated their efficiency and then grumbled in private to men who thought in terms of contingency and legacy. Narcissa took to walking the corridors with me, her pace measured and her eyes everywhere. She did not ask me to tell her the full extent of what I knew, she simply folded into the knowledge and became a safe that I could deposit certain heavy things into. The work became a kind of family, not the family I was given at birth with its sharp profiles and readiness to use my status as a bludgeon, but a family of people who did not make much noise about the things they believed in. There was a small light in that, not heroic, not bright enough to be theatrical, but warm and constant. It was the sort of light one keeps to read by when everyone else is trying to sleep. The next break was mean-spirited and cunning. Someone opened a store of potion ingredients in the dead of night and arranged them to make a pattern on the floor that, from above, looked like a rudimentary room. They had sprinkled salt in a double arc and hidden within it a smear of something that had once been inked in a darker, more certain way. The pots themselves were not destroyed. The labels had been peeled off and stuck to the room in a careful collage. It was a message and it carried a name. The Malfoy crest, crudely scratched on a piece of leather, lay beside a trail of ash. It was as much an accusation as an instruction. An accusation is a sharp tool. It does not merely accuse, it entertains a mob and gives them a face to point at. The ministry, who loved paperwork like a hearth loves wood, filed a report and wondered privately which faction among the Death Eaters wished to entangle the Malfoy family in a ritualist scandal. Those who are watching will, naturally, make factional deductions. Perhaps it was a rival who wanted to remove my family's claim to influence by linking us to ritual. Perhaps it was a friend of the family, a twisted sort of favor. The truth, like most small things, was messier. The picture worsened because the tracks we had found in the potion storehouse were not only unusual, they were deliberate salting. Someone who wanted to frame my family had used the ring and the seal and the smoke smell to leave a breadcrumb trail to our door. They had left the ring in a place where it could be found by anyone looking for confirmation. They had raised the frost and then drawn a crude crest. I am not someone who responds well to being made into a symbol. The concept of me being pointed at while others march me into policy meetings is not my idea of a good evening. But there is a kind of stubbornness in me that when stoked by indignity becomes a resource. If they wish to make my name into a banner for fear, then I would, quietly and with the right company, become the person who untied the knots. We planned a visit to the place where the ring had been placed. Our group moved like a small, polite strand of conspiracy. We passed portraits that had opinions about our fashion sense and received some gossip on the way. The moving staircases gave us a look that made me think of living geography. And in the heart of that strange, shuffled castle we found not an enemy but another set of tracks. They were fresh. They had been made that very night. They led away from the storehouse, as tracks do, but what should have been clear and ordinary instead unrolled like a statement. Between the paces the frost had been scorched, a small, bright path where the grey smoke had been laid down like a river. It charted a course not toward the grounds nor toward the dungeons but to a single, terrible place. They led toward my name. I do not mean toward me as a physical location, though that in itself would be bad enough. I mean toward the Malfoy rooms, toward the portrait of an ancestor who looks like a man made of formalities, toward a corridor that guests do not often see and diplomatic visitors seldom use. They led past the doorway where my family's genealogy was hung like a curtain and stopped at a stone we do not usually know how to read. Someone had arranged the frost so it spelled my surname in a language that lights ancestral shrines. It is an elegant thing to be accused in public. It is heavier to be accused at home. I stood on the edge of the frost and understood the shape of the politics as clearly as one might understand a chess position. Whoever cast the seal was not only ritualist and political, they were clever enough to force choices upon me. If I wanted the accusation squashed, I would have to claim it and thereby put a foot on a ledge that might fall away. If I tried to deny it, I would become weak. If I accepted it, I would become a tool in someone else's hand. Luna reached for my sleeve and squeezed, and for a moment her hand was small and warm and entirely unpolitical. She had picked up a leaf that the frost had spared and said, very simply, "We must follow." I know, in the marrow of me, that following is the right thing and the dangerous thing. To follow a track is to step into someone else's map. It is to allow them to lead you where they have laid the stones. But it is also how you discover who is laying them, and why. I felt the balance shift in my chest and in my throat and in the way the castle seemed to hold its breath. The ministry would watch the Malfoy rooms. Factions would call for my head and my surname would be dressed in ritual dust. Lucius, who has spent a lifetime turning fear into a ledger, would be furious with whoever had tried to use him as a pawn. So we followed the tracks, and they led away toward the portrait that bore my family's face and stopped. At the base of the frame someone had left, as if it were the sign-off to a letter, a neat, small trail of grey ash that arranged itself into a letter. It was not a claim. It was an invitation. I folded my hands. I smiled the pale smile because there was no one else to smile for but the small, brave people around me, and because the world continues to expect the Slytherin boy to be composed. My throat tasted of mint and peppermint and something metallic. The castle hummed around us like an old engine. In the distance an aura remarked on the efficiency of our patrols. Invitation, Luna said again, and if there was wonder in her voice it did not erase the worry. I thought of Snape's bargain and Dumbledore's peppermint and my mother's folded hands. I thought of the oath and the small candle of my will, and about how sometimes a person is chosen not because they wanted the burden but because they have nowhere left to put it down. We would answer it. We had to. When you walk toward the thing that points to your name, you either erase suspicion or you give the world new ways to use you. Neither is simple. But the door was there and the portrait watched and the ash smoldered like a deliberate punctuation. I set my hand on the frame as if to steady myself and found that my pulse was a small metronome of agreement. We would go to the door. We would, quietly and in the best way I know, find out who had arranged our accusation like a bouquet. Someone had left me an invitation. I have never been very good at refusing presents. Chapter 19. Crossing Lines. There are moments when practice and performance diverge so abruptly that the face you have learned to wear snaps, half clean, like a mask taken off too quickly. Mine is a pale, careful thing, a smile that has solved many public problems and kept many dangerous silences tidy. I learned it in a house where appearances were a currency, then polished it at school until it shone. That morning the smile cracked not because of some dramatic thunderclap but because of the kind of small, precise thing that causes greater storms, a carefully worded sentence given to the wrong crowd. The news arrived on an ordinary note: Ministry owls, Malfoy Manor ravens, an officious portrait that insisted on being the bearer of fresh scandal. Lucius had spoken at a press and political gathering, a firm, polished declaration that the Malfoy family would press its claim to the matter of the prophecy, that the boy at the center must be acknowledged under Malfoy counsel, that the implications for our house and our nation cannot be left to undergraduates or hospitable old men. There were photographs attached, a snapped-in passage of Lucius' tie, a close-up on a hand that liked to remind the world of rings and lineage. It was all perfectly Malfoy, theatrical, inevitable, a motion to be filed and wielded as optics. What it was not, and what Lucius had not accounted for, was the effect such words would have when they were applied to the place where I had sworn an oath. There is a subtle arithmetic to politics. Announcing an intention is not a harmless thing, it is an invitation. It sets fires. It tells parties who are already sulking and clever and violent that a prize is worth fresh effort. Lucius had always known that. So had I. Which is what made his choice feel, in the hum of the common room and the soft ticking of the portrait frames, like a declaration that I, personally, could be handed over in the trade. I could have chosen differently. That is the first truth I try to let myself own. For years I had practiced loyalty as if it were a muscle, flexed for family, rolled out for public duty, kept taut and presentable. The safe, small horror in my chest was the knowledge that to stand with Lucius then, to be the neat boy at his shoulder in the newspapers, to give him the human face to the claim, would have patched his optics for an afternoon and exposed the school for longer. To stand with him publicly would say, the Malfoys will settle this. It would say that one house had the right to bargain the security of another. It would invite forces that wanted blood to test the boundary of Hogwarts itself. The oath I had taken at Hogwarts, the one I had not told anyone, the private circle of words uttered in wards that only the castle knew to accept, sat in me like a pebble in a shoe. It had never been rhetorical. It had been specific and cold and honest: keep the school, keep the people who could not protect themselves. Keep the rooms that braided me to the place I love. Say nothing of this to the world, and do what has to be done. There are ways to defend a place that asks not for grand speeches but for small, strategic betrayals. An oath is a grammar that restricts the sentences you are allowed to speak. So I did not go to the ministry. I did not appear at Lucius' side, smiling and agreeable, the portrait of filial harmony. I did not allow the photograph to exist that would be used as a seal on his claim. I made a small terrible choice instead. It was not dramatic in the public way, it was internal, and then private, and then unbearably intimate. I told Dumbledore. I told Professor Snape. I told Minerva McGonagall in a corridor where portraits pretended not to listen. I told them the exact rack of Lucius' intentions, the time of his speaking, the circles he had murmured to. I told them everything I knew of the meetings that would be convened if the claim gained traction. I offered them the one thing I could, the honest map of how my father intended to proceed and the best guesses as to who would take advantage of the news. I have never been very good at saintliness. There was a streak of self-interest folded into what I did. A boy damaged by a nation's gossip does not make for easy bargaining leverage when the real thing at stake is a living, breathing castle. There was also the cold arithmetic of consequence. A single press statement from Malfoy Manor would not be the end of anything on its own, it would be a match in a brittle room. Dumbledore understood matches. When I finished, his blue eyes had the patient gravity of someone counting a ledger against fate and deciding which losses he was willing to accept to keep others from spilling. He chose, as he always does, to make lists and form plans. What I did not expect, could not have expected, was the weight of the private rebuke I would have to give to the man who had taught me the elegant economy of power. They sent a carriage for me. Malfoy Manor preferred its comings and going to be ceremonially correct. I could have stayed at Hogwarts. There were arguments to be made and positions to hold and wards to check. But the conversation I must have was not one to be had in the open halls where portraits might gossip back my words like a nettle. It had to be closed and edged and precise, and I knew, with the animal certainty of shared blood, that Lucius would feel better having me present than absent. He wanted the image of his heir. I arrived with my hands folded and my expression practiced. The manor was all deep woods and pale marble, the portraits smoothed their painted mouths for my passage. Lucius was exactly as I remembered in the mirror of public life, immaculate, rhetorical, practiced in speaking with an audience in mind. He had never been a man for small gestures, which is how he threw an entire dinner into a kind of political theatre, wine poured with an attention that asked few answers, mint of a smile offered like a table card. "Draco," he said, as if one word could tidy a week's news. His voice kept the careful flatness of a man used to being reported. "You saw, then?" I could have lied. I did not. Lies in the Malfoy home are decorative, useful for minor inconveniences and personal comfort, but when the room contains people who can punish, they are merely useless. So I told him, succinctly, the facts as they appeared in the news, as well as the confession that I had already told Dumbledore and notified the castle's leadership. There was a choked silence like the one that happened when someone drops fine glass on marble. He regarded me for longer than a heartbeat, then longer than an hour's memory could tolerate. I had known that look from when I was smaller, and he taught me how to tie a tie so that the knot read as a claim rather than a necessity. It is a face that catalogues your errors as if they were furniture, something that can be rearranged to suit a better taste. "You undermined me," he said quietly. There was more in it than accusation, as if the words themselves were a ledger entry: betrayal, harmful, regret, avoidable. "You make decisions that belong to the family." "It would have put the school at risk," I said. The sentence was small and factual, the kind of sentence designed to make a law clerk nod. The warmth of my voice, what there was of it, did not reach my fingers. You know what happens when parties think there is a prize. They settle scores. They test boundaries. I will not be the flag anyone waves over a treaty table. He scoffed, a short noise that lacked the style of theatricality and instead settled as an actual contempt. "You will not be the poster for the family's future," he said. "You will not refuse the public duties you were born to." "Public duties," I repeated, tasting the bitter. "And what, precisely, is my duty when those public duties damn others? This is not about birthright so much as marketable damage. You would announce an intention and the castle would be subject to an open ledger of threats. You would have me as a chess piece while you negotiate for influence." Lucius' hand closed lightly on the armrest. There was silence again. I expected anger, I expected 1,000 thin, cold machinations. What I did not expect was the look that preceded the speech he chose. "Do not speak to me of pieces," he said. "I have never treated you as less than the continuation of the line." I stared at him, at the earnestness that lives in men who mistake inheritance for affection. There are things you learn about parenthood when it is threaded through power. Some parents think their first duty is to the family name rather than the children who carry it. Narcissa had not been like that, but Lucius, in his best poses, had been taught to be a man who gave the world credit for everything. "I am not a line to be continued," I said. It was the wrong phrase to use, because any attempt to strip ceremony from a Malfoy household gets you measured in the kind of currency they keep in private rooms. "I am a person. I will not be used to trade." He leaned forward as if to correct me, but his correction did not come. Instead, he turned his face away with the faultless calm of an aristocrat who had been slighted in public. "You have done something reckless," he said. "You have given Dumbledore the scent of our ambitions, and for what? Self-sacrifice? Adolescence? Do you comprehend what this will do to the family's standing at the ministry?" There was venom in the last word, edged like a bitten coin. "There are things you do not see," I said. I had never been so direct with him. I had learned to manage the inflection of evasions, the elegant half-truths. But this was different. The oath in me created a small, steady heat. It lent my words an iron center. "I know precisely what I do," he said. "You have not displeased me so much as surprised me. That will be remembered." He used the old language of threats rephrased as disappointed civility. He had me in his sights. I could see it in the way the manor's chandeliers glinted like a retinue. "We shall discuss this with the council," he said. "There are measures a family must take to recover from such public failures." He meant to imply repairs, to signal the machinery of power, quiet smothering, carefully applied leverage. I felt, with the odd, immediate clarity of heat under skin, that the conversation was ending and that my life in the family would now be defined by a small margin of distrust. When he had finished, compact and cold and suitably lodged with a wound, I did something I never expected to do. I rebuked him. Not quietly, not like some polite correction in a drawing room, but with an intimacy that was like slamming a door on the finger of the man who taught you to honor drafty halls. I told him that his announcement had been reckless in a way that would not simply bruise family reputation but fracture the castle's safety. I told him I would not stand for being used as leverage. I told him, plainly, that if he continued to use me as a bargaining shard, I would withdraw my cooperation in all the things that made us look like a complete family at public events. I said it, and I felt my words land like coins tossed down a well, a defiant clatter in a cavern. "You cannot," he said. His voice had an animal thrum, the kind of thing men with power make when they find their scripts broken. "You think you can choose which duties to perform? Who have you become, Draco?" "Someone who keeps an oath," I said. "Someone who has learned what it is to be bound to more than my name." The room tightened. Servants moved like fish around the edge. Lucius' face was iron for a moment, then something like a mask slipped, a flicker of hurt, impossible in him but there. Parents, I discovered in that moment, are an odd mix of predator and guardian. The two capacities are not mutually exclusive, often they are the same hand. There was little ceremony after that. He made a show of control, of snubbed authority. He left the room with a polite air and a shadow that suggested a man who would be plotting. I followed, wanting to say more, but the house moved in its rhythms and portraits murmured like a flock of small birds. Conversation ends sometimes because the world around you insists on other noises. Narcissa came to find me later that evening. She rarely attended to the political theatre of the manor with the same zest as Lucius, where he loved the game for the glitter. She tended the family as one tends a living thing. The moment she looked at me, all the lacquer of public life softened. Her face, usually composed into a lovely armor against the world, registered a single, quick fury. It came with a sound like an intake of breath. "You went to Dumbledore," she said. "It was not a question but a small demolition. You told him what father intends." "I told them what they needed to know to defend the school," I said. I had practiced sounding rational. I hoped the tone would soften the edges. It was necessary. She moved closer. We were in a library that smelled of old paper and a particular lavender that she favored. She reached out and, for a moment that surprised me, took my hand. It was the kind of instant that rearranged the geometry of loyalties. "You are a good son," she said, and then clucked a disapproving, maternal sound. "You are stupid and good, the sort of mixture I regret when I count risks." I could not help a small, wry smile. Not a happy combination for a Malfoy. She snorted softly. "Perhaps not. But you are alive after father left the room, which is always a desirable outcome." "You sound like you want to lunch the ministry," I said. But dry humor was a scaffold. It made her laugh, a short, genuine sound. She sighed, heavy enough that the brass of the candle holder caught it like a bell. "Do you know what he was thinking?" she asked. I did not. I only understood the pattern of it. Lucius had always thought in terms of position, how to ensure family could be placed advantageously in the ladder of court and ministry, how language could be used to steer committees and ministers. "To him this is leverage," I said. "This is advantage." She shook her head, slow as a thought. "I know. But he forgets other things. He forgets that the world is not a chessboard with us as the only pieces. He forgets that personalities bleed and letters leak and—" She stopped. She pressed her thumb to the inside of my hand. "Are you angry?" I asked. She looked affronted. "Of course I am. I am furious that you did not go to him first. I am furious that you would go behind his back." But she hesitated, a small fracture in her carefully kept cool. "You are right. You did what needed to be done. I would rather have the castle safe than a headline praising our cleverness." It was a strange kind of forgiveness. She had the capacity both to wound and to defend. Both came from the same place, the desire to keep her child breathing. It occurs to me sometimes that parental love is less a soft thing than a set of tools. Some of those tools are shields, some are sharp instruments used in urgent triage. "Father will not forgive this easily," she murmured. "He will turn this into a political liability. He will use the language of disappointment as an instrument. That is how he keeps people in wonder and fear." "I know," I said. "And yet," she continued, the slow roll of her thoughts like a hand smoothing silk, "he will not hurt you the way he might hurt others. Not you." It was not the absolution I wanted, it was instead a statement of practical truth. Lucius understood the fine instrument that his son represented, not as an object to be crushed but as a means to be used. He would not break me, he would not risk the family's continuity. But he would be cold about it. He would measure the cost of my independence and tuck it away for a day when leverage was needed. That was an old face of power, precise, measured, terrifying in its patience. "And what will you do?" she asked suddenly. It was the softest of questions, the kind only a mother could ask and still possess the authority to demand an honest answer. "I will keep the school safe," I said. "For how long?" There was one of those maternal madcap phrases, that note of real fear, and I heard it in her voice. She asked it because she wanted to arrange my life into something sensible, a timetable. She wanted to know if I had the appetite for a public quarrel with the head of the household that I lived in, with all the consequences that such quarrels bring. "For as long as it takes," I answered. I felt, with a peculiar brightness, the enormity of the sentence. It was not a vow of heroism. It was not romantic. It was the practical decision to choose inconvenient safety over immediate comfort. She reached for my face then, an odd, private ministering. "You are stubborn," she said. "And you are cruel sometimes in your refusals. But you are alive and you have a good heart." "It is not the heart that counts as much as the head," I said. "I prefer strategy." She laughed, suddenly, with that thin sound that used to remind me of summer in the gardens when there were no politics at stake. "Ah, my son. So like your father, but in reverse." The next days were odd and full of small, sharp changes. Lucius did not speak with me much. When he did, his language was formal and distant, the old training in cruelty softened into a practiced frost. He would pass me in a hall and call my name like a courtroom witness. I learned to make room in his casual coldness. It was a protection in itself. But the public world had also taken his announcement and turned it into a nuisance. The press, eager for scandal, played up the rupture, the family divided. The heir rebels. The school threatened. People took joy in the idea of a rift in the most presentable of lineages. It is peculiar the way the public loves rupture. It is always hungrier for drama than for quiet repairs. Dumbledore, practical and patient as ever, set in motion a chain of things that the castle could do. Wards tightened, the room of requirement prepared to hold certain artifacts if need be, portraits asked to keep watch and offer certain confidences. Snape remained quiet, his posture that of a man who approves through omission and who will deliver retribution in subtler measures. He asked only one thing when I reported in person, that I guard my public appearances more carefully. He did not mince the implication. Optics matter almost as much as actual safety. The real surprise was Narcissa. She did something that was half a mother and half a politician. She returned to Lucius, not with complaints. God knows she could have made good sport of that, but with a kind of surgical insistence. I watched one rain-slabbed afternoon as she sat across from him in his study and said, with the cold that only she could gather perfectly, that whatever he did, he must not be so reckless as to endanger the one fragile thing he seemed determined to preserve, our safety as a family. She used his language. She used his own sense of line and position and told him, in a voice as smooth and terrible as polished ice, that he was to ensure no action of his placed the household at undue risk. Father understands risk, she said, meaning the precise thing I did not want him to understand. We do not court danger for vanity. That afternoon I saw the exact moment when Lucius' arrogance was tempered by a practical accounting of what it meant to have one son who made public choices and another family who needed to remain marketable. He is not unfeeling, he is simply someone who has learned to measure affection against assets. Narcissa, in the same slow, thorough way that a surgeon prepares for an operation, took that measurement and rearranged it. When she came to me afterward, she placed a small hand on my arm and said, "You have made a mark." "What do you mean?" I asked. "You will be watched a little more carefully," she said. "That is the cost. But there will also be less reckless signaling from him for a while. I have told him that. Whether he listens is another matter." It was both a blade and a balm. She had struck at Lucius with the language of the family and wrapped me in a shawl of protection at the same time. Later, she would do something else very Malfoy in its clever cruelty. She told him, in a voice that kept the Marquis in him, that the world was watching and that he would be better to temper himself in public. It was a rebuke that looked like an appeal to elegance. I recognized the artifice. I also recognized, graced by her intervention, that I would be spared immediate reprisal. "They are people who love you," she said, finally, looking at me in that strange maternal way that made my heart feel heavy and contrite both. "They are hard in different ways. Father is a blade that shapes the household's fortunes. I am a shield that tries to let that blade have purpose without cutting everyone. You are caught between them." I had a small, guilty laugh. What a refined family metaphor. "It is what we have," she said. She stood, tidying a margin of silk on her sleeve. "And do not make them both your enemy. It will exhaust you." That last sounded like practical counsel, and it was. But it was also an argument I had not yet been able to make, that I might keep both people and still be the person I had decided to be. Houses are made of rooms and rooms of loyalties. Mine, like many, would have to be remade. I left the manor that night thinking of other things, the moving staircases, the portraits in Hogwarts that had been tasked with watching key corridors, the room of requirement that now smelled faintly of old dust and shields. I had the curious sense that I had bought something intangible and necessary with my rupture. It was the purchase of time. Lucius' public stance would be remembered, and the record of my rebuke would be pressed as evidence in the future, but for now there was a pause created by a mother's intervention and a headmaster's preparations. The cost, however, was not only in the intricate ledger of public perception. It was in the quiet moments, The places where I heard my father's voice less warm than it had been, the way his courtesy congealed into formalities, the way a handshake that once contained mentorship now felt flat and obligatory. People change their manner toward you based on what you allow them to be. Lucius had always had the possibility of being proud. He allowed himself that pride in me only when I played the roles he composed. When I refused his script, he took away the roles that pleased him. He did not punish with cruelty as much as with absence. And absence is a kind of punishment that seeps like cold. But I had not chosen in ignorance. There are two kinds of courage in my world, the kind that shows itself in grand, sweeping gestures, and the kind that keeps bodies breathing by making small, terrible decisions. I had chosen the latter. I walked through Hogwarts that night with a new weight and an old affection. The castle thrummed with its particular life, portraits nodded to me as if to acknowledge that some things were better left unremarked, staircases shuffled with a lazy inkling of concern, and the room of requirement pulsed like a slow, watchful creature waiting for instruction. I had given it another day, another precaution, another secret measure. It might not be enough in the end. Nothing is certain in these years except the taste of fear and the odd miracle of small kindnesses. Luna, when I told her, because in the end I tell her things I cannot tell anyone else, listened with the same steady, slightly sideways attention she reserves for things that look like grief. She had a way of making the world seem less monstrous by treating it as intriguing. "You made a sensible choice," she said, as if choosing the word sensible were an art. "There are so many people who mistake being seen as being safe. I like that you didn't." She offered me a small scrap of paper she had been studying, a brass-rubbed thing from a portrait in a long gallery, and slid it across the table as if to say that there are always clues, always questions, always patterns. We read them together in the quiet of the common room. She reminded me, as she always did, of the small, often ignored truths, that friendship is a kind of map-making in a landscape that otherwise leaves you walking in circles, that courage is not the absence of fear but the staying of your hand when it would be easier to look away. There was a forward edge to this choice, one that would not soften with time. Lucius will not forget. He is the sort of man who keeps receipts of injury. But there is also the possibility that the move will save the school from a longer, more ruinous conquest. The prophecy sits in the background like a low, humming thing, the kind you feel more than you hear. It will not like this division. Prophecies, like fires, will seek the scenes where things are loose and feed there. For now, though, I have bought us a measured night. I have a small room in the castle that smells of iron and old paper where the portrait watches over the stair that leads to a warded corridor. I have Narcissa's quiet fury and then her sudden tenderness, a paradox that suited the family as much as it cushioned me. I have Lucia's silence, which is its own kind of judgment. I have the knowledge, finally, of what parental love can be, a shield that will be put between you and the world, and a blade that will, without hesitation, be turned to defend what it thinks is right. Outside the windows, a thin grey mist gathered at the edges of the lake, and for a moment the surface of the water looked like the cast of an omen. There was a ripple, delicate and insistent, as if the castle itself had acknowledged the price I had paid and was deciding how long it could grant such reprieves. I pulled my cloak tighter, and for the first time in a long time, I let myself be both pleased and frightened by the fact that what I had done was small enough to be overlooked and large enough to hurt the man I had once wanted to be. Some choices are this way, they buy time, and they make enemies. They also tell you who you are when the rest of the world is speaking loud and bright. As the mist rolled and the towers watched, I felt the oath in me steady like a compass. I would keep the castle. I would face the forthcoming bards. The seals were whispering in the dark. I had delayed their next song for now. But a promise to protect is never quiet for long. Chapter 20, Room of Requirement. It is a peculiar thing to learn how to breathe again inside a place that has watched your family breathe for centuries. Hogwarts, for all its drafty corridors and sleeping portraits, tends to remember the shape of you, the way your shoulders carried the weight of a name, the way your fingers tightened around obligations when the world grew smaller. The Room of Requirement, in contrast, remembers only needs. It does not recognize titles. It will not gossip. It will give you, without comment, whatever you asked for, and, in doing so, It keeps its own counsel in a way that felt dangerously like mercy. I found it the way one finds a private joke with someone one has been pretending to like in public for years, by performing the ritual of necessity and closing my eyes hard enough that the rest of the castle lost its edges. There was never ceremony to it for me. I would pace the hidden stretch of wall by the seventh-hour corridor until my feet remembered the pressure of the stone. I would wish, with more force than was sensible, for a room that would take me in and shut the rest of the world out. Tonight the stone warmed beneath my palm and slipped, obliging, into the vocabulary of need. The door opened on a long, low space that smelled faintly of lavender and lampblack. The walls, when I ran my hand along them, offered velvet, soft, absorbent velvet that muffled sound as efficiently as any charm Snape might have used on a list of ingredients. Shelves swept themselves into being along one side, populated with little jars and rolled-up scrolls. A table leaned in the middle like a kind of altar. A sofa, the precise depth of comfort for someone who had learned to sleep with one eye open, sat opposite. A moth-eaten throw folded across the arm in a manner that looked unplanned but was actually perfect. Luna was already there. She sat cross-legged on the table with her legs tucked beneath her like a cat, as if the most natural place in the world for a table was to be inhabited rather than used. A stack of papers lay beside her. A handful of strange-looking photographs were pinned to one edge with a hairpin that looked suspiciously like a wand. Her expression, when she saw me, was brisk and pleased in the way of someone who had been expecting me to be late. "You're early," she said, which was a peculiar accusation because I have never in my life been anything other than precise about my appointments. It felt like being accused of failing a riddle you had invented. I smiled because that was safer than explaining that I had been pacing on the seventh-hour corridor until the stones agreed to open. I was on time. I managed. My voice had that dry, even tone it keeps for public consumption, blandly polite, a little disarming. Luna shook her head as if that were the most implausible thing she'd heard all week. Then she pushed a velvet box across the table. "You brought what he wanted?" she asked. I didn't have to look to know what she meant. The he in question was a hammer-down pronoun for the seal, for whatever thing had begun to unpick the wards at the edges of the school. Grey smoke like smudged letters drifting through the north towers at night, omens that left behind more than footsteps. The first broken seal had been the sort of event that turned prosaic bureaucracy into ritual over a span of 3 nights. It made certain people impatient, it made other people dangerous, it made my father sharpen his tongue into something that could slice reputation like a new knife. I slid from my cloak a small packet bound in twine. In it were the bits and pieces I had gathered over the last few weeks without making any noise in the house that would have alerted Lucius. Yellowed paper from an envelope that bore a ministry seal, a casting of an odd symbol from a portrait in the East Wing, and, because not everything that mattered could be copied or stolen, an item of domestic property that smelled faintly of narcissa, a scarf. It had moth holes where years of careful wearing and attentive living had eaten at the wool. I had taken it from her wardrobe with a nervousness that had made me clumsy. I had blamed late hours and polishing at the manor until the scarf lay safe in my pocket. Luna did not look surprised. Of course she would not. She had eyes that did not flinch from details other people deemed unimportant, the stain at the edge of someone's sleeve, the way a gesture shifted like a minute hand, the pressed vein of a flower flattened in book pages. She tapped the papers with a single long finger, as if testing the certainty of their presence. "Good," she said. "We can use all of it." There was a silence that was not awkward because the room wrapped around us and refused to let even the castle's draft in. The room had become ours in that particular way which says you are invited to do anything and the walls will not betray you. It was part laboratory, part confessional, and part bedroom. We had learned its temperament slowly. It provided surfaces when we needed to examine old charters, alcoves when we needed to hide things that should not be catalogued, a small hearth that mattered only because it made tea exactly how Luna liked it, too sweet, stewed for longer than was sensible, and with an overcorrecting tendency toward bergamot. "Start with the mundane," Luna said. Her voice did something that most people would find disconcerting. It leveled everything out so that the terrible and the trivial sat at the same plane. If you make the charm of small things, it has to mean what it says. It has to be honestly small. Honestly small, I repeated, tasting the phrase. It was absurd, of course. I had been entrusted with more than smallness ever since the prophecy had been spoken in a room I will not name. I had been given a duty that had required the recalibration of my entire life. To place a scarf and a pressed flower into an arcane protection felt like giving an umbrella to a man standing in front of a storm. Yet Luna's insistence had its own logic. A seal's appetite was for the grand, ritual, lineage, the spectacular threads that pulled the world taut. It was the little things that kept a person from being reduced to an emblem. She produced, from some gathering place of her own, a single pressed flower the color of thawing frost. Where she had found it, I did not know. She kept surprising me with the precise things the world had thrown away. I unfolded the moth-eaten scarf and let it breathe between my hands. The scarf smelled of soap and a faint, domestic perfume that belonged to a life I was not allowed to take too much of. The scent was a small act of rebellion. I took the thread from my pocket. It was a scrap of green silk that Lucius had deemed vulgar the first time he'd seen it used to tie a bouquet. It had been cut from a sash at some long ago celebration. I had kept it because it had been the only bright thing my mother had touched that winter. "I want you to do the tying," Luna said. "Because you're the one who usually does things like that." A laugh almost escaped me. It was a laugh of disbelief, of the sort that comes from someone who has spent their life being a person who doesn't do this kind of domestic anchoring. Yet there was a steadiness in the look she gave me. She had the curious, slightly incredulous patience of someone who, when faced with a problem, will listen until the solution unravels itself. There was nothing theatrical in her manner. The enormity of the seal and of what we were up against seemed simply to be another fact to be addressed between tea and the airing of a photograph. I threaded the silk through my fingers. The motion, in the dim light the room afforded, felt like an incantation of its own. We had agreed, after the first broken seal, to prepare charms that were not meant to smite or to wound but to remember. They were to be sentinels that would press back against the seal's curiosity, a gentle resistance that said, "There is more here than prophecy. There is also the kitchen table, the habit of polish, the small human web that holds us together when the big things try to snap it." We arranged the items on the table. The pressed flower was placed at the center, fragile, flattened, the sort of thing that would mean nothing to anyone who had not pressed it. The scarf was folded around it, not as a cloak but as a bed. The thread was looped carefully in a pattern that made me think of the first snakeskin I had ever found in the dungeons, one of the few times I had been delighted by something that did not serve our position. Luna hummed, a sound that was neither a tune nor the absence of one, and began to recite instructions in a voice that was practical and unadorned. "Call it for what it is," she said, as though reading from a list. "A comfort charm. A human mark charm. Make it speak of lunches remembered, brushes left untidily on a windowsill, the exact count of the spoons in a drawer." Her list sounded ridiculous when spoken aloud, and yet the ridiculousness did something to steady me. The charm we were writing would not be grand. It would not announce itself with thunder. It would do the work of people, keep small things safe and, by doing so, keep a person whole. I tied the first knot. Each loop I made was deliberate. There is something about knots that taught me about the world. An obligation has to be knotted well, or it will slip. The threads creaked faintly, as if a small wind had found them and wanted to be noticed. The room, approving, shifted its curtain so they brushed my sleeve like an encouraging hand. "You ever wonder," Luna remarked, "why things like the seal always notice the obvious parts of a person? They look for banners. They don't know how to read a drawer." I had thought of that often. A prophecy, by its nature, seeks spectacle, the named child, the marked family, the headline. The seal's appetite was for those things that made the map of power legible. The human things, nerves that keep going in small strokes, a habit of leaving a window open on a summer night, were far less rewarding to an occult appetite. But it was exactly those small, selfish survivals that kept you from being a useful symbol. "It is probably because it's lazy," I said, "because humor, even the thin kind, has a way of keeping terror manageable." Luna's face did that thing it habitually did when she let a new idea in. Her eyes softened and became more certain, as if corners of the world had just rearranged themselves to make more sense. The knot was finished. I held the bundle up. The thread shone faintly green under the room's lamp mist, and somewhere behind the wall, a picture shifted. The room hummed, as if approving the work. Now, speak the smallness into it, Luna said. I had not expected to speak. Spell work was a matter I had learned to do with my hands and with my less than trustworthy mouth, in the old Malfoy fashion, neat, exact, and without needless lyric. But words had power, and perhaps the words required for a charm of this sort were not incantation but remembrance. I began clumsily, naming the first things that came to mind, the sound of my mother's writings being pasted across a page when she was thinking, the exact way a servant's hand would pause over polished silver when it meant the kitchen gossip had turned personal, the color of my brother's first school scarf. My voice was low, it sounded strange in the velvet room because I was the sort of man whose public voice had been trained to sound like a flat seal. The items I named were not brave, they were ordinary and, because they were ordinary, they were ours. Luna added her own, the smell of butterbeer in a winter market that was not yet full of tourists, the precise scuff on the edge of her favorite book, the folded map she kept of things that did not turn out to be maps at all. She spoke them with a calm honesty that made my chest ache in the best possible way, an ache of recognition rather than of fear. When we were done, the bundle glowed faintly, not like a one-cast spell but like a candle lit from within. The room breathed around it and returned to itself. The jar on the top shelf next to the window hummed. A curtain that had been listless against the wall formed itself into a small canopy and shielded our little table from any stray drafts. I have never been superstitious in a conventional manner, but there are energies in a place like Hogwarts, memories that coil and uncoil with your breath, that are enough to make one pause. We'll keep it near the documents, Luna said. If the seal starts sniffing where it shouldn't, the charm will give them something else to chew on. The small things confuse it. It has no patience for the anonymous. Feeding it a scarf, I said, and it came out as more of an observation than a joke. Fits the family's metaphor, doesn't it? Luna smiled then, not mockingly, but in that steady, clear manner of hers. She slid forward, the humidity of the room weaving itself into a soft light around her hair. The beingness of her was something that had become, over time, my anchor, a small, strange lighthouse that did not need to be loud in order to be seen. She rested a hand on the edge of the table near mine. Her fingers were always cool, tonight they pressed to the wood as if they had weight to lend. Whatever you are, she said quietly, you are also someone who remembers curtains drawn, and ribbons tied, and teacups left with lipstick on them. Try letting the world keep those things for you a while. I wanted to say that I had tried, and failed, that my life had been a long paper-thin balancing act between what my father wanted and what the world expected me to be. I wanted to tell her about the oath I had sworn in the hollow of a sanctuary that smelled heavily of old incense and colder things, the oath I had spoken that had made my mouth a weapon against a thing I was supposed to protect. But confessions curve differently in the presence of other people's warmth. Some truths demand to be said in the dark. This room, and Luna's hand on the table, made the dark feel safer. Instead I said, truthfully, it feels oddly like industrial espionage. Malfoy charmcraft. Malfoy charmcraft is often underrated, Luna replied. There's a pride in making useful things look elegant. We laughed, very small and private. There is a peculiar privacy to shared humor in a place where you are always on display. It is a way of sealing yourself off from the rest of the house, a stitch of friendship that means no one else gets to read the label. Then, because the room has a way of attending to what it perceives as needs, it obliged again. A drawer opened with a sigh by the table and produced a small, steaming pot of something that smelled of bergamot. 2 cups followed. Luna poured with the unfussy competence she had honed in rooms less hospitable than this one. We spread the documents between us with the naturalness of 2 conspirators. They were not particularly dramatic in their contents. There were lists of names, minutes from meetings, and a sliver of a map that had been annotated in a hurried hand. The most troubling items were the marginalia, small notations that suggested other people had read the same texts and decided already what they wanted to extract. A pencil note, perhaps by heretic or by opportunist, said in shorthand something about reclaiming the Malfoy right, and a series of signatures that had a certain slippery authority. Factions, Luna observed. People who are very good at getting very unpleasant things done by committee. People who will use a family name to paper over what they genuinely want, I said, bitterly amused. They see me as a signpost. A useful marker. She did not look at me with pity. Pity is a shape of power that I have disgorged enough to know and to distrust. Instead she looked at the list, tracing with a finger the loop of an unfamiliar signature. They are not interested in what you are as a person, she said. They are interested in what your name will do for them. Which, I said, is not entirely untrue. Names can be worked into currency. And vice versa, Luna said, currency can make a name smell like it has been rinsed in vinegar. That is bad for people who want to be remembered for being themselves. The coldness of her logic gave me a steadier center than any pep talk could. When I told her the minimal outlines of the oath, what was expected of me, what I had promised, she listened without flinching. It is curious that people who have been called naive often develop an immunity to melodrama. Their steadiness is not the same as indifference but is, rather, a kind of moral patience. So, she said finally, when I had finished and folded my anxiety thin into the cloth that covered the table, we tie the documents to the smallness. We make the room a case that says, here are the little things. If someone else comes searching with banners, they will be bored. The seal will find nothing it wants. There is a worry, I said. Practicality, in me, is not something that sleeps. It attentively frets. The seal is not only bored by small things. It is curious in a way that chooses the most public tools. If a faction wants to press the Malfoy advantage, they'll not hand a wooden shield to a whisper of smoke. I don't suppose they will, Luna said. But the room may help. And you have help. People know things because they look for them. And people leak, I countered. They also sell. The sky beyond the room's windows began to darken. It was late, or early, depending on how you measured your day inside Hogwarts. We worked on the documents until we had made them as unreadable as possible to an outsider without making them meaningless to us. We folded, tucked, wrapped, and hid them in a cluster of seam lines that the room supplied beneath the floorboards. The textbooks on the nearby shelf, volumes on wards and a cache of old, greasy grimoire notes stolen from Pomona's old stock, gave us plausible covers to make our work look like study. When we were done, when the bundle of memories and proof had been slipped under a panel of floor that the room bade to be quiet, we rested. The sofa, perhaps, did not look as if it had ever been sat upon, but the room provided one that fit the exact contour of my shoulders when I collapsed into it. Luna settled against my side in a manner that suggested she had done so many times before this moment, which we had become a small, secret troop, trained in the ritual of rehearsals and confidences. You sleep badly, she observed, as if it were both diagnosis and consternation. It's a habit, I said. My father keeps the house tidy and my nightmares tidy. One manages to learn the difference. She hummed in response and tucked the moth-eaten throw over my knees. The ritual of being taken care of is a strange and unfamiliar ceremony for me. There is a part of me, the part trained to keep my feelings behind lock and file and lipstick, that smiles at the inefficiency of it. Loving someone like Luna is an exercise in small inelegancies, the impatient throat clearing, the slowly admitting of hope, the knowledge that you will be found out not by spies but by the soft evidence of a life lived poorly but fully. Do you ever think, Luna murmured, about what stories will do? It was a different pivot, philosophical rather than tactical. I turned my head to face her. The room pressed its warmth against my cheek like a hand. All the time, I admitted. Especially the stories that people tell about courage. They are very tidy stories. They have a beginning and an end and a single hero who is all bravery and no fear. People are messy, Luna countered. They keep their bravery in teacups and sometimes they keep their cowardice in the same cup. The important thing is you know which cup you prefer. Her answer was not formed as comfort in the way an adult tends to hand you a tissue. It was precise, practical, oddly like an instruction. When you are chosen, the castle's politics press on you the idea that you must be perfect as a part of your usefulness. Luna's reply undermined the demand by simple domestic logic. Bravery could be practical, not ornamental. I told her, in that confiding half-light, more than I had told anyone else. I recited the oath again, not the parts that would endanger others or name names, but the shape of it, the pledge I had made to the castle and to a parchment-bound idea of duty that had no respect for my nervousness. Saying such things aloud molds them differently. The room receives confessions in a patient manner. Something about breath held and then given over again made them less like chains and more like measures. You should not have to carry it alone, Luna said finally. Whatever you are chosen to be, you should still have a person who will insist on tea when you forget. I let the last of my laughter go in a small sound that was probably a little too soft. The truth, wrapped in silk and moth holes, was that I had been carrying far too much alone for far too long. It had been a survival technique at first: hide feelings, speak only what is advantageous, do not tremble. Perversely, secrecy had made me clumsy. The possibility that the castle would not eat me, if only I made it accept my smallness, was a hope I did not give myself permission to indulge in. Do you think Dumbledore would have tea with us if I asked? I joked, because some habits die as quickly as old loyalties. Luna considered. Only if he liked our tea, she said. And if he wanted to hear about the pressed flower. There was a look in her face then that unsettled me with how gently fierce it was. She believed, with the same soft tenacity with which she believed in the existence of little things, that there were people who would help if you asked them in the correct, careful way. It is a faith I had not been raised to possess. My upbringing taught me that favors were currency and kindness was often worn like a costumed badge. Luna's faith in help as an ordinary thing, not a strategic one, had a radical simplicity to it. We slept, briefly. Sleep in the room is not the deep, ignorant thing one wishes for on nights defined by prophecy. It is practiced and light and restorative enough to be useful. I woke once, to the sensation of something brushing the small of my back. It was Luna's hand, palm flat, testing that I was there. She whispered my name, no theatrical cadence, no flourish, and it was less a calling and more an inventory. And because some things can only be given as risks, I reached for her and let the world narrow to the sound of her breath and the slow, ridiculous certainty that I would protect that breath if I ever could. It was during that small hour of dawn, when the castle's noises settled into a lower register and the musty smells of portrait frames calmed, that the room made itself listen. At first it was said with that particular, unobtrusive tone that someone uses when they wish to be useful without alarming anyone. A portrait in a distant corridor had, apparently, decided to cough up a scrap of news. Then, beneath that, something darker threaded the castle's air, the faint iron sweets and one associates with old magic. Luna's hand found mine in the dark and squeezed. Her fingers were certain, eloquent in their quiet. First broken, she murmured. The words did not startle me, not in the way a stranger's scream would. They were as expected as a storm cloud. But storms have limbs, and those limbs reach further than the first drop. The room shifted around us with that sound of furniture breathing, cushions arranged themselves into a defensive arc, and the little jar on the window shelf emitted a soft, colophon-like chime. Has it moved? I asked. My voice was small and steady and professional in a manner I kept for dangerous things. Luna listened to the air for a long moment. Not yet, she said. But the smell has changed. Grey smoke is a communicative thing at Hogwarts. It does not simply announce danger, it tests. The first broken seal had been a test of sorts, a nudging at the edges of old oaths and the scenes of wards. It came with a catalogue of noises that interested occultists and opportunists alike. If someone potent was moving, the room would know, and it would share what it knew in its own soft ways. I rose then, more due to the precision of habit than to any dramatic impulse. There is a certain way of moving when one has a position to uphold, the shoulders square, the chin set, the rest of the castle expects it. Luna rose without pomp. She reclaimed the bundle, the scarf now folded with the document sleeve, and tucked it to the inside of her coat with the straightforwardness of someone used to carrying things discreetly. We will go into town, she said, as if to make a plan of it. For a walk. Keep people from noticing you looking like you're carrying the weight of a seal. A walk? I repeated. The idea of walking, of being seen without an elaborate social armor, was either terrifying or liberating depending on whether one had slept like a child the night before. A walk, she repeated, and there was that edge of certainty again. We will go to Hogsmeade at opening. We'll buy too much tea. We'll return with sugar on our lips and things will be slightly less portentous. There is a kind of courage in banality. To step outside the castle with papers that could mean targets is a statement of a sort. It says, I am not hiding. It says also, more importantly, that I can still choose the coffee shops I prefer. I dressed. Cloaks with hoods have a particular virtue. They swallow the spine of you in public and allow the smaller, truer self to move unnoticed. Luna had her radish-shaped earrings swinging in a way that made me think of small sums. We left the room as if it were merely a study and not a sanctuary. The staircases conspired as they always do. They moved with the kind of indifference that suggests they know more than they tell. Portraits in the corridors watched us with the sort of curiosity reserved for those who gamble with reputations. People looked and did not look. The ritual of being an acceptable public figure continued around us with that sloppy civility wizard kind has in abundance, a few nods, the ceremonial brushing of hair, the familiar, almost comically precise avoidance of conversation about anything that might make the castle uncomfortable. We reached the entrance hall. The air there had the quality of a held breath. I noticed nothing, and yet everything at once, because that is how a man practices vigilance, ignorance as a weapon, attention as a necessity. The South Tower bells chimed at that moment, a sound that made the skin along my neck tighten. Bells in Hogwarts are not simply measures of time, they are the castle's speech. One statement, and the world is different. I felt it like a string pulled taut in my chest. Luna's hand tightened around the bundle at her hip. We should go, she said. I wanted to say I knew the course of what would come. I wanted to have faith the room's smallness would be enough. But practical sense, bred with a special sort of fear that years at Malfoy Manor had cultivated, suggested otherwise. We walked into the thin morning with the practiced, ordinary faces of people who will, one day, become the kind of people to be called heroes in newspapers. The morning smelled like toast. There was a small bakery in Hogsmeade that had finally begun to do good things with treacle. For a sliver of time I let myself be pleased by a simple, ridiculous thing, the idea that two people with secrets could buy too much tea and still be, briefly, acceptable repeats in the world. Behind us, in the heart of the school, rooms rearranged themselves with a discreet clink. The room of requirement settled itself back into the economy of need, there until it was required, secret and patient, and entirely itself. It had been our laboratory, our confessional, our bed. It had done what rooms do when asked to be more than a room. It had kept our smallness and folded it into a charm against a great, hungry thing. All of which was small comfort when a wind rose and carried with it, across the low roofs and chimneys, an odor that tasted like ash and old promises. Luna stiffened beside me. Her eyes darted to the sky. The bells had finished their single sounding and were silent in a way that felt like attention. We had made one small thing against an empire. We had wrapped a scarf and a flower around the records of men who would make bets with other men's children. We had sheltered our documents beneath a seam in a room that had no opinion about names. But old magic remembers its accounting. Somewhere in the castle a portrait had decided to gossip. Somewhere, in the North Towers, smoke moved like a question. I could feel, in the soles of my feet, that the first night had been only an announcement. Luna's voice found mine, calm and intentionally small. They will test the small things first, she said. If we are lucky, they will be bored. I was not certain we would be lucky. I was certain of only one thing, I no longer wished to carry the secrecy alone. Holding Luna's hand in that pressed tea shop light, with the scent of sugar rising around us and the castle behind us listening, felt like a petty but necessary rebellion. The wind carried the grey-scented note again, and this time it lodged in the back of my throat like a memory forced to be said aloud. It was an omen and more, it was a promise that there would be consequences to our small acts. I tightened my grip on the bundle we had made, on the scarf, the silk thread, the pressed flower, and I let myself imagine it working. If the charm held, perhaps the seal would be turned away by the domesticity we offered it. Perhaps it would go looking for greater spoils. Perhaps nothing at all would happen. But the bells had sounded. The castle had listened. And somewhere between the room of requirement and the bell tower, something had decided that the story we were trying to protect might be worth reading. We crossed the street toward the bakery. A grey curl of smoke slithered along the roofline above us, harmless and yet full of intention, like a letter sent without a signature. It seemed to pause, as if considering the pastry-scented air, and then it continued on, looking for other names to taste. Luna squeezed my fingers. "We will make them bored for a little longer," she said, as if reassurance were a strategy. "Or," I replied, "because there is always a contradiction to ground a hope, we will make them underestimate us until the moment they should not have." Her smile was small and private, and it calmed me more than any word. We stepped into the bakery together, into the ordinary life that the seal would have liked to ignore. The bell above the door tinkled, and for a beat the world felt manageable, even if only for as long as it took to choose our pastries. Behind us, the castle waited, patient and enormous. The room of requirement hummed quietly on its seam. The paper slept beneath floorboards that knew how to be silent. The scarf, moth-eaten, smelling faintly of soap and home, was folded like an offering. Outside, grey smelled like questions. Inside, for the moment, our small things smelled like tea and treacle. I put my other hand over Luna's, feeling the rhythm of her pulse, and for the first time in a long time, I let myself believe there was a way to be both chosen and ordinary. The bell tower chimed once more, distant and deliberate, and the pastry chef behind the counter looked up as if hearing a summons. We ate. The world continued to open, and somewhere in its unfolding the first broken seal shifted its attention. Chapter 21, Ritual Interrupted. The cold arrived like an accusation. It came through the castle stones and under the collar of my robe, an odd, moral cold as much as a physical one, as if the walls had taken a seat in judgment and were not inclined to be wheedled. For anyone else the draft might have meant nothing, a night wind choosing a stair to slip down, but when the first broken seal croaked a little farther open, the cold carried with it the taste of old ritual and something like impatience. The smoke was grey and moved with the languor of spilled ink. It twined along the battlements, found the corners of portraits, and whispered at the hinges of doors. It invited small things to forget themselves. We had come to reveal it because no one else could go where we had to go without making the whole thing worse. The task was technical, not the blusterous heroics of tale, but a sequence of measured gestures, a folding of circles, the precise pressure of rune ink on a slate that was older than most of the stories people liked to tell each other when they meant to feel braver. Dumbledore had appointed the task to a small party, Snape, who moved like a shadow that had been given a title, McGonagall, who carried certainty in the cadence of her footsteps, myself, for reasons I had not consented to explain aloud, and Luna, because if any person made the strange and the unseen seem plausible enough to hold steady, it was she. That's a strange way of putting it, perhaps, plausible, but Luna has never been the sort to shore a thing with loud conviction. She is more like an anchor that the tide refuses to notice until you try to pull the boat. She carried a satchel with curious instruments and a pile of clipped pages from journals no one else had read. She had a habit of handling danger like a library book, careful, reverent, slightly distracted by the marginalia. We set up in a corridor, the moving staircase sometimes shamed into leaving still. The slate lay in the center of a ring of warding chalk. Snape tended the measurement with a sort of grim concentration that makes you feel both watched and curiously protected. McGonagall laid down the secondary wards, all tight, efficient knots of magic. I had been given a particular part to perform, a binding phrase to breathe, which would not be the prophecy but which needed my voice and the particular resonance it carried, for reasons Dumbledore, with his gentle economy of explanation, had found necessary. It should have been routine. In that way things never are when one has a secret and the castle knows. There are benefits to having your public face polished and practiced. People notice you. They incline to obey at the mention of certain names or of certain houses. I could feel Lucius's political shadow across my back, not present but useful. I could feel the way the ministry would bend for particular seals, the way an old ledger opened at the right hand would still tremble into compliance. It made asking for help a matter of phrasing and authority rather than of bravery. The oath I had sworn in that small, drafty room beneath the astronomy tower, I keep its shape in my head the way one keeps a family portrait, because you cannot safely let it blur, had forbidden me to speak the words of the prophecy, to name its subject, or to set it down. It was precise in the sort of way legal people can be precise. It barred certain verbs and left others anonymous. I could not declare the prophecy. I could not put the truth where the light would touch it directly, nor shape it in paper and ink. But it had not prevented me from speaking of consequence in the abstract. It had not prevented me from acting. Oaths, real oaths, live in the syllables they allow as much as in the syllables they forbid. The loopholes look like mercy until you study them. I had not come to this corridor to claim the status that would make me a public instrument. I had come because the castle, and Snape, and Dumbledore, and Luna, needed me to be clever, not loud. The first strike came like someone dropping a bowl. The painting 2 doors down startled and banished its sitter instantly. The stair treads made sound like a herd. The attackers were careful about their language. They used gloves and whispers and a charm I had suspected but never seen, a thing of grey smoke that sank into parchment and made names melt away as if the paper had a conscience and decided its listings were dishonest. It happened first, absurdly, to the attendant roll in McGonagall's hand. Her name sprouted in ink and then, to the corner of her eye, peeled itself and walked away. Luna noticed it before any of us. She is quick for things that do not gladden the flock. She lifted her head from the satchel with a small, indifferent smile, like someone telling you that the soup tasted of rosemary. "They found a way to unwrite us," she said. She said it as if it were a most interesting footnote. I wanted to laugh, because the phrase was ridiculous. The heat for people who keep secrets often feels like an inversion of heroics. You make jokes you don't mean to keep yourself sanguine, because if you look at the trough you are walking into you'll slide. Snape's jaw worked. McGonagall cursed with the economy we admired in her most. She directed those present to double the wards and press in on the slate faster. There was the rational part of the evening then, arcana, counters, the patient geometry of wands. We let the warding take it in its mouth mainly, while my part called for me to breathe and hold the sound steady. The attackers were not subtle. They clambered over stairs and slid across banisters like animals that had been taught to be human for particular jobs. Their robes were dark but not the sort of uniform one would expect. It suggested factions testing one another in the shadow of something greater. One of them, a woman with scars that looked like little maps, carried an object in her hand, a charmed slate, the edges black with smoke, which she tapped to the wall and watched as the carved names on a portrait dissolved into a puff. I saw McGonagall's face narrow. It was the look she reserves for discipline and for impossible children inclined to repeat themselves. To the world she is the sort of woman the castle answers to. To anyone who understands authority as a thing built rather than declared, she is lovely in a stony way. "Choice," she said. "They want to confuse us on record. This was planned. This is where the oath becomes a fever in your palm. Because the logical thing, the thing everyone's eyes turned to me with, was to call the proper lists, to read the names and to prove that a seal was a seal, that a chosen is a chosen. There are things in society that act like levers. If I said the right phrase, the ministry would move units. If I put the prophecy on a table, the argument for protecting those tied to it would sharpen like a knife. It was an obvious chord. Say it, accept the glory or the scorn, and papers would serve you, even if they had to be conjured, even if they had to be explained away later. My pulse suggested that this was the moment where history liked to take its pictures. Profiles of me, perfectly posed, either a martyr or a traitor depending on who had the morning papers. The oath I had sworn tightened itself into my ribcage like a wire. I had promised not to put the prophecy in public light. I had not promised not to save anyone. There was a loophole and I had taught myself to see around the corners of words. There had not been much else to do. I could ask for help without saying why, insisting on the gravity of the breach in other terms. I could press a claim on a different lever, not I and chosen but a Malfoy demanding protection for the castle, and people would answer. I could use the weight of my name, the tilt of my posture, and the rules of propriety in which the world liked to believe. It felt like telling lies while wearing a white glove. If one is forced to lie, better to lie with form and taste. So I moved. I stepped from the ring of warding with the slate and the half-phrase waiting in my mouth. Luna's pale eyes twinkled under her lashes, and she inclined her head in a way that meant, do what is clever, not what is bold. Snape's expression hardened to the hinge of his mouth. McGonagall did not look at me. She tolerated me only if my self-sufficiency did not fall into chaos while hers held a tether. I walked down the corridor as if I had a right to be there, and indeed I did. Malfoy blood runs in my veins whether I kneel to it or not. I reached the portrait of a minister we all knew, a man who had favored my father in a particular way once, and who would still move if the proper decency were invoked. Portraits are stuck in their habits like hedgehogs, they respond to the expected. I tapped the frame and I said, in a voice polished smooth, that there was a breach requiring immediate intervention, that the Malfoys requested the ministry's presence. I did not say why. I used no prophecy. The portrait nodded, its brushwork rippling like a small wave. It promised to send for help. There was an art to it, the posture of command, the right emphasis, that particular hush for which a certain kind of paper from the ministry will answer. The portrait sent for aid before the slate could be UN-whited. That gave us a small, necessary breathing space. The attackers laughed then, because someone who assaults a thing will always take pleasure in the little demonstrations of your impotence. They broke the circle of our chalk as if to say that geometry is a joke, and it almost was, until I laced a counter-geometry between their feet and the stair that was trying to betray us. The moving stair gave up its own mystery with surprising speed when someone muttered the right thing to it. A whisper to a stair is like asking an animal to choose a fence. I asked it to close. It obeyed, to the distress of several young men who had not expected to be outwitted by architecture. Misdirection is a tool of the temperate. I have used it in my life to avoid awkward parties and worse. I used it there to make the enemy think the castle had fallen foul of a different problem, a leaking ward, a misplaced slate. We set fires in the hearths, small, controlled, which forced the attackers to cluster into a favored corridor. They rushed for the smoke like moths and left their smoke-laden slate behind. In the chaos, Snape looped in and pressed a memory charm on one of them so tight I could have used the charm's blankness as a postcard. We resealed the breach. It was a matter of method and patience. Luna read the runes on the back of the older slate and hummed, and that hum was the sort of sound that made the castle listen. The slate closed like a mouth. The grey smoke retreated from the cracks. For a few measures of breath we could say we were well. Then the paper began to forget. It was small at first. A name on the room inventory list smudged, as if the ink had been embarrassed to exist. Luna's notes, which she had placed in my hand for safekeeping, her habit, and a kindness, blurred as I thumbed them. The attendant's register in McGonagall's grip peeled away the names of those who had been injured and left only their faces in faint, almost transparent strokes. You can imagine the argument from the other side: obliterate the record and you strip the legitimacy of any counterclaim. You remove evidence so that only those speaking without lists can be believed. And if no list remembered you, then how would the law hold you? Who would be named to stand upon the shield? It is a political weapon as surely as any blade. It removes argument before you have time to make it. It takes the papers that mean governance and burns them in a way that cannot be called arson. The words simply decide they have better things to do. We discovered, with a curl in our mouths, that the charm did something stranger as well. It did not merely smudge names, it made ones forget them. When Snape tried to conjure a memory of a photograph, a thing of ink and likeness, the images came loose as if tied with string and were gone. When I called out the name of a man who had once been an ally of my father, the syllables floated past like umbrellas and left no sound in the ears of anyone who had not known him. The charm steeped like a fog into the way people recall. Luna, who had been watching it all with her usual slow, factual interest, sniffed. "They're trying to rewrite who can be called on," she said. "If they can make the lists forget, and the portraits forget who to answer for, then they can shape history to deny obligation." She set the problem down like a delicate thing and then looked at me. "You didn't say it," she said. "You didn't have to." She could have meant anything by that. She could have meant that I had chosen restraint. She could have meant that she would keep my secret for the exact same reasons I kept hers, affinity, or a precisely shared loneliness. But the sentence sat between us like a safety pin fastening two pieces of cloth. It meant, we act without illumination. It meant, we keep our private shutter closed. We had one tactical advantage. The charm, the UN writer, as I thought of it in the quiet moments after, worked reliably on parchment and paper, and less well on faces and voices. It was a thing built for bureaucracies and archives. It made legal memory its prey. It conspired, possibly elegantly, with the ministry's dependence on lists. We were not the ministry. We were a castle full of talking oil painting, a school of students, and a few stubborn teachers. We had hands and stares and the odd portrait who would do you a favor for a dinner invitation. The loophole in my oath was not an axe, it was a small cunning. I leaned into what I could do, move people, direct forces, make calls that sounded official without revealing the truth. I could summon help by name to defend a security concern and not invoke the chosen one. I could put a hand on the wound and not show the knife. Dumbledore arrived with the quiet of one who has worn the weight of delicate decisions for a long time. He came without the flash that makes people hopeful and instead with the steady, small, older strategies that seem to say, we will contain and then we will learn. He surveyed the chaos and raised no complaint at my half-truths. He must have understood, or perhaps he pretended to, the way one pretends to understand an ambiguous child. His eyes met mine and, in that look, was an instruction, keep the secret, keep it for whatever reason he thought worth the keeping. We will not make your burden public, he said. You will not be forced into the turnstile. I will not ask you to be the headline. Snape, meanwhile, worked with a force that was half magic, half calculation. He used curses like bandages, precise and not lethal. He bound the wounded, he cornered the attackers into places where the portraits were less pliant to them. One of the attackers felt my glance and, in that second, something around his neck, a knotted cord, perhaps a ward, sparked and shriveled. He staggered as if someone had spoken his name and then taken it away. Remember this charm, Snape said to me as he passed. It had the accusation of a man who had not been heard, it also had a command. It will not only take lists, Malfoy. It will hollow obligation. I understood. Obligation and paper are the scaffolding of a polity. Take those away and you make the world a place where only force and rumor govern. This charm, whoever forged it, wished to reduce us all to mutters. The next hours were a blur of small survivals. We retrieved a handful of students, most coughing grey smoke out of their hair. We set gentler wards on the portrait so the smoke could not seep into the canvas. We asked a favoured portrait of an ex-minister to swear a particular statement and keep it behind his teeth in an envelope no charm could untie, a thing as vulgar as a paper but backed by a personality who owed us a favour. Portraits, it seems, are not all the same. Some will guard an envelope like a dog with a bone. There were injuries. Not large ones, the kind that make for melodrama, but the sort that turn nights into smaller, more careful things. A student burned her sleeve trying to shelter a slate. One of the attackers was taken into Snape's private care, and I watched Snape tend him with a kind of intimacy that is both efficient and opaque. We do not speak of such things afterwards, but I know now that Snape's bargains have a cost. He does not do favors for free. Lucius, I learned, had taken the news as a matter for the ministry to be made to attend. He called and sent emissaries, as any father inclined to keep appearances would. Narcissa, in her way, attempted to make the household's reaction private, because for her privacy is a strategy that keeps people safe. Neither of them knew the truth as I did. How could they? The oath is a living thing, it lives by the syllables not spoken aloud. We put back the slate in a box that had once been used for family documents. Luna wrapped it like a parcel and tied it with the sort of knot that is more practical and symbolic. Her hands were steady, and when she tied the knot she looked at me as if to measure whether I felt as though I had been thinned. I will read more about that charm, she said. It sounds like something that hates lists. She smiled, and it steadied me the way warm rooms steady a person in winter. People imagine Slytherins as all sleek cunning and sharpness. In the quiet where I live now, cunning often means being gentle about what you keep. It means rearranging a crowd so no one is a target. It means promising nothing you cannot keep. We did not reveal the prophecy. We could have. It would have rallied certain factions to our side, terrified others into obedience, and most dangerously of all, it would have made me a thing people could point to and say, "There, that is the fulcrum." I have been accused by colleagues, and by myself, of cowardice for choosing to remain a half-light figure. I am not blind to the bravery that would come with a public claim. But for the night, there were students who still needed to sleep under a roof that believed names mattered. There were teachers who needed the illusion of order to do their work. The page of the oath I had sworn permitted me action and forbade my confession. In its permitted spaces I moved like a fox through a hedge. That is a poor metaphor for a man who has had to be the hedge more often than not. But the image fits tonight. The fox moves by small cunning and leaves no trace. My oath is the hedge I brush against. It is a thing I can keep to myself and still find ways to push the world where it must go. Afterwards, when the castle settled into that fragile sleep that is not sleep but watchfulness, I walked the outer wall. The grey smoke had mostly retreated, but not entirely. It slid along the mortar like a thought too large for the brain that had produced it. I could hear owls correcting the night and the soft, uneasy breathing of students who did not know they were being watched by the magic of an institution that cared too much in all the wrong ways. Luna found me there. She brought 2 teacups she had made warm on a small, incongruous brazier. The steam smelled of bergamot, an ordinary domestic thing that a sensible person would find comforting. "You did well," she said. Her assessments are not extravagant. When she says something small like that, it is the equivalent of an oracle offering a plain sentence. It means she has chosen to place the event within a narrative that includes me as an actor she trusts. I have not earned many of those small votes. "I did what had to be done," I answered. The line felt too dull, but it was true. She sipped and looked across the grounds. The silver moonlight made the castle look like an arranged memory. Portrait lights glowed faintly, like watchmen's eyes. The staircase now moved in a rhythm of its own. Stewards were halting the rot there, I knew from the whispers. "You didn't tell anyone," Luna said. "I did not," I agreed. "And I do not intend to." She nodded. "There will be more tricks like that charm. There will be people who try to erase our obligation so that they can maneuver out of consequence. Someone is learning how to make memory careless. Or someone is trying to make sure we cannot hold them accountable." My voice came out thinner than I'd have liked. There is a politic in every choice. To conceal makes you an accomplice in the eyes of some. To reveal makes you a target. That is the equation I live within. She considered this. "We should make lists that can't be UN made," she said eventually. "We should make witnesses who can't be asked to forget." "That sounds like a project you could enjoy," I said. Luna is pyrotechnic in the realm of odd solutions. She likes to think in terms of both the intangible and the sensible. We once argued about naming an owl after a philosopher. She had an idea, then, which was part lunacy, part brilliance, a roster written by many hands, each bound with another charm that responded to memory rather than ink. It would be inconvenient. It would also be true. The charm that makes parchment forget cannot, she predicted, memorize many living witnesses. There is a part of me that has always loved the small architectural moves of politics, the way a register can be made unbreakable not by elaborate enchantment but by the simple stubbornness of witnesses. If you gather people and get them to agree on what happened, you have more than a sheet of paper. You have testimony. The ministry could not so easily erase 100 faces who would swear that such and such had occurred. It is necessary to say plainly that we did not win anything permanent that night. We put out fires. We retied the slate. We kept the news from the papers for now. But the charm had done more than annoy us. It had told us, in a quiet, awful way, what it wished to achieve. A world that forgets contracts and commitments is a world where violence can be made to look like inevitability. It is the sort of groundwork that invites a returned man to stand on it and claim that nothing can be held against him. The charm was a sunrise on a plain that would make future horrors easier. The next morning there were meetings that smelled of tea and 1,000 small political moves. Lucius made noises to the ministry which, because Lucius is Lucius, meant something. Narcissa asked discreetly about my welfare in her formal way, that is, in truth, the only way she knows to show fear. McGonagall was a forest of decisions. She made sure that registers would be kept in 3 places. Snape was the Sphinx. As before, he did not reveal the cost of his actions, but I could see the ledger of favors owed to him triple in its shadow. And Luna, who had slept with a book clutched to her chest like a child, found me in the common room and slipped me a list. It was not a list of prophecy or of destiny. It was a list of people who had risked their hands tonight, unclipped notes about who had soot on their sleeves, who had protected a younger child, who had called a portrait when the slate turned. I don't write about prophesies, she said, smiling, which is to say she did not intend to pry at the things I had been asked to keep secret. But I write what people do. It is possible to say that the most important thing is the thing you make of the night, action not word. I do not know which will be heavier in the end, the word or the deed. The oath holds me for a few measures more, the way the ocean holds a swimmer who has promised not to surface. The charm that makes lists forget has taught me that words alone will not be our salvation. We need faces, and memories, and 100 small witnesses to the fact of resist. There will be times when I will be asked to be more visible, I imagine. There will be times when the weight of not speaking will crush something else, perhaps the freedom of someone I love. There will be times when the only way to make certain the world remains true is to put the thing that made me a target into the light and let it be a shield. I do not think I am brave enough for that yet. Perhaps bravery is not an on-off switch. Perhaps it is a collection of small acts that, stitched together, make something one can stand inside. For now, I keep my mouth closed about the prophecy. I keep my hand busy in the work of repair, signatures that cannot be erased by a charm, witnesses who will swear their names aloud in the face of erasure, portraits bound to envelopes they refuse to open for anyone but the person who sealed them. We are making a ledger from living breath rather than ink. It is a petty, heroic thing, the sort of stubborn domestic arrangement that can save a family and perhaps, in time, the school. When I lock the ancestor's chest that Luna and I wrap the slate into, I press my palm on the lid. It is a small, private ritual. I do not invoke the prophecy. I do not put it on a public table. I choose instead to make things inconvenient for those who think they will be able to walk away from what they have done. Later, as the castle turns itself over and the portraits murmur and the staircases make their slow, secret jokes, I find myself thinking less of the grand arc of destiny and more of the list Luna tucked into my hand, who had soot on their sleeves, who had been first to hold a child, who had sheltered another when the smoke crept like a bad idea. The work of the world, I am learning, is built as much from those small acts as from the pronouncements men dream of making in public squares. If the charm returns and learns new tricks, we will be ready. We will have witnesses, and people who remember. We will have a ledger that is stubborn and alive. And when the time comes that the prophecy asks to be heard, perhaps there will be more than one voice to back it up. Perhaps being the chosen one will not be a lonely sentence but a chorus. For now, the slate waits in the ancestor's chest. The castle sleeps. The smoke has been sent to sleep for another while, but it mutters in its dreams. I will keep my mouth shut. I will keep my hands busy. I will keep my friends close enough to count. The thing that unsettled me as I walked back through the corridors was not only fear. It was anticipation, thinner and sterner than hope, a sense that the charm we had found was not the beginning of the work, but a notice that the rules were changing. If names are to be made untrue, then deeds will be all that bind us. If deeds are what I must make for people to remember, then I will have to do more than clever misdirection and elegant half-lies. I will have to be present. The first skirmish had ended with a slate clipped into a box and a hole sutured in stone. The more dangerous thing had slipped into our pocket, a knowledge that a new instrument was in play, one that could make history forget. It is one thing, I thought as the moon rested like a watchful coin over the castle, to keep a secret from the world. It is another to keep the world from forgetting that it has any obligation at all. The charm takes names and makes them thin. The question, which the pages and the faces could not answer yet, was this: when names blur on lists, what will you be left to swear upon? I carry that question back to my bed and, under the thin blanket of a boy who learned to sleep with many things on his chest, I wrote, very small, in a notebook I had secreted, witnesses, not words. It was not the prophecy. It was the beginning of a ledger. It was, in its small way, a rebellion. And rebellions, as I have always known, begin with inconvenient little pieces of paper and stubborn people who refuse to look away. There will be more breaches. There will be more grey mornings. And when the next one comes, perhaps the charm will discover an answer it was not expecting, that memory can be made communal, that obligations can be redistributed into so many hands that no single erasure will ever be sufficient. I do not know if that will be enough. But I am beginning to think the best path between wonder and dread is not a grand declaration but a steady, deliberate collection of small, incorrigible acts. I had been given the burden of silence for reasons others understood. I would not let the silence become a tool for those whose aim is to unwrap the world. For now, that will have to be enough. Chapter 22. A Father's Gambit. My father treats public life as if it were a chamber of polished doors, each swing calculated, each hinge oiled with a practiced smile. He believes in entrances and the confidence of being seen going through them. He believes even more firmly that once a door is closed on a position, it will stay closed, provided one has the right people waiting on the other side. He came back from the ministry the way he always came back from the ministry when he thought he had turned the corridors to his will, the Malfoy stride, measured and narrow, a little colder than summer air. There was a ribbon of exhilaration at the edges of him that never sat comfortably with the rest of the house. Mother noticed it first, the way her hand rested on the mantel for a long time before she forced a face that was not trembling. I noticed it in his voice, a smoothness that had the faintly frosty trace of triumph. "You understand the importance of position," he said to me over tea, the teacup very small against a hand that always looked built for larger things. "A seat in the right department is power. Influence is more useful than a blade." It sounded as though he were lecturing me on schoolboys and duels. I smiled because that was what was required of us Malfoys. The smile was, predictably, the sort of small, pale currency that can buy no safety whatsoever. I have never been particularly good at pretending I didn't know what that look meant. He declared it as if it were self-evident, to secure himself at the ministry as an arbiter of whatever legal and administrative reach one could attain over those who dabble in prophecy and foresight. The way he described it was all institutional gravitas and the neat folding of inconvenient truths into legal forms. If one could house authority over the interpretation of prophetic claims in one's hand, one need not worry about prophecies that spoke of chosen ones. One could ensure, quietly and effectively, that whatever the spoken words were, their consequences were steered where he wanted them. There are people who keep prophecy for sport, men who sell reading hours and fingers with too many rings. There are others who regard such things as religion, or as a darker weapon. The ministry has always been messy about it. They pass it from committee to committee until it becomes a paper trail so thick that nothing ever actually burns. My father is not a man who likes things to burn. He prefers them legislated into polite silence. At first, the idea that he would use gossip, our gossip, the one that had a bloodline threaded through it, as currency made me feel nauseous in a way that was proud and ashamed all at once. He thought he could weaponize rumors about a prophecy by publishing a sense of closeness to it, a Malfoy position that would be, by design, the hemisphere in which prophetic matters could orbit. He wanted the ministry's imprimatur, and thus a leash on anyone who desired prophetic agency, including those who might wish to bind through ritual, or bribe ears. There were, however, other minds at work that day at the ministry. Power never attends alone. And in the gaps between committees and declarations there are always those who remember old customs as if they were laws. They called themselves the custodians of predictive law. The name sounded like a novelty shop in a wizarding back alley, and I would be lying if I did not confess to taking a certain pleasure in watching my father enjoy the moment when the ministry took a novelty shop seriously. This faction, old and formal, had been fumbling with the same sorts of things for longer than Lucius had managed to secure influence. They were made up of practitioners more comfortable with ritual than with forms. Their authority, such as it was, came out of lineage and arcane habit rather than the genteel banality of a statute. Where my father offered ink-and-heeled shoes, they offered charcoal-smudged hands, not worked seals, the kind of silences that were thicker than any ministry decree. Mother listened to his plan, the way one listens to thunder from a distance. She did not make the mistake of offering approval. She did not need to. Nor, in truth, did she need to offer disapproval. She has always made her mind clear by the way she tilted toward or away from danger. That single tilt is one of the ways I learned to tell which of my parents' motives were sincere and which were merely theatrical. Position does not change people, Lucius, she said finally, and the words had none of the acid we had all been trained to expect from her. They were flatter, edged with a weary tenderness. It sharpens what is already there. He took this for a compliment and moved on. What the custodians did, with a rather theatrical flourish that made the ministerial civil servants frown politely, was to assert a kind of ancestral right to the binding of predictive speech. On paper, they argued, certain forms of prophecy, the ones that are uttered and then attempted to be made law, require stewardship. They offered to step into that stewardship. They called for hearings and for a requirement that the ministry hand over registries and transcripts for scrutiny. In plain terms, they wanted to be the intermediaries. If you wanted the prophecy treated like a legalistic device, then you would have to go through them. This put my father in the ridiculous and infuriating position of appearing to advocate for the very thing he meant to control, the idea that prophecy, properly centralized, should be subjected to respectable governance. To achieve his aim, he invoked our name and our assurity that the Malfoy house would not use such power ill, which, of course, was the part that convinced no one whose family had cause to fear us. To counter the custodian's riposte, he presented a plan of legislative clarity. To counter his plan, the custodians presented ritual clauses so arcane and ceremonially binding that even the ministry's lawyers looked as if they had swallowed something unpleasant. The hearing was a pageant. I went because one of the things I had learned about being both son and something else, a thing people said in low voices and behind closed doors, is that visibility is sometimes a shield. If they saw me seated there with Lucius, if they saw that my face did not look contemptuous or frightened, then perhaps they would turn their knives elsewhere. A public acquiescence, carefully staged, might be like a hand placed over a smoldering ember. It neither removes the heat nor extinguishes the potential for a burn, but it keeps it brief, keeps it local. I took a train into the city with silver hair and a pale jacket that had been cleaned by an army of house elves until it looked as if it had never been worn. Mother did not come, she prefers corridors at home. Father took the chair of the head of the delegation, and I sat beside him like an ornament of honor, which is a function I have finally learned to play without flinching. The ministry's great hall smelled like drafts and old parchment. There were portraits on the far walls, anonymous scribes from an anonymous ministry heritage, their eyes tracking the movements of powerful men. I sat still. I watched faces. I noted alliances in hands that twitched and in brief exchanges of averted gaze. There were glances directed at me that had become tauter than they would have been 2 years ago. It is surprising, sometimes, how quickly an ordinary schoolboy face changes in the public eye. The world began to look as if it had rediscovered a chessboard and that all of the pieces had names. My father spoke first. He used every mallard word I have spent a life polishing: stability, guardianship, responsibility. He said, without irony, that the Malfoy name would ensure no partisan violence would spill from such a careful station. He framed his ambition as a restraint. It was the sort of moral inversion he practiced with the elegance of someone who has swallowed the words and still manages to shape them into something palatable. Then, as music from a distant hall, the custodians answered. They were older, dustier, their robes stitched with patterns that suggested map-like genealogies. They did not so much reply as read aloud. They read ritual clauses into the public record. They read of chains that bind speaking to hearing to recording, a kind of bureaucratic embalming of fate. It was, theatrically, an attempt to make prophecy a legal subject akin to land ownership. You register your prophetic utterance and then it is done with, archived and cold. There were questions. There were objections. The minister, who has the flexibility of a man who keeps his job by keeping his mouth shut, asked the kinds of tiny, precise questions that leave men bare. People like that shake when being asked to perform principle out loud. They are better at bartering principle for convenience. Finally, there was a motion. The motion was to temporarily suspend any unilateral ministerial claim to oversight until a committee could be formed to examine ritual practice claims. The motion passed, not because it had overwhelming support, but because people at the ministry have more fear of making a wrong permanent mistake than of making indecision public. The custodians took the victory with the old, satisfied look of people who have watched their field taken from them and now see it return to its proper gate. My father's face froze in a way that gouged at something in my chest. He had anticipated the loss in the way of a gardener who found the fence uprooted by blast gnomes. Never had he expected the uprooting to look like a familiar handshake. "You see?" he whispered to me later that evening, when we walked through the ministry corridors empty of the day's posturing. "This is all theatre. They will come to us. They will need our efficiency. They will appreciate what a Malfoy can do." I had the strangest desire to tell him that he was always making theatre out of other people's fear. I did not. Instead, I let my hand rest, briefly, on the balustrade. The ministry light made the hair at my temple look like a thing that had been polished of habit. The public acquiescence that followed was precisely that, acrobatic. My father framed the compromise as a gracious retreat. He announced, as part of the household's public communication, that we would support any committee that sought to bring order to so raw a matter as prophetic speech. It was an agreed discomfort. He promised oversight in exchange for influence. The newspapers, the thin pieces of gossip that burn and never quite die, printed interviews about regulatory clarity and the need for legal frameworks. There were photographs of me standing on a step beside him, smiling in an even hand, as though the whole thing was a tableau put there to comfort the public. But the custodian's claim was not merely one of procedure. They wore their ritual language with an authority that can cut through legalism like water through ice. There are things you can argue in law and things you must perform in order to be recognized. They intended to put the latter into the ministry's hands. It was a clever counter to my father's cleverness. Where he had wanted to capture the narrative and make it respectable, they wanted to coerce respect through the original language of the thing itself. They would make the ministry bow to an older grammar. That was where I felt the ground shift beneath me. The public acquiescence, our smiles, the press statements, the tame and wounded jokes, became the shield that exposed the wound. My father's pride required him to seek the public stage. The custodians required the private ritual. Both wanted certainty. The consequence of their duel was to create a space in which something else could slip. Dread is a precise thing when you are young enough to recognize it, the way it tastes metallic in your mouth and makes jokes turn bitter. It is worse when you understand its politics. If prophecy can be made into a commodity by paperwork or by ritual, then the forces who want to bend that commodity to their will fight for the market. And my name, my family's lineage, was a particular kind of currency that could buy a particular kind of entry. There is no safety for a name that is currency. It is an odd, public poverty. I agreed, in public and in precisely the way expected, to the theatre of conciliation. I did not tell them, not out loud, not for any headline, that the oath I had sworn was a thing other than theirs to legislate over. I had, in the hollow of a winter bell tower, already bound myself to a course that did not require the ministry's blessing. I knew then, as I know now, that promises made in chambers of ink and policy were not relevant to the truth that lived between me and whatever it is that had said my name. This, perhaps, is what I mean by the corrosive taste of being both son and savior. To be son is to be loyal to a man who will move mountains to secure respectability. To be savior, the idiotic word that others vomit in low tones when they think I cannot hear, is to be quietly burdened by a thing no committee can tame. I had to do both, publicly pressing my face into the softness of the familiarly ruthless smile, privately sharpening the instruments of secrecy. That evening, when we returned to the manor, Mother waited in the library with a teacup of something lukewarm. The house was quieter than usual. The portrait of one of our ancestors, a man whose moustache had its own history of scandal, had been gagged by Father in order to stop it from making a jest about ministry politics. It sounds trivial. It was less trivial than it looked. There are people who can turn jokes into swords. Mother's face was softer than usual. She had a way of looking at me that made me feel both very small and very dear. It is a look that has always been dangerous for me because it reveals the part of her that is not composed of the Malfoy etiquette we spend our lives rehearsing. "Draco," she said. It was not a call to sternness. It sounded like the beginning of a confession. I sat by the fire and let the world settle into its predictable moans. I could have wet my lips and given her the sort of answers you give to a mother who wants to be placated. I chose, instead, the odd intimacy of the truth. "Your father is angry," I told her. It was a useless remark in the parlor game of the household. He would always be angry at being blocked. But she did not look surprised. "Yes," she said. "And he will make a plan." There it was. She had the sort of weary acceptance that is made of long experience. It is the kind of thing that has kept our house intact, a willingness to count to 10, and then act. She looked at me then in a way that was almost like prayer, except it had no God. She had always been more of a private strategist than a public one. When she chose to reveal things, they were small, sharp, and more revealing than any of Lucius' big pronouncements. "I am afraid for you," she admitted. Her voice dropped, the way it does when she remembers some small, private fact about a child. "I am not afraid of a ministry committee or of men who call themselves custodians. I am afraid," and here her hand found mine as if for ballast, "that you will have to choose between what they think you are and what you have sworn to be." The tenderness of it struck me as if she had said that she loved me and then explained the recipe for a potion to save a man from drowning. There is a particular sort of fear that mothers have, the kind that is not a panic but a slow, aching calculation. She was measuring me in secret units. "I will not leave you," I told her, because that was the promise she had made to my father years before, and because it was the vow I had given her when I had sworn, in a quieter place, to a quieter thing, to keep the school safe. I said it and felt its weight. "You cannot stop what you cannot see," she said softly. "But you can stop what you can. I would rather you came home to a mother who worries than to a son who is turned into a symbol. There are times when our house returns to its old rules, we speak in half answers and secretive brevity. And there are times when it becomes a place of confession. You do not have to look brave for me," she continued, and the sentence had none of the thorns it usually did. "It is the bravest thing in the world to be scared and do it anyway." It surprised me to hear such words from her. She is not rhetorical by habit. She has always been the kind of person who does not make speeches, she offers shelter and a precise instruction. I swallowed the small, bitter feeling that rose in my throat, gratitude and the knowledge that I had nothing quite to give in exchange. "I promised you I would keep it secret," I said. "I promised it in the school when I was not supposed to make promises to things I did not entirely understand." "You promised more than secrecy," she said. "You promised to make choices that would preserve us. If you make them in the right order, perhaps you will be able to keep both." That was a hill of a thing to climb. I looked at her and counted the things I did not know: how to bend the custodians, how to ensure my father would not take a single catastrophic step in an attempt to regain what he believed was rightfully ours, how to keep the school from becoming a theater for the factions that move in the dark between suppressed ritual and bureaucratic habit. These were all problems without obvious solutions. They required time, alliances, patience. They required me to be both a son who could play the part my father wanted and a guardian who could act without telling anyone. She placed her hand over mine. It was warm and small and steady. "Promise me," she said. The weight of it was heavier than a jewel. I could feel it like a thing in my chest. "I promise," I said. I meant it in the only way that mattered. I would do what I must. I would bargain and deceive and hold my tongue when the public wanted me to denounce the very thing that kept me going, the vow I had made, because there were ways of working that were not made for the light. I promised to be present for her, even when she could not be present for me, and to be careful with the way I used our name. She nodded, as if that were enough for the night, and then spoke in a voice that had a secret smile stuck to it. "And remember that if you are to be properly brave, you should have someone who will laugh with you when you are not mixing potions." The oddity of her remark made me stifle a laugh. It was the sort of intimacy I had been missing, the small domestic jokes that are anchors. We were, in our way, trying to anchor each other. There is a part of being young, and even of being old in certain houses, that you learn to build quiet conspiracies around the things you cannot say. For me, that conspiracy has the face of one person in particular. I did not go to bed that night thinking about committees or ritual clauses. I went to bed thinking of a girl who wears dragonfly earrings and smiles at things others do not notice. Luna's letters had begun as small, improbable things. In them she wrote of the ways the world hummed and of the quiet mechanics of chance. There was an unusual serenity to her missives. She approached the world with a patience that made a man like me, trained and taught to measure edges and to place distance between himself and everyone, feel as if perhaps there were places where the noise thinned. She had been among the first to notice the signs that the moving parts of Hogwarts were unsettled, a corridor that hummed, the portraits that shifted their eyes too often. Her observations were never quite ordinary and were never quite wrong. When she wrote to me now, her letters had a practicality that made me trust them more than any of my father's polished plans. I met her the next day in a safe kind of ruin, the room of requirement, when it had decided that what we needed was a small archive and a plan drawing space. It had given us wall-sized maps and bins of old textbook fragments and several chairs that were just far too comfortable for the kind of work we intended to accomplish. She looked up when I came in, and the expression on her face, that combination of patient assessment and private delight, made something in me loosen that had been clamped tight since the hearing. "Were you at the ministry?" she asked, and her voice was mild as a summer window. "Yes," I said. "I am not always the sort of person who enjoys public theatre." She tilted her head. "Neither am I," she said, and then, with the kind of bluntness that is both comforting and slightly alarming, "but there are advantages." We spent the afternoon pulling scraps of precedent out of drawers and looking at the old and the new. She had a way of making me think of all the angles I had not considered, of ritual practice as an archive of intentions as well as a performance. I am not good at having my mind rearranged. I like it to be neat and attended to. But Luna has a softness that makes the rearrangement feel like a puzzle rather than destruction. She takes the world apart and then rebuilds it around the things she thinks are necessary, and that reconstruction is quietly brilliant. "We could make them argue themselves to death," she said at one point, tapping a fragment of legalism with a long, pale finger. "If the custodians insist on ritual, but the ministry will only debate legality, then you can ensure both speak at once. The space between is where someone like you can act." "Act?" I repeated. The word is older than danger in my mouth. "Someone needs to be in both worlds," she said. "A bridge. Someone who can introduce nuance to a committee and misdirection to a ritual. Bridges are not exactly the things Malfoys are known for building. We prefer battlements, statues, and reasoned threats." Yet I found the image uncomfortably apartment. "I am doing the public part," I told her. "I am making it look as though the family is willing to forego immediate advantage in the interest of calm." She looked at me, that small, sympathetic tilt as if she were reading a map I had not disclosed. "And the private part?" "I will do it," I said. I said it like a promise. I said it like a vow. I meant it like a strategy. There were men in the background, Snape, for one, with the pace of someone who holds a lot close and benefits from the odd tyranny of knowledge, Dumbledore, distantly, as a shape that offered counsel and the sort of space one needs when carrying dangerous things, McGonagall as a stone of granite, quietly fortifying the school. They were people who watched me with the kind of careful attention that disgusts and comforts me in equal measure. Their presence was a reminder that I could not simply turn the world to my liking. It was also a reminder that I had allies who understood the dangerous calculus that the ministry and the custodians had thrown into motion. There are necessary deceptions when one must be two things at once. I promised Mother I would be careful. I promised Luna I would find the scene between ritual and law. I promised myself, in the private places of my own mind, that I would bend everything I had learned about posture and power toward the goal of protecting Hogwarts and the people in it. The compromise we reached, a truce of sorts, was not satisfactory in the philosophical sense. It was, however, practical. Publicly, we would support the formation of the committee, and I would attend hearings with all the necessary pale smiles. Privately, I would work with those of my father's enemies who were not our enemies, the sort of men who prefer a quiet, contained field to a public war. It was a loose arrangement, built of necessity rather than principle. It required me to be both earnest in my performance and cunning in my movements. It made me feel like an actor on a stage I had never chosen. Mother knew, of course. She always knows. She accepted the truce with the same small, careful nod with which she accepts the order of things. There was a softness to her that remained, though I could see the calculation in her eyes, a desire to protect our family from implosion and to preserve what little we had left of the Malfoy name. You will have to be cruel in some small ways, she told me once, a line that read, in our family, as advice and as permission. But choose them. Do not let others choose for you. The moral arithmetic of that sentence is a lesson I have been studiously learning. There is a strain of humor in all of this, or perhaps a dark comedy. To be the made man, the title the whisperers call me in their conscious moments, and yet to have to play at submission for the sake of chess moves, is a paradox that tastes of iron. It is awkward. It makes me talk gently to my tea and to the portraits and to Luna when I can find her. She sat with me that night, by a window that looked out over the garden, while I told her what had happened in the commons, how men in older robes had managed to put a leash on what my father sought to chain. Luna listened with the sort of attention reserved for rare and fragile artifacts. You are being forced into shape, she observed. That is always unpleasant. It is also efficient, I said. I have never been able to resist the economy of a good line. It makes the truth more palatable. She smiled. Efficiency can be kindness or cruelty, she said. Be the first. I looked at her then, really looked, and the warmth in that look cut through the gloom I'd been taught to be comfortable in. There was a softness that had nothing to do with costume or position, a steadiness that made the shape of my decisions feel less like falling and more like walking on a rope. I will keep you, I told her then. It was both a flirtation and a vow. It felt both criminal and necessary. That was the promise I gave my mother. For us? She asked, with a small, delighted tilt. For now, I said. There are dangers yet. The custodians will not be placated by papers and polite announcements. My father, smart and vindictive, may yet push. The factions in the low places that want prophecy for their own purposes smell blood whenever a public institution hesitates. Factions with different names, some older, some newer, will find the scene between ritual and law a place to plant their banners. But for the moment there was a truce. It was the kind of truce that allowed everyone to return home while sharpening knives in secret. It allowed me to keep a polite face on the public square and to ask those I trust, quietly, to find loopholes in the custodian's rituals. It required me to be both the obedient son who smiled for the cameras and the guardian who would find the spells that bind a prophecy away from wicked hands. There is a terrible comfort in secrecy. It is a comfort because it requires action rather than words. I have always preferred the arithmetic of action to the morality of speeches. Before I left the manor that night, my mother did something she rarely allows herself to do. She took my face in both hands as if I were smaller than I am, as if I could be contained. Her fingers were cool. Promise me you will not be alone with it, she said. There was no accusation, only fear and tenderness braided into a single sentence. I promise, I said. It was a promise I meant. The promises I make to her are the ones I mean to keep. She did not ask me to promise to be a hero, because she has no patience for grand notions dressed in useless bravery. She asked me to promise to be human. In the weeks that followed, we moved like people who have accepted the rhythm of a dance we had not chosen. There were hearings, committees, ritualists, and men who wear small, shiny badges of office. There were those who suggested carefully drafted amendments to the law and those who muttered of covenants older than law. The custodians had their own ways of appearing unassailable, sutured knots, whispered forms, lines of argument that made one think of things bound at the throat. My father, chastened and furious, turned his attention to quieter avenues of influence. He began to gather people in soft rooms, men who liked the feel of money being moved without clatter. He called them for conferences, he asked for loyalty. He spoke of stewardship as if it were a public duty rather than a private appetite. And I played both parts. I smiled at the right moments. I shook hands with the right people. I sent letters in code. I asked for small favors that I would later use, not for my father's benefit but to keep him from making a choice that would torch us all. There was an advantage to being young and being a Malfoy. People expected me to be a safe, saturnine commodity. They ignored the parts of me that had been inoculated by an oath to be more than that. They do not watch as closely as they think. Their attention is a thin thing. But the attention that matters, the one that has teeth, does not sleep. It is possible to be both a son and a savior only if one learns to use the tools of both lives without allowing them to dissolve into one another. One must have patience and quick hands. One must have allies who are willing to take the same risks. I have them, Mother, for love, Snape, for counsel, Dumbledore, for a place that offers a map, McGonagall, for a kind of authority that keeps people safe by making them behave decently, and a girl with her head in the clouds who can find the thin seam between ritual and law with an almost scientific calm. There will be more hearings. There will be more men who seek to own what they call predictive truths. There will be older things stirring in places that smell faintly of stone and time. The first broken seal has not yet revealed all its shadowy intimations. There are other trackers, other factions. There will be bargains I will have to refuse and treacheries I will have to practice. I promised my mother I would not face it alone. I promised Luna that I would make use of the space between the ritual and the statute. I promised myself that I would be careful. The manor hums at night like an animal that has been well fed and knows the shape of its territory. There are portraits that still make jokes, and rooms that smell of old leather and the memory of old feasts. All of these things make it easier to remember what one is fighting for. Mostly, I fight to keep the people I love from burning the house to see if the fire will be amusing. When I walked back through the dark lanes toward the castle, the stars were cold and bright above the world as if they were witnesses with no opinions. An owl, pale as paper and serious as a decree, met me at the gate. It carried a scrap of parchment that smelled faintly of the room of requirement and of her particular brand of tidy eccentricity. For a moment I thought of my mother's hands and the weight of my promise and of how publicly acquiescing to theatre can sometimes be the only way to keep a real war from starting. I turned the parchment over. Luna's handwriting was the kind that seems to smile while it thinks. There were a few lines, a map, a suggestion, and, at the bottom, one of those remarks she makes as if it were incidental but which quietly order my world. They are arguing over the margins, she had written. Find the seam. I will bring the lamps. I smiled. It was a small smile. It felt, improbably, like hope. I folded the paper into the hollow of my hand and felt, beneath the sour taste of public compromise, a warmer steadiness. There will be other nights like this. There will be more hearings and more rituals. But for now, I have a mother who trusts me enough to confess her fear, a father who schemes as he always will, and a girl who thinks in maps and listens to the way the house breathes. I tucked the letter into my pocket and walked toward the castle, thinking of scenes and lamps and of promises that have weight and of the soft, unglamorous courage of simply not letting other people choose for you. The truce will hold for a little while. And while it does, I will be both son and something else. I will be careful. I will be cunning. I will be present. Behind me, in the dark, something else waited, a whisper I had not expected and could no longer pretend did not exist. Chapter 23, Beneath the Library. The castle settles different ways at night. In the common rooms it breathes slow and self-satisfied, in the corridors it creaks as if embarrassed by the day's gossip. Beneath the library it keeps secrets so old the dust speaks in a language I'm still learning. I like the underlibrary because there are fewer people to misunderstand what I'm doing there. The portraits don't gossip, they sulk. The moving stacks are polite enough to open when you ask properly, and the books themselves are less inclined to judge. You learn, in time, to distinguish the kinds of quiet. There is the small, domestic hush of students asleep in their beds, there is the taut, alert silence of the castle on guard, and there is the patient, knowing quiet of old things that have survived bloody orders and foolish laws and still exist to be read. The underlibrary belongs to the last kind. It has the smell of old glue and forgotten promises. It listens. I had been coming more than I let anyone know. It was convenient, school under watch made public appearances necessary, but the underlibrary admitted papers and pages and nuance. It hid errors and corrections, and, when it was kind, it lent you the sort of marginalia that people who make history write only for themselves. That was the reason I was there the night the lamp flame threw up the first shadow of the marginalia that would change everything. That, and Luna Lovegood, who arrived as though she had been waiting for a draught of air to open a door. She met me over a sprawl of books as calmly as you might meet someone across a breakfast table. She had a scattering of strange trinkets, something soft and furred and something that rattled faintly, tucked into her sleeves. Her eyes were luminous, the sort of pale that made me want to polish my pupils, but she looked at the spidery handwriting with a concentration that made me feel, absurdly, like a small, important screw in a very old clock. "You're early," I said, because it's what people said when they didn't know what else to say. "Not early," she corrected. "Arrived exactly when the shells sighed. They were ready for us." She tapped a book as if it were an obliging animal. "It likes company." I tried to picture a Slytherin sneaking into a book that liked company and failed on principle. I have always been better at hiding behind colors and curses than behind conversation. Luna, by contrast, came wrapped in conversational armor of the most inconvenient sort, a curiosity that felt like an invitation rather than a challenge. It is helpful, after a lifetime of being presumed a convenient villain, to be invited. The book that mattered did not look like much, a volume of ritual and family lore, its spine an apology of cracked leather, its title long since rubbed to a suggestion. It might have been called a grimoire by someone attempting to sound serious, or a bad family Bible by someone else. It sat in the restricted stacks, of course, which is where both the interesting things and the dangerous ones are kept. I liked both categories, in different amounts. We worked with care. The underlibrary has shutters with teeth. Once, when someone forgot to say thank you to a shelf, it snapped the pages together and would only open them again after a small apology. I said thank you more to the wood than to anything else. Luna hummed softly to the book in a way I could not place, as if she were tuning a violin. She was the sort of person who treats knowledge like a strange creature with its pride intact and expects it to respond in kind. "Look," she said, and her finger was clean and nervous over a diagram. There were two devices drawn in the margin, a ring, plain save for a single chip or notch, and an urn marked with an arrangement of lines that suggested seals and runes. The ink was a lighter color than the main text, as if someone had written in a different temper. The margin note itself, brief, desperate, neat, said something utterly unplayable until you were ready to accept it. "Complimentary locks," she read aloud. Her voice made the phrase matter. My first impulse was the old one: deny complexity so you can control it. Rings and urns are both old-fashioned, theatrically persuasive props in the wrong hands. I had spent the summer listening to men in my father's circle carve logic out of rumor. They painted the ring as a single key and the urn as something ornamental. A single device suited their appetites, a joined mechanism broke their narratives. The marginalia refused to be simple. "It's saying their halves," Luna went on, as if continuing a thought rather than beginning to reveal a new world. "Not the same thing. One locks the law, the other locks the power. Together they make a complete binding. Separate them, and the spell can't complete." I let the sentence sit in the space between us. The underlibrary chewed it thoughtfully. That was the first softening. If the ring and the urn were complements, not rivals, then everything about the hunts and the secret purchases and the whispered claims to ownership in the manor's hallways changed. You could not simply steal a key and expect a door to unlock, you needed both hands on the mechanism to make anything work. Strategies built on the assumption of one key would be rendered useless. The thought was, perversely, delicious. "You think this marginalia is true?" I asked. I should have been calmer. The world had taught me not to show my breath when it mattered, but the underlibrary had a way of making the chest loosen and quicken simultaneously. "It knows," Luna said, tapping the page as if pressing a sore spot. "The ink remembers how the hands moved." She smiled in that half-absent way she has when she's thinking. "Look here." She turned the page delicately, as if not to startle the handwriting. There was a different note, in the same cramped hand but written lower, almost as if the writer had been crouching, hiding, when they wrote it. The letters leaned. A reversal charm to sever without shattering, she read. I laughed, because it felt like proof and denial all at once. The laugh was small and hawkish. Sever without shattering, I repeated, tasting the political consequences like metal. That would be convenient. It says the protective core remains, Luna continued. What binds destiny from being broken is not the tokens themselves but a foundational clause, an oath, if you like, held within the mechanism. Sever the external locks, and the oath's letter stays, the binding's ritual cannot be completed. It defends the prophecy's intention, while rendering the mechanism inert. The room leaned toward the book. I could imagine the paperwork of the ministry hovering, incredulous. I could see my father's face as he heard a plan that would strip the leverage he'd been slow-muscled to create. I could imagine Lucius Malfoy deciding that an inert mechanism was of no value until it was not inert, and that the only acceptable outcome was to control both halves. Options bloom and sprawl like weeds. Most of them are poisonous. You understand the risk? I said, making my voice blandly reasonable. Risk is simple to name, dangerous to carry. A reversal charm could be seen as theft by anyone who wants the mechanism intact. It would look like sabotage. It would, Luna agreed. It would also look like protection if written into the right hands. She studied the ink as if challenging it to prove its meaning. The charm mentions a requirement, an anchor. It must be cast with the name of someone who holds true to the oath's spirit. She peered up at me. You would not want it broke. The floor disappeared beneath a small complaint of my breath. The word anchor lives in complicated places. I am, for reasons I have learned to keep more like a private aid than an announcement, that anchor. I have an oath sworn in the hush of Hogwarts, and I have a father who thinks bloodlines are an accounting ledger. Both views of me have hands on the same knife. You mean me, I said plainly. It is a strange intimacy to be named by another as the place a charm must be tied. Even weirder when it is not a title you asked for. It ties to intent, Luna said. The charm will listen to what you mean. It will not be tricked by words. But you must be the anchor, and then it must be sealed with something that proves your true intent. My mouth went very dry. I have learned to hedge and sign. I have made bargains and asked for margins to be read aloud to my advantage. I have promised my father loyalty and earned the look of approval that buys you moments of safety. To be asked to be an anchor was to be asked for more than loyalty. It was to be asked for a kind of faith in the idea of me that did not match the polished boy in the drawing rooms. I could be persuaded, I said, keeping my voice balanced. But how would the ministry, how would I stopped? The more I listed possible accusers, the longer the list grew. The problem with being a Slytherin in a prophecy of hope is that people are not inclined to believe you have it. They will not need to know, Luna said. She flipped the page back and forth like one tests a ribbon for knots. We can sever the mechanism without anyone outside knowing how. If the charm is performed within Hogwarts, within the room of requirement perhaps, the castle itself will remember. The wards will hold. The prophecy's core will be untouched, only the external contrivances will be rendered useless. I paused. Saying we aloud in the underlibrary felt like a civil wrong, and yet it was honest. We as an alliance I had denied myself out of habit. I had been trained to be solitary. The chosen malefactors of fate rarely receive colleagues without strings. That there might be someone gentle and stubborn enough to stand with me without strings was, at once, an embarrassing luxury and a terrifying possibility. What about the parties in the manor? I asked. If news leaks, we keep it quiet, Luna said simply. The smaller the number of hands that know, the more likely the charm will succeed. There was a clean brutality in that. I had watched men count loyalties as though they were coins. Secrecy is not just protection but power. The fewer your knowers, the fewer your betrayals. We read. The marginalia formed a conversation across centuries, a confessor to memory, a scholar to a secret. Someone, an unnamed figure, clever and afraid, had set down the mechanism in precise and bitter terms. The urn carried registration, clauses drawn in flame strokes, inked in a hand that made the letters look as if they might still be hot. The ring, it said, bore a notch of acceptance. Its owner could claim permission, its wearer could compel. Separately, aristocrats may have been able to gather one or the other, but ritual completions required both. The marginal writer's breath had grown thin at the end of their notes, the pen scratches turned ragged. This is why the factions fight, I said slowly. My fingers left the book and found the edge of the table, needing something immovable. If both are required, having either alone is worthless except as a bargaining chip. Until the other is found, Luna added. And we thought the ring was everything, I said. There was a memory that rose like cold water, months of being courted by mercies that were less about me and more about the leverage I provided. It had been a lonely kind of glamour. People like the brightness of a single object. It is easier to place a reputation on a ring than to complicate with an urn. You'll have to think carefully, Luna said. She closed the book with a gentle hand, as though the act might comfort the ink. The reversal charm needs a name and a thing to anchor. The thing is not power, it is testament. A relic, a signature, a thing that proves intent. It must be something you would surrender willingly. I am not in the habit of surrendering willingly, I said, and it came out softer than I meant. It was a personal observation that had the shape of an admission. Then ask yourself what you would give up to keep the castle. Luna's gaze held mine without flinching. It need not be dramatic. Sometimes small proofs are truer than big ones. She is good at making complicated things sound like choices you can hold in your hand. That is a talent I could never cultivate. I am, by training and temperament, a man of public gestures and private calculations. Luna's voice is the opposite, the odd, quiet compass that points toward humane truth rather than advantage. It has been a rare mercy, this slow teaching of how to accept help. We compared notes against the marginalia. There were scribbled corrections that suggested hands had altered the mechanism over centuries, trying to make outcomes more controllable. At one point, a paragraph in a different hand, more elegant, more certain, was crossed out and annotated with a single line, "Behold the third hand." No further explanation. The underlibrary, which favors clarity, made a small, sympathetic sound. "The third hand," I read aloud. The phrase scraped like a knife. Is that a faction? Someone else's interference? A warning, Luna suggested. Or a name. We were not the first to be meticulous about words. The people who wrote in the margins are ghosts who keep a better counsel than the living. The third hand could be anyone, a jealous sibling, a creditor of the dead, a Death Eater faction that did not wish to be named, or even a portrait with an axe to grind. Whoever, or whatever, it had been judged dangerous enough to be whispered into the hidden spaces of the book. We spent hours. The underlibrary shrank and widened with every page. The moving stacks shifted like a living brow. Once, a shelf opened with a soft, telling creak that exposed a map of the castle in slivers. There was an inked line running from the restricted stacks to the room of requirement and down to a place in the dungeons I recognized from maps I had been forced to study as part of family lineages. It all fit, like the margins were a patient hand placing puzzle pieces in the dark. Luna found the reversal charm's recipe, or what passed in the old handwriting for one. It read like a hymn to restraint, an inversion of desire rather than an act of destruction. It required a naming, an anchor, and a witness of the castle's own wards. It needed no blood oath, no dramatic shattering. Instead, it relied upon consent and the castle's memory. The device, once severed, would remain as an inert artifact that could be displayed without power, a bone of something once dangerous and now dead. It will hum like a moth, Luna said, smiling at the line as if it were a description of tea rather than a spell. But it will be put to sleep. I allowed myself, for a moment, to imagine sleeping things. There is a particular piece to rendering dangerous things neutral. It is a relief the sort of men like my father rarely understand. Neutral does not mean owned. It means uninteresting. It means absence of leverage. It means, sometimes, safety. There are costs written in the margins, as there often are. The charm, in the final scrawl, required that the anchor offer testimony, a named confession. It had to be spoken aloud and witnessed by something that remembers. The margin suggested the castle itself could serve as witness. That pleased me. Hogwarts is an old thing with a tribal memory. It keeps the secrets of families that shelter it, and it resents those who would use its bones for bargains that do not honor its name. You understand the politics, I said, because the world has taught me that everything about bravery and kindness must be run through an accountant. If we remove the mechanism, Father will not be pleased. Lucius will not be pleased. The Death Eaters, factions, will see it as theft. You have been seen as the convenient villain for a long time, Luna said. Perhaps now you can be the convenient savior, if you choose to be. Her mouth made the choice casually, like offering a stranger a spare umbrella. It is an odd thing to have your life compacted into sentences of convenience for others. I have always been presented as someone who can be steered. But the oath I guarded was not an object you could auction to the highest bidder. It is knotting within me, and that changes the calculus. I had sworn something in the hush of school halls. I had not done so for glory, nor for name. I had done it because there was no one else to ask, and the cost seemed less at first than the alternative. I hate to admit that, but it is true. So what happens if we do this, I asked, and they come after the inert artifacts anyway? They will want to make sure nothing is left undone. They may, she allowed. But without both halves the ritual will not complete. It makes them desperate. Desperation is a mess for people who like orders. The thought made me grin, despite myself. There is a sharp pleasure in knowing your enemies dislike complications. Lucius likes tidy narratives. The ministry likes paperwork. Some people become very small when things refuse to fit their neat boxes. We planned, carefully and in an unromantic way. We made lists like children at a market: what must be found, what must be avoided, who could be trusted to know and who could not. A charm cannot be performed in the dark without witnesses who can verify, nor can it be done where the wards will be manipulated by a careless hand. We decided on the room of requirement because of course we did. The room will give what you need if you need it properly. It is the sort of place that dislikes coercion. It is also the sort of place that is good at concealment. The underlibrary has a soft fondness for the room. The stats have been known to guide those who ask. The writing in the margin suggested a final thing, an offering of intent. I would have to offer something that proves I wish the mechanism inert not for power but for protection. The charm required what the margins called a relinquished household piece, something small and domestic that proves you would give up a piece of your legacy in favor of Hogwarts. It is the sort of condition that makes me blush. My family keeps many pieces of its history for show. The idea of giving one away felt at once outrageous and fitting. Oh, Luna said, as if pronouncing a grocery list. A family thing. That could be hard. Or it could be the only thing I own, worth nothing to them and everything to the wards. I let my denial be a question, and it worked less well than intended. We argued about what might satisfy such a clause. I suggested things in a mercantile tone: documents, letters, a brooch. Luna suggested something else entirely: a little carved wooden horse my mother had once shown me when I was very small. It was absurd. Narcissa had kept it tucked away in a drawer like a secret indulgence. She had shown it to me when I had been a child and told me, in the hush before family dinner, that it had been my great-grandfather's. It had been nothing more than a piece that made me remember a moment when my mother was merely soft and not the strategist politics had made her. "Does she even know you have it?" Luna asked. "No," I said truthfully. The horse had been an accident of memory. I had taken it once when I was allowed to visit the manor in between seasons. I had kept it in a pocket for luck and then forgot it existed until now. To offer it would be to admit something private and foolish. It would be a small, private theft of my family's niceties. "Then it is perfect," Luna said. "It is something you could give away without the world thinking you'd been overly dramatic. There is a particular cruelty in people assuming what you would be willing to give up. Men like my father mistake me for his ledger. They are always surprised when my mathematics does not add up in ways that suit them. Narcissa, bless her, will always play for the long game and often errs on the side of soft protection rather than spectacle. She will do what mothers do, guard her son. The thought of handing something to the castle that would make it witness my intent and not my family's gave me a tight pleasure. It was unscrutinized by the sort of peculiar politics that lubricate most of my relations. It was honest. We left the underlibrary exhausted in a pleasant way, the kind of tiredness that comes from not only reading but agreeing to do something difficult. The moving staircases were companionable in their quirks, swaying us down like an indulgent aunt. Portraits gave us clipped approval and half-meaningful scowls. I do not mind the way people watch me, I mind the assumptions they make while looking. Luna does not mind watching me watched. She simply accepts the gaze and moves the conversation forward. It is instructive. On my walk back to the Slytherin dungeons, I thought about the margins that had named the third hand. Whoever had written them had been incapable, or unwilling, to name that danger. That will be the first thing we have to account for. What else did the older hands fear enough to warn their heirs without naming? Whoever feared the third hand had good reason to be frightened. If the third hand is a faction, then silence was a way to avoid giving them identity. If it is a person, then silence may have been gentleness. We cannot know yet. That night I dreamt of locks that clicked politely without anyone holding the key. It was unnerving in the way of bad hospitality. When I woke, the castle still breathed, and I still had the list in my head. The outpost of worry had a thick flight of letters: my father, Narcissa, the anonymous faces of factional interest. There is always a cost to knowledge. To know quorum is to know you can be made small by the wrong players. The next morning brought the sort of thin, bright optimism that occurs when you are foolish enough to expect the world to be sensible. Luna had left half of her belongings at the library as if to stake a claim. She had scrawled notes everywhere only someone with her patience would manage to interpret. We met again, informal, with the kind of careful brevity that has to do with plans rather than promises. You should tell someone, one of my inner voices hissed, the one that bargains for commendation and security. Tell Snape, perhaps, because he will extract payment in the form of favors. Tell Dumbledore, because he can navigate 1,000 paths and keep 1,000 secrets. Tell McGonagall, because she likes rules. My practical inclinations made a list of people and reasons and possible prices to pay. Luna listened to the list like one listens to an argument at a distance. No, she said simply. Not until we need a witness beyond the castle. It's easier to return an inert thing than to explain why you cut at a mechanism. She is kind in ways that scold. There are things I resent admitting. One of them is that I had, for a long time, assumed everyone else knew what was best. That pretense is an exhausting garment. It suits whispering men and steady portraits, but not the softness of a plan that needs knees bent rather than clenched fists. Luna taught me, gently and unannounced, to value a second eye that does not despise your first. We made more lists. We worked out the timing. The room of requirement would be necessary. Someone had to be chosen as witness. The castle itself could anchor, but I would prefer a human witness to testify when, if, anyone came asking questions. We talked names in a way that made me want to spit at the paucity of trustworthy people in my world. Then I thought of a teacher who taught above suspicion. There are a few who pass through the frets and do not take sides. Dumbledore's face was a ledger I did not trust with the small things, and yet it is his habit to keep the chessboard visible and tolerable. Snape would be the worst confessor and the most effective guardian, if one were willing to pay the cost. I am not 20 years old and naive about what bargains with him mean. His loyalty is purchasable in ways that cost more than they seem. What if I spoke to Dumbledore? I offered at last, which felt like offering a coin at the right altar. For the official record. Luna's eyes were impassive. He is the sort who would want there to be rules about the way we unmake things, she observed. That might be useful. Useful is a good word when you want to neutralize dramatics. Useful is a better word than heroic in the business of untangling ancient devices. We must be practical. The moment we stop being practical, people will start perfectly justifying our demise. Later that afternoon I told myself I was going to have a normal conversation with my father. It had the peculiar virtue of being the sort of lie that functions as ballast. Lucius and I have a relationship constructed from periods of mutual use and occasional, guarded affection. There are times he is the sort of man who places his gratitude in the form of privilege. There are other times when he would trade half his fortune for one decisive victory. He has never loved me the way my mother loves, with a private, immovable force. He loves his line, and I am part of its inventory. I cannot blame him for investing in the family's armor. I can, however, refuse to be dressed in it when the armor is intended to make me a weapon who cannot refuse. I had thought of telling him because he believes in structure and the law of things. I did not, in the end. Part of loyalty is choosing not to involve someone who will double the risk by his attempts to control. I am not entirely unkind. That evening, Luna and I moved through the school with the sort of silent nervousness you see in children sneaking out of a nursery. We wore cloaks and polite lies. The room of requirement is neither wholly obedient nor wholly capricious. It demands you ask properly. We needed an empty, secure place with warded memory. We needed it to remember intent and seal the charm without serving as an instrument of spectacle. We asked for a room that would hold a small ritual and nothing else. The walls obliged and gave us a library that smelled of lilies and iron. Inside, Luna arranged the small objects we had permitted ourselves to carry: a candle that had made rounds in a long-dead family, a length of twine that had been woven by a girl once known for being practical, the little wooden horse I had kept hidden and almost forgotten. The castle accepted them with a pleased, old-soul sort of rustle. I felt small and ridiculous and deeply, unexpectedly moved. "You are sure?" Luna asked, kneeling so that our eyes were level. "You don't have to do this if you are not ready." The question was generous. It required honesty in a way I had always considered a luxury. I could have said it was for the many in the abstract and felt heroic. Instead, I thought of nights in the underlibrary and of the lines that said we could sever without shattering. I thought of my mother's soft hands and the way she would move to protect me from men who think hurt is a demonstration of affection. I thought of the way my father's hands closed like gates. I thought of the oath that made me lighter and heavier at once. "I am," I said. It was not a proud statement. It was a quiet one. The charm requires names. It requires that I stand and declare what I will give in exchange for the mechanism's inertness. The room listens and the castle keeps its vault of witness. I spoke the name of the horse aloud, an absurd, private name that was a secret I had never told anyone, and set it in a circle with hands that shook only slightly. "You know what will happen," Luna said. "You will be committing yourself to a thing and asking the castle to keep that moment as evidence of intent. If others ask, you can produce Hogwarts memory. The wards will testify that you meant not to bind, but to protect." "I know," I said. It felt like a very small, enormous thing. We cast the charm with the gentleness of two people aware that magic answers to form and spirit and that you can fool structure but not intention. The wording was an inversion, an appeal to restraint rather than force. The room hummed, an old vibration that shivered across my teeth. The horse glowed like a small sun and then the light steadied and softened. The object stilled, its danger gone, its history held like a relic in a museum, visible but docile. I felt some of the weight I had carried shift into a different place. Not gone, never gone, but reshaped, as if sand in a hand had been poured into a new contour. We sat, both of us, a while after, because ceremonies benefit from the luxury of silence. Magic, when done properly, is not spectacular. It is precise, efficient, and sometimes unbearably intimate. There is a quietness to completing something that was meant to be terrible and making it harmless. The room seemed pleased. The ward sang a little like a contented cat. "You did well," Luna said finally, as if breaking a seal. "You had better be right," I replied. It was wry by habit more than heart. I am not unaccustomed to risking things for the sake of a plan. But tonight felt different. There was less of the cold calculation and more of an odd, generous bravery. The sort that is given by people who would not be heroes in the clean, triumphant stories but who will, stubbornly, do the work required. "If I'm not," she said quietly, "we will try again. There are many rooms, Draco Malfoy. Many hiding places. Many houses have pieces tucked away for safety." I knew, she smiled without irony. You are very good at finding things others have missed. She is right. I have been good at finding things others have missed, not out of moral purity, but because the world often makes me the receiver of what people do not want to be seeing. Tonight, being good at it felt like a less selfish talent. We left the room as quietly as we had entered, the horse now inert and harmless, the wards having learned my name in the context of a giving rather than a taking. The underlibrary's ancient silence greeted us like a friend who had been told something holy and had no words but warmth. I felt, for the first time in months, something like relief. Of course, nothing about my life has the luxury of a single victory. The marginalia spoke of the third hand. The charm had work to do beyond being clever. If someone wanted both halves, they would strive still, because an inert artifact is still an object you can trade at a price. The manor will continue its calculations. Death Eater factions will continue to squabble for advantage. My father will look at me with an arithmetic of expectation. The ministry will, at best, be suspicious and, at worst, amused. But there is a dangerous hope in all of that, the sort that sits by the spine, patient. If the mechanism cannot be completed without both halves, and if the castle can witness my intent to render it inert, then we have a shot at removing much of the leverage. It will not stop people from scheming, but it will remove one clean path to disaster. On the way back to the dungeons, the portraits had unfurled a few opinions and the staircases had presented us to the Slytherin landing with the kind of etiquette only an old building that knows favors can manage. I thought, as I always do when I am near the end of something important, of the cost and of the accounts people keep. If anyone asks, Luna said, as if reading my mind, tell them you were protecting the school. That is true. It will not be simple, I said, because it never is. No, she agreed. But it will be true. I smiled at her, in the small way we Slytherins reserve for our few friends. For all the coldness the world thinks we possess by default, we can be quietly tender about the things we choose to protect. Luna's acceptance of that fact steadied me. It is a rare and unsentimental kind of courage. That night, in the privacy of my four-poster, I put the underlibrary notes into a packet, addressed to myself like a promise, and then left it open on my desk. I slept as if someone had tuned the wards and forgot to tell me. The weight had been shifted, but not absolved. Shadows did not vanish, they merely moved their hands elsewhere. The marginalia had taught me something else that night, subtler and more dangerous than the charm. It taught me that people of certain temperaments can be bluffed by their own certainties. The factions who had counted on a single key would find the chessboard rearranged. They would adapt, or they would attempt new violence. The third hand remains nameless and impatient. There is a steady thing that happens when you act against an armature of expected behavior. The world wriggles and tests the new scenes. My father will test me. The Death Eaters will test me. Hogwarts itself will test whether my surrender was sincere or a strategy dressed up as sacrifice. Trust is perishable. I put my hand to the little wooden horse's imagined place and felt something like peace. It was not an end. It was not even a mitigation. It was a deliberate refusal to be used purely as leverage. It felt like a friendship. The margins had told us how to stop one kind of danger. They had not, could not, teach us how to stop the people who prefer power to safety. That was work for another night and another plan. Luna and I left the room of requirement with something heavier than a secret and lighter than a scandal. The castle would remember the offering. The wards would testify in the right circumstances. The mechanism, if both halves were truly necessary, was now compromised. It would not be a one-night miracle. It would be a campaign of careful moves and patient resistances. I have been making those for a long time. The novelty was that I would not make them alone. I am good at being a Malfoy when the world asks for polish. I have learned, painfully, how to be better at being a person when the world requires courage. Luna had handed me more than a charm. She had given me a new way of measuring risks. She did not make me forget the hard mathematics of politics. She simply allowed me to be less alone in the arithmetic. There are small threats waiting in the corners of everything I have done. The third hand is still out there, smirking in the dark. The manor thinks itself patient. Men in smoky rooms are sharpening arguments into blades. Portraits will whisper things that twist like knives. I have been chosen in secret, sworn in more ways than the one the castle remembers, and that oath does not dissolve with a single charm. In the quiet after, Luna tucked a stray silver hair behind her ear and said in her casual, precise voice, "We will need allies, Draco. And maps." "Always the map," I said, "because there is a comfort in rooting the world into pieces you can know." I felt, at that moment, a small, unremarkable sort of optimism. The kind that does not fool you into thinking problems have vanished but reassures you enough to move. She smiled, and the smile had a light that carried me out of the room and down the steps. The underlibrary closed its teeth politely behind us. I thought of the horse, inert and witness to my intent. I thought of the third hand in the margins, waiting. We walked back under the watchful eyes of portraits and the bored indifference at the staircases, and I realized that the castle did more than harbor secrets. It was an accomplice if you asked properly. It was, in its old way, the sort of family you could choose. Tomorrow we would visit maps and portraits and old wills. Tomorrow we would try to locate the urn and the ring, not to possess them but to see them held as relics without power. Tomorrow we would begin the practical work of clever men and careful women. For now, there was only the small hush of a boy who had given up something without spectacle and a girl who had taught him the strange virtue of surrender. The world would not be kinder for the act, it would only be less convenient for those who prefer weapons to words. There are other nights ahead, and the third hand will show itself in ways subtle and savage. But tonight, we had moved. We had found a way to stop one of the most elegant threats without shattering what must remain intact. It is not victory. It is a step that promises more walking. In the morning, the castle will ask questions. The ministry may, eventually, too. Lucius will assess it as a balance sheet. My mother will fold me inside her concern. I will answer them all with the truth that will be least expected and, perhaps, most dangerous. I did it to protect this place that sheltered me when everyone else assumed it would not. Luna and I stood on the Slytherin landing for a moment, the tapestries watching, and she said in a small, conspiratorial voice, "You did right." "Right is a large country," I replied. "It's a good one to visit," she said, and slipped her hand into mine as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. The castle shifted, obliging like an old friend, and somewhere beneath the tapestries a portrait turned its head to listen. The third hand stirred in a place that had been hinted at in the margins, and a new list of dangers wrote itself quietly into the margins of things I thought I understood. We are not without enemies. We are not without flaws. But tonight we made something inert by choice rather than by force, and the wards will remember that. The marginalia had promised a reversal without shattering, now it was a matter of keeping the promise and watching who tried to break it for their own reasons. There is always someone who prefers the shape of a weapon to the shape of a refuge. We will find them, and when we do, we will have a different kind of leverage. For the first time in a long while, I had the feeling that if we were clever, we might close the loop ourselves. If not, then someone else, perhaps with less concern for the prophecy's core, would. The margin was a thin place between possibility and catastrophe. I tightened my grip on Luna's hand and thought of the underlibrary's patience, the horse's small body, and the castle's memory. Tomorrow would be for maps and curiosity and the slow, tactical business of keeping the world from making itself convenient for monsters. Tonight, however, the wards were kind. The marginalia had said true things. We had acted. And the third hand, whatever its face, still had to move in the dark and name itself before it could do anything at all. We walked on. Chapter 24, Shadows at Dusk. Dusk gathers in Hogwarts like a hand folding shut. It moves through the portraits first, a slow exhalation of faces and painted breath, and then the castle settles her bones, stones sighing, staircases yawning into new places. Night feels like an offering if you are the sort who knows what it costs to accept one, less for sleep than for doing the small, sharp things that have to be done before anyone notices their absence. I learned that vigilance is not heroism. It is paperwork done by candlelight and the willingness to step where others will not. The southern corridor smelled of damp leather and old ink. The torches paled to the color of molten coins. I had taken this patrol because it let me be seen in the dungeons and unseen by the inspectors, a perfectly middle ground visibility that pleased both the House Inquisitors and Father. It was useful for keeping my hands busy and, sometimes, for keeping my oath intact. I had been thinking of loopholes. Loopholes are comforting in the way an umbrella is comforting when it rains. They do not stop the wet, only channel it. The oath I swore in the room of requirement is a brittle thing. Spoken on the stones, sworn in the presence of what looked like an urn, it held a phrase that wriggled like a live coin when I tried to pin it down. It said what oaths always say: loyalty, service, secrecy, and it said, just as importantly, what it did not say. That blank second half is where one learns to breathe. It is where I had learned to think of words as architecture. You can walk around them. You can wedge a window in. You can, given sufficient nerve and a certain flattering indifference to one's own reputation, step through. The chanting found me before the chanting finished. It reached me over stone and twice turned stair, a dry, bitter sound like someone scraping a bone clean with the flat of a knife. It was not a Death Eater chorus, not the coarse, adrenaline-laced cadence I had come to associate with mob pressure in Malfoy Manor. This was narrower, more ritual than rage, a dozen or so voices, hushed and precise, pulling an old phrase tight, the sort of thing the castle remembers because the well-worn syllables have rubbed grooves into the air. They were in a side chamber, one of those small alcoves where portraits do not go because the wall refuses them, or perhaps because no portrait painter ever managed to capture the right angle of its shadow. Their fire burned low, iron blue, and in its light a slate-grey thread of shadow unfurled across the far wall. At first I thought it was the pattern of stone. Then the shadow wrote itself into letters, curling and elegant in a way that made me think simultaneously of calligraphy and a snake. It spelled out my surname, letter by letter, Malfoy, and then, as if not satisfied, melted into a single shape that suggested a man on his knees. That hush, that old bitterness, thickened. The words they were saying shaped themselves into accusation. It felt like watching someone open an old, polite letter and find inside the teeth of a knife. I should have run. There are many werewolves of pride and temperament. Hogwarts can be full of them. I could have pulled my invisibility cloak from its safe box and slunk back to the Slytherin common room and let the castle swallow the echoes of their chant. I did not. I stood in the doorway and let my stick-straight hair and pale expression do the work that a better man might have managed with a more heroic posture. They saw me. They were not surprised. Surprise is not something a ritual enjoys. Rituals expect witnesses. Rituals are theatrical, and theatre takes its time. The man leading them, short, narrow face with a burn mark that made his left eye narrow like a slit, inclined his head as though I were an expected cue. His robe had the careful fraying of one who wants to look persecuted without the insult of genuine danger. He had political ambitions, I thought, the sort that smelled of damp paper and tea-room promises, and he had chosen a cavity in the castle's bones to air them. "You should not be here, Malfoy," he said. He tried to make the words sharp. He failed by making them theatrical instead. "Neither should you," I answered. My voice was the shape of a silver coin sliding onto a table. It would have been easier had I sung. Sarcasm is always the easier thing to perform in a crowd. The ritualist's glance flicked to the shadow. One of them, a woman with a narrow nose and a voice pitched too high for courage, reached out with her wand and traced the letters. Her touch made the shadow shiver like a live thing. They resumed their chant, louder now, as if my presence demanded more concrete work. I stepped forward. Up close the sigil of the broken seal, painted faintly along the shadow's spine, revealed itself, a circle fractured, a thin jag of darkness like a tooth missing. Someone had borrowed a symbol of old rites and tucked it into their vow. It would have bound a puppet. That much was plain, in the old ways. Binding by name is tidy, the kind of ceremony designed to impress the sort of people who measure allegiance by ledger. They meant to take my loyalty and fold it into their ledger. They meant, possibly, to produce the shape of a man who would offer his house, his face, and his accesses to an older thing. They meant to make me useful to them. Useful used to mean approval. Useful used to mean points on a scorecard. Now it was a leashed life. I did not intend to be leashed. There is a theatre to oaths, an etiquette. The voice that swore the words matters as much as the cadence, the object involved matters as much as the oath. Oaths like mine are notoriously literal. They are defensive by design. They imagine every angle and, in doing so, invite the kind of technicalities that feed men of law and men of fear. The trick, as I had been taught by a dozen hurried conversations with Severus Snape and more hurried silences with my own conscience, is to answer with the correct argument. Not the correct answer, the correct argument. That makes ritualists frown. It also makes them angry, which is often enough to make them sloppy. What do you want? The leader asked. He tried for contempt and landed on impatience. What I always want, I said. To be left in peace. It was not an answer that inspired mercy. They regarded my reply as one might regard an unflappable portrait. You cannot be left in peace. The burn-marked man's voice had a sneer stretched across it. Your name has been read. The shadow demands correction. The seal demands recompense. Recompense of what? I asked. That was the moment I had been waiting for, the moment they named the omission. Words are doors. They always tell you the key. Allegiance, the woman said. Her narrow nose flared. To the old order. To the only heir who can restore us. They were attempting to make me the public face of a thing I had sworn against in quieter words. Their hymn assumed I would yield. It assumed I could be answered, like a coin placed in a palm. This is where theatre becomes law. I let my shoulders slump. I permitted my expression to fold into the exact look of a boy who knows his name carries weight and not enough options. That look had been practiced. I had practiced it in family portraits, before the mirror, in the syllables of my own self-contempt. It is almost an art, the paleness with an edge, the polite chin quivering with the threat of tears that will never come. I am better at it than I should ever have needed to be. You could do worse, I said softly. They leaned in, pleased. Ritualists like a body who is displeased but not frightened. It makes the art of binding more pleasurable. I watched them savor that feeling for a moment and then I undid it. There is one phrase in my oath that gnaws, even in memory. It is not a phrase written in the room of requirement with ceremonial ink. It is one embedded in the postscript, the sort of afterthought that smug men put into contracts because they enjoy power. It reads, roughly, in my recollection, the swearer will abide the commands of those who hold the legal claim to the name, unless those commands are themselves the work of a counterfeit invocation. Counterfeit is a lawful word. Counterfeit implies theatre. Counterfeit requires a witness and a definition. When one is cornered, one can achieve a great deal with definitions. You define the word and two things happen. The other side either accepts your definition, because they cannot be bothered to disagree, or they disagree and so reveal their own limits. By what right do you presume? I asked. Who has granted you claim over a name that belongs to the house itself? The burn-marked man blinked. He had not expected that particular question. He had expected me to be clever in tantrum, not clever in contract. He had expected me to be dumb in loyalty and, therefore, useful. By the rites, he said. By the invoking of the seal. By the shadow of the warden's mark. All of which are theatrical, I said. Rites can be theatre. Shadows can be provoked with mirrors. If your claim is a claim conjured by arrogance or a borrowed sigil, then it is, by my oath's terms, counterfeit. You would lean on legalistic tricks. That was hot now. Not tricks. Interpretation. I allowed my voice to be curious, not defiant. Curiosity softens the blade of words. You invoke an old seal. Old seals have legal histories. They require witness. They require a holder. You are the name, the woman said. Your shadow on the wall named you. The words gave you over. Names are not claims, I said. And shadows are children of light, not witnesses. They stared at me. The burn mark man's face had begun to redden like paper left too close to heat. There is a certain anger that looks like mispainted varnish, easy to see through. This was the moment in every play where the villain reveals the trap. They had all rehearsed it. A name, spoken precisely, conjured the shadow. The shadow, touched, became a sigil of obedience. They meant to keep their hands clean. I stepped further into the room. My boots made no sound on the slate. I could feel the magic in the air, nervy and thin, like a quill left too long in a sleeve. I looked directly at the shadow. It pulsed, as if offended by my gaze. The words they had spoken were old and bitter and ignorant of nuance. They said an old king's formula, a wrong formula for a wrong century. The seal you borrowed, I said pleasantly, requires a living holder, someone whose name and blood are acknowledged in the ancestral court. A sigil painted onto a shadow is not a living holder. You would contest this with us? Here? The woman's voice had a tremor now that made her seem smaller than her appetite. Yes. I trumpeted the word like a coin hit on a table. I will contest it. I will contest it publicly. I will bring witnesses. I will require that any claim be brought before the House Council and the proper authority. Their hands tightened on wands. The man's lips moved. That will take time, he said. We cannot wait. No. I agreed. You cannot. That was the key. Theatre runs on the moment. Rituals, once interrupted by enough specificity, fall apart because they rely on momentum more than law. They rely on the assumption that their words will not be taken as literal as they are. They relied on my fear to be useful. I let fear be useful in a new way. I pretended to tremble. I clasped my hands as if I could not bear the pressure on my chest. My voice shrank. If it is the case, I breathed, that your ritual will make me a puppet, then what you intend is not to free the house but to own it. If you would have me kneel to you, then you would kneel the house. You mean to make the castle answer your parlor tricks? Do you know what that will do? Do you know who will come when they find the house bound? The burnmark man had been counting on a different set of consequences. He had calculated enemies, not allies. He had not counted on the ministry's appetites or on father's pride. He had not counted on how quickly a small, private ritual can become a public catastrophe, especially when it names Malfoy and when politics move in the night like a vulture. You will be accused, I whispered. You will be hunted. The will to have a scapegoat is strong in this town. You will become the story people tell to justify their own complicity. Somewhere, that must have sounded believable. Their eyes flickered between one another like guilty animals. The burnmark man's jaw loosened. You want me to report you? He said, not daring to hope. I want what the oath requires, I said. A proper holder. A proper claim. I want witnesses. Or we let the seal do its own work without theatrical aid. The difference is, I might choose to go public with who taught me this trick. The difference is, your ritual, if enacted here, will multiply into a war in which you will be the ones without allies. That is when I struck the little, legalist hammer. I named the precise missing element. It is a petty thing to name a contract clause in the midst of a curse. But petty things are useful. The bargain in my head, and that is where we are most honest, in bargains alone with ourselves, ran like this: I would let them play their game if they bound their names as witnesses to the claim. Binding witnesses is a little like binding a chorus, it either breaks the spell or drags the singers into your net. Sign? I asked. I held out my hand as if to receive the circle, as if to accept. I placed my palm where the shadow rested, as if the ritual were meant to be a private ceremony, as if the club had called on me for a favor, as if acceptance were a thing easily given. They did not expect generosity. They expected capitulation. They were not ready for the small, polite cruelty of legal engineering. The woman frowned. Why would we bind ourselves? Why sign? Because witnesses matter, I said. Because if you sign and bind yourselves, you bind that the claim was made in full honesty. If you do not, then you are endorsing a secrecy that will be read as conspiracy by the House Council and by the Ministry. You are choosing public guilt over private certainty. I saw the calculation in their faces. Ambition is a measurement of risk tolerance. Ambition and fear trade in selfish increments. The Burnmark man looked at his companions the way a man looks at a rope they hope will not break. Then he stepped forward and put his palm against mine. I had prepared for this. Preparation is the only feeling I allow to be simple. A hollowed room, a whispered phrase, the right tilt of a head to match the castle's architecture, these are the small things that decide battles. With his palm on mine, I spoke a single, quiet phrase. It was not Latin. It was not a spell. It was the precise clause my oath used when granting me a recourse. It is a dry, functional sentence, an invocation of legal definition, not of power. You accept, then, that this claim will be brought to the council, I said. You accept that your signatures will bind you as witnesses that the ritual was performed for the stated purposes. He nodded. And you accept, I added, softening my voice, that any attempt to tie me to an external puppeteer without the proper holder will be read as counterfeit. He tightened his lips. He did not object. They believed they had trapped me. I had, for a breath, been the thing they wanted, the boy who submits. I let them puff. We took a step into the theatre together. At the last moment, when the blue flame on the iron brazier guttered, I called the loophole. You are bound now, I said in the same small, courteous tone. But witnesses are bound to bring truth. The first duty of a witness is honesty. Spellwork prefers clarity. When a verbal clause seizes on a technicality in a binding, it will often transform the ritual's endpoints. Their incantation, designed to tug name to will, ran directly into the clause that described how the claim must be validated. The magic found the easiest path. It found the signatures. There was a sound like glass breaking. The shadow fractured along the same line as the seal painted into it. The letters melted and reformed as if a child playing with a puddle had found a dog's face. The shadow shivered. The light in the brazier hissed and turned green. Then the room laughed. Not a good sound. Not laughter from among friends. It was the castle's mirth. Portraits in the corridor shifted their painted boughs, the wall itself exhaled. The signatures they had made in the air, bindings of witness, given in the heat of will, found no place to anchor. Magic is tidy that way. It does not like being tricked twice. The shadows behind their feet lengthened and then peeled away from the men like shirts. One by one they took the names the ritual had intended for me and slapped them across each man's chest in letters of soot. Malfoy painted itself over the Burnmark man's heart. The woman felt the letters on her throat and shrieked, her voice split into a dozen echoing notes like a chorus of spoons. They fell to their knees. There was no blood. That had been part of my design. I am not cruel without reason. It is both poor style and poor breeding. Humiliation is quick and effective. It changes alliances faster than a curse does. Their robes, too, responded to the castle's humor. The Burnmark man's carefully tailored jacket hung open, lace he had hidden beneath it, foolishly theatrical, twitched out like the tongue of a liar. The woman's hair, teased into a political configuration that suggested severity, collapsed into a child's tangle. The other men, who had been a fold of grey ambition, so their faces gained features they had been careful to hide. One's ears pulled forward like an animal's. Another's nose grew red as if slapped. They began to babble, and in babble comes confession. The Burnmark man said, in a voice like someone who had swallowed a coin, we meant to take the boy and make him ours. He said it as though he had always been waiting to be free of the effort of secrecy. I did what any reasonable man would. I let the castle do its work and I sat in the middle of the chaos like a conductor who had no interest in applause. I summoned a small charm to ease the sound, a ripple of silence like a hand placed over a bell. I told them, clearly, the requirement of what they had bound themselves to in the moment they had painted my name across their chests, the duty to present themselves before the House Council, to accept inquiries, to answer for the theatricalities they had chosen. The very publicness of the demand would be the social wall that pushed them out of the cozy club of conspiracy and into the light of accountability. They could have fought. They had wands. They had the sort of small numbers that can surprise a man who underestimates them. Instead they scrambled to smooth their robes and point at one another, accusing and ashamed and breathless. I could have demanded more. I could have pushed my advantage and turned their ruin into something for Father's ledger. I could have fed them to the ministry and watched them learn to heat themselves by the flame of my favor. I did none of these things. There is an old, dangerous satisfaction in vengeance. I am not that young man anymore. I have seen what it costs to win by burning. Instead I told the portrait nearest the doorway to fetch a guard. Portraits in Hogwarts are never uninterested in political theatre. They arrive in exactly the right tempo for a scene. The guard would arrive, investigate, take names. The men would be brought in. The castle would swallow the moment and move along. That was the plan. It was small. It was practical. It left stains. When the first guard, a night warden with a face like a tax form, burst into the chamber and took in a tableau, he did what guards do. He made a list. He asked questions. He wrote down words like binding and unauthorized ritual and self-proclaimed warden. He looked at me as if I were the least interesting variable in a ledger and then as if I were public property. Malfoy? He said, as though surprised my name existed at all in the same room as the phrase unauthorized ritual. He took down my words with the same interested neutrality with which a scribe takes down a treaty. They left, handcuffed by decorum rather than chains. The burn-marked man's eyes held a new, sharp fear, not of imprisonment, of course, but of the small dissolving of power that comes when one's name becomes a spectacle. He glared at me as he left. The woman looked at me with something else, a recognition of the theatre I had chosen to perform. She mouthed something. I could not read it. I thought, foolishly, for a second that she said, "Clever." Then she was led away and the corridor swallowed the word like a throat. The castle closed around me. I was left with the smell of burning herbs and the taste of copper at the back of my mouth. The brazier's flame dwindled into a small polite red. I left the chamber without taking my cloak. My walk back through the corridors was populated with a dozen faces painted on the walls that had been alive a little too recently, some smiling, some pretending not to look, some opening their mouths like birds to sing. I was a thin man walking under rich paintings. I felt the weight of eyes like damp coats on peg hooks. No one said the right thing. No one put their hand on my shoulder and named me a savior. No one lunged to sling me with the burdens of admiration. Instead there was a slow migration of glances, a township of gossip moving like a tide. There are ways to be seen that are less useful than being invisible. I had been seen without applause. That has a cost. Severus found me in the common room, as he always did when I had been wise and foolish in equal measure. He did not ask for details. He never did. He sits like a man with a ledger and a secret and reads both at once. His face was unreadable, his eyes were the color of old ink. "You've used the claws," he said. "Yes," I answered. It was a small admission. "And you bound them as witnesses?" "I did." He inclined his head by a fraction. "Ambition and a law clerk's patience." "Ambition is useful," I said. "It teaches people to make mistakes." He pinched the bridge of his nose, something he does when he forbids himself his indulgence. "You did not have to humiliate them." "Humiliation is effective," I said. He watched me for a long moment, as though trying to balance me in his palm. "There is a difference between necessary cruelty and theatre," he said. "You have an odd talent for mixing them." "I have an odd talent, yes." For years my education had been a steady diet of guile and Polish. I had learned to wear my anger like starch. There are efficiencies in a trained face. But there is also poverty. There is little room for softness in a life of performance. That night, walking back to my common room, I could feel the hollow where celebration might have been. I called in the portrait messenger and asked that anyone who wished be allowed to speak with me in the morning. That was the theatre again, the part of the night I had forgotten to dislike, procedure. There will be committees. There will be inquiries. There will be the soft scissors of the House Council cutting the edges of the story to fit public appetite. Any victory I had earned would be shaped into a cautionary tale or a sermon on decorum. They would either prefer a cold Malfoy, polished, polite, or an explanation that made their own inaction explainable. Either way, the truth would be a comfortable thing for someone else to digest. I lay awake that night thinking of shadows. A shadow, one learns, is less a thing and more a question. It asks who and where and why. It leans on the wall and accuses you of being real. The ritual had drawn my shadow and read it like a ledger, as though the shape of my name on stone could decide where I belonged. I had answered with law. I had answered by twisting their theatre into their ruin. I had done it without blood, with an elegance that tasted of iron. Elegance is easy to describe. It is the sound of a thing falling exactly where the builder hoped. It feels good, initially. But there is an ache afterwards, like a limb that has been turned socketwise into its proper place. You know it is in the right alignment, but the price is the memory of the wrenching. In the weeks that followed, the story found its way into the courtyards and the stairwells. The men I had unmasked were given the sort of quiet sanctions the House Council prefers, a speaking to, a list of obligations to sign, perhaps a year barred from certain committees. They were humiliated, socially neutered, and allowed to keep their houses and their strategic grudges. That is the way of political life. Society prefers a well-managed scandal to the sudden collapse that real justice invites. Everyone goes on as if the stain has been cleaned. Privately, Father was not pleased. He did not ask that I be punished. He did not need to. He has a better talent, disappointment. It keeps its hands warm on my collar without making a show of it. You risk too much, he told me over dinner, the day after the portraits had had their fun. He takes the long view of everything. You could have made our position untenable. I made a public demand, I said, because what else could be said? That is a part of it. They may not thank us, but the threat of joining with those men is lessened. It will not be enough, he said. They will find other ways. They always do. Harry Potter finds other ways to break things, and the Ministry finds other ways to stitch them back together. Men find new habits. I thought then of Luna. It was ineffably wrong to think of her in the middle of politics. Her head lives in a sky where constellations are arguments and radish sandwiches are at least a culinary option. But she had taught me something in the winter, in the empty library when the rain had been a cage and we had no better company than our own quiet conspiracies. She had said, with that exacting calm, that shadows are honest only when the namers are honest. She had smiled like a person who believes that truth is a door you can open with a spoon. If there is any map for the looser, less razor-edged part of my life, it is that memory of her smile. She had steadied me that night, in more ways than I had let myself be steadied. What I had done was theatrical. I had performed a calculated act that preserved my family, restrained a handful of ambitious men, and put a dent in the small rituals that flourish in quiet places. It had been clever. It had required courage, but courage as one might use a scalpel rather than a sword. The cost is theatre. The world will now expect me to produce similar acts on demand. People like spectacle. Political life wants a narrative, not the messy continuity of an oath unbroken by grand gestures. I do not want to be a spectacle. I want to be practical. That difference is not nothing. When the House Council finished its list and the portraits had had their say, a servant brought me a scrap of parchment, folded and slightly smudged. It had been found where the brazier had burned green. Someone had tried to smudge it clean. I unfolded it with gloves, because one learns to be something of an archivist when secrets are the currency of one's waking nights. The script was cramped and bitter and not well educated. It was not the words of an accomplished ritualist but of someone who had borrowed a formula from an old book and misread it. Yet one phrase sat at the bottom like a signature, a word that was not a name so much as the memory of one, a word that had not been in the room before our theatre had started, that had been added later, almost as an afterthought. It said, "The first broken seal is not mended by names alone." That is not a sentence to be ignored. One does not find phrases like that and sleep well. It is an admission of a fact I had been trying, foolishly, to keep at a comfortable angle. We were only at the beginning. Whoever had tried to play puppeteer did not merely want a Malfoy face on their platform. They were reopening old things, using old theatres and older laws to wedge power back into the world. I folded the parchment and placed it in my pocket. Outside, the castle held its breath. The moving staircases shuddered like a living thing and then found their place. Somewhere, a portrait laughed again at a joke I had not told. The nights would be longer now. The seals would crack further. People would look for me with the eyes of the curious and the hungry. I am not yet ready for a stage. I have been cast by people with hands on my collar, wearing the costumes of convenience. I have learned the pleasure of a precise answer and the ache it leaves. I have learned that the cost of heroism performed as theatre is measured in small betrayals and in the rearranging of people's assumptions about you. I will be watched. I will be counted. I will be asked to do small, bright things in public and then to explain them in private. The parchment in my pocket warmed to my thigh like a living thing. I thought of the room of requirement and the urn and the oath, and I thought of Luna's unshakable belief that names are honest when named by honest people. I thought also of Severus's ledger face and father's disappointment and of how odd it is to want both safety and truth at once. When I left the common room later, the corridor was empty save for a sliver of moon. I paused beneath a portrait of a long-dead headmistress who liked to pretend she had invented prudence. Her painted eyes followed me for a second, the way painted things pretend to be curious about the living. I placed my hand against the stone, as if there were some comfort in cold that would last. I had turned their ritual back on itself with no blood and a great deal of humiliation. I had won. But the parchment told me I had only delayed a crack. The politics that had tried to use my name were impatient creatures. They were rarely satisfied with a single humiliation. They liked momentum. They liked banners. They liked an audience. I slid the scrap of paper back into my pocket and walked on. The castle closed its doors behind me like a hand folding away a letter. But the thing in my pocket pinched my side, a small, steady pressure, and I thought, as carefully as one might think before taking a step across a ledge, that the next time the shadow wrote my name on a wall it would not be asking to bind me. It would be asking me to answer. Chapter 25, The Urn Restored. The room of requirement smells like other people's answers at 3 in the morning, lavender, old parchment, and the particular metallic tang of enchantments that were never meant to be permanent. It had been a long time since I felt so consciously like a spy in my own school, not the juvenile sort I had practiced under father's tutelage, polishing lies until they shone. This was an altogether quieter theft. We were not stealing property. We were stealing the future. Luna had chosen the time. She liked late hours and odd light and said the moon made certain rooms at Singtror, which was hardly an explanation you could produce at a ministry hearing, but it was the sort I had learned, to my surprise, to trust. She pushed the portrait aside with a hand that moved like a feather and announced, in her customary unhurried way, that the room was being very obliging tonight. I had half expected it to arrange itself into an archive or a hospital wing. Instead, it gave us a reliquary. Shelves curved upward like the ribs of a whale, a clean, low dais waited in the middle, and the whole place smelled, impossibly, of applewood and wet clay. The urn looked smaller outside of its display case at Malfoy Manor. Perhaps that was spectacular vanity doing the heavy lifting. At home they had set it upon a plinth as if to chastise guests with the severity of its stare, pale clay chased with silver filigree, a family crest impressed near the lip, hairline veins of something darker running through it like dried blood. You might have expected it to be more dramatic, the black vessel, a screaming sigil, the sort of thing that would announce itself in the sky and compel the neighbors to a polite interval of hysteria. Instead it sat with the unassuming insolence of old, practical things, a cake used to store ingredients, an urn that had once held incense and now held claims. Claims, as every Malfoy knew, were the currency of the family. The urn was the clearest of ledgers, ancestral traces folded down and kept like receipts, a trick of magic that let the dead testify in very particular ways. If you knew how to read an urn, and father and his circle knew more than I ever wanted to know, you could use its witness to make obligations legally, annoyingly, inescapable. It made prophecies less poetic and more enforceable. That was the lethal beauty of it. It made me ill in the sort of way one learns to call a faintness rather than admit fear, precise, efficient, embarrassing. Luna set the urn upon the dais with reverence, as if laying a sleeping thing down to rest, and then looked at me as if we were only two school children about to attempt a particularly silly prank. Her wand lay across the lid like a bookmark. Her hair was a comet, all silver and soft tangles. She was beautiful in that unbothered way she had, not the hot, anxious blaze people flounder under, but the sort that steadied a room, somewhere you could set your eyes and be less fragile. I doubted very much that anyone had ever used the word steadied for me, and it lodged like a small, hot pebble behind my ribs. I thought we'd need more candles, she said. But this is agreeable. Agreeable, I echoed, doing my best to sound more at ease than I felt. My gloves were in my pocket, I had left them there on purpose. There are rites that require the warmth of skin, and men of my house do well to remember that even our gloved hands can be wrong. Removing them, I was aware of the faint tremor through my fingers. It was not bravery in any direct sense. It was the slow, constant fatigue of someone who has learned to count costs before he opens his mouth. We had rehearsed the spell, such as it was, in fragments of notes and in Hodge's paratext, a dusty collecting of folk charms my mother kept for uses she could not admit at dinner. The reversal charm was not a thing you could wave at a cauldron and expect it to unmake a contract. Contracts were stubborn creatures. They lay like hedges, something removed incorrectly might simply grow back in uglier configurations. The urn's magic had been in place a very long time, it had a language the world still respected. To neutralize it entirely would have been sacrilege, to leave its protection intact while denying its potential for coercion was, by comparison, a surgical miracle. Ready? Luna asked, and she made it sound like a question one might ask before starting a duet rather than before trespassing upon centuries of family rights. I should have said no. I had 100 no's folded into my sleeves. Father would have wanted the urn weaponized, Lucius would have preferred a blade to any compromise. But the oath I had taken in that clumsy, sacred hour at the school, the one that sat like a coin in my throat, was not a simple loyalty to blood or reputation. It required me to make hard choices that looked nothing like honor. There are types of courage that are only visible in the concession you make to other people's futures. The oath demanded protection of Hogwarts, the people within it, and the possibility of a better end than the one the named were trying to manufacture. Restoring the urn to a neutral state felt, absurdly and finally, like choosing to keep the school whole rather than a puppet show. Yes, I said. The word was not a flourish. It was simply a breath sealed down into my chest. Luna hummed as she began. It was no conventional chant, it slid between notes the way someone draws the thread through a needle. Her voice did the work of a compass, finding the rune line that lay beneath the urn's outer glaze, a stitchwork of 3 small sigils, each a clause. Her wand traced over them, very near the ceramic. Every time it passed, a tiny shimmering came off the surface, like moth wings. The runes were old and polite and legally minded. They preferred words like covenant and obligation and were impatient with emotional flourishes. I listened to Luna hum and thought about how ridiculous it must be to watch a Malfoy and a person from Ravenclaw perform what amounted to an ecclesiastical surgery on a piece of family furniture. I paged through my memory for what had been taught and unlearned. Father had spoken of bonds in the way one speaks of hunts or debts, as if they were merely instruments to be wielded by the adept. There had been a clause we had both been worried about, a binding phrase designed to make the urn itself a juror against anyone who tried to cast the prophecy aside. It used the language of witness and bloodline in a way that could, if deployed, overturn countersigns, testimony, even the testimony of living persons. It was terrifyingly useful. It was also the urn's most fragile seam. The reversal charm was not, in our case, meant to demolish. It was meant to erode. Luna's hum flattened the hard edges of meaning the way rain patters away the print on old letters. She did not break the bonds, she rephrased them into a kind of apology. The protective essence of the urn, the thing that made it a repository of ancestral counsel, the reason Narcissa had always insisted it be kept at home, would remain. The coercive voice, the tribunal that could be summoned, had to be softened into counsel. That would, in legal terms, mean the urn could not be called upon as an instrument to enforce argument in the way one calls a witness to the stand. It is the difference between the dead giving advice and the dead serving as a sheriff. Match me, Luna said softly. Think of mending. It helps if you imagine the urn as something that has been forgotten, not wrong. I thought of it as a teacup, then as one of those cracked statues in the manor's garden. It was a small deception, but deception is often the only precise tool left to people in our position. Seeing it as neglected allowed me, for a moment, to stop hating it for what it could be made to do. I let my hand press to the clay. It was warm, as if something inside recognized heat. When my palm made contact, there was a sensation like an old breath drawn in, a soundless inhalation that made the hairs on my forearm stand up. The urn's first voice was not the terrible thing I had expected. It did not roar or lash or swear my name as though it had the right to call me a traitor. Instead it spoke like a ledger, names, dates, shorthand that looked as if 1,000 bitter relatives had piled their marginalia together. The voice was old-lawyered and thick with precedent. For a moment I could see the little scripts, clauses, stipulations, the tired Latin of things made to outlive their makers. It smelled faintly of my grandmother's perfume, which was the sort of dissonant intimacy that makes you feel, inexplicably, both at home and as if you have trespassed into family business you were never meant to know. Sure, Luna whispered, and she did not mean the urn. She meant me. A reversal charm is a delicate thing. If it shifts the grammar wrong, the clause might simply flip and turn the urn into something more vicious. If you cut the wrong thread, protection collapses. We had to thread it into being the way one stitches up a wound, neat, small incisions, and no dramatic pulling. Luna's humming functioned as a metronome. My breathing, slow and counted, matched it. We both felt the room adjusting under us, not dramatically, not in the booming way the castle sometimes shifted, but in a subtle tightening, like a net finding its place. You know, Luna said, suddenly, as if making small talk, this is the most sensible sort of mending I've seen. It should be taught. Yes, I replied, because sometimes the only proper answer to a woman humming lullabies over your family's most compromising object is a thin nod. At Malfoy Manor we practice our rituals with full dinner service and the proper tablecloth. She smiled. It was small and private and felt like armor. There are times you should not, cannot, be grand. That smile made me lighter in a way conspiracies rarely allow. It was a lightness that did not erase dread but made it manageable. The first scene seemed under our hands began to loosen the language of compulsion. The urn sighed, and I felt as if I had put down a box that had been too tightly clamped. Its contents rearranged themselves like papers being refolded. Where once there had been a legal imperative, that the urn's witness could compel compliance under seal, sprouted instead a softer phrasing, a counsel with persuasive force but no judicial bite. It would remember. It would declare. It would not, however, drag someone before a tribunal simply because the dead wanted it so. It will be subtle, Luna warned. Those who have eyes for such things will notice. They always notice. That was the problem with any good magic, responsibility. But subtlety bought us time. Time was the currency with which I planned to purchase rightness. Ancestral echoes slipped through the new grammar as the ritual progressed. I recognized, absurdly, one of my great-great-uncle's flourishes, a stingy clause about preserving house dignity under all circumstances. The urn clicked its teeth over that and made a sound like a smug grandfather clearing his throat. Another voice, softer and clipped with house law, muttered about prescriptive precedents. It was as if the dead were watching us perform a wrongness upon them and were quietly scandalized. You might imagine the dead would be wrathful. The reality is more politically tedious. They are given to opinions on propriety. Luna's hum shifted, and the room filled with the faint noise of sanding. That was no literal sanding, it was like old rules being rubbed down until their edges were less sharp. The silver filigree on the urn glimmered, and along one seam a hairline crack stitched itself with something pale and near transparent, as if the clay had accepted our patching. Keep it gentle, Luna reminded me. If the protection goes, the urn will become an empty thing. That is not what you want. I did not want an empty thing. I wanted an instrument of guardianship that could not be turned into a bludgeon. It is strange how the language of law and the language of care become entangled when you have fewer allies than enemies. An urn that could still advise but could not coerce would be, in the way my oath required, a good compromise. It would close a loophole. How will Father react? I asked, suddenly sharing a private question I had not allowed myself in months. It was an absurdness and a softness jostled together, fear and familial care. Malfoy men like certainty, Luna said. They do not like their certainties to be greyed. She tilted her head a little. But perhaps he will like that the urn still speaks as a Malfoy should. People are sometimes placated by mere preservation. Sometimes, I said. The sometimes was not a commit. There was a long history of placation being a wafer-thin thing. Enough to feed one man, not to stay the disease. Still, I accepted that I could not have both. I could not restore the urn in such a way as to keep Father entirely happy and keep Hogwarts safe. Compromise is the wood that supports many bridges, and that was what this felt like, building a bridge across which I might one day walk my conscience. The last step of the ritual required a name. It is a ridiculous, specific thing that every binding, every protection, and every oath in the world asks for, to be anchored, to be remembered. The urn, in its old form, wanted a Malfoy name, blood and claim. If we used that name, we would merely rebadge a chain. The reversal charm demanded instead that we give it a purpose, not a proprietor. Gifted to keep and counsel the house, not to preside. Luna, I said. It asks for a name. Give it a quality, she replied, voice like a small bell. Give it prudence or waregard, something that cannot be twisted so easily. Prudence, I tried, because it is easier to nominate an abstract trait than betray any particular affiliation. A word like prudence is courteous, useful, non-confrontational, and sufficiently dull that few men will desire to fashion a banner from it. Luna's wand brushed the lip of the urn. The word flowed between us like a small river. The urn accepted it without spectacle. For a moment I expected thunder, the hallways of Hogwarts swaying like a ship in a gale. Instead, the room exhaled. The reliability of the place did something small and perfect, it sealed the urn's new language into its bones. There was a ridiculous, tender instant afterwards. Luna hummed a nonsense lullaby and used her wand to wipe an imaginary smudge from the urn, as if dusting it. I laughed. It was a brittle laugh, but it broke something inside the night that had been rigid. You know, she said, the humor folding into her voice with the same ease she wore her quirks, this is the most ridiculous thing I have ever helped fix. And I had polished a Niffler's hoard with a thimble before breakfast. That is not entirely unuseful, I muttered. Nifflers are terribly practical in emergencies. The room was still for a moment, as if the very air was assessing whether it had been tricked or enlightened. A little light pulsed from within the urn, not harsh, not accusing, more like a lantern placed in a doorway to guide someone home. I put my hand over it. It was warmer than stone should be, and the warmth felt like approval. We wrapped the urn in a blanket of woven wards that would keep its presence hidden but not hoarded. The room obligingly provided a cupboard the size of a coffin, and I slid the wrapped object inside. It looked smaller there, not diminished but contained. We had altered the thing that could have been used as a cudgel into a thing that could be used as counsel. It was not an annulment. It was a conversion. It was also, dangerously, an act that would be visible to those who knew how to look. How long will it take before anyone notices? I asked, the practical Malfoy in me circling the question like a hawk. It depends on who wants to notice, Luna said. Those who have been reading the urn for a while will see the phrasing differences. Those who rely on the immediate cruelty of a tool may shrug. Magic that enforces law is not the sort that goes unnoticed for long, though. In other words, enough time to plan, not enough time to rest. We left the room by the portrait we had arrived through. The stairways were quiet, the castle in that incurably awkward hour where portraits slept and staircases indulged their quiet moves. There was a hint of frost at the window panes, beyond them, the forbidden forest made a soft, black line against the sky. I had thought, before I ever began to suppose I might be in the middle of the prophecy's smoke, that the things that would frighten me most would be the dramatic. I had been wrong. The thing that terrified me, still, was the ordinary, the quiet, patient watch of those who had labored to make alliances and who would not blink at using an urn as a hammer. We walked back toward the dungeons in a silence that was neither awkward nor intimate. It was simply the sound of two people who had done something together and did not yet know how it would be received. Luna hummed now and then, a soft undersong that steadied my pulse. It occurred to me, not for the first time, that the sound of her humming had become one of the few things that could pry me open without tearing. It was an instrument of curious power, humor and steadiness in equal measure. It had gotten me through interviews with angry fathers, with clever heads, with afternoons when I had to go and be someone else. Do you think, I started, and then stopped? Questions feel more dangerous if you spell them out. I did not want to ask whether she loved me. The question of love had been complicated long before I ever admitted to whispering it in corners. What I wanted, which sounded far less noble but was perhaps more honest, was whether she would stand with me when these marginal things became public. She turned her face to me as we walked. The moon touched her cheek. She had that faint rapt expression Ravenclaws wore when they were considering things people called possible. A person like Luna loves truth for the way it arranges itself, not for the spectacle it makes. I stood with you when you would not tell anyone, she said plainly. I stand with your choices when they keep others safe. That is how I choose. I had the ungraceful urge then to kiss her, which I restrained with the bitter, commonplace discipline one learns when one has promises and a household to answer to. There was loyalty in small acts, and duty in holding back. We had bought something tonight. It was not victory. It was not even certainty. But it was a margin, a thin, valuable slice of time in which we might breathe without the weight of an inevitable tool being turned against a thing it should protect. When I returned to the manor in the early hours, zealous in my carelessness of cloak and the kind of man who returns home with a secret and the difference it makes, my father was not asleep. He did not have the excuse of being awake by necessity, he simply waited up, and the look on his face was one I had known since childhood, appraisal first, and then the machinery of displeasure warming into gear. You are late, he said. It is nearly dawn, I answered. The simplicity of the fact ought to have pleased him, it did not. Lucius Malfoy measures lateness in potential threats and newly created precedents. What have you done? He did not ask it yet as accusation, he had that phase of the question in reserve for speeches and for the long lectures that followed bad nights. I had learned, under his tutelage, to parse the growling of words like someone listening to a terrier under the floorboards, the danger registered before the teeth showed. Something to keep our options open, I said. The language was chosen with surgical care. It was not an answer that would satisfy him, answers rarely did, but it was serviceable. Whatever you have done, he said, and the word sharpened, is to be within the family's interests. It is a strange thing to negotiate with someone who feels in absolute terms. Our conversations once took the form of fencing, an exchanged thrust, a parry. Now they were more like legal maneuvers, my words rehearsed to avoid precipitating anything based on wild assumptions. That night, the family interest was a variable whose gradient could be wholly different depending on which faction of Death Eaters chose to read it. Every action one takes becomes ammunition sooner or later. I understand now how easily courage becomes a prosecution. I have ensured the Urn's counsel cannot be used as coercion, I said finally. The explanation was a technical one that would have satisfied an archivist or a slightly bored barrister. It did not, I knew, sate his appetite. Lucius stood for a long time. I could see his mind, which is by nature practical, mapping the courses of advantage. He would lose face at first. He would be angry. He would find other instruments. People of his sort always find instruments. The trouble with instruments, though, is that not all of us are content to be instruments ourselves. You have made a choice, he said, and that was all. There was neither blessing nor consternation in it, simply the statement of fact. Yes, I said. It felt defiant in the very smallest way. I had not told him why yet, I would not tell him, because the reasons were mine and the loss of secrecy would be too costly. He would discover, in time, that the urn had been changed. He would be livid. He would also be forced, temporarily, to find other avenues. I suspected this would anger him more than any public protest could. He turned away, the exact movement of him like someone folding a coat. "Take comfort," he said. "You have done what you thought best." I did not take comfort. Comfort has always been something that must be rationed at Malfoy Manor. I had, however, taken something else, a small sense of alignment. There are moments in life where certain truths no longer fit comfortably into what you are taught. Adjustments must be made. I would rather be the man who made a hard, compromised decision than the man who polished a weapon for someone else and called it honor. The next days were a blur of normality and nervousness. Magic that changes a public object never remains private for long. There are always those who listen to the wrong words and those who enjoy the sound of scandal. Snape came by, not with the thunderous presence he's sometimes accused of, but with a silence that laid claims like a ledger. He looked at me as if measuring my pulse, the corners of his mouth not betraying smiles. "You've altered it," he said. His voice is one that carries the weight of a man who keeps his favors on long strings and expects them to be paid in careful coin. Not annulled. Not removed. Rephrased. It will still guard, I said. It simply will not judge. He considered us both, the urn and whatever public decision it once was, and inclined his head only slightly, the most dangerous of acknowledgments. "This will complicate the politics," he said. "Delay is a kind of weapon, Malfoy. Use it well." He had never called me by my Christian name in front of others. The sound of it, in his mouth, felt like being both compared and pardoned. I did not answer him because I did not need to. There is an economy to words with Snape. Silence tells as much as any confession. There were other ripples. A faction within the Death Eaters muttered in the shadows about tradition and grudges. Hermione, an unfortunate, relentless friend of public spectacles, tweeted, in effect, about the ethics of ancestral magic and whether a piece of pottery could be morally culpable. Her words had the annoying effect of being correct and dramatically indiscreet in equal measure. The public will gnaw on anything. We labored under the sticky knowledge that laws are changed not by principles but by the interests of those who have time to waste persuading others. And I lived with a little, private consequence the size of a coin in my pocket, the knowledge that I had chosen a side. It was odd how the scale of the choice did not always match the consequence. Sometimes the smallest actions were the ones that fractured reputations or opened wounds. Sometimes, when one is wise or lucky, they buy more than a moment, they buy the possibility of a better reading of a history yet to be. One night, not long after the urn was returned to its muffled cupboard in the room, I sat in the Slytherin common room and watched the fire teasing its little lights. Luna had left me the way she does, with a look that means she believes you will know what to do and that she will stand nearby should you require proof, and that is a faith that does you more good in the long run than is sensible. There are 1,000 ways to prove yourself, few are as simple as the person who keeps sitting with you at the edge when it would be easier to go home. The portraits chattered in their way, gossiping about Quidditch and the latest scandal, but my mind kept returning to the urn. It had taken bravery of a dull sort to change an object's wording. It had required me to step away from the neat lines of family power and into a messy grammar where law and kindness overlapped. I realized then how exhausting it is to be neither villain nor savior in the world created by other people's expectations. You become a ledger of compromises. On the edge of my chair, I thought about how, underneath all that political theater, a different thing had been mended. Not only the urn, but something in me, the part of me that could choose safety for others even if it cost me standing at the top of a hierarchy. That is perhaps what the oath was asking for above all, not martyrdom, not glory, but the ability to make decisions that maintain the possibility of better endings. We had, that night in the room of requirement, turned a weapon into a council. The castle would breathe easier for a while. The factions would be forced to work harder, to find subtler ways to argue. My father's anger would be a slow burn, and I could live with that better than a sudden blast. There is, to every reprieve, the inevitable price of attention. The Rome-like certainty of many minds will seek something to blame, and I doubted Lucius would be satisfied with patience. Already I could feel the currents beginning to shift. The first broken seal had been a warning. Our small act was a response. It would not stop the tide. It might, if I were lucky and shrewd and cruel enough in the right directions, make it arrive more gently. A painted woman in the common room, perpetually engaged in a debate about potion proportions that meant little to me, raised her voice. "Did you hear?" she cried. "The urn?" "No," I said, and the sound was sharper than intended. People turned. For a moment I felt like my old self again, a boy whose name could be used as a point, a demonstration. I let the sudden reflex pass. Names, in our world, can be used to rally people and to brand them. I had been both. When I left the common room, the corridor had a different light at the far end. Portraits whispered behind their frames. The staircase groaned. I walked, and the castle rearranged itself in small ways as if trying to anticipate what I'd require next. There is nothing so delicately cruel as a place that knows your history better than you do. As I reached the doorway of the room of requirement that evening to check, because habit is a softer form of superstition, the portrait swung wide and the usual candlelight spilled out. The cupboard where we had stowed the urn was closed, all as one wishes. For a moment my heart settled. And then there was a knock, not the polite knock of a schoolboy refusing to be dramatic, but a serious tap, an arranged sort that suggests business rather than idle curiosity. My first thought was a ministry inspector. My second was my father. My third, absurd and immediate, was that someone might have noticed the verb change in the urn and come to track it down. I opened the portrait with my left hand, smooth and practiced. Outside the frame stood a figure I did not expect and yet had been preparing for in ways that had nothing to do with what I had learned at dinner tables or in smugglers' rooms. The corridor behind them was dim. Their coat was wet with the kind of rain that makes you feel observed. The glance they gave me had the particular steadiness one reserves for people who mean business. "Draco," they said. Their voice had the shape of other people's alarm and the smell of the work yet to be done. I had bought us time. Time has a way of being generous at first and then impatient. Whatever this newcomer wanted, I knew that the urn's new language would not save us forever. It would only, perhaps, postpone the argument in which the future would be decided. I closed the portrait behind me because secrets are only as safe as the hands that guard them. And then I led the way out into whatever came next. Chapter 26, Betrayal in the Green Room. The notice arrived as most unwelcome things do at Hogwarts, tucked inside a polite formality that pretended it was merely routine. A parchment, edged in the sort of script the castle's owls use when someone important would rather not be obvious. It was left upon my desk in the slithering green room, where the lamps throw their green on the walls and the portraits gossip as if their ears are threaded with secrets. The owl that brought it left 3 ruffled feathers outside the portrait that had, until that morning, been doing a fairly admirable impression of disinterest. I tell you this because Hogwarts likes to make theatre at inconvenient moments. It encourages you to be stiffer when you are already thinking of being polite. The message itself was shorter than the way my stomach read it. A shipment, a messenger carrying a sealed packet we had arranged for the room of requirement, had not reached its destination. The seal had been opened. There had been a trail. The trail did not lead away from us. It led straight toward the Malfoy stair. I understand the physics of danger now in a way I never did at 7, when the largest risk I worried over was the right-sized treat at the Halloween feast. Danger at 17 is more like a calculation in twilight, angles, likely routes, who would profit from the knowledge, and how a single careless hand could tilt the entire board. I read the parchment twice. The edges were smudged with ash. That grey recollection of the first broken seal sat under my ribs like a cold coin. Luna found me the moment I decided I would not simply sit and wait for explanations to arrive like invitations. She had been where she always was when the castle shifts, in a corner that somehow belonged to everyone and no one. Her expression was that peculiar mix of assessing and amused, the same look she wore when she explained to me that Nuggles preferred certain wardrobes. It steadied me. "They caught him," I said without preface. She did not flinch. She never flinched at bad news. That steadiness is part of why I began hiding things in her direction. You cannot bend the truth around a person who will rearrange their world to make room for it without making demands in return. Where? She asked. Did the stairs move at the wrong time, or was it a trap? Both make practical sense, I said. Someone at the manor has been watched. Whoever led them here knew more than they should have. Which narrows it to fewer people than we would like. We moved quickly. The green room's portrait ears twitching at us felt less like eavesdropping and more like relief to be included. Portraits always think being told is the next best thing to not knowing. I like them for that. They are, at least, honest about their gossip. The room of requirement was clean when we arrived. It had been made for concealment, not decoys. The packet supposed to be waiting there, its wards intentionally obvious to our people, was gone from its rack. No trace, save for the residue of smoke on the baseboard and a faint smell I have learned to associate with the rituals that leave thin slivers of old magic behind, not malicious in itself. Ritualists leave scents like signatures. Someone had used an old scent to mislead us, someone with access to the manor's private perfumes. I called for Snape. He arrived with the softest of footfalls, as if the very stones of Hogwarts felt his approach and let him bypass their creakiness. He does that. People think Severus has little concern for timing. He has a precise rhythm for everything. He smelled faintly of something sharp and medicinal, the way someone does who lives with complicated grief and has learning to do with it. He, too, examined the room and said nothing until I asked. This was deliberate misdirection, he said. A professional hand. Or a very frightened one pretending to be professional. Which is worse? I asked. Neither particularly kind. He looked at me then. It's a look I have come to read as a ledger. He will let me see the column that matters, but he keeps the rest to himself. How many knew of the drop? 5, once Dumbledore signed off. I felt my voice narrow into an icicle. Dumbledore had many faces. The one that had seen me sign the truth of the prophecy had done so with an odd gentleness. There is a kindness to old men who have set themselves against ruin because it suits them to be useful, and there is a hardness to it when the preservation of truth demands isolation. Dumbledore's mercy has often been a weapon I could not refuse. Who were the 5? Snape asked. I named them, and my mouth tasted like iron. Names, in our business, are maps. I do not hand out maps lightly. My hand did not tremble when I said Narcissa. Snape's jaw moved under his thin mouth. You trust your mother in this? I have to, I said. The need to say it sounded like a prayer that had become a policy. But apparently she felt that the world might be made safer if it thought she had led them elsewhere. Luna tilted her head, and whispered, she always whispered, as though the castle were a chorus and she the one person who could bring it into key. So she misled them for you? To keep you safe? Or to keep herself from the easiest sort of fear, I said. Fear will make people move like dead leaves. I said it with some coolness. I am trying to keep any display of panic to myself because it is extravagant and because panic reveals the shape of diagrams inside me I would rather keep secret. We returned to the green room in a less rhythmic way than we had left. There is no cadence to betrayal. It is a ragged beating in the chest, a marble dropped into quiet water. The castle's green lamps glowed and the portrait nearest the portrait of an ancestor of mine leaned forward, as if it too had been waiting to overhear what would happen when a Malfoy spoke of family treachery. Malfoy's stare. The message had pointed them there. That meant either someone at the manor had given them a detailed itinerary, or the trail was intended to look like that. I tell you this only because, in Hogwarts, everything uses appearances to mask something else. The castle is nothing if not theatrical. I decided to go to the manor. I would have preferred a more discreet approach, but discretion at home is rarely a tactful option. Leaving the castle is not a small thing. When you move out of Hogwarts, you leave behind its listening. You step into a world that knows less about you, a dangerous illusion of freedom. I had given my word here. That is both the chain and the compass by which I navigate. Narcissa greeted me in a corridor that smelled of polished wood and lilies. She was thinner than she had been at the start of the year. That is the intangible thing about tension. It takes pounds and gives away expressions you wish it would keep. Her hair was pinned in the same severe way it had always been, a banner of quiet control. She smiled, but it was practiced. Her hands, when they reached for mine, trembled. "Draco," she said. The warmth in her voice was a particular kind of weather. "You sent for me?" "You knew of a drop," I said. I did not preface it with anything polite. I have never been good at courtly dances where a life is on the floor. She closed her mouth, then, and that is how the truth begins to move, in the tightening of a jaw that says more than a confession sometimes does. Yes. There are confessions that roar and confessions that are a hush. Narcissa's was a hush. It is a peculiar, terrifying thing to be told that someone you love chose to misdirect murder and merely hope it would go elsewhere. How? I demanded, because I wanted design in the treachery, some villainous reason that would make sorting it out easier. Hate is easier to fight than fear. I told the one who came asking that you had been seen leaving the manor, she said. That you had friends who could take you away from the castle for a time. I told them you had plans to visit London. He asked for assurances. I gave them fragments. Enough to make him think he had a prize elsewhere. She folded her hands. Her knuckles were white. I thought if they believed you were elsewhere, they might cease to look here. There is a precise cruelty in how little nuance we allow pity in our heads. My brain catalogued her actions with the clinical hardness of someone who must keep score. She had not betrayed me for gain. She had betrayed the network to protect me from a threat she feared would take both me and the family in the same breath. That does not make the act any less dangerous. It simply makes it uglier, in a domestic way, because it is composed of the most human elements of panic and love. You gave them a breadcrumb trail, I said. The words were flat, the way a scalpel is flat. You gave them a route. Yes. Her voice shook in the way of someone who has been careful all their lives and finds the rules unreliable when terror sits across the table. They were not satisfied. They wanted proof. Her sentence ended in a small unevenness. She took out a handkerchief and smoothed it. I recognized the line of guilt. It is a family inheritance. There are more than one faction among them, she continued. Not all the same. Some wanted the prophecy to be public, some to claim it for themselves, some to, well. Some wanted to see whether a Malfoy could be used to bend the prophecy for old allegiances. I thought I could steer them. I thought I could steer them away from you. And in doing so, I said, and here my mouth tasted of ash, you drew them toward the manor. She shook her head. Not the manor. I told them of a false plan. I thought, if they pursued the false plan, they would leave the manor alone. They did not. They had sent an operative to check a staging area on the Malfoy stair because the sorts of people we deal with like to make sure their misinformation is right. A man with quick hands. He had found a packet meant to look valuable. He had opened it. He had killed a member of the protective network. The admission landed like an indecent gust. It was Elsbeth, Narcissa said softly. I thought she would be safe. She was not. The network was not formal. We did not draft a charter or hand out badges. We had shared glances, corners, passwords that could be written on the back of an envelope, and most of us had inked our names with a sanguine sense of what would be worth keeping secret. The idea of a small group of people, Snape, Luna, myself, Elsbeth, and Narcissa, banded together to do the quiet work of protection had felt, to me, like taking a breath in a place where the air is thin. We had decided, with Dumbledore's assent, to keep certain facts closed so the prophecy could not be used as currency. And now one of us lay dead because someone had slipped us a false trail that began inside our own house. You think you did it to keep me safe, I said. I had imagined shouting, instead my voice was a thin instrument. You think you did good. She could have been spared, Narcissa answered. Her voice carried a weight as practical as a ledger and as private as a prayer. If I had not tried to make them believe, Elsbeth would have been where she was meant to be. You could have told us, I said, each word a single deliberate stone. We would have helped. We could have planned. You would not have listened, she said. She did not flush. If I had spoken that thought aloud, I would have offered a wound to the world. You would have thought I was craven. You would have thought that we should make a stand. I could not risk that. Lucius, he would. I had never loved Lucius in a manner that is sentimental. He is an artist of pressure, an architect of social atmospheres that collapse under the weight of him. He had been doing a particular architecture of persuasion for months, seeking to leverage our name in the ministry. If he suspected Narcissa was compromising, he would have torn her plans to pieces and made a spectacle of her as proof of loyalty. She would rather be culpable and small than a martyr for an ambition she never consented to. You did this alone? I asked. Yes. The word was a stone dropped onto paper. I thought I could control the consequences. I was wrong. The truth is a catalogue of small mistakes. It is rarely the dramatic revelation that fiction promises. Here, the betrayal was not an evil plan but a misreading of the length a person will go to preserve what they hold dear. That made it harder to punish. Snape was waiting when we returned to Hogwarts. He had been briefed, he always is. He will always be briefed, which is both a comfort and an irritation. He listened to Narcissa speak with an expression that had the patience of a man who keeps his swords polished in private. He tried to make his mouth soft around the fact of the network's death. We must adapt, he said finally. We must close ranks and who among us will admit to this error? I asked him. Who will tell Dumbledore that a family member misdirected a crucial shipment and caused a death? The facts, when they're known, will be folded into the operational losses, he said. We will not make spectacle of it. But Elsbeth is dead because someone tried to play at protection, Luna said. She had been quiet. She does not like to indulge in fury. When she is quiet, it is because she is measuring the landscape in a way that other people mistake for distance. We must find them. Find whom? Snape asked. The faction that took out bait, I said. He was not pleased with the premise. No, he was suspicious, which is perhaps the closest thing to affection he shows. You would use the mistake as a law? I would use the mistake to see who bites, I said. They think we are less careful now. They will test us. You risk more lives, Narcissa said. How can you? How can I do anything else? My voice sharpened then, it always does when I am embarrassed by my own fear. If we pretend this is not a map, they will believe they can walk through the castle. They will. I have looked into their faces. They will come with torches and clean hands and ask for our hospitality. I will not let more people die because my mother tried to be brave in a way that is not strategic. There is a cruelty to telling a mother that her bravery was foolish. I have done it before and will likely do it again. There are things we must outgrow for the sake of keeping a wider life alive. Narcissa's bravery had been a private radar that misread the market. The traitor was not monstrous. That softened nothing. It left me hollow where revenge might have been because the marrow in me did not desire spectacle. I prefer to think of solutions as quiet arrangements. We rebuilt the network in a night. Hogwarts is useful for that. The castle rejoices in repairs. We made it smaller. We made it less visible. We abandoned a great many comforts. We made the room of requirement more severe, its wards hammered into tight corners so it would not be as tempting, and the portraits were asked to speak in fewer tongues. Those are small things. They mean less in the scale of fate than they seem. They are, however, useful against a bunch of men who prefer to be seen. That night, when the castle threw its dark against the windows and the green light in the room cast shadows that seemed to be listening, I sat with Luna in a corner and asked the question I ask every time there is a fracture. Did she mean to hurt? I said. No, Luna answered, and as always she made it sound as if the explanation had been obvious all along. Fear makes people do things that look like betrayal. I wanted a villain, I said. A person who enjoyed the idea of us as chess pieces. It would have been easier. It is harder now, she said. but you will not be alone. There were many nights I had been alone. This felt less like solitude and more like a recalibration. I measured my map again, Snape in the margins, Dumbledore on the other side with a hand that sometimes itched to make pronouncements, McGonagall frowning over the castle's defenses, Narcissa curled up in a corner of guilt that asked nothing more than my recognition, and Luna, who was as constant as a hinge. The network had thinned to a whisper. I could feel the castles listening around us, a ring of quiet that did not yet know whether it should be alarmed. "You will not expose her," Snape said when I told him what I had decided. His voice had the same quiet threat as a winter. "You will not tell Dumbledore. You will not let Lucius use it for leverage." "No," I said. The word was firm. There are things in our family that have to be handled with hands that are quieter than gossip. Narcissa's actions were not an enemy's triumph. They were a mother's mistake. I refused to make a political tool out of grief. "It binds you," he observed. "Keeping the truth binds you to consequences. You will be the one who must manage the fallout." "I have always been bound," I said. "That is not a boast. It is a ledger. People imagine freedom is easy when it suits them. There is a different sort of liberty that comes with acceptance of the chains you choose. I had chosen some, the ones that keep a boy alive and let him keep his study of the castle's oddities. I had also signed an oath that I would not crumble under its moral pressure. This was part of the cost. "I will go to the manor tonight," I told him. "I will speak plainly." "You will make it worse," he said softly, with the anger of a man who is tired of having to act as the world's emergency stop. "You will not stop me," I said. And I meant it. There are few things Severus cannot recalibrate, but he cannot, much to his private annoyance, make me not do what I think is necessary. He looked at me as if to say, "Then pay for it." We have a mutual understanding. He will lift the load when it becomes too heavy. He will not save me from my choices. At the manor, Lucius was in the study, polishing a candelabrum like he was a man of decisive habits. He looked up when I entered, and the surface of his face remained a practice mask. He is very practiced in performing a face. "Draco," he said, as though he were surprised. He is, in some small parts, delighted by a well-constructed surprise. "How are we handling the castle's little dramas?" "You were part of the problem," I said. "I must protest," he said, still in that outrageously composed voice. "I had no hand in the complications." "We both know that is a lie," I answered. I spoke flatly, with the small, tight control of someone who refuses to give him pleasure. "Mother told them, Lucius." "She misdirected a courier." "Elspeth is gone." For the first time that evening, I saw a flicker cross his face that was not performance. Not quite remorse, which is too soft for him, but the quick, precise fear of a man who realizes his house may be crumbling under his feet. He had been better at pretense than any of us had given him credit for. That pretense was, that second, a thin barrier between him and the possibility that his reputation would start to leak. "You expect me to punish her?" he asked. The question was a blade wrapped in velvet. "No." I surprised both of us. "I expect you to keep quiet." "And who will prevent me from using it," he said, "if I think using this will secure my position at the ministry?" "You will not," I said, with a certainty that surprised me. "You learn, in politics, to be precise with threats. There are people's lives at stake here, there are also the subtleties of the power we hold. I will not tolerate your making a show of this. If you do, you will remove whatever small trust one have afforded you." His mouth tightened in a manner that can only be read as fury. He is practiced at fury. He is practiced at being able to manipulate people by striking out with loud, obvious gestures. He will do it when he fears he is losing a bet. I understood then, with a tired clarity, that a man like Lucius felt the world as a ledger that must be balanced. Narcissa's misstep had shifted the numbers. He wanted to straighten the line by any method necessary. That frightened me more than the factions beyond the castle. "You will not stoop to that," I said. "You do that and I will. I will not be a Malfoy in your terms." You are turning against the family? He sneered, which is a curious phrase to use. He is fond of rhetorical flourishes that look like stabs. I am turning against your version of family. It is a phrase I like for its honesty. They are two very different things. I do not favor Lucius's definition. It is a house built on the needs of the world rather than the needs of the people inside it. He laughed then, a metallic, bored sound. Very well. See how that serves you when the ministry requires allegiance. Then let them, I said. I will serve the ministry with my own face if it comes to that. He left without making another argument. He planned leads of maneuver with a man who thinks like a chessboard. I recognized in his retreat the type of calculation that plans betrayal like an orchard. He will plant many seeds. Narcissa had only scattered one, in the panicked hope it would grow in some different direction. The difference between them is cruelty and desperation. Back at Hogwarts the next morning the castle felt as if it had inhaled sharply. There were more patrols. McGonagall had made the students march like a battalion. She does not do panic. She does not like impatience. She likes measures you can implement without theatrics. The castle responded, as castles do, by showing us its strengths. The moving staircases made traffic less convenient and more complicated. Portraits moved their listeners to quieter corridors. The room of requirement, which had once been a vast repository of oddities, had been made into a smaller, more severe place. We had fewer windows left open, and the air felt newly regulated. I watched the world make a set of adjustments that were feeble and brave in roughly equal measure. That is what we all are, when it comes to these things, small resistances against an appetite for chaos. There was no satisfying revelation in the morning. No clap of thunder. Only things rearranged, like furniture after an argument. I felt the shift in my chest every time somebody cross-examined me about alliances and I refused to give them answers. People peer into Slytherin's face and find it inscrutable. They mistake it for malice because they are profligate in judging closed mouths. They do not understand that occasionally silence is the only safe strategy. The fracture at the green room did not heal overnight. It became, instead, a line we must walk around. People asked questions. Rumors began. The castle, always keen for stories, took what it could and tried to make it neat. There is always a person who wants a clean ending. We do not get clean endings. I have had to rearrange my map of whom I trust. It is the sort of practical thing a leader is required to do. A leader is also someone who must accept that loved ones are imperfect. Narcissa is not the first to miscalculate, and she will not be the last. The difference is the child she did it for. That does more for me than any public spectacle she could create. That evening I found myself alone in the green room again, leaning against a stone I have known since childhood. Luna sat beside me after a time, humming. The castle had a faint smell of lemon oil and old books. We did not speak at first. I like being in her company. It is simpler than being with other people. She does not require a narration. You will never tell Dumbledore? She asked, as if asking me to confirm an arrangement with a name on it. No. I said it as a finality. If Dumbledore learns, he will make a decision that suits his own view of destiny and duty. He will do so in a quiet way that pretends to be gentle. He will also use it if the world calls for it. That is Dumbledore's device, loving ruthlessness without sentimentality. He is not wrong. He is merely his own kind. You risk much, she said. So do you. I was not thinking of her. I was thinking of the little ledger in my breast where the oath sits like a coin. I brush it with my thumb sometimes. It is dull. It is also as real as anything. I will be careful. She turned to me, and for the first time I thought about the distance between us and what it might mean. She had been strange in a way the world took for oddity, but what I found was that her strangeness was less a flight and more a kind of anchor. She sees patterns in the castle like a cartographer sees coasts. It steadied me. You are always careful, she said. There was a softness in that sentence I did not deserve. That is the trouble, I told her. Care has been my habit, not my heroism. It is a kind of courage, she said. Small courage. Persistent courage. I allowed myself a small laugh. That is a phrase I would have thrown at someone in first year. You have the comfort of being more than one thing, she said. You have the ability to be both cautious and brave when you are ready. There are moments when you wish for a script, when the world would hand you the right prop and let you play the lines. This was not one of them. I do not believe in neat dramas with applause at the end. I have learned that stories are mostly compromises. They are lines you draw in the midst of other people's storms. When I left the green room that night, the castle sighed around me with its peculiar history. I walked the corridors with the sensation of someone carrying a box that had been wrapped poorly. There are many ways to betray. One can hand secrets to enemies for gain, or one can hand them for protection. In the end, the act is measured by its result, not by the hand that performed it. I have a list now. A different map. Names under asterisks. People I will watch more closely, and people I will protect in silence. Narcissa's breath will be a small thing between my fingers, it will be a barometer. I will guard her not because she saved me with a clever plan, but because she thought she had to. Fear made a kindly woman into a temporary traitor. That knowledge will neither absolve nor damn her. It will simply be a new parameter in the way trust must be calibrated. Outside, the night threw a thin rain across the castle. It sounded like cloth being rubbed, patient and persistent. I thought about Elsbeth, about the price the world keeps collecting, and about the next move we must make. The factions will test our lines, they will see if the manor still hides storm. If they find more weakness than invitation, they will try to pry. I thought of the prophecy in the quiet ways you are allowed to think of a thing that is both a promise and a burden. It is heavy like a book whose pages must not be thumbed in public. I thought, too, of Luna and of Severus and of Dumbledore with his many faces. I thought about Lucius and the dangerous calculation in his eyes. I thought, finally, about how a boy who had once kept a list of school rivals in his head had become the sort of man who must keep accounts of loyalties. There is a ritual to living under such numbers. You learn to speak softly. You learn to hold people's silly kindnesses as shields. You learn to make choices that look small until you are pressed to explain them. Tonight I would choose silence for Narcissa. Tomorrow I would choose a new decoy. After that, well, the seals have cracked and the grey smoke has begun to thread through the world. We cannot, now, pretend it will be other than what it is. The stairs sighed as I passed them. Somewhere inside the castle, a portrait whispered the news of a Malfoy's mercy. Outside, beyond the walls, pieces were moving in the dark. Someone had decided to test whether the ghost of a false trail could be bait. They would learn, in time, what it takes to pull at the king's piece and expect a child to stay still. I pulled my cloak around me. The trail shapes you, but so does the choice not to let it be the end of the road. I had been given a lie that was supposed to save me. I would, in turn, turn that lie into a net. The net would be smaller, tighter, and less easy to see. I would make arrangements in whispers and in the safety of rooms that have forgotten what sunlight feels like. I do not pretend to know how one boy becomes the hinge of such terrible things. I only know that each day demands a different courage. Each night asks a new accounting. We would be tested, and we would answer. The castle would either keep us or throw us to a wind that was not our own. And I, for one, am tired of being asked to choose only between two kinds of surrender. I will make a third way, quieter, crueler to my pride, but truer to the keeping of lives. The house will adapt, the factions will probe, and Narcissa will learn how to step back from the edge. There is at least one other certainty: when they come for the prophecy again, they will not find us as naive as the first time. But they will find us watching. Chapter 27. Counter-ritual. The castle has an opinion about vows. It wears them like old cloaks, heavy, lined, smelling faintly of last year's rain and the ink used to write them, and it does not forget who wrapped them round which shoulders. I have learned this because the castle told me so more than once, not in words exactly, but in that patient, shifting way its staircases find you when you are not looking for them, in the way a portrait will hold your glance until you remember what you had promised yourself to do. Promises have weight here, and weight has a tendency to draw the world toward itself. That is what made the oath I had taken a danger worth undoing, not that it was iron by intention, but that the castle could turn even a casual, whispered clause into a fulcrum under someone else's hand. People who do not live under the constant surveillance of carved wood and oil paint imagine that secrecy is a straightforward thing, that it is a matter of keeping your mouth shut and your wand in your sleeve. They forget the little betrayals that tile the space between silence and safety, an intonation in a Gryffindor laugh that carries across the hall, a scuff on the same stone every morning that another pair of shoes will notice, a fragment of rhyme in a house elf's humming that fits too neatly into your memory of a prophecy. Secrets, here, tend to travel by echo. The trick is to make the echo undo itself. I learned where to go because I had asked for what I needed and because the castle, having its own curiously legal sense of benevolence, furnished me a place that looked, at first glance, like no place at all. The room of requirement does not have the obliging neatness of a library, nor the ostentation of the Slytherin store closets. Tonight it had become a sort of workshop. Wooden beams leaned at angles that suggested companies of portraits decamping to watch a private trial. Shelves bowed under the weight of tomes that smelled of dust and lamp oil. A low table waited in the middle, scarred by years of other people's seam work and other people's spells. A basin of water sat on a stand, catching the torchlight in its small, very deliberate pool. Luna was already there, which was the first relief. She stood by the table, as she often does, looking as though she had arrived by way of a chapter in a book rather than by foot. Her hair was loose in a way it rarely was in classrooms, and there were smudges of ink on her fingertips that I suspect had happened while arguing quietly with a map. Her face has a habit of making odd constellations in my chest, a soft pulse of warmth, like the central glow in house lanterns, and the rest of me always trying to catalogue what such a thing might mean outside the precincts of a polite alliance. When our eyes met, she smiled without surprise and tilted her head, which is how she says both "I've thought of something you haven't and I know the part you won't say." "Good, you found the place," she observed. There was no sarcastic greeting, no fluted politeness. It was the sound of someone pleased that a plan had not been foiled by logistics. Luna does things that way. She is forever both unpressed by the world and quietly vindictive against its cruelties. It is a rare combination. It steadies. I let my bag fall on a chair in a way that was too casual for the feeling under my ribs. In the past month I had become fluent in two kinds of restraint, the public, white-gloved self that kept the rumor mills fed with the right morsels, and the private, raw restraint that had been taught to me by admonishments from my mother, by nights of listening to the house, by the feeling of an oath lodged behind my sternum. The public restraint tired easily, the private one burned slowly and relentlessly. Tonight, Luna would help me unpick a dangerous loop rather than set it aside and pretend it had never existed. We had, between us, the physical traces of the things we needed, fragments of prophetic phrasing I had collected with the kind of caution one uses to handle sleeping animals, and a narrow piece of pale cloth that had been in the bottom drawer of the Malfoy writing desk for years. The cloth was the sort of possession my family treats as an heirloom because it cannot be easily explained away. Narcissa would call it delicately, Lucius would call it usefully. I called it necessary. Luna had brought a length of silvery thread that refracted the torchlight into improbable colors. She told me once that her mother made things from hair and moonbeams, and while I had not asked the particulars, I accepted the thread because it behaved with the kind of reluctant obedience a counterspell requires. We sat opposite each other at the long table. The basin of water between us was ringed with small glass bottles, a stray offering from someone else's attempt at ward work, and we arranged them into a rough semicircle. The room smelled of books and copper and something else that was like the memory of rain in iron pans. For a brief moment, as we set our tools like surgeons, the absurdity of the scene could have been comedic if it weren't for the stakes. "You know," Luna said, in a voice that served as commentary rather than news. "If the castle disapproves of a vow, I suppose it will rearrange your boots so they no longer fit." "It rearranges many things," I replied. "It once made a staircase stop turning for a boy who couldn't keep his temper." I did not say the boy in question had been me, and that the staircase had spoken in a tone that registered far more like pity than punishment. Pity is a terrible measure of one's worth when one has spent a life being taught to measure up to a silver crest. I have the fragments, I told her. And the loophole. I have to, I stopped, because saying the rest aloud felt like narrating an invocation. My oath had been taken privately, in that peculiar way Hogwarts forces on you, in the quiet between classes, under the gaze of a sleeping portrait, with words threaded across an argument and sealed by the night. It wasn't a legal binding in any ministry sense, it was a promise anchored in the castle's sympathetic law. In the wrong hands, which is to say, in the hands of those who equate prophecy with permission, it would become a weapon. Luna's mouth tilted. We will stitch it, she said. That seems sensible. Stitching things closes the passing of air. Windows are more likely to keep out drafts when sewn shut. There was something about that phrasing that was exactly right. Rituals, at their best, are not about spectacle. They are about language and alignment. They are about taking words that bend like saplings and training them to stand straight. They are about promises. The castle listens to promises. I laid out the parchment scraps. They were pathetic in their smallness, portions of the prophecy that had been recorded in different places across the term, a syllable here, a tense there, a sickly fragment of a simile that had been spooned out of a student's whispered recollection. Prophecies rarely arrive polite and in full. They tend to be like living things, they shed, they break, they are partially eaten by mice. But between these fragments there was enough to reconstruct the essentials, and, more importantly, to see how others had been reading the lines. Those readings were aggressive. Violent verbs had been added by readers in need of direction. That was the thing, interpretation is a second magic, and a dangerous one. You can fence a prophecy as easily as a garden wall, but if you do not call the gate closed, others will fit a ladder to the stones. I picked up a scrap that named me without naming me, as all such things do, and I read it aloud because ceremony prefers a voice. Luna listened as if it were a poem she had not yet fully catalogued. The phrase leached into the room, and for a single breath I felt the castle lean in to hear the echo. What we're doing, I said, is not erasing. I cannot, the logic is simple, one cannot destroy the castle's memory of a thing without the castle itself agreeing. What I can do is constrain what it can be used for. If someone tries to twist it into a license for violence, they'll find themselves with nothing but a taut argument and their own one pointing back at them. Luna's eyes shone in the torchlight. So, she said, we will weave an instruction into the phrasing so that the violence cannot be understood as an instruction. We'll make law out of a poem. Not law, I corrected gently. Assurance. A restraint that shifts the spell's reflex. It will not be able to be invoked as a cause for killing, or taking family as ransom, or any interpretation that necessitates violence. The castle will respond to the phrasing as if it were a condition. That is the loophole. She smiled as if the word a loophole were a bird she could teach to sit on her shoulder. I like loops, she said. We had, between us, two sorts of skill. Mine were the narrow, clinical things taught by political housekeeping, how words bend under scrutiny, how clauses leave room for clerks to rest their pens. Luna's were an open, patient knack for noticing that a pattern exists because someone had missed it, rather than because it was clever. She was able to see, with the smooth concentration that had gotten us out of greater scrapes than this, the places the phrasing might be pried. She had also cut designs for wards out of entomology notes, once, and she carried, with a mind astonishingly unbothered by their artness, a catalogue of borderline illegal charms that were gorgeous for being odd. Between my legalist brain and her lateral one, we were a poor match for a Death Eater's cruelty and a good match for this kind of stitching. We began by laying the cloth flat. It was unremarkable, a strip of heavy linen with a faint mark at one edge, a burn made by a heated seal once. I would have thought nothing of it but for the way the Malfoy name seemed to be threaded into its weave if one knew how to read cloth the way some people read ledger lines. That was where I felt my father's presence the most in anything, not in speeches about lineage but in objects that would resist becoming useless. He believes in making things that endure because if something outlasts you, it has a habit of speaking for you long after you are gone. I have learned to be both grateful and resentful for this. Do you want me to thread? Luna asked, and for a moment the world narrowed very pleasantly to a single question. There are hands that make me nervous, and there are hands that make me braver. Hers make me more precise. You will, I said, and she did. The thread she used was cool against my knuckles when she reached to pull it through, and her fingers smelled faintly of lavender and copper. Ritual is an intimate business. Each stitch tightened not only the cloth but some hidden binding between us that had been forming for months, patient as frost. We sewed while speaking. Our voices were low. You do not shout in the room of requirement, the castle thinks shouting is a proposal. We stitched phrases into the cloth the way a midwife stitches a wound: start with a clean edge, pull the material taut, and let the seam be honest. For the binding to work, the words had to be precise. Not the florid sort of precision one finds in family statements. They like to dress obligations in high diction, but clinical, surgical terms that would not bite. I spoke what I wanted on the parchment. Luna translated it into images and metaphors, because that is how she likes her magic, in pictures that do the necessary work without scaring off the stonework. Between us we created a grammar. If invoked to justify harm, the prophecy will recoil and return to silence. If invoked to justify protection that requires force, the binding will demand an alternative be sought. It sounds ridiculous when set out like this. Spoken into the cloth and threaded through pattern, it became something the castle could feel. There were moments when it did not want to take. The cloth would be slack, and the thread would slide as if reluctant, or a portion of wording would catch on itself and the air would hum in a way that was unpleasantly like a string about to snap. Once, a portrait at the door coughed, and the sound of their painted throat was a reminder that even portraits can be witnesses. They do not bear testimony like living people, but knowing that eyes and ears had watched you was a comfort, oddly. You could call McGonagall, Luna suggested once, with the airy confidence of someone who knows that authority can be both armor and a method of breaking things. But purely for legal purposes. McGonagall would ask me to present the clause to the staff, I said. She would be all for restraint as a principle but would want to put it into the official record. That is not what this is. My voice went flat with the memory of what official records can be in the wrong hands. Records can be requisitions. Records can be turned into legislation by those who count sermons as precedent. We worked in rhythms. One stitch, one clause. A pause to read what we had made for echoes. The ritual, such as it was, demanded that each act be mirrored with a promise. I will not let my name be used to produce harm, I would say. I will not deny the existence of courage in another simply because they are the enemy, Luna would reply. The promises were small, not sentimental. I will not break my vow by using the loophole for personal advantage, I said at one point, and the thread shuddered, which may have been the castle whispering disapproval at my cynicism. Often the promises were practical. If any part of this clause is misused, the invoking magic will be forced to reveal its intent to two impartial witnesses. Two impartial witnesses, Luna echoed, and for the first time I thought of paintings and of the room itself. The castle, and those who lived within it, would be witnesses. It was not a ministry tribunal, but it would be evidence enough to put a curious wand in someone thoughtful hands. It would not stop the worst, perhaps, but it would make worse things blunt. It would make them self-incriminating. The ritual required tokens. I placed, with hands that did not tremble as much as my throat did, a small, brass bell upon the cloth. Bells matter in this kind of work. A bell announces. It creates a space in the air that is a timekeeper. Luna picked a feather from her sleeve and laid it beside the bell. For lightness, she said. So it does not drag. A feather, I murmured, thinking of how often demands of violence are heavy with metaphor. The last thing we needed was to give them more weight to stand upon. She smiled and looked at me with her head slightly cocked, the way the moon looks at the sea, amused to see how we presume solidity of things that are simply bright. There was one practical matter that worried me, Lucius. He would have opinions. He would have men. He would have men who found loopholes and used them for ends other than those I intended. Narcissa would be more forgiving. She still remembers my baby chins and that time I broke a teacup and blamed it on the cat. She was softer in ways my father never had the time to be. But the thing that made my chest a certain kind of knotted was not only my family's response. It was the knowledge that binding a prophecy in this fashion was a political act. The map of loyalties at the manor would rearrange when they discovered a clause that specifically disallowed violent interpretation. Some would see protection, others would see diminished advantage. I did not delude myself into thinking everyone would be pleased. Luna, as if reading my private ledger, reached out and took my hand. It was simple. Her fingers were cool, and her thumb moved in small circles along the side of my palm, a motion that is somehow both infantile and adult. It was a comfort that had nothing to do with bravery. "We are doing the right thing," she said. "People will either be grateful or they will be angry. That is how courage looks when it is not dangerous to say aloud." I wanted to tell her that courage was quieter than that sometimes it was simply sitting and making sure a stitch did not fall loose. But I did not. There are things that are best said in action. So I tightened the thread. At one point, the room resisted actively. The air grew thin and cold, the torchlight guttered and then steadied. The parchments we had woven words into clouded, as if a breath had fogged over the ink. If you have never felt a spell think about you, it is a peculiar sensation, a thing that is used to obeying men pauses because it is surprised someone is using it differently. That pause is the moment kindness can settle itself into the mechanism, or the moment cruelty will take the gap between heartbeats and lever it into a knife. We both felt the same jolt when a whisper slid along the stone of the room, not from a portrait but from below, a place where the dungeons keep their own secrets. The whisper was not a person but a memory of a sound, the echo of a voice that had been used to command. It wanted to know what we were doing and to assess if it could profit. I thought of grey smoke, which has lately become a way the world tells us that someone has performed something a little too ritual. "That is the first broken seal," I said, because it was both a name and a harbinger. The first broken seal had, in the week since it fractured, been a stutter in the castle's normal rhythms. It did not roar, it sighed. That sigh curled through the corridors like someone testing a lock. It had been the reason for more patrols, for changing lesson times, for a prickly sense that something in the world's machinery had come loose. If our work tugged at those loose screws, we would not be surprised. Luna looked at the spot where the whisper had ended and then at the cloth. "It will notice us," she said. "All doors do. But a door that finds itself closed against wind is happier than a door that is open to it." I could not afford to be sentimental. This was not a bedtime story, it was a containment of potential death. I checked the wording again. Clause by clause. Sentence by sentence. It is surprising how much craft there is in preventing a thing from meaning what other people want it to mean. I had to be careful not to simply replace violent instructions with a white, brittle prohibition that would be a temptation to ignore. No, the binding had to insist on alternatives, counsel, mediation, non-lethal intervention. It had to put the moral muscle where it belonged so that anyone who tried to use violence would find themselves magically obliged to explain why they had chosen it, and then, the explanation would have to be given to witnesses that cared naught for factional loyalty. That, in itself, was a revolutionary act in our small politics. We finished the final stitch in a silence that felt like a held exhale. Luna held the needle, brass and delicate, like a conductor's baton. I placed the final token on the cloth, a small silver coin, old enough that its face had been rubbed smooth by use. The coin represented account and debt. The bell, the feather, the coin, the small paraphernalia of a law that prefers not to escalate, lay on the cloth like a child's talisman. "Now," Luna said. She spoke it with the gentle decisiveness of someone who puts a map into place and then presses it flat with a thumb. "Tell it the conditions. Ritual demands a closing. It is a complaint against liminality, it is as necessary as tidying your hands after cutting cloth. The binding required that we speak of consequences in plain language. It required me to say aloud what the oath would now mean. My voice did not shake. I have spoken in public too much to be scared of the sound of my own words, and yet there was a curious sort of terror in making the castle take another version of my life and tie it to its own memory. If the prophecy is invoked to sanction harm, I said, let it refuse such use. Let it not clothe cruelty in destiny. Let those who call its name to justify violence find their magic stumbling, their want backfiring upon the intent, and their own reasons echoed back to them in truth. It sounded final when it was said that way. Luna's face was still, she nodded once, and her jaw set in a way that made her look old and fierce in a single instant. Make it ask, she suggested. Make it ask for proof of necessity. Make it require that someone speak the reasons out loud to witnesses. Do it, I said. It was not grandeur. It was a clause to tie an unruly bit of history to a system of checks. The room listened. The bell chimed, a sound that was small and perfectly pitched to that moment, and the feather fluttered as if in a wind that had been waiting. There was a pressure, then, like closing a window against gale. It was not loud. I have done things that were loud, engaged in arguments with Lucius, been ordered into positions I'd rather not occupy, but this closing made no thunder. It was precise. It was a final, economical fit. The cloth warmed beneath my palm and then cooled. The ink dried. The metal of the coin matched the metal in my chest, the part that had been bracing for an explosion and found, to its mild astonishment, a lock instead. The relief hit me like a thing I recognized as necessary, sharp and clean. A single seam in my rib unclenched, and I breathed. Not relief as in success, I knew the battlefields were many. But relief as in having prevented something intolerable, the sort of relief that is like placing a hand on a wound and realizing the bleeding has slowed. I could not help, even in that first wash of something light, thinking about my mother. She would call it proper, she would nod, and then quietly arrange the rest of the world so the proper thing would continue to protect us. Lucius, perhaps, would find it an irritation. He would read it as a limitation on possibility. I could imagine his eyes narrowing, counting margins. That thought was not pleasant. It was, in fact, a sour taste in my mouth. But it was manageable. Management is close enough to victory in our small wars. We folded the cloth carefully, as if it were a small flag, and tied it with a silver thread. We put the bell, the feather, and the coin into the basin of water and then capped the basin. Water is a witness in forms older than even the portraits. It remembers the touch of a hand more faithfully than most people think. We labeled the parcel with a strip of my own handwriting, restricted. The room complied, producing a cupboard in the wall that swallowed the package like a memory and slid shut. When we stepped back, the portraits in the doorway had gathered a small crowd. I know that conjugal moralizing looks different in painted faces. It is sometimes tolerant and sometimes scathingly amused. Their presence felt like a jury and, oddly, like an audience of relatives who had no power to intervene but plenty of opinions. One out-of-date portrait of a Malfoy ancestor inclined his head with the faintest of approbations, which was the nearest the family could offer when lucidity was involved. Luna brushed dust from her sleeve and laughed, the sort of pure sound that contained small triumphs and not a little mischief. We made a house rule, she said, delighted at her own metaphor. It is a small house and not uncontroversial, I replied. My mouth felt dry, but there was a buoyancy under the dryness. I had done something for which the best possible reward was the possibility of someone else having a chance to live because of it. That, more than any praise, was enough. We left the room by a narrow stair that spilled us into an empty corridor. The castle around us had resumed its evening disposition, the portraits had gone back to their lingering conversations, the torches flashed in slow, private dances on the stone, and the staircases wheezed and turned in their patient way. This is the peculiar comfort of Hogwarts. Even when the world feels like a glass jar, its ordinary irritations soften the edges. The danger had not gone. The first broken seal still sighed in the dungeons. Lucius would see the writing when I chose to tell him, and if he chose not to be pleased, he could be noisy in other ways. But the immediate peril, that vile, simple, sanguine argument that uses prophecy as a warrant for violence, had been narrowed. We walked in silence for a while. There is a conversation you have after a confession that is neither boastful nor mourning. I do not think it would surprise many to learn that my confessions are practical. I confess in this house as one would with ledgers. But there are also feelings that do not fit into ledgers. One is gratitude to someone who sits with you while you unpick an impossible knot. Another is a smaller, secret sort of intimacy that knits between hands when they have done serious work together. Luna came closer at one point and slipped her hand into mine. It is not the sort of thing I would have imagined in earlier years, when I equated softness with loss. Now, my muscle memory tells me that softness can be a kind of tactic. It saves energy. It conserves. Her fingers were cool. We had not kissed, we had not announced any change of alliance. But there was a tightening in the space behind my sternum that was familiar now and that had nothing to do with family pride or political maneuver. It moved with the rhythm of a promise I did not make aloud. "Do you think they'll test it?" She asked the obvious question. It is always the obvious question. "They will," I said. "And some will try to get round it. There are always inventive sorts in desperate times. But a thing that asks questions before allowing violence is a beginning." I would have liked to add that it made me feel less alone. I did not say that. Luna's answer to that part was not words but the lightness in her fingers as she squeezed mine. We returned to the slithering common room by a route that let us avoid too many people. The common room was warm, the green lamps making pools of light on the tables. Students were present in different moods: study, trivial argument, the slow, satisfied living that fills houses that have not yet been told their lines. I sat in the shadow of the snakehead armchair and considered the parcel in the room and the way the castle had agreed to the language. It had been a small victory. Small victories are often the only ones that matter. That night in bed, with the portrait sleeping candle ticking like a soft heart, I thought of consequences, as I usually do. The binding would not stop a man who preferred to break laws to invent them. It would not staunch enemy hands completely. What it would do, and what mattered, was as follows: it would force the mouths that call prophecy outward to call their reasons inward as well. It would render bravado a little more costly. That is the sort of subtle power that changes maps. Power that moves imperceptibly across loyalties is the only sort that lasts without turning to rot. I thought of Lucius again and felt the old, complicated loyalty that lived like a book on a shelf. We are bound to our family by something deeper than ideology. You do not survive in a house where the dinner table has teeth without caring what those teeth will gnaw. But tonight, after the bell and the feather and the coin, I felt a cautious hope that perhaps my family could be kept whole without letting the rest of the world be shredded to the same end. In the morning, there were letters. There are things the castle cannot contrive against, other people's expectations, and the way news travels in Hogwarts is stubborn and fast. I opened one in the privacy of my study room and found that the tapestries in the corridors had seen fit to loosen a thread. In practice that means someone else, an ally or a spy or both, had seen fit to perform their own small solidarity. The letter was a single sentence in a child's careful hand that said, more or less, "I heard a bell." It was unsigned. Luna did not need to ask. She sat with me at breakfast, holding the tiny note between her thumb and forefinger and watching the way I read it. "Someone saw," she said. Or someone wanted someone to know they saw. Either way, I said, the balance shifts in small increments. Outside, the castle exhaled. A dawn wind passed through the turrets and seemed to carry with it the smell of peat and the distant sea. When you enact a binding in a place like this, you expect the stones to answer in some way. The stones did not speak in censure. They answered with a movement of the staircases, an imperceptible rearranging that whispered of wards being tightened elsewhere. It was probably nothing. It was probably everything. We had closed a window against wind. The relief lingered, sharp as the memory of a bruise. It had cost me some measure of anonymity and required nudges of courage I had not known I possessed. But I would spend myself if it meant less blood on this castle stone. We were not finished. There are always other doors to shut against a gale. There are always other ways in which a prophecy can be misread, and there will always be people who prefer to make the laws suit their hands rather than their consciences. That is why we had done it, not to declare peace, but to buy ourselves a little more time and to force a conversation in which the only acceptable answers are careful and public. The small and necessary business of living required this. When I closed the dormitory door behind me later that day, There was a soft thump on the other side of the wall, the kind of sound a portrait makes when a hand taps against the frame to call attention. It made the hairs on my arms stand up. It was, surely, some trivial thing. Or, perhaps, as I have learned to expect in a house that remembers and rearranges, it was a reply, an answering note from some dark corridor where, somewhere below the castle itself, something else was already aligning to respond. I pressed my hand to the panel as if that could tell me whether the knock was a threat or an invitation. The wood was warm from the day's sun. My future, like the tapestry at the hearth, was not a single pattern but a weave of threads that would be pulled this way and that. Luna's hand found mine in the dark, easy as a rhyme, and in the pressure of her fingers was the certainty that I did not have to be the only one to bear those pulls. Somewhere under the school a seal shifted. We had stitched a restraint into a prophecy, we had thought we were closing a window. The castle listened and agreed. But windows, even when closed, do not stop the storm from testing their glass. Chapter 28, The Malfoy Name. There are names that sit heavy in a house like furniture, darkwood, carved with an ancestor's face, expected and ignored until the day you try to move it and find the thing is nailed to the floor. The Malfoy name had been that furniture for as long as I could remember. Lately it had grown an edge. It wobbled. It creaked when someone leaned on it. People pointed at it, wary and eager by turns, as if the name itself might spill a secret if given the right tilt. Hogwarts is good at making names sharper. The castle listens. Portraits are gossiping ledgers, staircases are forgetful witnesses, the room that finds what you are not saying keeps the answer to itself until you do. Within those walls, my name had become a signpost, a direction, for fear to flee toward, or for hope to rally behind. Being a signpost is lonely in a way I had never practiced for. You stand still while everyone else decides which way to go. It began with small things. A prefect I had bickered with in first year offered me his cloak when draught snuck under the portrait frames. A Hufflepuff left a pot of soup in the common room with a note that said only, "You'll need this." The Kitchens, who had never worn to my family's silver as a rule, started relaying news, little scraps, not meant for me but carried by house elves like folded silk to the passageways where I walked. That was the oddity, the Malfoy name rustled expectations, and yet where I expected poison, hands reached instead. There was, of course, the other kind of reaching. Letters that smelled of old smoke and newer threats, men with Death Eater tattoos who thought a sharp face could be carved into a banner. I had kept the prophecy where it belonged, locked in a place between memory and oath, but the world pirouettes on stories. Once one person decides you are a fulcrum, others start to tug. Some sought to make me a spear. Others wanted the spear removed. Lucius does not make offers of possibility when his voice is cool, he places choices on the table like pieces in a game where he already sees 3 moves ahead. I had expected a summons, a measured speech, perhaps an attempt at persuasion. Instead he presented me with the only solutions he considered sensible. Exile, go away, somewhere safe and quiet, a place where living camouflage belonged to the privileged. Or alliance, join the faction that would turn me into the banner he could not fashion by force, let the Malfoy name be used to open doors again. Both were practical. Both, in his view, were merciful. I refused them both. Refusal was simple to say and ruinous to explain. I kept the refusal brief and pale in company because there was a political cost to long speeches in a family where silence had been the rulebook. He had watched my face for a while after, as if I was a potion he could decant and study, and then he did the only thing he knows, he split his anger into policy. I would be watched. I would be managed. The Malfoy hallways would be cleansed of what he called a complication. Narcissa, with her hand on my elbow and eyes that always understood what she would not say aloud, arranged the nearest kind of protection a mother can afford without asking permission. She cleared spaces in her day for me, smoothed things that might snag. Her love was not the theatrics of banners, it was a shield stitched into the lining of a dress. There are moments when you must refuse a map because you have to draw your own lines. I could not be exiled, I was bound by an oath that hummed in the back of my throat at night, made of promises to places and people who weren't always mine. And I could not be someone else's instrument. To accept being groomed into a public face would be to trade one kind of bondage for another, and I had sworn, in a way I hardly dared speak, not to hand over my voice. I have always been suspicious of loud solutions. Slytherins are said to prefer power. I preferred the quiet work of closing doors. My answer, then, was a kind of leadership that looked like retreat. Privacy as a shield. Service as a language. Leadership in those terms is not the thing the papers print. It is not speeches or statues. It is a timetable of small, sensible things: who is to be on the staircases at dusk, which portrait will take what message to whom, how to shift the room of requirements furniture so it hides rather than opens. It is a ledger of words that are set to rustle rather than roar, spells that muffle instead of thunder, lists of names that must be kept by more than one person in case a handwriting is coerced. It is a refusal to perform for power and an insistence on doing what the loud say only to look brave. I did it the way I've always done everything I did badly and sometimes well, with careful steps and an inclination for details. The castle helped. It is easier to be discreet when the building itself is not inclined to be obedient. Staircases misbehave on nights when someone is most watched, portraits take to overhearing and then misdirect with cheer. The room of requirement was, in this respect, the most obliging conspirator. When I need it to be a storeroom of forgotten protections, it obliges: shelves that rearrange into compartments, trunks that swallow parchment, a niche for a candlemaker who swears he makes no light a month since the first broken seal. When I need it to be a conference room, it takes on a warm, crowded heart. We met there, at odd hours, and we invented small mercies. Luna found me at the center of one such mercies, as if she had been following the quiet like a scent she could not resist. She has a gaze that makes you feel as if you have been half disguised for far too long. She sees the seams and the mistakes and the true color beneath. With her, I did not have to perform the pale cordiality I reserved for the corridors. She calls nonsense what it is and gifts me a kind of amused steadiness that is contagious. Her mind arranges clues like beads on a string, and where I saw fragments, she saw pattern. We had a language that was not loud. She would say the oddest things in her slow, measured way, mention of a raven that sits in one portrait all day and the way it tilts its head at certain words. She would point out a seam in a moving staircase's memory where a step lingers if someone says two names in immediate succession. I would listen, skeptical and charmed in the same breath, and then translate what she saw into schedules and wards. She supplied ideas and felt possibilities, and I supplied the means to make them practical. People imagine love as thunder. Ours slid in like a steady lamp lit behind closed shutters. It did not make proclamations, it made sense. It was a hand in the dark and a friend who never asked me to explain the parts of me that were ashamed. That was necessary, to say the truth aloud, to admit, to myself even, that I carried the prophecy like a coin with two faces, would have been to set a beacon on me. Keeping it secret kept others safer. Keeping it secret also kept me alive in the ways that mattered. I could be useful without being a puppet. Usefulness bloomed into allies where I had expected none. The Slytherin common room, for all its carved marble and habit of keeping small favorites, has always been a place where students watch the patterns of the world. A boy I had once sniped at, a thin one, quick of eye, whom I had dismissed because his family had less at the table, reported to me a group of masked men practicing at night in the forest. He did not seek favor for it. He sought an end to fear. He taught me the value of not underestimating quiet hands. A Ravenclaw prefect, who hates politics and collects moths in jars, offered to catalogue the portrait's rumors. She would go portrait to portrait, recording the phrases they exchanged and the visitors they received, so we could see the pattern of visitors who were not supposed to be at the castle. A Hufflepuff 6th year, a thing of soft smiles and fierce determination, hid a list of students who had been left off the ministry's public safety checks and brought the list to me in the herbology greenhouses, where my face was safer from being watched. Even the portraits, which we usually mock as gossips, were useful. They carry messages with a kind of innocence. They were also combustible, easily flattered into forwarding a word. Dumbledore's portrait was, predictably, very fond of quiet puzzles and offered the sort of cryptic encouragement I expect from him. The headmistress's portrait in McGonagall's office, a stern woman, heartily tired of alarms, agreed to be the one who let the Slytherin portrait in the corridor spread a false story. The idea pleased me purely for its pettiness. Had the portrait start saying I was uninterested in grandeur, that I preferred a simpler life in a place with low ceilings and fewer public speeches. It fooled some. It did not fool everyone. Snape played his part with the economy of someone who keeps debts tallied and never forgets them. He made me understand what a ward should cost, and what it should hide. He supplied ingredients whispered as a favor, a tincture to make certain wards smell of lavender, which, oddly, confuses the kind of curse that follows political promises, and he made me sign the price, a lesson in potion making for 6th years whose supply had been cut, a promise that I would give information to him in return that would be useful to Hogwarts. Bargains with Severus are not sugarcoatings, they are ledger entries. Yet I found myself leaning on them because the alternative was to be naked and obvious. If this sounds like a quiet war of etiquette and glue, it was. The castle felt very loud with small measures. A band of students would meet in a room of requirement for 3 hours a night, after the portraits had gone to sleep, to plan the logistics of movement. We painted the underside of staircases with a kind of sealant that made footsteps softer at night. We created a series of safe beds hidden under the staff sleeves of certain portraits, places to hide students who were in danger of being taken for interrogation. We used family silver as a bargaining tool with certain house elves who had connections in the kitchens and in the black corridors behind the castle. We traded a promise of restored items, a perk Narcissa would pay for, in return for nightly reports. Families do not adore me less for my politics, they adore me less for my politics and more for my practical generosity. Politics, of course, makes strange bedfellows. Lucius grew more frantic as I stepped off the banners he had sketched. He measured his alliances not by affection but by leverage. A faction, less interested in what I would be and more in how the sight of my face might move people, sought to use my birthright as a cudgel. Another faction, violent and more ancient, wanted me silenced because my existence complicated their rituals. The first broken seal had taught us the smell of ritual spill, ash and old iron, that lingers like a promise to return. The more we created small centers of refuge, the more frantic the attempts became to break them. Wards were tested by stones that smoldered at midnight. Portraits were coaxed with gold to open their painted mouths to strangers. Sometimes it felt like throwing a net against a gale. In those gusts I found my greatest allies where I had least expected them. Narcissa, for all her careful silks and polite gatherings, became an architect of small sabotages. She would invite certain unsavory acquaintances for tea and find a way to make their statements public, rub salt into their bravado. She used her social currency like a poison no one recognizes until they have taken it. By the time a man realized his face had been made ridiculous, he had been recorded. Lucius noticed with righteous fury. He called such things underhanded. She said with a mother's flatness that underhanded had kept her son alive thus far. Family is its own kind of politics. Even the idea of the ancestors' urn, the old family artifact I had been told stories about in a whispering tone around hearthfires, shifted under my hands. The urn was offered once as a bargaining chip by a man too tidy for his own good. He misread my interest as avarice. I had other reasons for asking after the urn. In its small, ancestral clauses lay ways people had bound themselves to duty and ways they had found loopholes. The law of prophecy is a legal thing as much as a magical one. Neat phrasing can be a chain if read one way, and a key if you know where to look. We had a portrait who knew of old inkings, who had seen the urn walk through marriage and argument, and he helped me read the old clauses for a loophole that might, if we were cunning enough, let me shield myself from being made a public emblem without stripping me of the oath I had sworn. There is a temptation in this, in all of it, to imagine there is a comfortable, tidy solution. There was not. Loopholes are ruinous things. They require constant maintenance and a measure of ruthlessness that would have made my name proud and my hands less clean. I understood, as I always had, that every small safe I made open to the possibility of someone else breaking the lock. Every protection an ally cast was also a promise to Caesar. She who does the shielding demands a repayment. That is why the line I drew, I will not be exiled, I will not join your banner, was not the end of a conversation but the beginning of a long negotiation. I put forward my model of leadership not as a peace treaty but as a wager on the institution I loved. I was betting my safety on the value of service. If I could make the castle safer, if I could show that the Malfoy name could be something other than a threat and a temptation, then perhaps the world could learn to use it for shelter rather than for spectacle. I was not asking to be beloved. I was asking to be trusted as someone who would act rather than parade. The most surprising hand to reach into that net was not a Slytherin lord or a staff member but a cluster of people who had little else to gain, students who wanted nothing but the school to remain. They were not agents of faction. They were children, understandably terrified, who understood that adults will die for causes and leave children to manage the ruins. They came with lists and candles and a kind of stubborn courage that did not show off. When the castle groaned and the first broken seal sent a grey curl of smoke into the air that tasted of iron and old vows, it was they who turned the portraits toward the doors and held them there. It was they who moved bedridden peers into wardrobes with nonsense labels and kept count. They were not interested in fame. They were interested in being useful. Luna, of course, was the lodestone of much of it. Her curiosity is not the careless thing people misread it for. She is a strategist of oddities. She once produced a scrap of parchment with a pattern of letters that, when rearranged, spelled out the sequence in which portraits in the West Tower first began whispering a certain phrase that meant, in the old tongues, "What's the silver?" She had found it under a page of the Raven's newspaper because she liked the smell of old glue. If love is sometimes about who notices the crumbs of your life and makes from them a map, then she had made from mine a design. There were consequences. When Lucius heard of the network, not by direct confession, I have not told him the fullness, but by those who anxiously misinterpret what is silence, he grew more calculating. He promised, in the way only a man of his temperament promises, to make decisive moves. His allies lined up in ways that made the walls feel thinner. I knew then that time had become my enemy. The next break would be harder. A seal could be closed. Such things can be mended until someone decides the mending is the point. The seal also gives notice, we are close. The kind of people who seek the chosen will not be patient. And yet, as the storm edged closer, there was a curious warmth in the practice of shielding. I watched the Hufflepuff with the list sleep at midnight in the herbology greenhouses where the heating charm hummed like a small, polite dragon. I watched the Ravenclaw prefect, who would rather study a moth than a manifesto, keep a vigil by a portrait that had lost its husband in the first uprisings. I watched Narcissa wear a dress to a party with a secret pocket containing a list of names she would whisper to a house elf if things turned ill. A family with a name such as mine is always two things, a brand to be sold and an inheritance to be defended. I decided I would use both in the way that hurt least. It is foolish to think oneself a shield without cracks. I am full of compromises and mistakes. I cough a little when Severus is annoyed and parade about noble intent and then go and steal a candle for a ward because some child needs a hiding place tonight. I write lists and misplace them. I make enemies grow teeth where none should be. But I hold the shape of what we have, this small, stubborn band of quiet hearts, and I have the curious privilege of naming it. There is power in speech, even when it is small. A whispered plan becomes an order when said in the right ear. There will be a time, I know, when hiding will not be possible. There will be a choice between the banner and death or the silence and sacrifice. I do not know yet which of those will suit me or which will suit Luna. I only know that for now, the castle has become a place of small towns, a place where doors are rechosen and apprentices are taught to mend rather than to maim. It is a kind of love we offer, not triumph, but shelter. It is not glorious. It is resolutely human. The Malfoy name will continue to tug at people's hands. Some will tug for the power they imagine it contains. Others will tug because they fear what it might mean if not harnessed. I will not make speeches to settle it. I will make lists. I will teach a boy how to unpick a lock without tearing the wood. I will sit with a portrait at 2 in the morning and argue about the placement of a candlestick. I will ask people to trust me because we have no other choice. Trust is messy and slow and cannot be decreed. It can, however, be earned in the rounding of a bed or in the tasting of a soup saved from being spiked. Tonight, the castle closed its windows against a wind that smelled faintly of iron, and the portraits fussed with drapes as if smoothing out a wrinkle in fate. Luna pressed a scrap of a map into my hand with a pleased little smile and told me, in her offbeat way, that she liked maps because they showed where one could be secret. She did not announce our plans to the world. She does not expect miracles. She collects them the way other people collect stamps. The first broken seal had left a residue in the air you could not quite breathe without thinking of old promises. When it curls through the corridors again, some will say my name aloud like a prayer. Others will say it like a threat. For now I will be what I have chosen to be, a quietly orchestrated answer. I will be the small, polite rebellion of a boy who will not be painted into a banner or hustled off into exile. I will be the voice that keeps rooms filled and staircases gentle. I will be the hand that stitches shut a wound rather than the one that yells the cure. Outside one of the portrait frames, a raven shakes its painted wings and tilts its head as if to listen. Behind us, in a corner of the room of requirement that smells faintly of lavender and old iron, someone hums a tune I have never heard and that somehow keeps time with my pulse. The castle is holding its breath, and I feel the shape of what must come. We will not be visible. We will not be tidy. We will be necessary. Tomorrow, when the first of the grey smoke returns, I will already have a list folded in my sleeve, and someone will come to ask me what to do with a child whose parents have been taken for questioning. I will tell them, simply, to follow the stairs that never go the same way twice, and then I will lead them there. Chapter 29, A Quiet Victory. The morning after anyone might have called it a victory, the castle felt unusually small and too large at once, like a handkerchief folded and unfolded by some impatient house elf. The banners hung limp. The portraits had smoked the previous night's gossip and now pretended to sleep. Even the moving staircases moved in a way that suggested they, too, were thinking about what sliding between the floors meant these days. I sat on the high window seat above the black lake and watched the water tidy itself, as if the ripples would scrub away whatever else had happened. The light came in grey and polite, the lake reflecting an honesty it did not intend to give. It was the same lake I had tossed paper boats into as a small boy and the same lake that once had rippled with a different kind of applause. Memory does strange work here. It lays a velvet hand over the sharp things and calls them lessons. There are, I find, more lessons than I had expected to learn. We had not won by bluster or by brandishing old family shields. We had won because a ritual, no matter how convincingly delivered, cannot be binding if the foundation is rotten. If you take the stage curtains away, the actors are merely actors. The hard part, the part they liked least when I explained it to them, was teaching people to notice curtains. Luna slept beside me on the window seat, her head in that easy place between shoulder and elbow where there are, by happenstance, fewer opinions. She had fallen into that posture late. Earlier that morning she had been fierce. She had been precise. She had been a woman with a notebook full of diagrams and a voice that argued in a language that sounded like birdsong until you began to understand the grammar. I had never thought of Luna Lovegood as a strategist, and I still don't like pronouncing the word as if it were made of bone. But she is one, she is also what I had always, quietly, hoped I might be, someone who finds the calm in the middle of a storm and does not pretend it is not still a storm. We had walked into the great hall in the wake of a theatre carefully prepared by other people. The feast, the banners, the music were all theatre. The conspirators, and that is a useful word for those who liked their politics dangerous and their tactics loud, wanted a spectacle. They had chosen, with a kind of cruelty that belonged to people who enjoy the smell of power, to dress a private legalistic trick as a public ritual. They thought spectacle would make the law feel right. Luna found the first frayed thread. She had been investigating the sigils around the shrine to the first broken seal for weeks. To everyone else they were grey smudges that made the portrait sneeze. To her eye they were patterns like the tracks left by a rare beetle on wet clay. I had laughed at first. I still remember the exact point, the way she tipped her head, the way the sunlight caught at the edges of her hair and made her eyes look like clear coins. She showed me a sketch, 3 interlocking crescents, a loop that did not close, and beside it, a line of very small notations that looked like footnotes written by a nervous hand. That was where I should have been suspicious, of course. The footnotes are what bureaucrats and lawyers and our family like best. They are where the teeth are. I am not by nature an expert in sigils. I like my assaults of prestige and my subtle barbs. I know, though, how to read an urn and an argument. There is a certain Malfoy inclination to look for who benefits when a thing is done. Here, the urn was meant to be a theatrical prop. The footnote, the legal trick with which they planned to pin the prophecy to a name, was meant to be the fastener. Bind it publicly, one of the faction leaders had written in careful copperplate. Claim ownership under the ancestors' urn statute. They meant to make the prophecy not a fact of fate but a fact of inheritance. You can see the appeal. Inheritances are easier to sell than destinies. So we began, quietly. Luna took to the portrait corridors like an oracle among paintings. She has a way with pictures that is almost rude in its intimacy. They tell her things. The portraits are honest in their way. They exaggerate and nag, but they remember. While I collected the documents and the family histories and the kind of notarized scrapings we keep for use at funerals and weddings, she drew the sigils until they began to look like birds in flight. There is something restorative about watching someone else do the work you think you should be doing alone. There was also the room of requirement. It received us, as it always does when you need it to be something other than a room of need. That week it was a small library, certain shelves of old lore and older rumor, a table on which to lay out urn parts and parchments, and a slot in the hearth big enough to burn a single, damning sentence without the embers taking up residence in a portrait. The room is temperamental, it is a covenant with necessity. You strike it with purpose and it replies with what you did not know to ask for. Once we found our books and our maps and the correct weight of hush, things began to look less theater and more evidence. The conspirators wanted the binding to be public for two reasons. First, public claims look like truth. Second, it forced my hand, also they believed. They assumed that to refute the claim would be to shout one's own involvement from the highest scaffold. They believed that I would either consent or be condemned. They had, underneath their ornate words, a crude calculation that the chosen one, whoever they presumed it to be, could be forced into a contract when a crowd watched. I should have felt flattered by the thought of being a puppet on a string. Instead, I felt the cramped, familiar pressure of a family hand on my throat. We did not tell anyone everything. You do not do that in a place where too many ears are willing to betray a boy for an old cause. Instead, we worked with things that were public enough that no one could accuse us of secret sabotage and private enough that no one would notice until it was too late. We found, among the legal notations, a phrase oddly out of place. It was the kind of clause an old solicitor would write, the sort my father kept in the back of a drawer next to the ancestry charts, a token of authority clause. It declared that any binding made under the ancestors' urn statute must be witnessed by one of blood, bearing the earmark of lineal descent and the signet of the origin. Dull, legalistic, boring. We like boring clauses. They are the ones that trip up loud men. Only one problem. That earmark clause referred not to a literal mark, as my father would have loved, but to a certain sound, a tone in the original utterance of the prophecy, preserved in a recording that was, according to the footnote, held in a private collection in the manor. The line read like a lawyer who had been hungry for drama. It set up an expensive, performative requirement that made the public spectacle necessary. The trick was that there was no original recording. There never had been. Prophecies, by their nature, are spoken and forgotten, misremembered and reshaped. They are not recorded on gramophones and stored under glass. Someone had invented the recording retroactively and faked the earmark in the margin. Someone had counted on the theatrical effect of an audible, preserved truth. They had forged a sound into a law. Luna was the first to pull the thread properly. She cross-referenced the earmark clause with the broadcast logs of certain portrait keepers, the ones who kept oral traditions, and found a gap. The private collection listed had not accepted new artifacts since before my grandmother's time. It had, though, a young curator on the payroll with a curiosity problem and a fondness for imitation seals. He admitted, when we showed up in a rain of borrowed courage, that he had been paid to launder a tome into a frame. He said the man who paid him had a taste for irrevocable public gestures and for people who liked to be seen binding other people. He mentioned the Malfoy crest in the same breath. He had no idea whom he was laundering the sound for. He had also kept the recording sample in case he wanted to fill a hole in his own collection. We made a copy. Luna listened to it and tapped the air with her wand as she listened, as if conducting a small, invisible orchestra. Her face is all attention when she listens. Later she would explain, in one of those conversations that sound like morning birdsong and carry the weight of counsel, that the tone itself had been deliberately altered. It trembled at the end, she said, the way someone luring a gull mimics the pattern of the sea. Someone wanted people to feel the chords of inevitability so strongly that they would not read the footnote. Our task became, in the simplest terms, to show the footnote to be a forgery. But doing so in a public environment where the conspirators had prepared an entire theatre meant we had to perform a counter-theatre. We could not simply march into the Great Hall during the spectacle and say, "Stop, this is a fraud." People do not like to be told that their drama is staged. People like to be led to see the stage for themselves. We prepared carefully. We printed facsimiles of the footnote and the ledger entries that traced the private collection's payments. We placed the facsimiles where portrait gossip would pick them up. The portraits at Hogwarts are very good at making small public objects look grand. There is a pleasant economy to picture language. A single sneer can relay an entire scandal. We also arranged for the young curator to be present, feeling perhaps that a man confronted with the face of his own small deceit would fumble more honestly than a hired actor. I played the role of an uninterested nobleman very badly. It is unwise to try not to care when your father's name hangs over what is about to happen. My hand trembled at odd moments. I wanted, among other things, to scream. Not because I feared for myself, I feared that the ritual would bind Hogwarts into a narrative that made the future smaller and more controllable by the people who liked old power, but because I have seen what happens when history is made tidy for the convenience of those who have always had it tidy. My oath lay across my shoulders like a sash. It pressed down on me in the way a small child presses a toy to keep it from being taken away. I had sworn, I had meant it. But I had learned that vows can be kept without being turned into trophies. The conspirators lit their candles and arranged their seals. There were faces I recognized. There were voices that spoke in a kind of polished sneer that sounds like promised championships. The Great Hall was full of people who believed they were witnessing an inevitability. I sat between two empty plates and felt conspicuously like a relic. When the moment came to produce the recorded earmark, their man, the actor with a throat like a hired henchman, settled himself and played the sound they claimed was the original. It filled the hall. It was exactly what they wanted, perfectly tamed, with a slight tremor in the final syllable that is the mark of a contrived end. The audience inhaled the note as if they meant to hold it. People who had wanted certainty for years sighed in unison. It is a curious property. People will accept false certainty if it arrives in a pleasing key. Luna, who had been planted near one of the portrait chains, had arranged, with a look of conspiratorial calm, for the portrait nearest the stage to rise at that precise note. The portrait's ears are long. They have been listening to the castle's phraseology far longer than any of us. The portrait, an old headmaster with a fondness for logical corrections, paused mid-sneeze and then asked, in a voice that carried like a bell, a simple question: whose recording is that? It was not the question itself that was clever. The cleverness was that portraits are contractual in their honesty. They will not lie and they will not wave away something as a forgery if they perceive dishonesty. They are also the kind of odd juries that become crucial in matters of household law. At the portrait's question, the curator we had brought forward stepped forward. He wore the pallor of a man who has been paid to play a small, necessary lie. He faltered. He admitted, finally, that the recording had come from his collection, that he had been paid to make a sample, that a man with a name that soaked up the air had insisted it be planted as if it were real. The curator's voice was quiet and went through the great hall like a pebble through glass. The conspirators' faces had various stages of turnip and then rage. They attempted to continue. You do not unsettle an audience and expect them to sit politely. But once the portrait had spoken, other portraits chimed in with fragments. The portrait across from the head table, an old witch who kept any old gossip for her lunch, coughed up an account of a delivery that had arrived with the curator, an urn, a certificate, and a sealed envelope from a solicitor with a name that suggested previous generations of power. The envelope, when presented to Dumbledore, who had watched the table like a man keeping a delicate clock, revealed the footnote in a handwriting that looked very much like a hand we had a great deal of practice recognizing. It was a beautiful hand, the sort a man would use to sign the end of a peace treaty, and at the bottom of the page a flourish that would be at home in the Malfoy ledger. To my father's credit, he did not make a scene then. He knows the virtues of a wait. He also believed, perhaps correctly until the portrait had spoken, that the theatre would hold the lie through the performance. Some men believe so deeply in the narratives they want that they cannot see the scenes. When the portrait read the time-stamped letter aloud, the great hall grew quiet in a way a forest does when night comes. We did not shout. I handed Dumbledore the ledger copy that tied the funds, as best we could trace them, to a certain set of accounts that had been remade in ways meant to be invisible except to someone who knows their way around an inventory. We have spent years learning the invisible ways. When you grow up in a house that thinks in inventories, you learn to spot a thing that has been rearranged for display. Dumbledore took the ledger and held his glasses at the end of his nose in the way he does, and for the first time in a long time I saw, very plainly, how truly careful he is when he reads. He read not the letter but the man behind the letter. That look, the one that says the chessboard already has a solution he prefers not to voice, is a blessing and a kind of sorrow. He did something small and unglamorous. He called for silence, and then, using a small trick I had learned from Snape and my mother, the economy of a quiet voice when you want truth to land, he asked the young curator where the payment had come from. The curator, sweating now like a tapestry mid-rain, admitted that the payment had been wired from an account that belonged to a shell company with the Malfoy crest as its watermark. There was a murmur. I felt my father's gaze as a physical thing. Lucius, of course, denied everything. His denial was practiced. He is a man who has always liked his face to be the last argument in any hall. But there was something else working now. You cannot conduct a binding on manufactured grounds when the very instruments of the binding, the recorded earmark, the curator, the forged footnote, are revealed publicly as contrivances. A legalistic trick requires credulity. Spectacle, when shown to be staged, becomes a scandal instead of a law. The conspirators' plan hit a practical barrier. People who wanted certainty also wanted to be on the right side of the evidence. That is the other curious property of humans. They prefer certainty that is defensible to certainty that looks like an elaborate coat hanger. There were consequences. My father, like all men who trade in grand gestures, had underestimated the castle. The portraits were unforgiving. The teachers, when called upon to take sides, found moderation far easier than spectacle. McGonagall made a speech about school order that did not mention me and mentioned, with unadorned clarity, the necessity of evidence in any claim to ownership. There was applause for that kind of thing, quiet, a little stunned, the sound of a people reminded of the practical joys of common sense. Afterwards, in Dumbledore's office where the light pours through like a question, he said something that, in its economy, meant more than any public praise he would have given. He stood by the fire and watched the way Luna stirred her tea. He watched how she folded and refolded a scrap of parchment into a tiny, neat square. There is a kindness in the way he watches when he wants to speak. He did not offer me a sermon or a medal. He gave me permission. That is a small, strange thing to be grateful for. Permission is not absolution. It is not an instruction. It is a recognition. In his thin, measured way, Dumbledore said that I had chosen the castle over a narrative that would make it smaller. He said it with his eyes, and with his hands lightly folded, and with that tilt of head he uses when he wants a student to know both the weight of his choices and the fact that the choice pleased him. I felt the word permission like an anchor thrown into a dark sea. It was not an easy permission. The choice I had made, to protect Hogwarts and the people inside from being turned into a thing for other men to sign their names to, had not been without cost. I had been careful. I had been small and secret. I had done what the oath demanded without giving them the satisfaction of my appearance on the stage. But I had also watched my father turn his face into a mask of quiet rage. He is a man who calculates losses as if they were chess pieces. In his ledger the evening would be written down as inconvenience and opportunity. I do not pretend to know how he will act. I only know that he will act. There is a peculiar, intimate relief in being recognized for a thing you did not want to boast about. Dumbledore's gratitude, which was not called that, and which he would have roundly denied if you had asked him directly, was careful and luminous. He did not ask me to unburden myself. He did not demand. He thanked Luna, as one thanks an ally, and he looked at me with a softness that made the scar of my own conscience ache less. It was a private thing between us, that look, one that admitted a complicated truth without naming the prophecy. For about 5 minutes afterwards I let myself be normal. I drank tea that tasted of lemon and something stranger, and Luna told him about insect tracks on sigils and the way certain portraits find decorum hard to sustain when a forgery is present. I liked the way she explained things. She makes the world feel manageable. It is not that she reduces the stakes, it is that she fits the facts into her peculiar, patient lattice and then hands you the lattice as if it were a gift. We left together. The corridors smelled of cold stone and dust and the faint perfume of someone else's triumph deferred. Luna's hand brushed mine as we walked. It was an accidental, deliberate touch, a compass that insisted we walk the same line for one small moment. She does not often move with intention. When she does, it feels like a comet suddenly choosing its orbit. Later, alone in the slithering common room that evening, a place that has a peculiar, inherited hush, as if aristocracy must fold itself softly into the cushions, I found my father in a mood of measured cold. He had not yet decided what to do. He is, I am beginning to understand, a man who will pick his battles like a fox, quick and patient. Narcissa had been elsewhere. She will do as mothers do and wrap her plans in quieter cloth. I spoke sparingly. There are conversations I refuse to have. I will not turn my conscience into a currency for negotiation. If he wished to frame the evening as an unfortunate misunderstanding, I would let him. My silence was not cowardice, it was a different kind of defiance. Night came and with it a kind of fragile peace. Luna and I returned to the window seat. The lake was a dark sheet now, and the stars were indifferent about being watched. She rested her head against my shoulder, quiet as a conspirator. That one small, defiant act, she made it almost as if she did not feel obliged to justify it, told me more about the future than all the lectures anyone has ever given me. It was not the pronouncement of a fate. It was an arrangement, small and domestic, that suggested continuity. There is courage in that kind of intimacy. There is also danger. Because the truth is, we have not solved the larger problem. The forged footnote and the staged recording were a symptom, not a disease eradicated. There will be other men with other tricks, other proclamations dressed as inevitabilities. The first broken seal had been a harbinger, not a solution. There are still seals to watch. There are still urns whose depths we do not know, rings whose existence we cannot yet prove, and factions within factions who will choose theatre over evidence whenever it benefits them. My father will not quietly accept losing every political skirmish. Our undoing, if it comes, will be slow and decent and performed in such a way that people applaud as they are being led to their own prisons. There is also the oath I carry. It sits across my chest like a medal I would rather not wear. I swore quietly, in the way boys are taught to swear, in a cloakroom at midnight, with a single witness who understood the gravity of the thing, and I meant what I said. To keep that oath will require more than exposing forgeries. It may require sacrifice. It may require a coldness I am not sure I can bear. But I have, in the small and public victory, found something that feels like permission to do the right thing, even if doing it means one day standing before others and losing everything I have been raised to love. Luna stirred and said something about constellations, like a child playing out maps, and I found myself laughing at the wrong moment because I was thinking ahead and I could see, with a clarity that sharpened and frightened me, how the next move would feel. We had unmade a binding, we had not unmade the desire to bind. The castle, I think, prefers to be unbound. We lay there until the portraits complained about the noise and the staircases sighed and arranged themselves for the night. When the talk in the common room died, the silence was not empty, it was full of plans. I traced a lazy line on Luna's wrist with my thumb, following the soft map of her bones. She closed her eyes like a person saving a room inside her for privacy. I do not make promises lightly. I don't promise glory. I do not promise a neat future. But I promise a stubbornness that will not let the place where we grew up be reduced to a signet on someone else's ledger. When dawn comes, the castle will rehearse its fears and perform its rituals. The staircases will bustle. The portraits will take up their ugliness and their adages. Men will write ledgers and sign things with the flourish of those convinced of their rightness. I will still have the oath, and a better understanding of how to dismantle a stage. There are more rooms to visit, more sigils to trace, and a few very particular urns that deserve closer attention. There are also choices to be made in the private rooms of men who think themselves above the portrait's questions. But for now, with Luna asleep against me and the morning on the other side of the glass, I choose to keep only a small thought in my head: the castle still wants to be defended by those who love it, not by those who wish to sell it. That will have to be enough for today. And tomorrow, if the world insists on being dramatic, we will give it a quieter answer. Chapter 30. Ashes at the Seal. Ash smells like memory when it comes from a place that used to be whole. It arrives thin and insistently familiar, the sort of thing that makes you mistake the present for another Tuesday, and you find yourself counting the things you have lost as if they were small coins you could tuck back under a mattress. This morning the ash was in the corridors like a timid house guest, settling in the banister grooves, pooling in the crooks of portrait frames. The castle had not yet fully forgiven whatever had cracked the seal, and neither, I thought, had I. People spoke of mending as if it were a simple thing: a bandage over a scraped knee, a brass plate over a broken cup. The seals at Hogwarts had been laid down in rituals older than some of the portraits and cleverer than the estate ledgers of half the pureblood families. They were stubborn combinations of promise and warding and names etched in manners that required more than wand work. The first one had snapped like a petulant twig in a storm, the grey smoke omen curling through the northern passageways, the way torches guttered even in light weather, the hair on the back of an arm standing up for reasons that had nothing to do with drafts. It had been the first evidence, the sort that makes argument stop and action begin. So we were gathering. Students, teachers, a handful of ministry liaisons who had arrived with the theatrical delicacy of men used to being alarmed on demand. The great hall had been given over to solemnity, banners furled, tables cleared, long benches shifted so that the center of attention could be something that was not a person. Portraits leaned forward on their hooks like old magistrates. I felt them noting the minutes to see who would come forward and who would be left on the sidelines. I liked the way they had to keep still, pretending nonchalance while their stitches strained. I liked the way Hogwarts always made itself into a tribunal or a theater according to what was required of it. There was a reprimanding gust from the moving stairs as I took them down, the flight that gave you the sense the castle was breathing around you. It was a living thing on a leash. You asked it, it complied, but there was personality to the compliance. One step gave me a sideways look, the next tried to trip me. I thought briefly of the urn at Malfoy Manor, the family stories about statues that breathed and portraits that slapped you when you were discourteous. I would have laughed then if levity had not felt like betrayal. My father arrived with a carriage of polished certainties. Lucius is the sort of man who performs steadiness as religiously as others breathe. He moved through the hall like a piece in a very old set. His hand at the small of my mother's back said more than his words ever did. Narcissa had the look mothers get when plans and people are both at risk, careful, fierce, with a softness in the eyes for the boy in front of her that she refused to make loud. There were eyes on us when we entered, the kind that catalogued our history in 2 blinks and had finished their verdict by the time we reached the benches. Some faces were curious, some thin with triumph, some sad as if we were victims or heroes, and the difference depended on how you signed your name. I had become used to being a concept to some people, a tile on a mantelpiece that can be rearranged to suit the season. Dumbledore was at the high table, as he always was when decisions were to be softened into rituals. He looked tired, you could see it in the way his hands rested, in the measured chin. People liked to imagine him omniscient, but he wasn't immune to the clock. The older the watch, the heavier the chain. McGonagall stood like the spine of a book someone had forgotten to keep closed. She has a talent for looking like a consequence. Severus was in the doorway, wrapped in a long coat and an expression that could have been carved from flint and polished with appreciation. He is designed to make you fear being seen into. I should have hated him for that, having been so many times in the business of hiding what I was. Instead, I had learned to be grateful for the fear he could make other people show. He keeps them honest. Luna was not at the high table, as if she had sensed where the castle's attention would be and chosen to sit somewhere the attention did not reach. I found her halfway down, by a fire that had been coaxed into behaving as though it knew better than to distract a ceremony. She had her usual oddities, a scarf draped as if spun by logic that belonged to another planet, hair that seemed to have a mind and was currently in the mood for defiance. Her eyes found mine and smiled with a softness that was at once ridiculous and undaunting. That was Luna. She could make me feel safe with a tilt of a head and the filing of a fact away for later. She is the one who collects facts the world calls nonsense, and transforms them into anchor points. To her I could whisper what I could not tell my mother or my father, what I could not make a public debate. We had a shorthand now, small pauses, small jokes, a giving and accepting of truth in fragments. There were words, of course. The mending ritual required them. People like words, they sit on the surface of danger like lances, while it's the quieter things, the promises, the folding of obligations, that do the real work. Dumbledore spoke in a way that made sentences look measured rather than made. He explained that mending would be a ceremony of acknowledgement as much as of magic, that to mend the seal we had to name what had been broken and accept the scarring it implied. It read like a lecture, but it lived like an admission. In theory that was not my line. In practice, theory had been an earlier school term I had exhausted like an assignment. There are places in the law of old things where a vow binds more than legislation, and the seals respond to truth more readily than to pomp. They answer names. Whoever first laid hands on them, whoever first uttered their keeping, holds a sort of ledger the wards will look to when they seek who has the authority to repair the tear. It is like property law, except that the property is a promise and the price is sometimes things you cannot afford to spend. I had taken an oath in a room whose very air tastes of dust and secrecy months ago, a thing I intend to keep even if keeping it makes enemies of convenience. That oath hitchhiked across my skin like a second shadow. Dumbledore and Severus knew, of course, there are hands that reach farther than you imagine, and pieces of paper you do not sign can still gather ink by their touch. My father suspected in the way a man suspects when he fears his son will be a commodity in other people's wars. Narcissa feared something different. She feared the hurt, which in her mind was always a private thing. So I did not make a speech. I do not like long speeches. They are mostly candles in drafts, pretty, but not terribly useful. Instead I played the part of the boy the school expected me to be, polite, contrite enough to look human, reserved enough to remain unread. When the moment for mending itself arrived, the high table moved aside, and the old stone where the seal had once been gleamed like a wound. It had been cleaned with a care that made the scarring more visible. This is the way with maintenance, you strip away the clutter until you find the thing you cannot hide. Dumbledore placed a hand, not on the stone but on the air above it, and his fingers trembled in a way that made people lean forward. I thought of how small things make big decisions, an involuntary twitch in a hand, a pause in a breath. Severus moved too, his hand brushed the air. In the crowd I saw a ministry man doing the predictable thing of opening his mouth and closing it a fraction too soon. Lucius's face was carved into a consideration, how much charm to show until the cameras had made their minds up. The ritual required a heartstone, a commit of sorts. In previous eras that might have been a token of the founders, something found and solemn and likely dusty. We had something better and worse, a boy who had sworn. It is poor taste to put it so bluntly, but honesty is less dangerous than flattery in crowded rooms. I stepped forward because leaving it to someone else would have been cowardice, and because Dumbledore, despite his long patience, had the ability to look at a boy and see the ledger. He did not ask me to step forward, he simply changed his gaze, and the change asked for an answer. There were a dozen pairs of eyes on me and 100 in the portraits. For a moment everything suspended like a clock that had been frozen and was warming up to movement. I could feel every whisper like a thread across my collarbone. They were calling me by names I no longer felt entitled to, names that suggested I had some ownership of fate I had never applied for. Suspect. Threat. Savior. Curse. If you compress those words into the shape of a person, it becomes incredibly difficult to stand still. I was not brave. Bravery is a word people gift heroes in histories and demand at banquets. What I had was a better, more private quality, stubbornness with a conscience. A conscience that had learned the heavy arithmetic of small, secreted choices. I had seen what silence had done in the rooms of my family, what orders had made decent people into instruments because they valued pedigree more than pulse. I wanted to be the person who chose differently. Severus's eyes flicked to me, and for a second his usual wall of black disguise thinned. There was something like approval and like warning in his look. You learn early with him that gratitude is a dangerous currency. Owed favors are as tight as nooses. He had done me favors at cost. I had learned to nod and count the interest. Luna came forward with me, not because she had to, but because she is a woman of habits that are better named than broken. She has a peculiar lightness and a courage that does not show itself as ferocity but as a constant willingness to stand beside the thing she believes in. She did not take my arm, she placed her hand against mine on the stone and made it hers without ceremony. People were not quiet a second longer than they had to be when a Malfoy did anything with a Ravenclaw, but this was not the place for petty spectacle. Luna's presence calmed the hall like rain does when it's expected. There is in her a steadiness that laughs quietly at the theatre of power and prefers the bookkeeping of truth. Together we mended. That sounds ridiculous in its simplicity, because mending seals is not about holding a brush and sweeping air, it is about acknowledgement. You name the break, the first fissure, the greed that fed it, the oath that was invoked, the consequences that had been suffered. I recited the words, quietly, the phrases that had been given to me to bind a wound. Words are more honest than promises sometimes, you can watch them lengthen and hold. The stone accepted our hands as if it had been lonely and was delighted for the company. Ash rose like a chorus in a minor key and the smell of it filled my nostrils, which for reasons I did not want to state loud felt like the smell of the cost being taken from my throat and put on the air. There was a shape to the ritual, it hummed like a taut rope. The seal accepted acknowledgement and not absolution. Mending is not forgetting. The wards closed with a little sigh you could have mistaken for relief if you were not watching the faces of the people who had to live with what had happened. Relief arrived, yes, a tight, practical relief like a war pausing for tea. But under it was the hum of plans put into motion. Fixing one wound does not undo those who thought it made a good opening. It only changes the calculus. People clapped in a way appropriate to the chapel of ceremony, nervously, virtuously. Gratitude split like a light between the houses. There were those who looked as if they'd been waiting for something to turn in their favor. Others, like my father, wore a smile that had been practiced in mirrors to disguise its impatience. When the applause was polite enough to be ended, Dumbledore raised his hands, and the great hall found a different kind of quiet. Let it be known, he said in a way that made it impossible to misread as triumph. We have sealed what we must. We do not claim to have fixed what is broken in hearts or policy. We acknowledge the scars. He could say things like that, because he always did, frame the world in rounded sentences that allowed even the hungry to sleep that night. People bowed or stood solemn, the portraits applauded in their way, which is to say with small gestures and the occasional dry remark. I wanted to be pleased. I wanted to walk out of that hall knowing that I had altered the direction of a spear. Instead I felt like someone who had stitched up a sleeve knowing the garment was still singed at the shoulders. Luna's fingers were in mine, the contact grounded and private. Her thumb rubbed the pad of my hand, beat and steady. She asked nothing of me but that I look at the things she could see that I could not, the way the painting of an old headmistress had given us a curious half-smile at the moment the seal took, the way a wind had risen from the rafters feeling distinctly like applause. Afterwards, there were speeches, and then the parsing. The ministry men took notes with the happy despair of people who enjoy bureaucracy more than danger, and parents gathered their children into umbrellas of gossip and instruction. Students clustered in knots of looks and gossip that reweighed the world according to the day's events. Some called me hero, some called me dangerous, both of them said it loudly enough for the rest to be in doubt. It is possible to function in multiple symbolic forms simultaneously. I had become a political ambivalence, at once scapegoat and linchpin. Most of the time people are simpler. I had never been simple in the ways that mattered. My father found me afterwards, under a portrait of a scheming ancestor who had apparently once advised not to marry for love. Lucius's voice was smooth, like old iron. He spoke of appearances and of advantage with the gentle menace of a man who can make your life a chess match. He reminded me delicately of the value of alliances and the danger of being made too public a target for those who would twist the prophecy into a proclamation. He said many things. The one thing he never said, because he could not, was "I am proud." It isn't that he lacks pride. He is proud in the way all of us with legacy are proud. His timbre simply never lands on nurture. It lands on strategy. Narcissa touched my cheek in a gesture that felt like a necessary theft. She did not speak. Her finger said what her voice would not allow. I carved that contact into the secret portion of my ear like the small talisman one keeps in a pocket. It matters, sometimes, the small sanity of someone who loves you without having to file it as policy. Severus caught my sleeve in the doorway and remarked something that could have been a reprimand and a blessing at once. He said, in words whose edges had been ground fine by years of economy, that such things make a man prominent. That is true. Prominence buys enemies as surely as it buys safety. He is good at reminding you that the coinage has edges. He also passed me a note in a hand I have learned to read as affection wrapped in thread. There will be watches. Attend them. And he left, as he always does, with the air of someone who has given you a map and not removed the trapdoors. Night falls differently when a seal has been mended. The world does not exhale. It tightens into a vigil. Word travels that certain factions at the manor are displeased. Lucius's lines of contact thin into wires that hum in the dark. Rumor is fertilizer. It will grow whatever people plant in the soil. There is talk, of course. There will always be talk. Some of it is useful, some of it is malicious. That is the nature of political weather. For reasons neither of us like to announce in the public registers, Luna and I retreated to the room of requirement that night. It had been tasked, earlier, by a friend of mine who knows how to ask for spaces that are polite and ventilated, to give us a small sitting room with a window that looked onto the grounds. The room obliged, like it always does, with a sense of mischief. It provided us with cups that were slightly too big and a kettle that thought itself an orchestra. The secret of that room is that it reflects need and companionship more honestly than most people. It will not, for instance, give you privacy if your need for privacy is merely a costume. It requires something steadier. Luna is steady in ways that are not showy. I learned to appreciate that by degrees, in the course of stolen conversations and the sort of confidences students make when the world is sliding a little off the tracks. She made tea as if making tea were an act of statecraft, and she poured me a cup that was far too large by any sensible standard. I like a small cup. It makes a man feel in control. She knows me better than I let her sometimes, and she eyes me like someone who read the table long before she took a place at it. You've been quieter, she observed, and there is a tenderness to the statement as if it's a diagnosis and an offering in one. She called it rightly. I admit it willingly. Quiet is the currency of people who have to keep scores on their tongues. What did you expect? I said, folding my fingers around the cup and letting the warmth seep through. Parades? A statue. She smiled, and the simplicity of it pushed something loose inside me, the way kindness can do. No, she said. But I thought you might be less of an accidental lighthouse. There are the moments when Luna whispers things you didn't know you wanted to hear. They are not always epiphanies. They are small windows that let a breeze through. Accidental lighthouse, I repeated and told myself I was not pleased. You're refusing to be seen properly, she said. Is that a strategy or an art form? Both, I admitted. I suppose if you're doing self-preservation as a performance piece, you should expect the critics. She toppled the saucer with one finger and it clinked against the table. Why don't you let me be a critic? She offered. I'm terrible at applause, but good at noticing patterns. Patterns are her way into things. She takes a handful of oddities and arranges them until they form a map. It is how she sees the room and the people in it, not as statues but as networks. With her, secrets are not weapons. They are objects to be understood and cared for. That is why I trust her. Trust is not something I hand to people, it is not a coin you give strangers in right-sized change. I have learned, painfully and sometimes bloodlessly, to invest it sparingly. Luna has been the safest risk. We talked about small things then, because the world could not sustain big ones for us both at once. We spoke of a portrait in the hall who had made a remark about the cafeteria food being too adventurous, and how we had both almost laughed until someone passing by coughed to remind us of the time. We spoke of our classes, of potions and politics, and of the way the castle smells after rain. Those were the safe threads about which you could measure risk without losing your hand. Then the conversation slid, as conversations do, into less guarded territory. I found myself telling her things I would not whisper into my mother's ear. I told her in small sentences about promises and how they can gather weight, like snow on a roof, until the whole thing becomes a hazard to the living. "You sound like a man making lists," she said. "I am making lists," I admitted. "I am counting obligations. It's a habit." She placed her hand over mine as if the gesture were not both tender and practical. "You do not have to carry all of them alone," she said. "Risk is not diminished by being shared, but it is made different. Shared risk becomes the shape of a thing rather than the monstrous size of a single person's shoulder. I do not know if I will ever be the sort of man who chooses easy because it is easy. I have been forced into complexity by genetics and oath. But Luna made the complexities tolerable in the way a good map makes a journey bearable. Her hand felt like an agreement. We kissed then, not for theatre and not for the glare of portraits, but quietly, as if 3 children in the next room might come in and interrupt with a delicious capacity to ruin solemnity. It was not a grandness but a consolidation. I do not have many of those. The people who know me will tell you I keep my victories neat and my losses smaller as thanks to economy than to cunning. This was a victory of sorts, small, private, and not for public record. I liked it immensely. When we left the room and walked out under a sky that was clear and scattered with the types of constellations that do not care whether you are noble or notorious, I walked slightly closer to her than I had intended. She did not ask me to explain the seal or name my oath. She did not need the drama. She simply asked me to notice the stars. The immediate danger receded in the way storms sometimes do. The clouds move on, but the river is swollen and the bridges are watched. The wards would be repaired now. The first broken seal would not be used again tomorrow without a whole list of people being aware, and that would complicate plots and plans. It would also bring new focus on a house that had been both given scapegoat and given a linchpin in the space of an hour. Politics are as practical as weather, you can predict them sometimes, but not everything. The factions at the manor are a splintered thing. There are men who believe in old orders and men who treat prophecy as a menu in a restaurant where you pick your favorite things. There will be maneuvers, and not all of them will be elegant. The ash in the corridor stayed with me. It folded into the hems of my robes and into the braided part of my father's hair when we passed him in the hall. It got under the tongue of conversation. It reminded me that scars do not vanish. They become air and light and taste and memory. People will look at the mended stone and feel a cleaner sort of fear. The knowledge that a wound exists and was cared for will alter how they sleep. Some will sleep better. Others will sleep with a knife beneath the pillow, just in case. I end the year balanced strangely between suspicion and praise. There are tongues wagging and not all of them in anger. Some are in gratitude, some are in the acquisition of power, most are merely interesting. To be suspected on the one hand and thanked on the other is a useful way to be if you enjoy complexity. I do. I have always liked puzzles, and nothing is more interesting than the puzzle of a life that must hold both a family and a future that might set them at odds. It puts one in the market for thinking ahead. I prefer to live in private because the public wants you either polished or villainous, white or black. The public does not like grey, it is bad for headlines. In private you can have the small luxuries, conversation that is true instead of rhetorical, the hand of someone who will not auction your heart to the highest bidder, the smell of a private chamber that belongs only to you and one companion. Luna gives me that. She gives me a life I did not know I wanted to ask for because I had been taught that asking is disreputable. Yet there is also dread. Always there is dread. The sort of politicized dread that tastes of letters unsigned and threats left in the space of dust is a persistent thing. The war will not rest because we mended one seal. War is not a creature of scenes but a system, it adapts. There are wilder things than mended stone. There are men who believe that a prophecy is a contract to be auctioned and that a name is a commodity. Those men exist in spaces that my father frequents with too much ease. I will have to watch him as much as I will have to watch others. Professor Snape is right, there will be watches. Those watches will be long and the cost will not be paid in coin alone. There are bargains whose middle is warm and whose ends are cold. I am learning to live with that. The oath I swore is like a lodestone at my chest. It points me to a direction I do not like sometimes and cannot change. But since oaths are useful things, I will keep mine. Even if it means making people uncomfortable. Even if it means being called both villain and savior by the very same breath. It is a strange place to be, to have the weight of a prophecy and the small happiness of an ordinary hand to hold across a table. Both are honest in their ways. The prophecy is a practical map, Luna is a living thing. Maps are useful, but they do not warm you when you wake cold in the night. She does. She keeps the light where it will be practical and also kind. So the castle sleeps with its stitch in place, and there is, for now, a more ordered patrol at the gates. Ministers will make speeches that claim credit. My father will take what he can from the day's events and fold it into his ledger. Narcissa will go on mothering in the quietest way she can manage. Severus will continue to be both a guard and a blade. Dumbledore will watch the long lines of consequence and sigh, because he always does, in a way that is ancient and protective and inevitably weary. I will do the thing I have always done when the world grows loud and the options thin. I will make a list and then decide which pieces I can keep. That is not a heroic statement. Heroes are not carefully economical. They misplace their gloves for the triumphal moments and ask for the curtains to be drawn later. I prefer curtains now. There are things I intend to hide, and things I intend to reveal. The mending of the first seal did not make that choice easier, it merely sharpened the edges. There is also a quieter promise to myself: if the world insists on casting me into roles of legend and accusation, I will insist, equally politely and stubbornly, on the right to be human. That is the little war I fight when there are larger ones to be waged. I will be sometimes tender and sometimes terrible. I will be, if nothing else, deliberate. When the last feast had dwindled into conversation, and the portraits had retreated to their comfortable whispering, Luna and I walked out across the grounds. It is a habit to plan in the dark. Plans are more honest when they are not yet translated into motions. The stars were clear and as indifferent as ever, and that indifference is a comfort because it means the world does not notice you for the same reasons it scares you. She pressed my hand and said, in the matter-of-fact way she reserves for important things, "We will need a better map." "Maps can be made," I said. "But the borders will keep changing." "Then we will keep drawing," she replied, and there was no more to it than that. It was not brash, not naive. It was the small thing that binds two people toward an uncertain future. It was a plan and a promise in the same breath. We walked back, hand in hand, toward a school that sleeps with a repaired scar and the knowledge that it will have to be bolder tomorrow. The ash of the day had not dissolved, it had become part of the air. It clung to the collar of my robes like a memory that will not be scrubbed away. It was a reminder that mending is never perfect, that scars teach as much as they hurt. I would wake in the morning with the taste of it in my mouth and the knowledge that someone, many someones, will be watching to see whether I keep what I have sworn to keep. For now there was a small quietness between us, an allegiance against the inevitable noise. I kept my vow in a darkened corridor where the portraits had quieted, and the castle, for once, had not called loudly for my attention. The future is a thing you either step into or you do not. I stepped forward, with her hand in mine, and the world hummed with the business of keeping scores. The seal was mended, but the ledger was not closed, and there are columns I must still fill. I can do that. I must do that. And later, when the long calculations grow wearying, there will be the private ledger with Luna's small notes, the ones that say, "Remember to sleep, remember to laugh, remember to come back." Chapter 31, Hearth and Horizon. The end of term always smells of boiled cabbage and old parchment, as if the castle itself were clearing its throat before a long winter. The staircases, which had been unruly for weeks, finally surrendered to their normal hum. Portraits eased their gossip back into paint. Even the suits of armor in the corridor seemed less eager to be propped against and used as confessional. People packed trunks with a kind of hopeful sloppiness, a scarf left untied, a book placed face down, and the air tasted faintly of possibility and of things one intended to fix but preferred not to think about too closely. I learned young how dangerous it is to let a place like Hogwarts breathe. It is a living thing with a memory and a temper, and that is not always a kindness. It remembers allegiances and slights and the exact way you once walked into a room. It stores grudges in staircases and condolences in corridors. For months, someone, or something, had been teasing at those memories, tugging at the seams. We had felt it most in the small ways, portraits muttering in the night, warding charms fraying as if someone had sat on them and smoothed them with a damp hand. A seal here, a ward there, and then the first of the grey smoke omens curled out of a broken place and everything accelerated, as it always will when superstition finds an opening. We had closed enough of those openings to breathe again. Not sealed them forever, nothing like that. But patched, knotted, soothed. Spells that thrummed through the walls with the stubborn patience of a house elf, a handful of portrait keepers who had the patience to narrate an old argument until the paintings tired of it, a sprig of something I had learned in a rune lecture and then improved upon in the room of requirement at 3 in the morning because I did not like leaving faces in trouble. These were small restorations, domestic in scale and public in consolation. They did not stop the politics at play, nor the sharper, darker threading underneath it, but they softened the immediate edges. They made beds straight and soups hot, and for now that had to be enough. The ancestors' urn was one of the first to be returned to something like a neutral state. It had not been merely a family heirloom, it had been a clause dressed in silver and frets, a work of legal magics that remembered who had said what in what year and could make those words bind like iron on a man. It had been used, not by me, not by us at Hogwarts, but used in ways that made the household feel like a chessboard. My father saw it as a potential bargaining chip, others saw it as a key. I had, very privately and with no small improvisation, unmade at least one of its bindings. There was a ritual to it, performed late in the room of requirement when the room accepted us as tired tenants rather than invaders. Luna was there. Luna, who stood beside me like an impossible constellation made of sensible shoes and luminous eyes. Luna, who had a way of saying the obvious softly enough that it did not sting, and of seeing through people's excuses the way a cat looks through curtains. She did not scoff at the urn's genealogy or at the sort of thing it had been asked to enforce. She inspected its rim with her head tilted, which was, in effect, how she read runes, and then she hummed something that was not a charm but it did the work of one. "I think it dislikes being told what it is," she said, very matter-of-factly, as if speaking to a sulky animal. "We should let it be less clever." She was right. The safest magic is sometimes the most boring, an amendment of intent, a rephrasing that removed not the history but the capacity for coercion. We rendered its language impotent, but not worthless. The Malfoys keep a relic of their dead, not an instrument that could make a man keep a promise with his throat closed. My mother was not pleased when I told her later, in a tone I hoped suggested filial cooperation and not insolent defiance. She was relieved in a different, quieter way. Relief on Narcissa Malfoy is a small, careful thing. It shows up in the room for dinner more often than in words. Lucius noticed, though, and his eyes flared with calculation, which is how you read your father when he is dieting on advantage. We neutralized other objects, too. The ring that had floated through rumors like a moth around a candle turned out to be an elaborate forgery, a clever instrument with carved promises that could be read aloud and turned into traps. It had been sold by someone who fancied themselves cleverer than they were. We found it wrapped in a child's cloak in the room of requirement, the room having reproposed itself as a sort of lost and found for the school's secrets. It looked, disappointingly to some and fortunately to me, like an ordinary piece of brass. I swallowed my disappointment, I wanted an object that hummed, and we burned the inscriptions in a fire that would not catch on flesh. I felt a little foolish as the smoke curled, but Luna touched my sleeve and said, "Sometimes things hum by not humming at all." The first broken seal was more trouble. It had been a symbolic hinge on something older than my father's alliances or my mother's caution. Its fracture had been an omen, properly alarming in its subtlety: grey smoke, a chant in a corridor no one should have been in, a portrait of a headmaster on a ladder humming lullabies in a voice it did not remember owning. Snape sniffed his particular scorn and then did what he always did, kept watch where it mattered, did the thing that would be practical and ugly if necessary. Dumbledore sent protocols like talismans wrapped in soft words. McGonagall gave us a look that would have lacquered a kraken. Between them, between Severus's hard bargains and Albus's patient strategies and Minerva's unadorned fear, we got the seal patched enough that the castle's wards did not feel like jelly. I had been there because I had promised, and because secrecy is its own poison. When you have an oath tied to you like I did, you learn that it requires a ledger more than the bravado your father would have preferred. I kept counts, how many nights I had spent away, how many times I had to smile as if the pale, practice thing were both natural and satisfying when inside I kept a quiet ledger of missed dinners and whispered fears. The oath had been sworn in a place of marble and whisper, promising an end to a thing neither of my parents wanted but both wanted fixed. I had meant to keep it harmless. That was, of course, miscalculation in a world that argues with miscalculation for sport. When the term wound down and the castle allowed itself the small patching of old wounds, the students celebrated in a contained, relief-drunk way. I was present and yet not. I smiled and parried and accepted a drink in a Slytherin common room as if the world was still simple. People relaxed, and in that relaxation they were dangerous only in their candor. I had been forgiven, not openly, not with a brass plaque, but mended in the practical sense. Some friendships were reinstated. A handful of housemates who had thought to write me off came back when they saw how steady I could be when steadiness was needed. The kindness of children is an underrated political force. A boy will forgive if the boy beside him brings bread when the night soup is thin. We had bread. We had a small truce with the people who had made their ambition my ammunition. And there was Luna. She was the unlikeliest of anchors. That, in itself, was not strange. The castle delights in contrarian pairings. Luna had become my confidant because she did not ask for the shape of my oath. She listened. That may sound small, but it is the rarest of mercies when you carry something dictated by prophecy and politics. People are swift to make questions into swords. Luna made them into a place to sit. The intimacy between us seeped slowly, through the cracks of shared sleeplessness and whispered cataloguing of objects. We found our own kind of order, humor, absurdities catalogued in private like little talismans, planned for the ridiculous future in which the House Elf Brigade redecorated Malfoy Manor in a tasteful shade of lavender, and the steady, conspiratorial seriousness with which she catalogued evidence. We were both young enough to believe in ridiculous futures and old enough to know how sharp the world could be. We promised, one twilight in the room of requirement, a promise that was not epic and not plotted in prophecy. It was practical. Kindness, she said, pressing fingertips to the woven tapestry of a couch the room had favored that evening. I think we should try it on the conspiracies before we try it on each other. It was the sort of sentence only she could deliver, touching, precise, eccentric. I had the reflexive Slytherin smile, the pale courtesy of someone who recognizes an alliance as currency. And the oath? I asked, because I still counted my promises like horsemen count bridges crossed. We don't drag bystanders into your ledger, she said. We find ways for people who don't belong to the fight to keep their breakfasts. There was a practical elegance in that, not to deny the need for struggle, but to shield the people who had no part in it. My mother would approve, perhaps because it smacked faintly of elite charity, which is to say, of what Narcissa might do without announcing it. My father would read it as a negotiation. For me, it was a scaffolding. I had sworn an oath that could swallow small lives in the name of consequence. Luna's solution was not to remove the oath, that would be absurd, but to build an inner wall. We would meet conspiracies with kindness, and we would do the cruel arithmetic privately. There were practical mechanics to such an oath. It is one thing to be chosen, it is another to be bound. The law of prophecies is an odd jurisprudence. Some lawyers would tell you, if the ministry tolerated such talk, that the spoken word is the only thing that can bind in certain circumstances. Others would say it is the intention of the speaker that matters, or the public ownership of a pronouncement that renders it unstoppable. I had been told, in tones that made the walls seem delicate, the things most people hide in libraries, that the word alone is not always law. Someone had crafted the urn and the ring and 100 signatures into a net in the hopes of catching a future. I had been there to tear holes in it when holes were necessary. The consequence of that is simple: you find yourself at the center of a geography that overlaps with other people's maps. You cannot walk down a corridor without stepping on someone else's boundary. Lucius discovered that patching up a reputation is a currency he can spend, and he spent it like a man who knows what he is worth and is terrified of being priced out. He made moves at the ministry, he sent letters with gilded edges and no small amount of insinuation. He cultivated allies in rooms where the teacups were always filled with gossip and the portraits were keen to pass along messages. He moved like a predator who had once been at the head of the table and wanted to sit there again. Narcissa prepared the household as if she were tucking it in. She was a very different kind of strategist. Where my father's ambition spread like a chessboard, her protection was a domestic art. She catalogued the knives, took inventory of the staff, had quiet conversations with the house elves about what to hide and how to make the manor look like a well-dusted museum rather than a war room. She packed what needed to be packed, not with an eye for salvage but an eye for dignity. There is dignity in saving a child's portrait rather than a ledger. The conversation at Malfoy Manor was a study in restraint. Lucius, of course, talked about leverage. He framed it as if it were an argument in which he alone stood in sensible shoes while everyone else had the temperament of puppies. He spoke of factions as if they were chess pieces, and the phrase, "we shall see who favors us," came out quietly, like a vow someone makes over the sink. He felt, in his marrow, that the Malfoy name was a bank account and that everyone was making withdrawals. "Do not be naive," he told me once, with a certain pallor of anger. "The world rewards those who make smart claims." I smiled a pale smile that had been paid for in practice. "And those who keep their promises," I said, because it was true and because I needed it to be. It was either that or tell him the truth, that some clouds were too heavy to push into the shape of a man, and there are things you do not show your father. Not when he could brand your caution as cowardice. Narcissa, as ever, did the work between the storms. She said very little about the political moves. Instead, she watched the servants learn to carry lists instead of stories. She taught her son how to be an actor when necessary and a listener at other times. The look she gave me when she thought no one watched was the one that told you she would swallow her pride for me. It is not, I think, an easy thing to force your pride into a teacup and sip it with your pinkies politely extended, but it is a lesson Narcissa would teach in silence. I had, for all my appearances and my father's expectations and the way the house assumed I would inherit more than a name, a steady anchor that was not in the family ledger. I had Luna. And I had an arrangement with Snape and Dumbledore that was both necessary and corrosive. Severus played chess with me in the shadows. Men of negotiation tend to choose that table, offering protections that cost things I kept in a notebook only I read at night. He watched me with a look that keeps you honest because it has already seen the option of being disloyal and has chosen to withhold nothing for the sake of kindness. That is a strange kind of protection. It is both armor and barbed wire. Dumbledore, for his part, is an expert in the soft tug. He suggests and nudges and leaves the heavy lifting to you, and yet even his nudges carry with them the weight of a headmaster's certainty. He closed one of our conversations by saying, in the way he does, that the world tends to equalize itself if given enough latitude and enough stewardship. He did not say where I fit into that equation, which was useful because I would answer to no prophecy in his voice but my own. The castle cared in its own way. Portraits that had been whispering quarrels were given a kind of conciliation. A painting of a stern headmistress was persuaded to stop humming in the corridor by being offered a steady listener in the gallery and a regular turn at the tea trolley. It is absurd and yet it matters. A castle that gossips less is a castle that can hold a secret longer. There is mercy in that. We held our fragile truce in 100 small domesticities. I polished boots with the same attention I used to polish arguments. Luna and I walked the greenhouses when the wind turned the glass into a pageant of light. She taught me to recognize the way the castle's wards shivered when the tide of politics rose in the ministry, like reeds associated with old songs. She took my hand one evening when I sighed and said, without sentiment, "You don't have to choose between being the sun and being the promise." "And the rest?" I asked. "What about the people whose breakfasts we are meant to preserve?" "We make it their business not to know," she replied. "We make them strong in ways they can sustain without having to pick a side. There is a gratitude in being loved by someone who will not wish you to be a martyr. People like to romanticize sacrifice as if it were a neat garment to be drawn and flung. Luna made me see the mess, and that was better. The beautiful thing about love, the practical sort that fits on a laundry line and dries in a wind, is that it wants people to live. She did not ask me to admit everything. She did not demand miracles. She wanted steadiness. She wanted the small things, nightly reports of how many portraits had been calmed, whether the urn remained silent, whether my mother had finally allowed somebody else to pick the teacups for dinner for once. We promised one another the kinds of things that will not appear in any tale of prophecy. We promised not to inflict the oath on people who had not asked for it. We promised to go slow. We promised, very importantly, to laugh as often as we could in the face of the absurdity around us. Laughter is not a balm as much as a kind of corroding immobility. The politics did not stop because we had kindness. If anything, kindness made the games more interesting. Lucius used our little restorations as leverage in other rooms. He would frame them as proofs that he could be reasonable, a man with a house in which nothing exploded and portraits kept their temper. He made friends in the ministry, polite ones with fingers that could move legislation in a whispered fashion. Factions called where they thought it advantageous and recalculated where they thought otherwise. Voldemort, the name is a tidal figure in every conversation, and we respected the way his shadow reordered a room, had followers who acted like bureaucrats rearranging shadow economies. They filed complaints in certain offices, they planted letters, and they whispered that a chosen one must be either declared or destroyed. That is always the choice presented in such stories, announcement or erasure. We chose neither. Choosing neither, in practice, looks like more work. It is walking a line made of invisible wire and keeping everyone close enough to see your heartbeat, far enough not to touch it. There were nights when I thought I would crack. There were nights when I thought the only reasonable course was to strip the Malfoy name of favor and run until I had a house where portraits didn't care what your ancestry was. Then I would remember my mother tucking napkins with a careful hand and my father thinking of alliances like a map. I would remember Luna, humming at some odd insect and insisting on its political significance with a grave face, and then I would stay. The summer that followed would be long for some and short for others. The narrative moves, they say, in laps. Ours was a lap filled with letters and with short, decisive actions meant to buy time. We did not save the world in the way the stories promise. We saved it a plate at a time, a trickle of intelligence prevented from becoming a flood by a well-placed letter, an ally bought not with a promise but with a small favor, a portrait nudged into quiet. It was both less and more than headlines would have you believe. I hope, when people look back on these weeks, if anyone will ever be able to look back without the savagery of hindsight, they will see the ordinary bravery of it. Courage is not always a duel. Sometimes it is keeping your hands clean because other people cannot afford to get dirty. Sometimes it is wearing your father's name like a suit you didn't ask for and learning to make it fit in a way that does not push others into the mud. There is a steady discipline to that, and it is rarely applauded. There were consequences. Some of my father's friends were not pleased to find the urn defanged. They muttered about weakness. Others, more practical, admired the way it made negotiations easier. That is the politics of our part of the world. Appetite is disguised as concern, and concern is often hunger that has been roped into civility. I let him plan and I let the manner be what it needed to be and I let my mother watch over her small acts of rebellion. We did not reconcile with the darker instincts of the night, but we contained them, like caged animals in well-oiled cages. At night, after the rest of the house went to their beds and the only light left in the manor was the one over the music room where my mother practiced scales, I would sometimes walk to the window and look at the horizon. The sky on the horizon is always a small, stubborn promise, as if it leans toward whatever you need to believe. Luna would be at my side in a minute, quiet, pressing the heel of her hand into the small of my back. There is intimacy in that arrangement that is steady, not theatrical. She would make a joke about the weather and I would reply with a line my father could have made more elegantly, but I would mean it. It is an odd thing, being the center of a prophecy. It isolates you by design. Stories prefer a single mouthpiece and a single sword. My truths are not simple. I carry an oath and I carry my father's expectations. I carry small kindnesses and the knowledge that the world likes to ask things of those who are young and capable. There is a fear, always, that the more people you protect, the more you put them in harm's way by virtue of proximity. That is why we promise to keep the bystanders out of the ledger. It is why we will meet conspiracies with kindness. Kindness is a way to corrode certainty. We ended the term with doors mended, with portraits silenced and portraits soothed, with an urn that no longer argued for people to be bound against their will, and with a ring that turned out to be merely brass. We had bought a truce with elbow grease and tea and with the kind of small, practical kindness Luna thinks will one day get us through a war. We had not, and would not, declare ourselves wholly free. The storm had only been tamed, not extinguished. Lucius was already planning his next move. Snape's bargain sat in my mind like a coin I had to spend sooner or later. Dumbledore's soft instructions were a map that did not show every road. And between the manor and the school and the long grey horizon, Luna and I stood with our vow to keep those who had no hand in our fight away from its claws, to use gentleness as a tool and not a sentimental excuse, and to carry, in quiet, the burden I had been set with. I do not imagine this will make me any less of my name. I do not imagine it will make my father's enemies kindly. But it is, for now, a way to live. The castle would sleep and I would sleep a little, and there would be days when politeness was the only armor I could afford. There would be days when I had to choose and did so without the advantage of certainty. The horizon is a stubborn thing. It keeps offering days that are only partly negotiated. We had managed, at least, to stretch a thread between hearth and horizon, to give people a sense that the house had returned their mugs to the shelf in the correct order. That small order is not nothing. It is a thing you can build a life from, if you are careful and patient. I folded my cloak and Luna pressed her hand to mine, a small useless gesture and therefore perfectly useful. When summer comes, she said, with a half smile that meant the world, we will make sure the birds have names. Good, I replied. I dare say they will require rather more sophisticated titles than the noisy one. We both laughed, because laughter is a small defiance. The world beyond our window would plan and plot and sharpen knives. It would make bargains in rooms with polished floors and hands that did not flinch. But inside our small truce, with the urn mute and the ring nothing more than brass, we had sown something that might, if tended, be strong enough to keep the harm away from the innocent. We had mended small things. The rest of it, the hinges of the world that clicked and threatened, waited, as always, behind a door we had not yet dared to open. Chapter 32, Summer That Stays Open. The carriage back to Malfoy Manor smelled of rain and old money. The cushions were too soft and the windows too polite. It is a curious thing, arriving home after a year of living inside a castle that never shuts its eyes, to find that the ancestral house keeps fewer secrets than the school. The portraits were awake and arranged as if nothing had happened. Servants offered me the right black coffee and the wrong sort of sympathy. Lucius's smile, like a coin shaded in gold, was waiting in the hall. Narcissa's, when she allowed it, was a small, exacted thing, an offering she was careful to make useful. I learned to accept both without letting them decide me. I had sworn an oath at Hogwarts in the last swallows of term. An oath that had weight, ritual, and consequences. I had promised, with the same mouth that had once said the right things for the right rooms, to carry something heavy and necessary. I had promised to keep a secret that would both save and damn me, depending upon which hands tried to use it. No one at the manor was told. It would have offended every contract the family had ever made to speak of even shadows without proper witness. Secrecy wore well on polished surfaces. But secrets are like the sea. They do not remain dry when carried near water. That was partly the reason why Luna and I found ourselves sitting on a narrow balcony in a small seaside town, the gulls trading gossip above, a thin, domestic wind lifting the hems of our maps. The house was not ours, nothing is wholly ours until the stories are set in stone, but it had a hearth that accepted our footfalls and a landlady who did not ask too many questions about the bedraggled pair who arrived with a trunk full of parchment. Luna had insisted. She said the noise at the manor was too tight, as if the music beneath every conversation had become a warning. The seaside, she promised, had other kinds of music, tides that reset lines, air that washed words away when you needed them to. I did not agree about the cleansing by salt so much as the principle that distance sometimes keeps the political mind honest. Honesty, in our world, is a kind of survival technique. We made lists, because that is what sane people do when the world is trying to rearrange its bones. Lists for warding revisions, lists of names, friends, enemies, uncertain acquaintances, lists of artifacts and their possible locations. The ancestors' urn kept appearing on papers like a stubborn bruise. Rumor named the ring and then unhelpfully added variations, a ring held in a provincial vault, a ring melted by grief, a ring that was nothing but a story aunts told to frighten children into obedience. The first broken seal had names attached, wards, ritual markers, an old hill in Scotland where grey smoke had seeped through the stones. Every time I wrote that name I felt the memory of smoky air at Hogwarts, like a bruise under the tongue. Luna sat cross-legged on the floor, the map of Britain spread between her and me like a treaty. She had a pencil behind one ear and a cup of tea with too many sweet things in it. She marked ley lines without ceremony, tapping a tentative point with a fingertip and saying softly, "What if it's closer than anyone looks?" Her eyes, which take detail in the way some people take melody, found little things that startled me, a break in the warding where only a portrait sumpter magic should be able to pick up a message, a particular stare that moves friendlier when it knows a child's name. She saw the world as if looking at a jigsaw and knowing which pieces belonged together because their edges felt right. I, on the other hand, worked in margins. Where she would write "what if," I would underline how and add a clause about legalities. There are, I had discovered, almost as many ways to make prophecy lawful as there are to declare it illicit. The ministry, for all its bluster, prefers contracts and documents and signatures that can be framed. Lucius prefers influence and reminders whispered in corridors. Different people battle not with curses but with clauses. An invocation of the prophecy, who may claim it, who was its intended witness, whether a transcript signed by certain elders counts as legal binding, matters more than most people would imagine. A loophole can be as decisive as a dragon. Draco, Luna said one evening, pointing at a place on the map, if the wards are strongest where people would look, then perhaps they'll weaken where they expect weakness. A hedge for the hawk, yes. You always word it as if hedges were an intentional strategy, I answered. My family treats hedges less as stratagem and more as a statement. She smiled that small, sideways smile she reserves for things that make sense on an inner plane. You think too much like a wall, she said, as if it were praise. I took that as praise. She lifted her cup to me like a truce. The room smelled of sea salt, lemon curd, and a faint hint of what she called dirigible plum. It is a smell I have learned to like because she liked it. We would talk until my lists became part of our furniture. I would note probable places for safe houses, possible allies to coax from the wings, an aunt with a good hearth in the south, an obscure wizarding antiquarian who owed us a favor, and we would tuck the ideas away like letters in a sock drawer. The sea is undramatic and dramatic in equal measures. It gives the illusion of being benign, because it only ever shows one face, solemn, fast, indifferent. But at night when the wind kicks up the edges of curtains and throws the smell of salt into every bedding, the sea keeps you honest. On the balcony we planned ward resets at Hogwarts that depended on the castle's own magic aligning with old domestic rituals, tapestries rehung at certain times, portrait rotations scheduled to create a predictable pattern that hides the irregularity of a ritual. The castle, despite its sentience, likes rhythm. Witches and wizards call that predictable magic. The dark ones prefer breaks. Letters still arrived from the manor, short, formal things that called me back for dinners, for private audiences, for the neat small entreaties Lucius could present as possibilities rather than commands. He would speak of opportunities at the ministry and consolidating certain positions and make the phrase "for the family's survival" wear a dangerous sheen. He was cautious in person, which is to say he was all the more dangerous when he was careful. Narcissa slipped me notes in the pages of books she suspected I would read, recipes for being alive and functional in a household that has standards. Her interference was tactical and loving and baffling all at once. She would call late at night in the tones of a mother worried for a son who has never been one to need much mothering. I let her fuss. It was less exhausting to let the small domestic wars happen where they would, than to fight them and bleed politically. Snape came once during the summer. He arrived with his customary lack of fanfare and with the smell of cigar smoke and cold vinegar. He sat in the corner of the room and presided over our maps as if they might reveal the chiffre of his own childhood misdoings. He offered me a bargain in measured syllables, which always felt like being handed a precise instrument with a blade. His loyalty is a thing I have learned to name only partly. He works with shadows and light both, and he shades countries with small, sharp favors. He spoke of protecting Hogwarts in terms of fortifications and in terms of discreet people. You will need watchers inside the castle who are not obvious, he said. People who will not be thought to move against whatever storm rises. He looked at me then, and there were no smiles. Who would that be? I asked, though I knew the parade of faces as one knows the notes of a song sung by rivals. Slytherins are sworn to ambition, Gryffindors to obvious noise. Houses can be armor and cage both. You know, he said, and in that single syllable was the sort of recruitment that steady-handed men like him are good at. He left behind a small list with names omitted and hints inked instead, a sympathizer in the Department of Mysteries, a portrait at Hogwarts who owes a debt to an old headmistress, a house elf with a prodigious memory and no love for being commanded. Each hint was a foothold. Dumbledore sent a letter that was more a riddle than a message. He praised the fact Luna had read the maps and mentioned, almost apologetically, that certain protections could not be overtly placed until the school ordered them. He wrote about the difficulty of balancing the castle's needs with the political theatre of the ministry. There are times when caution and firmness must both be visible, he wrote. Teachers, like chess pieces, cannot be moved only when seen. I found the sentence comforting and unnerving in equal measure. He always sees the chessboard, I always find myself staring at the squares and wondering which one contains the blade. Politics, I have come to understand, is often a matter of optics. Lucius would prefer to have promises that looked like inevitables, positions in departments, old friends returned to favor. But factionalism among the dark is a shallow cesspit of grudges. They fight not for ideals, but for the novelty of being feared. Some want lordly domination, others want influence within an old order. Most of them, though, will turn on each other when the heat starts whispering of loss. The prophecy has become not only a boon but a law. Those with the temperament to tie themselves to a destiny will do so, dragging behind them the oldest sorts of violence men reserve for property. I am not property. That sentence is simple and sharpened in my chest by the sea air. There are two ways to keep a secret, by being silent and by being true. I chose the latter with anyone I allowed close. Luna knew everything. Not that I had told her the prophecy at once, it is a thing that reveals itself only when you lay the paper of your life flat and trace its creases. She found the oath later, from what I had said in a dormitory like a man who had told the truth in a voice meant to be dull. She saw the consequences and did not flinch. There is bravery in not flinching, but there is also a kind of intelligence that recognizes the necessity of patience. She is patient in a way I had not known I needed. She will wait while I undo old loyalties, she will wait while I negotiate with men who wear threats like cufflinks. But she is not a bench for my indecision. Her patience is active, she will twist the map, remove a possibility, point at a less obvious path. We planned contingencies that were at once domestic and political. If I revealed myself publicly, there would be prestige and danger in equal measure. People are fickle when it comes to heroes, they want their saviors to fit a certain look. That look is rarely Slytherin. I could feel that in the way the papers already spoke, cautious half-words in the public sphere, worse messages in the private ones. I might appear as an instrument, not a man, as the means through which an old order sought to reassert itself. Alternatively, I could remain a shadow, and the burden would be mine alone. The oath I had taken required that I protect those who could not protect themselves. It did not tell me whether heroic speech or stealth was the better choice. I was left, again, to the ugly business of deciding. Lead or hide, Luna said once, when I could not sleep. The night had the kind of clarity that rinses small things clean. The moon was an efficient washerwoman. She laid her hand over mine, the gesture itself an argument for putting warmth ahead of caution. Or find a third way. A third way, I repeated, because it sounded like a task rather than a measure of cowardice. It is not cowardice, she said. It is cunning. You belong to a house that admires cunning. Use it like a kindness. I laughed, softly, incredulous and full of a gratitude that made my chest feel crowded. It is an odd thing, to be told to use your natural methods as a moral good. Most people expect you to deny yourself. My family roared for denial. Luna proposed a gentler, subtler refusal instead. The summer passed in small, determined tasks. We stole time at the manor when we could, early mornings when the house was being politely ornamental, evenings during which Lucius would be with his acquaintances and Narcissa would be folding the evening's politeness into patterns that indicated her own internal war. We spoke to people who owed us favors, one of my father's associates in the ministry, a quiet woman who read the law like scripture and wrote notes about how an invocation might be challenged. We talked to the portrait network at Hogwarts by proxy, sending messages through a retired headmistress who had been plucked from a frame for a holiday and who enjoyed gossip like a cup of tea. We asked the castle itself, as politely as one asks an old house for a loan. Castles do not give up secrets for nothing. They take payment. Payment can be loyalty, habit, or the occasional tapestry to be rehung. Hogwarts has very particular likes and dislikes. There was a moment, on a rain-bruised afternoon, when we walked the cliff path and watched fishermen mending nets. Luna told me a story about a boy who had once been promised to the sea. He had been given a ring, she said, and when he wore it, he could hear the sound of currents like music. Rings hold stories, she said, as if the idea were plain fact. They keep things steady. Most rings are meant to hold fingers in place, I said. To promise continuity. Promises can be good, she replied. They are not always cages. She pushed a stray hair behind my ear. It was a small intimacy and I felt, absurdly, like the boy in that story, promised but not yet claimed. Love arrived cautiously for me that summer. I did not brandish it like a weapon. I kept it like a book I intended to finish. Luna read all of me the way she reads maps. She looked at my margins and the things I didn't say as if they were significant. Sometimes that was better than any cure. Not all news was quiet. The ministry's newspaper prints, paper that likes to appear solid, grew more argumentative. Lucius made noises about the necessary recalibrations in departments and the veteran reappointments that sounded forbidding in public and more so in private. Certain Death Eater factions began acting as if the prophecy were a bell that they could ring at will. There were skirmishes, ritualistic, more for show than outright slaughter in the beginning, but their symbolism matters. They chip away at people's sense of normality. Grey smoke has a way of making images seem plausible. Omens have the unfortunate habit of encouraging the folk who would be kings. That term, as the castle settled and the seals were checked and double-checked, we worked on small magics that were less grandiose than war and more useful when stretched across the quiet years, coded messages hidden in knitting patterns, a network of favors between houses, a rota of portraits who would rotate themselves into observation posts. Snape reminded me that the most effective defense is the one that appears accidental. Dumbledore suggested a cadence for warding that would line up with the castle's daily habits. McGonagall insisted upon strictness and the revision of certain disciplinary precedents. She was a wall in trousers and a heart that circled slowly. There was, too, an odd, private ritual we developed. We would speak the names of those we sought to protect aloud, one by one, then let them go so that the names would rest in the places where magic is less watchful, behind the back of a portrait, under a stair that liked to sleep at times, inside a cup that a house elf might stir. We spoke the names not as a claim to power but as a small act of keeping a list of people who needed a hand on their shoulder. Some would say this was superstition. I do not care for that word. Superstition is often the shorthand for things the powerful do not want to admit they cannot control. I would prefer to call it tenderness. Tenderness is what I have learned the world sometimes requires. I was taught to be proud, to preen. I was taught to expect loyalty to be a commodity. I have learned, in the spaces at the top of maps and in the crooked sentences of propaganda, that courage is not sufficient. Courage is a necessary thing, certainly, but it will only fill the room if you have people willing to hand you light and give you directions when the door opens the wrong way. Courage without companionship becomes a ritual of martyrdom. I will not be martyr's wallpaper. I will be a man with a plan and with a hand to hold. Friends, or something like them, began to arrive in the periphery. They were not the sort one would expect at a banquet. No sons of noble houses arrived with trumpets, but rather the steady, small kinds. A man from the Department of Mysteries who had acquired an interest in outdated seals and in the legal precedent for ownership of a prophecy, a house elf who once worked in a small inn and remembered the faces of a particular kind of traveler, a retired tea seller whose shop had been near certain wards and who knew their odd scenes. They came as rumors move, quietly, with a tendency to know too much. Each arrival mattered less for the glamour than for the fact that they were willing to be useful without asking for crowns. I have thought often about the Malfoy name. It is a banner and a noose. There are nights when I wonder if I am keeping a family or if it is keeping me. Lucius has plans that would bind me to old alliances, Narcissa doubts, like a woman who must shelter her child even if it means piecing together her husband's inevitable ruin. Father has told me that influence is salvageable if used cleverly. He is not wrong. But there is a line between salvage and self-drowning. I have been taught to swim in both currents. There is an oath rust on my throat. I do not know yet whether the oath will rest like a necklace or like a collar. Luna's hand is the thing that keeps me honest. She would not be the sort to speak loudly in a drawing room and upend a dinner. She would instead leave a small note on one's pillow that said, "The tide is high. Beware your own shadow." She will go into the castle in winter and knock politely upon portraits and ask them how their day has been. She will see things others dismiss, a small shift in the way a portrait's eyes look when someone comes bearing false kindness. I suspect, if pushed, she would declare the world more absurd than dangerous, but she never understates the fact that danger exists. There was a night, our last before term reopened, when we sat on the floor with a thick map of the school and one of the manor's older estate maps. We matched them like puzzle pieces, because sometimes estates keep things in their bones. A courtyard here lined up with a hill there. Places where family lines crossed castle lines can harbor loopholes, the sort lawyers and old magisters enjoy. I drew boundaries. Luna shaded likely routes with a pencil that had once been used to sketch nargles. It amused me then and still amuses me that our alliances read like a children's story when someone unfamiliar looks at them. There is a charm to that. We write in plain ink but the plots are complex. "You're going to have to commit to a story," she said at one point, tapping one of my notations. "Not the sort they'll shout in the market, but a story you can live with. People will need someone to follow." The idea of being publicly followed made my skin itch the way a formal tie does. "People follow many things," I said. "Heroes, villains, fashion. One must choose carefully the story one wants to be in. Which is why you will need friends who can tell the truth on your behalf," she replied. "Who will not invent you as a puppet for a party." Whom to trust became one of our longest lists. It is a domestic business, trust, and as political as any motion in the ministry. Some people are trustworthy because they want something from you, others because they have nothing left to gain. The third category, those who have something to lose and would rather not lose it, are the most valuable, if difficult to pin down. We named names by the light of a candle that sputtered like an honest witness. We put the names on a strip of paper folded into an origami boat. I do not know why we chose a boat. Perhaps because we were by the sea and wanted to feel our plans drift rather than founder. Or because the world we are in is always afloat with things that might sink without anyone noticing. We lit it and watched the flame take the paper slow, then fast, sending smoke up into the afternoon. We spoke soft promises into that smoke, naming the wards we would renew, the people we would protect, the things we would not allow to fall. There is a danger in being chosen that has nothing to do with being right. It is in the appetite of others to claim you, in their urgent belief that you are a tool to be polished. The prophecy has ceased to be only mine because other people, ambitious men with memories of their own glory, have decided they will not be outpaced by fate. They have staked positions on the map where a child once whispered a sentence into a dark. That makes the stakes expand. What was once my problem is now an instrument, now a public question. It will require more than a neat show of courage to keep it from being misread. We will need allies, I said one night, the way one folds a map and prepares to leave. We already have them, Luna said. They will come when the bell rings. Some will bring knives, I muttered. They will bring knives and spoons, she replied, unfazed. You will choose who gets the spoons. Her confidence is not necessarily delusional. There is a kind of magnetism about honest work. People who believe in something less flashy than conquest will find you. They will come to a seaside room because they need shelter, because they prefer maps made of sensible lines, because they are tired of the spectacle of factional shows. They will come grey-haired and steady-eyed, with their own pasts stitched into them. The summer does not end as dramatically as one imagines. There are no thunderclaps of destiny as the days shorten. But I noticed, packing my trunk, careful, not dramatic, the man I once was would have filled it with more vanity, how quiet the thought of what was to come had become. Quiet does not mean peace. It means readiness. I have learned, with a student's stubbornness, that readiness is not the warmth of being right, it is the preparedness to be wrong and to correct in a hurry. There are promises to be kept and compromises to be made. Lucius will try to reshape events into things that flatter his vanity. Narcissa will pick her moments like a chess player choosing when to cry and when to be still. Snape will hand me knives with wrapped handles and Dumbledore will say something comforting in sideways phrases. McGonagall will demand discipline. The Ministry will posture and preen. Death Eater factions will find new ways to bite each other's ankles when they are bored. The castle will shift in its sleep and be useful when it chooses to be. The first broken seal remains, in my mind, not an omen only but a task, to make sure the next fracture is prevented or at least contained. Luna holds my hand as we queue for the carriage back to the manor. It is a private thing. Perhaps, in another life, my family would have made a grand farewell and announced my courage to the newspapers. Instead I fold my maps in my trunk, hide a small charm inside the lining, old habit, old paranoia, and carry the map that matters, the list of names. It sits in my coat pocket, small and heavy, like a stone you carry to remember you have to cross a river. The summer has been teaching me an economy of faith. Not the dramatic faith of masses and banners, but the economy of small, reliable truths. A quiet network, a garden of soft loyalties. The prophecy is no longer a sentence I alone must shoulder, it has teeth and tongues of its own. People will try to bite it, to make it say what they want. Some will whisper that I should step forward because it will be easier for them. Others will say it is an instrument they can play to tune the Ministry to their liking. I will not be used. That is not hubris, it is a strategy. Use, I have learned, is what happens when a man fails to define his own story. I plan to define mine. Luna looks up at me as the carriage pulls away. The town recedes in a pattern of roofs and salt smell. Behind us, too close to ignore, towers the scope of what is to come. Allies will arrive, in bodies and in notes and in late-night visits. The choices ahead will ask more than courage. They will demand cunning, kindness, and a willingness to be small and loud and polite and ugly when necessary. They will want betrayal chosen for a reason, not born of panic. I roll my coat sleeves. The sea airs seem, perversely, to have sharpened my appetite for the inevitable. I am both tidy and tired, curious and cautious. I have a vow inside me and a woman beside me who believes in small miracles. The Malfoy air is still in my lungs, it will take work to remake it. The carriage moves over stones in a rhythm familiar as a heart. I make a list in my head and then fold it into the pocket where the names are kept. The castle will be there. So will the ministry. So will the men who would smell an advantage in anything called fate. We will meet them with maps, with friends, with the slow arithmetic of people who will not allow history to be written by the loudest voice in the room. When the carriage turns a corner, I watch the coastline and think of seals, broken and whole, and of the way tides find their own level. The prophecy is no longer only mine. It is, by degrees and by the unkindness of others' hopes, something that will shape more lives than my own. The danger grows, as does the company that will stand against it. It will take more than courage to carry what comes, it will take a small army of people who know how to hedge, to whisper, and to protect the names that matter. Luna squeezes my hand. We pull our maps closer. There is a quiet promise in the way she looks at me, as if she has already charted the course we will take and has annotated it with flowers. There is a sharpened warning in my pocket, in the names and the wards and the small, legal tricks we have devised. I breathe, because breathing is still an option. Then I fold the paper and tuck it back into my coat. The next turn will open doors I did not mean to unlock. I will walk through them not as a man who assumes he is a savior, but as someone with friends, with plans, and with a memory of the oath I swore in a quiet place inside the castle. And when the carriage passes under the last arch of the town and the sea becomes a thin line on the horizon, I feel, for the first time in a long while, that readiness is not the end of fear but its companion. It is enough. It will have to be. The smoke will rise again, the seals will be tested. Allies will arrive, knives and spoons alike. Choices will require more than courage, they will demand patience, cunning, and the kind of loyalty that will show up in small, inconvenient ways. I fold my hands in my lap and promise myself in silence what I promised the school, to keep what I can, to protect what I must, and to choose my story before anyone else dictates it. The carriage jolts on. Ahead, the manor waits, with its portraits and its small cruelties and the soft, political wars of family. Behind us, the sea hushes and promises to be there if ever we need to listen for tide messages. We are, all of us, leaning toward an autumn that will not be simple. But I have a woman with odd eyes and a map that smells faintly of lemon and ink. I have lists of names folded like a secret. I have the oath and the small defiance of a man who will not be a tool. That will have to suffice. Beyond the manor gates the road rises and darkens a little. I tuck the paper deeper into my pocket, feel its edges against my palm, and think of castles, of seals, and of the way secrets sometimes become everyone's business. Allies will arrive. Choices will demand more than bravery. We will be ready, because we have already begun.